Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Here's Hannafin, far side, shot. Put one up behind the net, score. Center catch, open up, and that will do it. The Dallas Stars win Game 7 and will move on to face the Colorado Avalanche.
Oh, that is the final call on TBS and True TV.
Let's go Stars, baby.
Let's go Stars, baby. It is Sean and RJ here on a Monday on Sean's baby birthday.
Yeah.
Baby is being born today, ripped out of the womb.
I don't know that I'd say ripped out.
I think that's how they do it.
I don't think it's that aggressive. I think
I don't know, man. Have you seen a C-section happen?
No. Thank God. Not something that I've were your kids C-section?
They were.
Both of them?
Yes.
Did you choose to look below the sheet and just like, what's going on?
Yeah, the first time I did, and they knocked her out the first time because she could still feel it. The second time, the baby was born. Like, I hear it screaming, and I get up to go, and cause now I'm in charge while she's laying down like this. And I look over, and I get in my periphery, and I look on there's like obviously the operating table, and there's like two metal tables, and I just see stuff flopped over, intestine and stomach lining flopped over on the side. And that is a visual that will never get out of my head.
You know, it's funny. Everybody else talks about like could you actually watch the baby being born? Could you see that? I watched
see down there.
I watched Laura being born. She was delivered, and I was watching, and I was like, this is not as bad as everybody always said it was. Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I've seen enough like health videos over time to like know that's what it looks like. So I was like, this wasn't so bad. Now, after the baby was born, when they like do the delivering of the placenta as well or whatever's behind it, and I watched them literally tug it out and just pop right out, followed by a rush of blood and other things. Could have gone my entire life without ever seeing that. That is stuck in my head. That is not what I was prepared for. I was just told like, oh my gosh, watch the baby come out. It's so aggressive. It's like, well, it was after that was the terrifying thing for me. But they're gonna have a baby today, Sean and Amanda. So
they are. Congratulations.
Congratulations to an extent, because I have to be here at 5:30, so I'm not completely happy.
I know you're not.
Next
you're not
2 weeks.
happy.
What?
Nothing.
I should have made you. I should have just said no. I come in at
let me
6,
tell you, these two are happy. These two are happy because I sent a text yesterday about the show, and I didn't hear back from either one of these two guys for about 8 hours.
He is becoming Sean.
And I'm like,
well, Sean's out. He's like, hey, anybody texted back here?
No, I wrote something, and then like
you did. I was.
What did I write? I wrote.
You asked what we were doing at 9:20.
Oh yeah, I was like, what do we have at 9:20? And then that was at 5:00, and then like 3 hours later, I was like, oh, I just oh, okay.
Yeah,
so that's where we are. That's fine. I just went ahead and did it.
I'll best and worst of the weekend explain my thought process there. But
we should expect absolutely nothing from Peyton this week.
No,
absolutely nothing. That's the laziest mofo. He acts like, to me, like my name's not even on the show.
What?
I know, he treats you like you're me.
I know. It's like, wait a second. We're on equal footing here. What's going on?
I was stunned. We had 14 audio cuts today.
Stunned.
Most days when Sean is out, no joke, it's probably 6.
It's probably 6.
Yeah, and I walked in and I said, first thing I said to him was, what 6 audio cuts do we have today? And he's like, there's more than that. He's like, I got Caitlin Clark on here. I got Kentucky Derby final call. So he filled it with some fluff. It's still like 6 actual cuts with some fluff to make it look nice.
Hey, I slept in until 3:30, so you know.
Ooh, did you? Ooh, Sean's up right now. He's gonna hear you.
Is it?
Yeah, he should be up right now because 7:00 roughly is when I think it's
something like that.
Down,
I think that was about something like that. But that's today. It's a big day. It's a big day in the Shreve household. Not a big day for Peyton. He will completely ignore us.
That's a big day for Peyton because he's a big Dallas Stars fan and the
Dallas
Stars won.
fan. Yeah, that was a look. They broke the curse. They snapped the curse. Do you know the curse I'm referring to?
The curse of losing to the Golden Knights last year.
The curse of Natalie
Holloway.
I don't know what her last name is.
Oh,
it's the girl behind the bench, the blonde
with the big.
Yes.
Yeah.
Stars never win when she's there. That's always thought she's a plant by the other team, buying up tickets to distract them. She was there. and the amount of Stars fans that were panicked at the fact that she was there last night, and they still wind up winning. They broke the curse of Natalie. Good for them.
That is good.
It's good.
I look. I mean, she's worth a couple L's.
I'll take a little sip.
She's worth some regular season losses.
Her D's are worth some L's.
She's worth a game 1 and 2 loss. Okay, that's for sure.
As long as you rally.
As long as you rally.
I will go to a
As long
game
as you
7.
rally.
I will go to a game 7 for those scenic views.
Yeah, as long as you win in 7 games, it's all fine and dandy. I don't know if she was there games 1 and 2. I didn't see her. And you can't miss her. Like you
didn't see her, she wasn't there.
If you didn't see her, she wasn't there. And I'm convinced Pete DeBoer stands just to the side of her so she could be in full view. Because it sounded like Kenny Albert was about to drool all over himself during that game last night.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Albert family has some history here in Dallas.
They do. The Albert family absolutely has some history. But Wyatt Johnson's a superstar, man.
Dude,
and
he was so good in the series.
He was tremendous. What do you have, like 9 goals?
He was
quite 9.
and I know obviously it wasn't like line to line play like across from each other like the whole series or anything else, but like I mean he outscores Jack Eichel in this series.
He did. So like they're going to wind up going through the playoff here and then going through the West and they may go into each series without having the best player on the ice on paper.
I mean Wyatt Johnston is
right now he
the best player on the ice, period.
Well, maybe. But he's not like you go up against Colorado, it's McKinnon, and then obviously McDavid against Edmonton, and then Eichel in this series. But Wyatt outplayed Eichel at times, especially, and he was phenomenal. They don't move on without Wyatt Johnston. They're not in the 1 seed without Wyatt Johnston, and he's tremendous. His ceiling is obviously still up for grabs.
Ceiling is the roof.
Ceiling is the roof. Ceiling,
as Michael Jordan would say. No, and I mean, this is the note last night, by the way. The Stars are the second team in NHL history, Chop, to win it. This is very particular, but it's still impressive.
Okay.
Second team in NHL history to win a best-of-7 series against the reigning Stanley Cup champs after dropping each of the first 2 games at home.
Second team. Okay.
They joined the Avalanche, who beat the Red Wings in the 99 conference semifinals under the same circumstances. And I believe this is the first time the Stars have won a series. They did it as the North Stars, but I think this is the first time as the Stars that they've won a series losing the first 2 games. Period, I think.
Okay.
It's definitely at home, losing the first 2 games at home, but I think it's the first time the Stars have won a series where they lost the first 2.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Were they down 2-0 in the bubble?
Which, against who?
Calgary?
Let's look. I'll look that
Were they
up.
down 2-0 in that? I can't remember.
I don't think so. Because I know they took game 1 against Tampa Bay in the final. They beat the Knights in 5 games in the Western Conference.
No,
final.
they were down. They were 1-1 against.
They were 1-1
against Calgary.
That's right. They scored with like seconds to go.
Yeah.
In
OT,
game 2 to force OT.
903's mad. They say placenta talk during breakfast.
Hey, listen, man. Some people eat that.
We're all things to all. Yuck.
I'm dead serious.
I know. Tom Cruise did it.
Tom Cruise eats it.
Tom Cruise does a lot of things, though,
Yeah.
that I would not necessarily say we should all do those.
Probably. I mean, it's probably something. It's probably good for your dog. It's probably good for the dog hair.
Aren't you Mr. Food as Fuel?
Yeah, I'm food as fuel, but
Would
like
you go to that extent?
No, I'm also a texture eater. So
if I can deep fry a little bit, you'll be okay with it.
yeah, like, I won't eat. I don't
Gosh,
like.
could you imagine if that was fair food?
Oh my God, boy! You know what? You just gave someone an idea. Just gave someone's gonna come out there.
You ever
fried placenta?
Have you ever watched Deep Fried Dynasty on
No,
Hulu?
never heard of it.
So good. So it's basically
I have Hulu. I don't have Netflix, but I somehow have Hulu.
Okay, go to Hulu and watch Deep Fried Dynasty. It's it's basically showing all the different people who run booths at the State Fair of Texas, and the people who take 5% of beer sales and stuff like that, and give them to people who help them open their booth. So they show this these different guys, and there's one guy there. I think when they brought us in the food last year, they mentioned him. Fried Jesus is what they call him. One of the guys.
Jesus?
Yeah, because he's Mr. Deep fry everything. He came up with the deep fried butter and everything else. That seems like something that he would probably get into.
I wonder where you would get it. I mean, you would have to just go to hospitals and just say, "Hey, can I have your placentas?" Or maybe you go to what an odd
Hell of a
request.
question, yeah.
Just go let's go up to Parkland. Hey guys, what do you do with your placentas? Can I just have them when you're done? Just put them in some kind of a freezer box.
Speaking of placentas, 903 says the lady's name is Natalie Gavro.
Yeah, it sounds right. I know it's a
Sure.
it's a row. It's a row. I knew it was Reau at the end. I don't know the rest of the name.
I just know
Gavro.
I know it's DD at the end.
Gavro could be Gavro. That sounds like a hockey name.
It looks like John Favreau with a G.
It looks like a hockey name, Gavro. So yeah, but placenta talk, man. I'm in.
Yeah.
What do you do? Are you looking up placentas or her?
No, her.
Yeah, no. She's attractive. She's definitely she's a spy. But they broke the curse. They broke the Natalie Gavro curse. So that was good.
We should get her on. Just be like, what do you think about the Stars?
In studio.
Yeah, in
For an
studio.
In studio thing.
Yeah. And then we'll have Tiffany Gomez on to talk about the Mavs.
We will do plenty of Stars, Golden Knights Game 7, preview Stars, Avs, Mavs with a preview of their series that they have coming up. But with Oklahoma City. But, biggest event in DFW over the weekend, Bobby, was not the Mavs. It was not the Stars. It was
Kentucky
something
Derby.
else. And we will get into it next year on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up Monday in the G-Bag Nation, we'll
And a little reaction for the crowd.
Oh, that is
Little backhanded.
what do you mean a little backhand?
Play it again, Peyton.
Clark gets away with a little push. Fall away, buries it. And a little reaction for the crowd.
Caitlin Clark pushed off, like already talking about her. She's like,
Was that Wings TV?
ESPN 3. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, I should put it on there. You know, again, if Sean was here,
that was
you'd have written down who it was. Was that Kyle Yeomans on the call?
Reggie and KG on a Twitter space.
Stop it. Boy,
You like that?
Reggie Adel-Tulu will join us at 9 to talk Mavericks basketball. I cannot wait for you guys to hear about how that man passed up free tickets to see Caitlin Clark. He's a fake ally.
He's a fake ally.
Fake ally.
Well,
real misogynist.
All right,
that
so
Reggie Adel-Tulu.
we're gonna have Reggie in at 9, and then at 9:20, my favorite segment of the week already. Our hip hop rap beef insider, white redheaded Carter Freeman, will join us. I did this strictly.
It'll be the first
That's why
time he's
I
on
didn't
time
respond.
in his life.
I did
He'll
this.
actually be here.
I did this for 2 reasons. One, to make sure Ryan can get out of here on time, and 2, I wanted the situational irony of a redheaded dude being our rap insider. I thought that was kind of comical. I thought that had some irony to it.
That's why I didn't respond to your text, Chop. I knew it was Carter. I said, I'm not doing this.
Whoa.
Oh, you're not into the beef, huh?
No, well, me and Carter already have beef, you know.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
He's got beef with everyone
Listen,
here.
men have women have like they have their friends, they have gossiping, they have their things that they do. Men have 2 things. We have sports and rap battles. That's what we have. And this is one of our things that we have.
When you introduce him, will you introduce him as the Carter 3 Freeman?
That's a good question.
We have an intro for him. The kegger. The kegger.
Yeah.
Time for a crab session, baby. It's time for a rap battle, baby.
Yes, sir. Did you guys check? Did you check out your? I know, Bobby, you're big into Caitlin Clark.
No, see,
What did you watch more of, this or the Kentucky Derby?
Oh man, I actually saw a screenshot from the Kentucky Derby. So that
I saw some highlights of this. I didn't watch the game. I saw some highlights of this.
I knew Sean was out, so I knew I didn't have to watch this with Sean like faking his interest in Caitlin Clark basketball.
Yeah.
Do you see how upset he was on Friday that he didn't realize that it was Caitlin Clark's debut that night? He was like, "What? Oh gosh, we would have spent 4 hours on this if I would have known. We would have had on Wings Insiders.
Wings Insiders.
Yeah.
There you go. I didn't. I saw some highlights of this. She looked good. I'll give her that. I guess Diana Taurasi's wrong. Like, she was able to. Now it's preseason, right? So they're not really guarding bodying her up or whatever. But what?
No, just keep talking about it.
That's all I got, man. That's all I got. I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
No. It's this is something where I had gotten offered tickets. So I would have gone. I knew I was going to be working late on Friday, so I knew I couldn't go because I would have taken my daughter. She would have gone and watched it, and she would have enjoyed it. But I was not able to go, so I actually offered them up to Reggie, and I was like, Reggie, hey, I know you're a big Caitlin Clark fan. Here they are, free tickets. And Reggie goes, I'm going to the Mavs game tonight.
Well,
so this is a guy who, and that's what I was like, oh, would you like to join us at 9 a.m. then?
9 a.m.
To talk Mavs, since clearly you're a misogynist who doesn't actually watch preseason women's basketball.
Yeah.
But look, she's a big deal. The setup was like, I mean, the tickets were off the charts. Like, the average price to get in the door, I think, was like $120 for a preseason game.
I'll tell you, like, Division Street is bad enough. Trying to get in and out of UTA. For that night, for that game, that was a no for me, dog.
No, I'm look, I would normally be all about going to, Wings games. Big Wings guy myself.
I can tell.
But I was too overloaded, too busy, and wasn't able to make it out there. But big supporter of the Wings.
Big
you know
supporter.
that.
Good for you.
Yeah, you know that. And
Yeah,
you're
I
a
know.
big supporter now of Angel Reese.
I do like Angel Reese. I love what Angel Reese is doing. Angel Reese is signing with Reebok. This sports needs rivalries, and now we have one in Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese even more. We already had one, and now she is like, no, not going with Nike. I'm going with Reebok. She's a Shaq fan for one, but 2, she's like, I want to be the face of Reebok, and I want to bring Reebok back from the death.
And she can't do that if she's at Nike because
Caitlin Clark's there.
Caitlin Clark's there. So is that an admission already that she's not going to beat Caitlin Clark if she can't be the face of Nike? Because
Well, she can't be the face of Nike because it's MJ and LeBron and a million other people already.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I love it. I love what she's doing. Sport. This is how you get things to take off.
I thought the face of Nike was the child workers that they break labor laws for in other countries and stuff like that.
That's true. That's the thesis of Nike.
Yeah,
that's their mission statement.
The MJ F them kids. Man.
Yes, F them kids.
That was not just about the kids like who need shoes. It was about the kids making the shoes
right.
too.
Absolutely.
But you are down with this. You're down with.
I'm down with it, man.
In general, I do think that it does feel like that's something that we've lost in, like, that's what salary cap and free agency has killed more than anything else. It feels like is genuine rivalry.
Yeah.
That is one thing I love about them. It hasn't worked out well for them. They've got their ass kicked the last 3 times they've played them. But that is what I love about the 49ers-Cowboys thing that's going on right now.
Yeah.
Is that it feels like you're tapping into real, like, disdain for each other again.
Yes.
And like, having genuine... And even though, again, the 49ers have dominated this in recent years, the 49ers equally seem to have some distaste for the Cowboys. Like Kittle lifting up the F Dallas shirt, Deebo Samuel, as much as they're in a position where they've been the better team, he can't stop talking about Dallas whenever they come up.
It's great.
I am all in favor of more rivalries. And look, if Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark can give us that in the WNBA, I'm sure Sean would welcome that because that would give him more excuse to talk about the WNBA when he's back.
This is great for the game. I think it's really, really healthy. And Angel Reese is going to Reebok. The Rangers win the rubber match of their series against Kansas City.
And there's a swing, and there's a drive deep to right, hooking at the foul pole. It is history. Jonah Heim has tied the game. Hooking one down the right field line, just inside the pole. And we're deadlocked at 2.
Nate L with the call on the game you heard right here. And the Rangers get a single from Nate Lowe in the 10th inning, and they wind up winning this one 3-2. Holy smokes! They take the rubber match of this 3-game set.
Yep, but it's not without another effing injury. Wyatt Langford, it was mentioned by Bruce Bochy yesterday. Hamstring strain. Wyatt Langford out at least 3 weeks. And I know Wyatt Langford is not hit like we expected him to, but this is we're getting to this point, Chop, where it's like, I again don't think this is sustainable. Like they can't
with the way they're winning.
Just every week there's somebody else out with a multi-week injury. And it's not just pitchers anymore, it's position players, it's all over the organization. And I mean it's like at some point there's only so much next man up you can say before you're saying you're going to start playing below 500 baseball consistently because they don't have the depth. It's just they're getting decimated by injuries.
They are.
It reminds me of 2014.
They are.
The year Ron Washington got fired. Do you remember that was just they were every week it seemed like they were losing somebody else. And that's where they're at right now.
I'll tell you this. I do think this is a blessing in disguise for Wyatt. They don't have to send him down. He could just take some time, clear his head because he's been struggling, over the last what was he, 3 for his 20, last 25 going into Friday. He could just take some time. Mike Trout, when he had his bad start, he had a whole off season. They brought him up in September, and then the next year he comes back and he should have dang near won the MVP.
Maybe that's it. I mean, we did say he was Mike Trout,
and so he had a bad. Wyatt had a rough 30 games. Let him go back and reset, get healthy, figure things out, watch some film. I don't know, but maybe this is a blessing in disguise.
They need to get healthy though. They cannot take another injury. This is starting to run them down.
Totally agree. There's no way they can sustain this, but there you go. Hey, after last night, it's Sean and RJ, by the way, on 105 to the Fan. Sean is out for the all week and next week.
Coming up next.
He is having his child
in
an hour and 6 minutes.
Amanda's doing the work.
That thing is going to be ripped out of her stomach.
Stop saying it like
ripped
that.
Out.
Jeez.
And he's going to look right at the placenta and the intestines. I promise you that. But after last night, almost every team in DFW advanced out of the first round of the last 6 months.
Oh!
I bet you can't guess who that one team is.
The Wings.
We can't. It's not the Wings. It's all coming up next year on Sean and RJ 105 through the Fan.
We will gladly be.
Brent Smith back out for Foxa. Backhand shot. Stop!
Oh, man. Kenny
Let's go
Albert with the
Stars,
call.
baby.
Radek Foxa, the go-ahead series-winning goal for the Dallas Stars as they move on, and they will take on Colorado in the next round. Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Well, that was a fantastic game, and, you know, I'm on this group chat with a bunch of Stars fans, and we all said the same thing. And Vegas was lucky at times in this series where the Stars missed a ton of wide open halves of the net.
Yeah.
In this series, the Stars missed. And it was Vegas's turn last night. And they very easily, and we all said they were kind of fortunate to be tied at 1 after 2, especially after the Eichel missed. Vegas had kind of an open net in the first period as well. So I thought the Stars were kind of fortunate to be just tied and not down. And then, of course, I mean, they made him pay quick, real quick in that third period with the Foxa goal.
Yeah, I mean, that was inside the first minute, and I mean, Radek Foxa coming back and getting the goal. You get a little bit of the revenge from earlier in the series. Remember, game 1, we were all talking about, like, well, how ready is Stone going to be? How ready is Pietrangelo going to be? And then they come in there, and it's like, oh, okay, I guess it wasn't so bad. So Foxa missing the last couple games, and then coming in with just a big-time goal was absolutely huge. And that's pretty close to as loud, at least from the TV broadcast. That's about as loud as I've heard the AAC get in the last couple of years.
It's interesting. I have to think about that.
It was rocking. It was
rocking. There's no doubt about that. That was a wild night, and you could just sense it. And this is one of the things I love about playoff hockey, more so than any other playoff. And you can kind of get this in baseball too. Is, you know, with each clear of the puck, inside of, like, I don't know, 10, 11 minutes, you feel the energy start to build when you have a lead and you're the home team in a series clinching game. And I just think it's really fun and entertaining as a fan. Like in baseball, right? You know, each out after about the 5th inning, and you got like a 1 or 2 run lead. All right, it starts to build. And either the 7th and 8th, the whole place is going rowdy. And this was happening last night. I mean, with each clear, and they couldn't. You know, there was a time where they finally had to pull the goalie, and each time it just got louder and louder and louder and louder, and that place was ready to go.
Yeah, this one was. I mean, in this game 7, because I know you were worried about this when we were leaving on Friday. You were worried about the idea of having to play a game 7 against the Golden Knights, and it got forced there. What was your confidence level heading into this game?
I was so Friday night we went. Our buddy TK had his 60th, so we went to go. We went out to their party, and then after the game, went back to his place and watched Stars game, and we also were all just like, "Oh, I hate game 7s." This game 7 in hockey is like. I want no part of that. You get a hot goal, you're screwed.
Yeah.
Same with baseball. You get a pitcher that's just on his game, and you're done. So my confidence level was 51-49. It's just hockey.
And this was one that after the first 2 periods, that was so demoralizing. That second goal, that first goal of the game for Vegas, but the second goal of the game period was that was so demoralizing, and just felt like after 2 periods, it felt so even to me. Just
Last
like,
night? Yeah, it did.
Yeah,
And-
like that was just like, and it's one of those where it's like, well, I mean, this really could go either way in this third period, and you didn't feel great about it. And then they come out in the third period and they play
Great hockey.
probably their best third period
Dude,
of the series.
Vegas looked like they were skating in mud in the third period. And
It's just a different. It was a different.
Yeah.
They came out with 2 different mindsets.
and the Stars looked like they were skating in mud in the second.
Yeah.
The Vegas just outskated them in the second period, and the Stars came out in the third. And it's like, I don't know, they all took IVs during between periods.
And Otter was fantastic.
Yep, he
Otter
was.
was incredible. Wyatt Johnston was great throughout the series, and like I said, that goal with Fox coming back was absolutely huge. And it's funny, I was looking at this. Chop, every single game, if you take out the empty netters, every single game was a 1-goal game.
It's an even series, man.
It was.
It was an even series.
It was tight. Although I will say this, and I don't want to sound like a homer. I think overall over the course of 7 games, Peyton, tell me what you think about this. I think overall over the course of 7 games, even though it was a pretty even series, I feel pretty good that the Stars were better. Like, it felt like the Stars played better overall.
Yeah.
I think for over the course of 7 games.
Yeah, it's just the first 2 games were so, I think, heavy Vegas that, I mean, that's why it seemed a little lopsided.
But that was the thing that was weird, was that it didn't, even though they won the first 2 games and they had a lot of benefit.
I thought game 1 was mainly Vegas.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I think, what was it, Hagee or
It
something?
was the last 2 periods I thought in game 1 were Dallas. Yeah, but the first period they got worked. But I mean, outside of that, like, I felt like Dallas still played pretty well the first 2 games.
They were fine. They didn't get grossly outplayed. The Stars, they win this in 7, but they really won. They had to win. They won 5 games this year. They really had to win like 5 games. I thought they outplayed them in game 2.
They won 4-5 to end the series. I mean, that's impressive.
did.
To beat Vegas 4 out of 5.
Yeah,
really
it is.
impressive.
And I thought they outplayed them in game 2. So it's like they really had to win 5 games to win 4 in this series. And that's, you don't want to have to do that. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes that's just hockey. And now you get a really good Colorado team they've got players.
Now, you felt good. What was your claim? The winner of the Vegas?
Winner of the game last night, I think, represents the West.
And you still feel pretty good about that?
Still feel pretty good about that.
Even with Colorado.
Yeah. I mean, Colorado's good. But, the Stars are they're so deep. I mean, they run 4 lines out there that are, I mean, where's the hole? Show me the hole.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things that I was really impressed with when I heard,
I mean, like,
you're throwing me off here.
That's easy.
What are
Nils? He might be the hole, and that was a bad.
Ooh.
That was a bad back check. On that,
on the goal that was bad. But man, one of the things that was, I was reading some stuff last night, and one of the people who's just getting a ton of credit right now though is Jim Nill, just for like the roster that he's built here and the way that he's drafted. And I mean, Wyatt Johnston coming out of this, you remember they get Wyatt Johnston, who ends up being, for this series, like, he's not to say like, oh, he's better than Jack Eichel, but for this series, he was the best player on the ice for 7 games. And he was somebody that was a trade down, and you still get Wyatt Johnston. And the impact that he makes, he's 20 years old still.
I know.
He is 20.
I know.
And
it's
he
crazy.
was the best player on the ice. And again, Ottinger was just absolutely fantastic in this series and great in that third period.
And I love, this is so hot. This is a comment you would only make in a hockey post game. But when they were talking to Otter in the post on the ice, the girl was like, anything about Wyatt? I mean, he can't drink in the States yet. It's like, because in Canada it's 18 or whatever, 19. And it's like, that's only a comment. Like, you would never hear like somebody in the NBA like, you can't even drink in the United States yet.
Listen, look at this hoser. He can't even drink.
Here's Pete DeBoer. He is 8-0.
8-0, baby.
In deciding game 7s.
No, I can't. But I'm gonna. I'll own it and I'll roll with it until it stops. I mean, my explanation is a lot of great players, a lot of good fortune, some bounces. There's some double overtime games in there, some bad penalty calls that maybe the Vegas guys would remember. You don't. That doesn't happen. Unless you get a lot of really good fortune and a lot of really good players playing in front of you. And I think it's I'm fairly lucky, but I'll take it. It's a great thing to have.
Boy, Pete DeBoer, 8-0 in Game 7s. That's big time. Kyrie Irving, now after the Clippers series ended, 13-0 in his career in closeout games.
Really?
Yes. The Rangers go on the road and win every single game on the way to the World Series.
Yeah, they did. They were like, 11-0?
And the Cowboys at home against a 500 football team go down 48-16.
Hey, man.
It's one of those, like, you laugh so you don't cry.
So that's improvement.
No, it's not.
Not improvement
It's
yet.
improvement for everybody else in the city.
Now, here's the
And
improvement.
even the Wings beat Caitlin Clark the other night, you know?
Here's what the improvement is. It can't get worse. You got to hit
Man.
rock bottom.
Don't say that yet. It could definitely get worse.
What, they're the 1 seed and they lose? That could be worse?
I mean, worse could be 7-10 and you miss the playoffs completely.
Like, the 2 seed, like, think of it this way. Generally, the 2 seed plays they don't, not generally, they do. They have the easiest first game in the NFL playoffs, is the 2 seed. It ain't the 1 seed. The 1 seed potentially plays the 4.
Is this might be, and it always changes once it's into football season. I obviously know we're talking about the high of winning the World Series, being smack dab in the middle of a playoff run for the Mavericks and the Stars, and the Cowboys being in the offseason. But is this the first time you can remember since you've been here that the Cowboys feel like, in terms of interest and engagement and excitement, are clearly fourth? Now, people still talk about the most. I'm talking I'm talking about excitement about what the team is doing and just like being like super excited and invested. And man, there's a lot looking up here. They are clearly number 4 right now.
Yeah, from an excitement standpoint, they are clearly number 4. There's no doubt about that.
How would you let's go, Peyton? How would you rank the fan base excitement level for the 4 teams right now?
Ooh, I would say Mavs 1. I think
so.
Basketball takes over. Stars, man, they got a good fan base. I really do think that.
Stars fan base is more into it than the Mavs, I think, but the Mavs fan base is just bigger.
That's how DFW sports are, though. It's whoever's in the playoffs, whoever's making the run. That's who they migrate
I'll say this
to.
though: the Mavs. Well, I think the Stars have a more intense, like,
more rabid
game time atmosphere. Yeah. I do think that there's a lot of right now. You feel like, hey, Oklahoma City, they're young. And you can get Oklahoma City. And, oh, my gosh, if the Timberwolves take out Denver, you don't even have to go against Denver. And you've got 2 of the best players on the court at any given moment. Like, I just think there's a building sense of, like, oh, my gosh, this might be real with the Mavs.
Totally.
Whereas the Stars, definitely the same sort of thought. But it feels like
they've known
it also feels like you mentioned the Colorado series feels like more of a concern right now than maybe the Oklahoma City series does for Dallas.
Maybe.
They're both series that are going to be tough, but I think a lot of people feel like, well, there's a veteran basketball team in Dallas that's going up against Oklahoma City. There's a clear advantage there, and experience matters in the postseason. Whereas with the Stars, it's just that's tight. That could still be a coin flip kind of series. So
McKinnon could just heed that series for them.
But I mean, I think Peyton's got it right. I think right now it is probably Mavs, Stars, Rangers, Cowboys in terms of excitement.
In terms of excitement for the next game they play.
It is not the norm for things to be this low following a draft for the Cowboys in terms of the excitement level.
No, I think, though, that is generally what happens when any team doesn't draft a playmaker.
214 says the Cowboys are behind South Garland High School right now.
Fair.
Shout out to Garland, by the way. The Firehouse store in Garland
great.
Was fantastic.
It was great. It's good to get back out. But that's interesting you said, because but I do think when you have a draft and you don't draft a playmaker, like, who was the first playmaker they drafted?
For the Cowboys?
Yeah.
You wouldn't count a defensive end like that, probably
not,
Marshawn Nealon.
no.
So no, they the receiver Ryan Flournoy in the 6th round. So a skill position, it was the 6th.
That's tough to get excited over. Like, if you know what I mean, like fans don't generally get excited over guards and tackles being drafted. right? It's like, cool. That's a smart pick. Happy with it. I think it's, generally they say it's a safe pick, even though there's no such thing as a safe pick. But it's like, all right, you know what? Fine. This team they do well in the offensive line. You'll never go wrong. You'll never go wrong drafting O-line.
817 says Rangers just won the World Series, so I got to give them number one. Mavs are next in line because there aren't enough Stars fans. Then, of course, Stars are third. Then it's FC Dallas. Then it's Rough Riders, followed by Palmer Baseball, and then the Cowboys.
Palmer Baseball, huh? Wow. Okay.
Don't slight Keller softball there either, 817. Come on, you got to include them somewhere in there. The excitement level is through the roof.
Yeah.
We'll have more on that at 640, by the way. They were in the news this week.
They were, yeah. So note to all the teams out there, do not have Bobby as your number one super fan.
Wrong.
Or
We
you're
get
gonna have
dubs regardless.
Yeah, you may get wins, but you're gonna be shopping in the middle of this.
Shouldn't have made the joke about the cartel. I shouldn't have made the joke about the cartel on Friday.
Yeah.
Because they went, well, we'll show you.
We'll show you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I got my own dealings with that. We're going to Mexico in a couple of weeks.
Woo!
My mom sent me a text. Bill O'Reilly says it's very dangerous down in Cancun. I would not go there. I'm like, well, we're going, Ma. She goes, the cartel runs everything. I know. That's the point. It's probably safer.
They have the Cinecola cartel down there. They just lop heads
That's
off.
the other side of the country. That's the other side of the country. Okay. God, I'm having to deal with that. It's nuts. Nuts, I tell you. Mavs moving on to the West semis. And is it possible the West is the Mavs to lose? It's Sean and RJ. We'll talk about that coming up next here on 105 Through the Fan.
If you're a new listener to Sean.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Weight Loss. That's soda. Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
17 offensive rebounds for the Dallas Mavericks. Irvin dancing, prancing, pulls up, three-pointer, bang! And a foul!
ABC with the call. Mavs get the victory over the LA Clippers in game number, 6?
Yep.
As they move on, and they will take on the Oklahoma City Thunder in the next round, 114-101. They win that series 4-2. And, man, what they did, or what those two players on the other team, Paul George or James Harden, didn't do in the final 2 games.
Before we get to that, since we just played that clip, that was absurd what Kyrie did to PJ Tucker there.
He's absurd.
My gosh. That is like the way he just crossed it. LeBron, I think, tweeted it at the time. He's like, "You're disgusting, Kai." And like everybody's
he can be.
That was it was over. Like right there. And I mean, they were up like 20 at that point with 6-7 minutes left when he did that. But it was just like, yeah, your spirit's crushed at this point. How does PJ Tucker stay in a game? Is there a less fit looking NBA player than PJ Tucker? Like, doesn't it look like he's man, he looks.
I never paid attention to it.
Really? Peyton, stand with me on this. PJ Tucker does not look like he belongs on a basketball floor, just like when you see everybody standing next to each other.
Yeah, he's out of shape, looks like it.
He's out of shape. He looks 45 years old.
I mean, he looks old. I never noticed like him being like fat.
That's what I think of Al Horford, though. I don't think he looks in shape, but I mean, he's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I don't look at Al Horford and think he's out of shape.
Really?
I guess I shouldn't judge a book by its cover.
His build is just different, I guess.
That's what I tell people. My build's different.
Your build's you're just big boned.
You're not fat and big.
I mean, how old is PJ Tucker though? I mean, he's got to be 36, 39,
39, 40, something like that. He's older.
Yeah, like that's just what happens.
He's 39.
He's just what happens when you get old. Been in the league forever.
That's what I hear.
It's funny. It's like you forget like KD's like his mid-30s.
Yeah. And playing for the Suns, he's absolutely mid-30s. Yeah.
Mid.
Yeah, that mid basketball team. But James Harden, Paul George.
56 points combined for those two in the last 2 games. 56 combined points.
You haven't seen playoff P, have you?
We have not seen playoff
2
P.
for 16 from 3 in the final game.
Between
those two.
Just total between the two, yeah.
Yep.
That's bad. That's bad. Now, he's going to go somewhere maybe this offseason. There's talk of like Philadelphia, maybe New York.
Maybe Dallas.
I'd take him here.
I would not.
I mean, I would absolutely take him here. He's a good player. I mean, but you don't need him to be the one.
I don't know, man. That dude's been a cancer in a couple different.
You think he's
spots.
been a cancer?
Yeah.
You know, when he was at OKC, I don't know if it fooled people, but he was like second in the MVP when he got traded.
Yeah, he was. No, he was really good. And I mean, he was young. I can't get out of my and not that like, well, this is what I've held to him throughout his entire career. But I just remember the Thunder won game 2 of that series. I think that was the one game they won against the Mavericks in the West Finals in 2011. And I remember he hits a shot that kind of iced the game, like put him up something like 8 with a minute left or something like that. Dallas called time Harden.
Okay, yeah. I think they were talking about Paul George still.
Oh, no.
I was like, wait a second.
No,
he wasn't there?
No. See, well, that's why I thought you were talking about Harden this whole time. That's why I said he's a cancer. You're talking about
Harden
Paul George.
That's about Paul George.
Yes.
That's about Paul George.
See, look, the bio details are too close. We're saying you're talking about when he was at OKC.
Yeah, they are.
I said he was second MVP. I was like, I didn't know he was second, but I mean, he was good in OKC.
I agree. I would not want Harden, but I would take Paul George.
That dude just disappears. That dude disappears.
But if you don't need him to be the one.
But you do need him.
Yeah.
You would need him. I don't want to rely on him in a postseason at all.
It's playoff P.
Yeah, that's what I hear. But no, this was completely predictable. It felt like, I think we all felt like on Friday, the team we felt better about for game 6 was the Mavs.
Yeah, and then it turns out being right. You know, the Mavs win game 6, Stars lose game 6.
This just wasn't even, I mean, this was not even, I don't think this series was even as close as 6 games.
No, and I'm bummed.
Game 3, it took just miraculous shooting from the Clippers. They beat you down in game 1, no doubt about it.
Mm-hmm.
They absolutely whooped you. Game 3, it's 4. Just four. Game 4, it's impossible shooting from the Clippers. That's just not sustainable. If they shoot 50% from 3 in that game, the Mavericks win by 10. And so to me, it's just you look at it and go, all right, that was a tough game of bad luck, but overall, Dallas was just a better team than the Clippers at this point. And now it sets you up to get Oklahoma City, which is a really good basketball team and was really good in the opening round of the playoffs. Outside of that first game they played where they struggled a little bit, they pretty much handled their business the way they needed to. But man, Dallas, I think, is in a great position to snatch this series because of just how young and fresh Oklahoma City is. I think Oklahoma City is a really good basketball team, but Dallas has shown, especially they beat them once already post-Gafford trade, beat them down soundly. And the other game that they played against them after the trade that they lost, Luka was out. Luka sat out, and they still kept it relatively competitive throughout the game.
And get this, in Vegas right now, the Mavs have a better chance of beating Oklahoma City than Denver does against Minnesota.
Because Denver's already down 1-0.
Because Denver's already down 1.
Yeah.
It's, Denver's plus 115, the Mavs are plus 105. Mavs are even money. Thunder minus 125. So we're talking about a 52-48 series here. Denver's plus 115, Minnesota's minus 135. The other series, Boston is minus 1,600 against the Cavs. Cavs are plus 800, so 8-1. And then Indiana's 2-1, and the Knicks are minus 260.
Are we going to talk about the way the Mavs got screwed on this scheduling, or the way we got screwed on this scheduling?
We got
Mavs
screwed
Thunder?
because they're all at the same time.
Well, not just the same time. Why are we still getting 8:30 tips and 8:30 puck drops?
Oh, because both of us are Central Time Zone teams, and that makes sense. Now, Colorado is a Mountain Time Zone, which I'm told is a rumor.
Tuesday, Thursday, we are going to need like the picture-in-picture. Well, I mean, that's what I'll have. I don't know what you got with your broke boy setup, but
thanks to our TV.
You've got the Mavs and the Thunder and the Avalanche and the Stars tomorrow night both start at 8:30.
The good news is that with hockey, there's a 20-minute intermission where you can turn over. Two of them. Yeah, you just hope that they don't coincide with halftime.
Yeah, which they shouldn't.
I think Friday's game did that because or for a little bit at least.
A little bit it did, but they staggered them by about a half hour, right? Mm-hmm. It was staggered a little bit.
Now with the 8:30 official start, who actually starts closer to on time? It's Mavs Thunder, right?
Mavs will start.
Stars Avalanche feels like it'll be 8:51.
You know what? Having done all the Mavs games for years.
Well,
the NBA does slide too. They usually slide though to around.
They're close to like 8:40. Yeah.
So it'll be a little bit later than 8:30. It'll probably be about 8:45. So I think the Mavs will start first.
How are you prioritizing your viewing on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys Hotline? For these two games, Tuesday and Thursday, Mavs and Thunder, Avalanche and Stars are starting at the same exact time, 8:30. So how are you going to break up your viewing? What are you prioritizing if you don't have the two TV setup, whatever else? If you can only focus on one, are you focusing on Mavs Thunder or Avalanche Stars on Tuesday night? 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Peyton Russell, what are you going to be prioritizing?
I'm probably going to go Mavs. More scoring there. The Stars, you can kind of, you can kind of keep up with on the phone with a little bit, see the time go down, maybe change over when it gets late in the first or when the Stars are on a power play. But Mavs are, and OKC are going to be back and forth so much. I'll probably go Mavs, but I'll go back and forth for sure.
Chop.
I guess I'll probably prioritize the Stars game. I'm going to try to go to one of them, the first two.
Well,
not tomorrow.
It's a late start. You wouldn't try for you can't try for Saturday for the Stars game.
Right. No, I'll probably try for Thursday. I could deal with a Thursday, late night.
Man,
just one day.
That's tired.
It is, but if I do it Tuesday, it ruins my last 3 days of my week. If I do it on Thursday, I can handle that. So I'll try to go to Thursday's game. I'll prioritize the Stars.
I'll go picture-in-picture, but the sound is going to be up on the Mavs game for me. Because I do think, I was talking about last segment, the idea of, where is the most energy behind right now? Where is the most excitement? It is behind the. I do feel better about this Mavs Thunder series. I saw it. I think it was Chris Strong tweeted it last night. One of our fantastic board ops who is better when they fill in for Peyton.
They'll be here in a couple weeks.
Chris had tweeted last night like the Avalanche are coming off 8 days of rest going into the series.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Mavs are going to have a day, or Stars are going to have a day and then roll in to this series here. But
that could be good. I mean, like sometimes you get a goalie that sits around for a while, and all of a sudden there's a chance the Stars get an easy goal in the first period.
What is more likely? The Mavs and the Stars both end up in the conference finals, or neither one of them do?
What's more likely?
Yeah.
More likely they both end up there.
Peyton?
Ooh, I would say neither, because I'm scared of Colorado, man.
I am too.
That's a really good team.
And the Thunder were better throughout the year than the Mavericks.
Yeah, and but if it was either both or neither, I would say neither.
What a hater. From the 940 Mavs, no question. From the 817, this is David from Midlothian. I'll start with the Stars, then the Mavs, but I'll go off of who's ahead in the series. Okay. Let's see. Stars, do the history between them and the Avs. That's true.
This is a very historic rivalry.
Actually, both of them are. Not historic, but the Mavs and the Thunder, I mean, there's a rivalry there. Not as big, but there is a rivalry there.
They've had some bouts. They had the
half of the Thunder fans are former Mav fans, probably.
Okay, so you saw what the Thunder are doing, right?
Yes.
With the ticket sales?
Yeah.
So the Thunder are blocking any
Texas
purchases.
Any Texas.
Not just Texas, though. It's like they're limiting it to
Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, Arkansas.
That's it. So like you can't come from Colorado even and buy tickets. It has to be from one of those like 5 states there.
But that's only if you go through the OKC website.
It's only if you go
through if you go through like third party.
You'll have to go third party to make it happen. But to get like face value tickets when they're on sale, you would have to go through there. Which more teams that seems A, relatively insecure. B, if you're the Thunder, or you really want to cut off, I would think you do have a fan base here in North Texas.
You probably have a fan base like Sherman, Gainesville.
And you're going to cut those people off.
Yeah. What are you going to do, man? They're trying. They know they're the Mavs.
Do we feel like the Mavs are a big traveling team?
I don't think so, but maybe there's.
And isn't there a greater threat of just from the years that Dallas had already been in place before the Thunder got to Oklahoma City? Isn't there a decent likelihood that you're still going to get a bunch of Mavs fans, even if you're allowing people from Oklahoma to purchase?
For sure. It's not like what they're doing with the Carolina Hurricanes, who aren't allowing any. You have to be a Carolina resident to buy tickets for this thing because they're scared the Ranger fans are going to buy all the tickets. As if Ranger fans are just going to drive 8 hours to go to a game in Raleigh.
Boy, we saw the way the Knicks fans traveled.
Yeah, that's the Philly. Half of Knicks fan base lives in Jersey. It's that's completely different. This is like going down from Jersey or New York to North Carolina. To go to a
Carolina
hockey game?
in my mind.
So that's anyway. I'm excited for both these series. I will probably start with the Stars game tomorrow night. Try to go on Thursday, but we got you covered here on 105.
We do.
Fan
We're gonna have it
for everything, including Keller softball. Bobby has a little update on that. He went last week, and then of course they had a major issue,
all in the news this weekend,
being in the news. And then our good friend Michael Irvin, he is on the market. I talked to him about it over the weekend. We will get into all that coming up next here on Sean and RJ. Happy to be with you on a Monday morning on 105 to the Fan. Let's get you over to Platinum.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Good morning, DFW. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. What a weekend it was in DFW sports. Mavs win. Stars win. Both advancing. Rangers take 2 of 3.
Cowboys were all in.
Cowboys were all in. They didn't lose. Bobby's Dallas Wings get a big victory over Caitlin Clark's Indiana Fever.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Caitlin Clark's.
You like that?
I was gonna make a who'd she lose to in the title? What was the team South
Carolina?
Damn, I should have. I was gonna say you're gonna have to change our name to the Dallas Staleys. The way we control Caitlin Clark.
Bobby's got a little update here coming up here in a second on a local story, but I want to touch on this. The great Michael Irvin is out at NFL Network.
A lot of people out at NFL Network.
A lot of people out at NFL Network.
What about you, Bobby?
This is a decade and a half.
Nope, they prioritized me. They
prioritized for a
me.
long time.
Mm-hmm.
And I texted him over the weekend. He said he's not going back. He's getting out now, taking his buyout and getting out now. They're selling to ESPN and what, Netflix?
Is that the plan? I don't know specifically the plan.
So it's
if they
bummer
do
to
that,
see.
They
Michael
do that.
out.
Doesn't that mean I would be teammates with Dan Orlovsky technically?
Yeah, you would, and you wouldn't be able to say anything bad about him.
Guess who would have to quit at that point?
You, him, one of the two.
One of us.
One of you. You can't. There's no room for both of you.
Look, I've already run off Michael Irvin. Don't make me run off Dan Orlovsky.
Michael Irvin.
That was me. I said, look, you got to pick.
The boys from 105.3.
I said, me or Michael Irvin.
That's right. They chose you for sure.
I'm just kidding. I love Mike. Jane to this day jokes about, she'll reflect back on the first training camp I was at NFL Network with, and she's like, my favorite image in my head is you just walking around being Michael Irvin's B. You're carrying around his little Gucci backpack for him while he's running around the field. Because my whole job that day was follow Mike. Just follow Mike, and when it's time for him to be on the air, bring him over here. I was like, that sounds easy enough, and everybody's like, no. Michael has free reign of the practice field that you don't. So Michael can walk out to the middle of the field to go talk to Jerry.
Whatever he wants.
And so they're like, you can't just go get him. And so they're like, you're gonna have to go get Joe Trahan or
go get him.
Scott Golnick or something. Like, hey, be within reach of them to be able to tell them, hey, he's got to be on set in 60 seconds. Can you go get him for me? Because you cannot run out there. They will tackle you.
So the TV crew can go out there, right?
No, I cannot. I'm not allowed to step on there.
I thought because Hard Knocks has been out there.
Yeah, Hard Knocks is NFL Films. It's different. Like with us, with NFL Network, they're out there supposed to, they're credentialed to be on the field and shoot. We, even at NFL Network, we have to be behind that same line. Ooh. That one where they're like, behind the line, please.
So Glazer can go out there and Schefter and stuff. Peter King. I know Peter King's been out there.
Right. Like if they have the right credentials for it that day, they can. But for instance, Ian Rappaport, even when he's on set, Ian can't just walk out in the middle of the field. They'll pull him off the field.
Yeah. Michael, any former players got they have autonomy.
Especially that guy.
Especially
that hero to this organization.
Yes, that hero to this organization.
So what was Mike saying? He's just saying
taking my buyout and going. We'll see where he ends up. Amazon is somebody else going to get into the NFL space?
He's so good on TV.
He
really is.
He has to be on TV. Let's see who's on that Amazon set. It's Fitzpatrick, Sherman, and Whitworth.
Yep.
Carissa Thompson is on there too, I think.
She's on more than that. What?
Poppy.
I just mean she's also on Fox Sports. She does some of the Fox stuff.
So is there room on that set for Mike? I mean,
look,
I would have
no problem with him
jettisoning off one of those three.
In my opinion, you make room for Mike.
You make room for Mike.
Regardless.
All right, so Amazon's a spot. I don't think ESPN's in the cards, knowing them.
I mean, he's already doing what? He's doing, which one is he on right now? Undisputed? He's rotating on, Michael?
Yeah, so FS1.
Yeah, so he's doing some FS1 stuff.
I could see him going to Fox.
Sure. I mean, him permanently on Undisputed would make that a better show.
Oh, 1,000%. 100% better show. So I can see that.
And then you'd have an actual Cowboy fan on that broadcast.
Yeah, and I don't see CBS, although they made changes. They got rid of Boomer and Phil. They brought in Matt Ryan and JJ.
Mid.
Is that who they brought in, JJ?
Yeah.
Who may go back to Houston, play for the Texans if D'Amico needs him. That's what he said over the weekend.
Yeah, why even say that? Unless that's what you want. You want them to call and say, we need you.
It was very odd. It was very odd. We'll play here in a second. It was very odd, I thought, for him to say that. Actually, we won't. It's not a big deal.
We'll play it at 8:40. We'll talk about it in below the belt.
It was a very odd thing for him to say, but I could see Michael going to FS1 permanently with Undisputed. I could see him going to the Fox crew for the pregame. I don't know. It's tough because without ESPN, which I don't think that's in play for him at all. You kind of run. That's where a lion's share of the shows are. Unless I do think maybe that's that Showtime show they've got, that Inside the NFL.
Yeah. Could be involved in that.
I could see that because Iggy's already on it.
Like I said, he's really good. I mean, he's really good on TV. He was really good on here until I scared him off from coming on anymore. As soon as I joined the show, he's like, no, not doing those hits anymore. That was my fault.
Difficult,
but
very difficult.
Best of luck to Michael Irvin.
All right, so tell us what happened. What's next?
I'll tell you what happened. The neighborhood watch was at it.
What? It's Thursday?
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
All right, so the neighborhood watch.
Gosh.
This is twice now we've been ahead of everybody.
A special Monday edition of the neighborhood watch.
It's a mini watch. Okay, it's a very concentrated watch.
We're peeking.
Yeah, exactly. So a couple weeks ago, you remember, Chop, what were we ahead of? I said, hey, there's something funny going on with this Frontier stuff, this Frontier Communications and some of these internet things. I was like, it feels like maybe some ransomware or something like that. It feels like we're gonna have a shoe drop here soon. And what happened? Shoe dropped the next day, and we found out, oh, Frontier actually was hacked essentially. And I was ahead of that. The Neighborhood Watch was ahead of that. Scooped the lame stream media, as we call them.
You know who else was hacked?
Who?
If you tried to file your property taxes, Tarrant County was hacked, and then Denton County was hacked.
This is starting to concern me. How many different I know. Servers are getting hacked into?
Who is using the password 12345 at the servers at these companies? How does that happen?
Yeah, it's a good question. What's your password? What do you use? Oh, okay. All right. So your password.
I have used your mom. I have used your password. Your mom.
So your password's been expired for 18 years or whatever. Okay. Anyway, so the second thing we're ahead of, everybody was talking about Keller softball on Friday and over the weekend, Chop.
Yeah.
They are the official girls high school softball team of the morning show. Keller softball. Jessica Paul's the assistant coach over there. Coach Cribbs. Great team, great girls, great families over there, big time listeners. All the parents over there at Keller listen to us a ton. And so we love them over there. And Friday, after I'd gone to Midland, come back, I got a text saying, hey, you're not going to believe this. Our bus was broken into in Midland, and all of the equipment was stolen off the bus. And I don't have a great frame of reference for this, Chop. A softball bat. So when they have 20 of those and those go missing, and their gloves and everything else, roughly, give me a range of where a softball bat might run you.
Knowing baseball, a good one, $350.
Jeez,
at least.
So times 20, that would seem like a valuable asset to somebody. I'm sure. Who knows that's sitting there?
I mean, you could maybe get one, like a year-old one, not like a year-old used one, but a new one that's like the previous generation for $249.
So
maybe.
So They got everything stolen.
Oh.
All their gloves, all their bats, everything else before this game against El Paso Eastwood.
So this would have been Friday. They got it.
Friday, yeah. So overnight, when I was driving back, their bus was getting broken into, and everything was getting stolen off of it. Personal items, everything. And so this is partially my fault. I did say that.
You told them where they were staying.
I did say that Keller owned El Paso now, and it was no longer the cartel. And the cartel, I guess, they got us back. Is what happened here. And they said, "We'll show you. We're gonna get your stuff." But this was a big story. A lot of different people got involved. I know the Texas Rangers, when they found out about this, they sent some money over. I know different schools in the area, different people in the softball network, like Midland College, I believe, donated some stuff. Academy gave them some discounts. I know Michael Geen, a guy, a great individual, part of the softball community here in North Texas. He had reached out. He was helping out. So there was a lot of great people who were involved in this. And CBS 11 afterwards did a story on Keller softball and this awful situation that happened Friday that actually turned into a bright spot as Keller won the series one Friday night with used equipment. But here was CBS 11's report on it.
The Keller High School women's softball team returning to North Texas victorious after winning the second round of the playoffs in Midland on Friday. But this win wasn't an easy one.
This could have gone one of two ways. It could have really just been a negative turning point.
Assistant coach Jessica Pauls says just hours before Friday's game, the team discovered all 18 bags of their team's equipment was stolen off the bus.
What went through your mind when you realized all your equipment's gone?
I thought it was a fever dream, to be honest with you. Like, I couldn't believe it. Just seemed like something out of a movie that we were making up.
An air tag in one of the bags led police and parents to a dumpster at an Odessa apartment, but only some of the bags were there. The equipment nowhere in sight. But that's when social media stepped in. People across Midland and DFW flooding the team with donations of new and used equipment. The Texas Rangers even donating $1,000 to the team, and Academy and Dick's Sporting Goods also giving the team a discount.
No matter the equipment, we're gonna win a ball game, borrowed equipment or not. We got a bunch of gloves and a bunch of bats and a bunch of helmets that didn't belong to any of us, and we went out and we won a playoff game. And it was incredible. It was awesome.
The Indians ended up winning against El Paso Eastwood 4-2. Detectives even finding the rest of the equipment the next day on the side of a highway. Some of the gear damaged, but the girls' gloves and sentimental items were all intact.
So awesome end of the story there for Keller softball. They did find a lot of their items. So all that extra equipment they got at Academy and everything like that.
Just took it back.
No, I talked to Jessica Pauls, the coach, who's a big time Tolo, along with her husband Aaron, and she had said that they were in the process of trying to figure out they're going to donate it around town and give back to the softball community and everything else, the stuff that they bought while they were out there. But found everything ultimately. One big time performance once again from Tarleton State's own, future own, Sadie Beck, come through as an honorary Texan. But congratulations to Keller.
That's good.
Awesome news. And they will be playing in round 3. I think the details will be announced this week. They'll be playing against Easton, I think is the name of the school, in Hazlitt. And so Peyton Russell, I'm going to drag Peyton Russell to a game.
I can't believe they got their stuff stolen. That's
awful.
That's
well, somebody texted, they went, "Welcome to West Texas, LOL." So awesome news for Keller,
man.
and good job, girls.
Wow. Okay. Good job by the Keller softball. Stars win. Mavs win. Rangers win. Is it Mystic Dan wins? Everybody wins. It was a great weekend in sports at DFW.
Except El Paso.
Except for El Paso. El Paso, thank you, Bobby. El Paso loses. We'll get into it all coming up next year on 105 to the Fan.
We have you covered.
true, but you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Here's Craig Smith, back out for Foxer. Backhand shot, score!
Oh, that is a great go-ahead goal from Radek Foxa, the game winner, the series winner for him. And Kenny Albert with the call on TBS and True TV was on both. I initially went to TNT. I was like, because this game should have been on TNT because it was on TNT the night before. And
Dynamite.
I was like, well, why is it on TBS tonight? But it was. And anyway, the Stars get the victory over the Vegas Golden Knights. They beat the champs in 7 games, so there will be a new Stanley Cup champion this year, and it will be your Dallas Stars.
Do you want me to, since it's a tradition, and shout out to Sean Sharif right now, as he should be welcoming a new child right about now. With Sean out, though, I still feel it's necessary to reference moneypuck.com because Sean's not here, but it doesn't mean that we can't still do it the same way.
All right, so what does
deserve to win a meter?
Deserve
to win a meter.
So hockey.
Okay.
That's so Canadian.
Of the 1,000 simulations that they've done, given the shots on goal and everything else that related to the analytics.
SOG.
After 2 periods, it was 50-50 on the deserve to win a meter. It was that close. And the Stars were so great in the 3rd period that by the end of the game, it was 68% Stars deserve to win.
They skated phenomenally.
Stars had more expected goals in every single game this series than the Golden Knights.
They skated phenomenally in the 3rd. And then, in the 2nd period, they did not, I didn't think, they were sluggish. Vegas was much, much faster than they were in the 2nd period. And then you get to the 3rd period, it's like Vegas went in there, ate like crap, and the Stars took IVs, and they came out, and it looked like they were playing a completely different sport in the 3rd period. They played well. and right up the get-go. With it not even a minute in, Foxa gets that game winner.
Yeah. How much were you sweating like the last 5 minutes, though?
You know, honestly, like the last two games, I thought Vegas did a great job in Game 6, killing off the Stars at the end, not allowing them. I mean, the Vegas had the puck in there in the Stars zone for, gosh, seemed like half the time it was in at the very, very end. In the last 3-4 minutes, they couldn't get it out. And I thought the Stars did a really good job. Now, at the very end, in the last 45 seconds, a minute, it got dicey because Vegas had a couple of chances there. But they even mentioned this on the broadcast. Vegas, it took them a long time before they were actually just shooting and getting pucks on net. They were trying to redirect. They were trying to do all kinds of different stuff instead of just throwing the puck on net. For whatever reason, they didn't do it. And we'll see what the Spits and Suds podcast has to say about that.
Here's a wild note I heard last night. Who led all players last night in hits?
All players?
All of them. Between the Golden Knights and the Stars.
Ottinger.
Wyatt Johnston.
Yeah, Otter knocked down. He got a penalty for it. He didn't think it was a penalty. Wyatt, okay.
Wyatt Johnston.
Wow.
Like that's just
20-year-old.
20-year-old.
Getting in the muck.
Just offensive stud Wyatt Johnston getting into it.
Man, they did a great job on Marsh's show over the last 4 games. He was a ghost. After game 2, he was a ghost. They did a great job on him. Really good job. Well done. And now they go on to play Colorado, who's got, again, the perceived best player on the ice going into the series of McKinnon. And they'll play McDavid in the West Finals, who's going to have the perceived best player on the ice in Edmonton.
And just like the first round
with Eichel,
where there was a perceived best player, the reality of who the best player will be Wyatt Johnston.
Reality is different.
And then he'll go up to Canada for a drink with Jake Ottinger.
Yes. Yeah, when they go play Edmonton.
Yeah.
In the in the
He'll
second,
have one up there.
In the third round for Game 3, right before Game 3, he's going to go have his first drink.
Yeah.
Or they'll probably call it a pop.
Just a couple of hosers having a Crown Royal.
A couple of belts. Have a Crown Royal. Very
I don't
nice.
know any other Canadian drinks.
Very, very nice.
They'll have a clearly Canadian with Crown Royal.
All right, so Stars, they will get going tomorrow night, 8:30, right?
8:30 puck drop, 8:30 tip-off for the Mavs. We are just destined to be exhausted for the next 2 weeks. They're like, hey, you think Sean Sharif's going to be the only one not getting any sleep with a new baby in the house? Not so fast, my friends. You also will be getting no sleep watching these games till probably damn near midnight.
Yep.
So
dang near, well, not quite. 8:30, it'll probably be 11 o'clock when these things end. But we'll be later than that because it won't start till 8:50 and 8:45.
The Rangers are in Oakland tonight. There you go. That's 8:40.
Everything is West Coast time.
We are in the wrong.
I'm not
time
even
zone,
kidding.
man.
I'm dead serious considering watching one of those games up here, so that I can then just sleep here.
Oh, one of the Tuesday night, Thursday night games?
Yeah.
I can see that. I can see you doing that. Rangers get a victory in extras over the Royals.
And again, the 1-2. And there's a drive out into right field. It falls for the base hit. In to score is Tavares. Seager scoots up to second. RBI knock for Nathaniel Lowe to give Texas a 3-2 lead.
Hixie with the call to game you heard right here. Rangers take the series from Kansas City, winning the final 2 games of that series, and they win this one 3-2 in extras. But
yeah, and only got to extras because thank God for Jonah Heim coming through with the big home run in the top of the ninth to tie the game. But John Gray was really good in this game once again. This is back-to-back really good starts for him, and they need it now. You got Nate Eovaldi going to the IL. We had talked about Evaldi's groin injury on Friday. That he ended up on the IL after we got off the air, after we got done with the Firehouse tour. But Eovaldi ends up on the IL, and then Bruce Bochy tells us yesterday, probably 3 to 4 weeks that you're without Wyatt Langford now with a hamstring strain. They are just getting
easier, man.
Absolutely destroyed by injuries on this baseball team right now.
Sucks.
I mean,
it sucks.
What was that? We talked about it on Friday. What is it's like now that Evaldi's on the IL? There's $108 million in 2024 salary just sitting on your injured list right now with pitchers.
Their pitcher IL is, I mean, find me a better rotation.
You can't. I mean,
insane.
Malley, Scherzer, DeGrom,
Malley's
Eovaldi.
your 5.
Yeah,
Malley's your 5.
I mean, it's absurd that they are getting destroyed by these injuries right now. And it started, it felt like it was just pitching for a while there. Then, okay, you had Seager not quite ready at the start of spring training. Then Young gets hurt really early in the season. Now you've got Wyatt Langford going down. We have the Brock Burke issue. It's just injury after injury. And it's like at some point, they got to be able to breathe. They got to be able to breathe and catch up to this a little bit. This is just absolutely destroying them.
It is. It's so many. And I mean, so many injuries that you just can't overcome. Like after a while, you just won't be able to overcome these.
I mean, look,
they're doing a great job.
Yeah. And again, it's really impressive the way that, you see somebody like John Gray step up and pitch. We've seen that Dane Dunning has more swing and miss stuff working for him this year. It's just been really disappointing to see, like, the offense has not come around the way you expected to. And then as soon as you start feeling like, okay, you're getting something back. Okay, we've got Corey Seager back and ready and healthy in time for the season. Okay, well, then Josh Young gets hurt. It's like, okay, well, we brought Nathaniel Lowe back just in time. Okay, Nathaniel Lowe gets back, and now Wyatt Langford's hurt. And Wyatt Langford obviously hadn't been hitting the way we wanted. But, man, it's just there's got to be at some point where you feel like the law of averages just has to say this is going to slow down. But it's not. To this point, a month into the season, they're just getting ravaged by injuries.
They are. I mean, sooner or later, you hope it ends. My gosh, but you hope it ends before they just can't keep up with it anymore. So the Rangers do get the victory over the Kansas City Royals, and again, they are in Oakland tonight. It is an 8:40 first pitch in the game. You can hear right here. Now, thankfully, Peyton and Bobby, the next three games are all afternoon, early evening.
Thank goodness. And a doubleheader Wednesday, scheduled doubleheader.
Yes.
I hate that.
So they've got 2:30 tomorrow, and then 2:30, 5:30.
What do you mean? Thankfully, so we're just supposed to celebrate like G-Bag getting easy days, easy broadcast days.
I don't care about them. I care about me not having to stay up late.
I'm having to get up at 5:30. You're telling me to celebrate G-Bag getting 1 hour shows?
That's fine. Whatever. They're gonna get those anyway.
No, absolutely.
They're gonna get them anyway. That's a very strange scheduled doubleheader, but whatever.
By the way, back-to-back starts now for Jack Leiter that have looked really good. 6 innings, 1 hit allowed, no runs, 8 strikeouts on April 25th. And then just over the weekend against Albuquerque, he went 5 innings, gave up 2 runs, struck out 4. So he's hopefully starting to settle down a little bit because, gosh, if you get one more injury to start in rotation, you're probably going to have to pull him right back up.
Yep, again. You might have to. There you go. The next big event over the weekend. Well, on Friday you had the Mavs, but on Saturday you had the Run for the Roses.
It is Mystic Dan down toward the outside with the lead in the final 16. Forever Young. Sierra Leone is coming. These three coming down to the wire. Who's it going to be? Oh, it's a photo of the Derby. Oh, it's a photo. Was it Mystic Dan or was it Sierra Leone? Forever Young was between them. Catching freedom. Finish fourth. A photo finish to decide the 150th Kentucky Derby.
And it was Mystic Dan in a photo finish, super close. As close as the NASCAR race was.
Dude.
Which had the closest one finish, whatever.
0.001 seconds. Did you see that photo from that finish, Peyton?
Yeah.
That is like, I mean, look at that.
It's crazy.
Right there.
It's crazy.
Oh.
What a great day for both sports where they're super close finishes. Kentucky Derby had the most money bet on it, $210 million. They just do a terrible
Clark
job.
Effect, man.
They do a terrible job promoting it. Oh, I get this. This is a wonderful thing that I just saw this morning. Mystic Dan, who won this, he might skip the Preakness.
Skip the bowl game.
What? Okay, can we just allow me here for a minute? Can we just change the schedule, please, so this doesn't run 2 weeks after, so some of these horses will run, or just mandate that if you win you have to sign an agreement that if you win the Derby, that you will agree to run in the Preakness, because otherwise you completely make these races meaningless. The only meaning these races have, in and of themselves, is if there's a Triple Crown on the line for many people. Many people. So when California Chrome is going for the Triple Crown, or American Pharaoh, or Fusaichi Pegasus,
Justify,
then you actually tune in. But if this Mystic Dan's not even going to run the Preakness, and they're like, well, we don't know, we haven't committed to it yet. It's 2 weeks from now. He doesn't run well after 2 weeks. We usually have 5 weeks between races. Well, then how about you spread them out a little bit more? Because you're killing your sport.
Yeah, how about you do that?
Jesus, Bobby.
I'm just saying, I agree with you. You need to be able to have that on the line.
I mean, this is awful. If he doesn't run,
do you think it's because like if American Pharaoh and Justify, if you don't have those two winners over the last decade or whatever who have won the Triple Crown, do you think it's more likely that they go just like, all right, we'll shoot. This is something that hasn't been done in damn near 50 years.
That's the point of how hard it is to win this thing. Like Smarty Jones was a great horse.
Yeah, loved him.
A great horse, didn't win.
Funny side, the gutsy gelding, loved him.
Smarty Jones had he was up by like 6 lengths in the Belmont, about to win.
Good for him.
And he fades down the stretch. And he just couldn't handle it. It's such a grind. And not only that, but this year you also have a maybe tainted Triple Crown because it's played at Saratoga and not Belmont at the very end. I mean, come on. Like you're going to tell me you're going to not run in the Preakness? Give me a break. I'm mad. I'm angry.
I sense that on you right now, and I'm sorry, but also, these things you don't feel like stand on their own at all.
I mean, they stand on their own for like gamblers, yes, but like you're not. I have less interest in watching the Preakness if he's not in it. Mystic Dan. By the way, I assume Mystic Dan's a male. I think it's a colt. I think a colt's a guy.
I don't assume anything in this.
I think
day and
a colt
age.
is a man. And I certainly have no interest in the Belmont.
Yeah, identify at least.
If there's no Triple Crown on the line. Now I will maybe tune in because it's in Saratoga. That's cool because it's like different because they're redoing Belmont and it's like, all right, maybe I'll just get to see something different. It's a good track. I've been to that racetrack before.
469. What's your Kentucky Derby horse name if you had one?
Big Whiskey.
Big Whiskey.
That's RJ's.
That's interesting. Got to have an ED on the end.
I would go with Natalie Gavreau. That's what I would name my horse.
There's 2 D's at the end of that.
Oh, wow. Well done. I don't know. It's a good question.
Below the belt.
Below the belt is yours. That's a great one. I'm going to think about that. All right, we have best and worst of the weekend coming up on Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean is out. Happy baby day to him. And Micah Parsons has a new career path, a new career choice. We'll get into that coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan.
Wake up. You're waking up with Sean and RJ.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, DFW, to Sean and RJ. You have made it to the commercial-free expressway on the way to 8 o'clock.
Hump day.
Hump day is not today. That is in a couple of days. Today is, though, it is a Monday. It's a Monday morning on Sean and RJ. Sean's out. He is. Is that the baby?
that was all I was saying. Hump day. Hit that again. I love that drop.
There you go. So Sean, he's in his scrubs. He finally made his dad proud.
That's that's good. Have you been sitting on that line?
No,
that's pretty good.
Made his dad proud there.
That was a good line there. I did the hump day drop, especially with Sean out this week. When you record the Wednesday tease and you say it's a hump day, we're gonna have to hit the Oliver drop for the promo. Yeah,
sure. Absolutely. I totally agree on that one. We've got best and worst of the weekend coming up. Dirk's Bentley ticket giveaway in this expressway.
Hell yeah, brother!
All week long, too.
You know
all week long.
All week long, every day?
Every day.
Every single day?
Every day.
Monday through Friday?
Yep.
Woo.
Like we don't even play every day. Yeah. I'll tell you what, the funny thing about Dirk's Bentley, my wife and I know of at least two other people say they always confuse him with Billy Currington. That they can't get Billy Currington.
Really?
Which to me, they're very different vocally. It's not like vocal.
Yeah.
I guess they're just general look. They confuse him and Billy Currington. Billy Currington, maybe my favorite country artist of all time, by the way.
Okay.
Great stuff.
Okay.
Must be doing something right. It's an all-time great song.
He might be. All right, so we got best worst of the weekend coming up. I want to do this here first. And I don't care if I'm in the minority on this one. I love what Micah Parsons is doing this offseason.
Why?
Why what?
Is this
a hot take?
Is this the fairness doctrine? Do we have to give opposing views?
What is the fairness doctrine?
Fairness doctrine was the old thing that used to say like fair time, you had to give equal time to opposing views.
Oh yeah. See, I didn't pay attention. I didn't go to journalism school. I was a speech major. He's doing all these different videos with athletes, right? So he did the boxing one, which is kind of stupid because he was getting just punch me in the stomach, let me pee blood for a week. So that was cool. But he did that with a boxer. But now he's out there with a guy in a diaper. He's out there with a sumo wrestler.
Yep.
And the sumo wrestler, I mean, he kind of sunned him a little bit.
The first time he did.
And
then he did rock the baby.
But that's what happens, right? Like that's what you're going into their arena.
Literally.
Yes, literally. They're going to beat you. Where was he when he did this, by the way?
Tokyo.
He went all the way to Tokyo just to do this?
I think that DFW pilot that you put in your prep, I think he flew Micah out there.
Oh God. So that's real quick. There was a pilot for JAL Airlines, and they were flying from DFW to Tokyo, and he was drunk in the bar at DFW airport. Just hammered.
Hey, I've been there, buddy.
Wasty faced.
Been there.
Yeah, I've been there too. I ain't flying the plane.
I think we've both been there at the same time.
Yeah, we have been. I don't like this is not like there's one thing as a pilot you can't do. Two things.
What's your one thing?
Like trying to do drugs before the flight. And please don't be drinking before the flight. Like it's not that hard. Can you just not try to fly the plane hammered with one working eye at that moment?
We have some breaking news. And breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. We've got an extension.
No one's dying.
We have extension news. It is not Dak Prescott, though.
Is it the guy who just talked?
The Mavericks have signed Jason Kidd to a multi-year contract extension. The team announced today. Dallas Mavericks governor, Patrick Dumont, said, "We are excited to have Coach Kidd continue to lead our team throughout the coming years. With this well-earned contract extension, Kidd led our team to 2 playoff appearances in 3 seasons, and we're looking forward to his leadership and continuing to build and grow this already great franchise." I have one quibble with this announcement. Is it a little weird that he goes, "We're excited to have Coach Kidd continue to lead our team throughout the coming years with this well-earned contract extension"? Cool. Kidd led our team, just to call him by his last name. Instead of, in the release, call him, again, Coach Kidd led us to, or call him Jason. Jason, it just feels a little...
I mean, they just met a couple of weeks ago.
I know, but still, it just seems a little odd. Like if you're gonna up and move this guy to Vegas, it feels like you should at least be a little more personal with him.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah. Anyway, there's your breaking news. But this pilot, Dallas
so
Mavericks,
he's just drunk.
Jason Kidd, coach extension. We'll have more on that a little bit later.
Yeah, so he's just drunk and he just tries to get on the plane and fly to Japan, and thankfully they caught him. I guess.
When in Scrubs, there was an episode of Scrubs where they were on call and they showed up, a little buzzed. They had a few beers, and the doctor sent him home. Dr. Cox was his name in the show. And John C. McGinley, one of the greatest characters in TV history, and he told them, that's one of my favorite lines. He goes, "Newsflash, you can't drink and work. You're not airline pilots."
Yeah, it's
And
good
so-
for Denzel Washington.
There you go. But this is, he ended up in Tokyo somehow.
He flies up to Tokyo, and he does this sumo class thingy with the sumo wrestler. I love this. I have no problem. I don't know why anybody have a problem with this. Like, first of all, athletes love to compete, and they like to try different things. And I had no problem with Romo golfing. No problem at all with it. I have no issues with athletes playing basketball. They should get hurt.
I had more of a problem with Romo golfing, actually.
Than this?
Yes.
Okay.
Because of his back. And just the...
Oh, yeah. As he got older and he had a back injury.
If he has a back injury, I don't want him, I don't want him teeing off.
When it was 07
Sure.
and he wasn't having a back issues, I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
But like to me, the best way to become a better athlete is to be athletic, and especially it's not like this has nothing to do with football.
Look at Ryan; he's got the video up on the fan cam. By the way,
you're engaged.
You see him go like this. You see the sumo wrestler put his arms up. So I feel like whatever Micah did was probably, and he didn't complain about it. I feel like the sumo wrestler feels like whatever Micah did was not technically illegal.
Technically illegal, Luke.
Because he put his arms up like, what was that? That shouldn't be allowed. But the sumo wrestler beat him the first time, and then Micah kind of picks him up by his diaper and just pulls him over.
Yeah, but it's not like he's skiing on a catwalk with trees everywhere. That's a problem, right?
Yeah,
that's a real injury risk. Like this is that you can make a case that he's engaged with another person. This is something to do with his craft.
What do you think about this growing Micah Parsons CJ Stroud rivalry? Because the whole rock the baby thing there was CJ Stroud encouraging the guy to do it. Like, hey, rock the baby. CJ Stroud and him, they're buddies, but there's some
a
tension
rivalry.
there.
I love it.
That Texans
it's the same
game
thing
this
with
year,
Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. I like the rivalry.
Yeah, this Texans game this year, there might be a little something added to it.
Yeah, if Micah gets by their left, their tackle, and CJ just sidesteps him, I guarantee you CJ's going to take his offhand and Randolph Childress wave to him as he runs away. I guarantee you he's going to do that. He's got that in him.
So this is this is interesting too. This brings up another interesting point though, because you watch him. That's twice in a row he stones Micah, and at the very end, Micah is able to get the best of him. But
this is sumo wrestler,
right. But there was the discussion yesterday on social media. The bigger part of this discussion was at what point does an NFL team just look for one of these sumo wrestlers with awesome foot quickness and say we're gonna try and develop you into an offensive lineman. If you can block Micah Parsons like that,
yeah. I mean, I have to go back. I have no idea the height and weight of a lot of sumo wrestlers. I have no idea. Right. I don't know what the average sumo wrestler's arm length is. I know NFL teams are obsessed with arm length.
Guard.
Right?
Get him inside at guard.
Yeah.
Get him inside at guard. I know that.
But I mean, question real quick.
Mm-hmm.
How much of what sumo wrestlers do would be considered holding?
That's true,
right.
But I would think that they're powerful, they're surprisingly good athletes, and I think they could learn the technique. See, this is interesting. So apparently, when this became a discussion yesterday, it circulated around an old clip from Chris and Kyle Long, the Long brothers, and they were talking about obviously Chris plays defensive end, Kyle played offensive line,
and they went to sumo,
and they were talking about the idea of sumo wrestlers, and Chris Long, who's a defensive end, not an offensive lineman, was like, They could absolutely like this is the next wave. You're gonna see teams start going after sumo wrestlers.
Well, they went after rugby.
Exactly.
Right? That's what they're on now.
So Chris Long was saying this will be the next wave, that you're gonna see teams try and get sumo wrestlers to be offensive linemen. And Kyle Long, who's played offensive line, said no chance. And he said, why? Why do you say no chance? He's like, they would never be able to pass protect. They can do the run blocking, but the pass protection, the foot quickness, the fluidity you have to have, that's not athletically in them.
There is an athletic sumo wrestler out there with footwork.
214, the cardio aspect would be problematic.
Think so?
That's what they think.
I know absolutely nothing about. I know I pretend to know everything. I know absolutely nothing about sumo wrestling. I know they wear funny pants.
Everybody's bringing up the replacements and how they had a sumo wrestler in an offensive line. And somebody says 214 Bobby, this is not their places. I'm not saying they will. I'm just saying what the discussion was out there. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, look, sure. I mean, like someone will do it. I think you get it like to the CFL first, maybe try it out.
Look, like you say, they have brought over rugby players.
They have, and they've done well.
Yeah,
Ilata did well. There's other rugby players.
I mean, you also have.
I mean, the kickers, for crying out loud, all those rugby style kickers.
Yeah, the Australian rules football kickers.
Yeah,
a lot of them came over. That was Matt McBriar was one of. I feel like Matt McBriar was one of the first ones.
I mean, college had him for years,
but McBriar was one of the first ones to like become a Pro Bowler at this level.
If I remember right, very few Aussie rules kickers made it to the NFL from college. Like they go to college a lot. I mean, you see college has weird special teams anyway. They do weird formations. They just let you get through the line, and then they have like a second wall, and then they'll have other guys that are just the rugby styles kickers.
We can't even get one. They get two in college.
I love it. It's so wheels off.
When Sean's away, the Meister play.
But do we have a baby yet? Do we have one? What's going on here?
I don't know.
He's been in the operator. He's been in his scrubs for 30 minutes now.
I don't have C-section experience, so that would you'd have.
It was quick, man. We went in. We had like 7:15. That baby was born like 7:17. Like it was quick. So I don't know. Maybe they were just off. Maybe he just hasn't posted the photo yet. It's probably not top of mind. Hey, let me tweet this real quick.
He wants to get his brisket photos out quick, but like, we can wait on the baby. They need to see the smoke ring first.
Yeah. So you had a problem with Micah.
I in general have a problem with, not with Micah, but just like the whole idea of, hey, I'm doing my own process. That's why I can't be at team workouts and everything else. If the process is just
what's their schedule right now? What's their schedule right now?
They're involuntary workouts. It's not an official. It's not OTAs, but it's player led.
They're just lifting.
No, they're doing some player led stuff.
Yeah.
So like players allowed to work out, coaches just aren't allowed to be there to run practices. They're like player led practices.
I don't care if the defensive end's not there.
I mean, I think it matters, especially for all of the issues they seemingly had last year at the end of the year in terms of communication and being on the same page with each other. I think it does matter to spend more time there. So if you're telling me you're doing your own process and trying to achieve new heights or whatever else, fine. That process can't be effing TikTok videos. Here I am getting punched in the sternum by a professional boxer. Here I am, like, getting my ass handed to me by a sumo wrestler and then coming back and, like, giving him a wedgie and winning it all. I have no problem with him doing his own thing, but to me, it's like, let's not turn this into a bit. Like, let's work. Let's really work.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand what you're saying. To me, and this is just, again, half an idiot here. Almost a full idiot some days.
I'm half an idiot, too, so together we make
together, to me, off-season workouts are far more important for the offense than the defense.
In general, probably
because offense is so much timing.
Well, and it's like you're playing off each other. But look, for a defense that had a lot of issues with communication and busts and not being in the right place, and Micah being part of that, Micah was absolutely part of some of those busts in assignments.
Because you hear a lot about the quarterback's doing. He's taking all the players to Santa Barbara for the weekend, and we're gonna practice. You never hear the defensive tackle is taking the defensive line to Siberia to do the Rocky training. You don't hear that.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't ever hear anything like that.
No, but look, I think that if he wants to do his own training, fine. But like, let's not turn this into just the TikTok tour.
Right. By the way, that would be funny if Micah went to like Siberia and is having a log over his head, just recreate Rocky IV.
He would. He really would.
He totally would. He absolutely would.
He really would do that.
Yep.
So that one doesn't surprise me. Before we go to a ticket giveaway and best and worst of the weekend, I know that you're a big fan of something that you read in Pro Football Talk over the weekend about stadiums. We're hearing Kansas City is now the Chiefs the last few months have been threatening, like, all right, fine, you're not going to give us the money for Renovation City. We're out of here. But you read something in Pro Football Talk and you loved it this weekend.
This is the tweet, and it says the ship might be sailing on public money for stadiums used by privately owned NFL teams. I absolutely love this. No more free cash for these billionaires. The Bears, Chiefs, Bengals, Browns facing resistance The Jaguars supposedly will have a public-private deal for the massive renovation, but it's not done. And if it isn't done yet, it may not be. Stephen Ross just turned down $10 billion for the Dolphins. He can afford to buy his own stadium. And, there are tons of people out there saying, look, every single research project shows that publicly financed stadiums do not make the money that you think they do. They do not make the money back for this, especially when it's 8 games a year. Now, maybe a baseball facility like the Globe can, where you're playing 81 home dates and all the concerts.
At what point do you risk just losing the team, though? Because some city will do it for you. Like we saw that with the A's.
Yeah, but...
And even Vegas is not thrilled about it. Vegas keeps going like, honestly, they should stay in Oakland.
Yeah, I mean, look, that is a risk. There's no doubt that is a risk that you take.
Do you think the Chiefs is a legitimate bluff?
They ain't going anywhere.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. I don't think the Chiefs are leaving.
You don't think Mayor Eric Johnson can convince them?
Where are they going to go?
Dallas.
This is where all the towns this is where every city should collude. Every city should collude and say, nope, but build your own dang stadium.
Yeah.
That money they spent on AT&T and Globe Life and American Airlines Center, they could have done the same 2-cent sales tax on hotels and built new schools. Hey, Arlington, how about a public transportation system for crying out loud? They could have done all that. Instead, they built stadiums. I love this.
You running for office here, Chop?
I'm not running for office, but hey, shout out to Scooter, who won the Roanoke mayoral race over the weekend.
Hell yeah.
3 more years. Yeah. 3 more years. 3 more years. 3 more years.
Love Scooter. He's always really good getting us the hookup, like Twin Peaks and his other accounts.
Yeah. I asked him, I said, why don't y'all ever run? Like, mayors don't do like political parties. He goes, no, it's not a political.
No, like you don't know.
You have
like,
no idea.
I don't know what the political background is of the two people running for mayor in Flower
idea.
Mound. All I know is that the incumbent lost. We lost by 100 votes.
Oh, wow.
In Flower Mound. We have a new mayor coming in Flower Mound.
He wiped the floor with this guy. Oh, baby, Scooter. Wrecking shop, baby.
Way to go, Scooter.
All right, let's hook you up.
I'm getting drunk on a plane.
Like pilots.
Peyton, you going to talk? You turn your microphone on?
Yeah, I got that right here. All right, tell us right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Dierks Bentley Gravel and Gold Tour on Friday, June 7th at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053. I was so into this song. I was really just listening, man.
We're getting nothing from him for the next 2 weeks.
I look at Peyton and his lips are moving, and I'm like, dude, you going to turn your microphone on?
I'm just going to have Sean record random drops for us to hit and play towards Peyton to wake him up.
Oh, my God.
Play the cut!
Oh, my Lord. Peyton Russell. Rare form. Good gosh. God bless you, young man. I love you. Let's hit it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
How'd your weekend go, Chop?
It was pretty good. It was pretty, all things considered, it was pretty good.
And let us know on the Franklin Injury Attorneys text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Some of your best and some of your worst from the weekend, and we'll read some of them here on the air.
I got to test out a new Ford Bronco from Platinum Ford.
I saw that was a pretty car you were driving.
It's a sweet ride. I'm going to bring it back there this afternoon.
You liking it, though?
I did. I really liked it. I enjoyed the ride. Sarah really wants one. That's I was like, all right, let me check this thing out. Let me see how she likes it. So we bring it back home, and she was able to tool around in this for the weekend. So I thought it was. I had expectations going in, and I'll post a video. I posted a little review.
Well,
I did a little review over the weekend. I'll post that today on the Instagrams. But we went to Pop Stroke on Saturday for Sarah's birthday.
I've seen those videos before.
Pop Stroke?
Oh, sorry. You're talking about something else.
And by the way, I went in there. I said, look, y'all are missing a golden opportunity. I said, how is a place called Pop Stroke not playing Pop Smoke on a loop?
Yeah, that seems like a
big miss, guys.
That does seem like a missed opportunity.
That's a big miss. But
now, what is Pop Stroke?
It's the Tiger Woods miniature golf concept. It's like Top Golf for mini golf.
I was going to say, you looked like you were on a legitimate golf course in some of those photos.
It was phenomenal. You drive in, it can be a little intimidating. When you drive in, it looks like you're going to have to wait for 4 hours to play. We went there Saturday at 3 o'clock, and it was not the case. It was a nice day out. They do have like a wave pool. You know those wave pools where you can not like a wave pool. I'm sorry, like a surf wave.
Oh yeah,
You
like
can go
like the old
on it.
surf and swim and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Where you get the
They have showers. You can get cleaned up.
Robert Prince, the Cowboys receivers coach, I know on draft day, posted a video of him on one of those surf things. He's quite the athlete.
So it was very cool. Like they have 2 courses there. One's a little bit more difficult. We did the more difficult one.
Of course.
They have a black and a blue course. We did the blue course. Which I was surprised blue was the more difficult one because black is generally like that's the tips at a golf course would be the black tees. They're usually the back ones. But the blue course, they say, is the more difficult one. And we went out there. I had a great time. We did. None of us got a hole in one. That's how hard the course. It's a very difficult course. I came close on the last 3 holes. I figured it out finally. If I were to go play again, I'd get a couple of them. I loved it.
I'll give you some pointers.
This was tremendous. Or pricey. A little pricey. It's like $40 to play. But I think you can play both. You can play both 18s. You don't. I think once you pay, you just keep going.
Oh, okay.
So but whatever. It was a lot of fun. So I highly recommend it. So that was my best. My worst. My feels, man.
Oh yeah.
My oldest had his first day of work over the weekend.
Oh, you're in your feels because now you have to like drive him there, and that's a beat down, or
I didn't have to this weekend. I didn't have him this weekend. But he's working the concession stand at one of the parks that the kids play at a lot, like the baseball parks.
Mm-hmm.
And Tolo Amanda got him the job. Like she's a listener, and
shout out Tolo Amanda.
Because she found out we were talking about Oak Grove Park and the best food, and she's like, no, this one's got the best food. It's Generations Park. This one's got the best food. And there's like other couple of parks that are there. They have the best food here because we make our own brisket.
Hell yeah!
There was a photo of the brisket.
Yeah,
so there's
Sean a thing or two.
So he started working at one of their other locations, and he had his first day of work. He loved it. He's like, I made $35. I was like, that's cool, man. But she had great things to say.
Sweet, that's going to go to your camp so that you can go do get your baptism like you want.
That's going to pay for your AirPods that you want, all the things. So,
but you got a little emotional.
I did. I got.
What are some of the do you have like markers in time with your kids that you're like, oh crap, like that? Like obviously the job there. Have you had other ones where you're like, oh shoot, they're getting older?
Yeah, well, when he started growing a mustache, that was one of them.
Yeah.
When he asked me if I have a razor, so like he asked me if I had a razor. I was like, yeah, I do. Why? Oh, no. So I was like, he's getting old.
See, I have girls, the 2 girls. And so, like, I mean, we've got Jacob, but the 2 girls are like, those markers have been really different. Where somebody had told me this one time, they're like, if I had, and I remember hearing it and thinking like, okay, I don't know how I'm supposed to approach that each time. But he said, I remember the last time I carried my daughter in from the car, like when she fell asleep. And he's like, if I had known that was going to be the last time, I probably would have gone a little slower, like walking her in.
Yeah.
Like I've gotten to the point where like, I don't like Addison, our middle one. It's like, I don't carry her in anymore. And so she's older now and she doesn't like fall asleep in the car, and like when she does, she just wakes up and walks inside, and it's whatever. Now, and so like that's one of those ones that I know like as that goes along. See, Laura the baby, she's so petite. She's 8, and I mean she looks like she's the size of a 6-year-old. So that one has lasted a little longer, but that's one that always is has been one that I've taken notice of. 682, excellent weekend. Took my girlfriend to see Derek Huff and had the whole weekend off. And that was the first time all year. Congratulations, 682, you had the whole weekend off. My wife is going to be very upset now to find out that Derek Huff was in town and that I didn't take her. He's the guy from Dancing with the Stars. No, he's the guy from Dancing with the Stars. You know, if I show you a picture of him, you know who he is. But my wife adores him, and I had no idea that he was here. So that one's a little disappointing. Peyton, it was a weekend full of great food for you, huh?
Yes, started off Saturday. You guys know Nick, right? Bobby, you're
I know Nick.
Nick Wright. Yeah, Nick Wright. Yeah, we know Nick Wright.
No. Nick from Los Hombres. Nick and I are boys. I'm Nick's favorite.
Was I on the FaceTime call with him?
No. But he was at the our paper football tournament that we were at.
Oh,
He was at Fanbowl. You met him. You might have been a little drunk.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah. But yeah, it was his son's birthday party. So and I know you might think, what, you're going to a 1-year-old birthday party? Well, it was more of a hangout, because a bunch of friends from high school went there too. So we all just basically hung out the whole time. But he got a bunch of gifts, had some cake and ice cream.
Was there alcohol?
No, I had some in my car.
This is an interesting question, dude. I am finding there are two different types of. So, Chop, when your kids were like 4 or 5, were their kids' birthday, when they were at a kid's birthday party, would there be alcohol for the adults?
Yeah, like when I was married and I wasn't broke.
I'm finding there's a split. There's some parents who's like absolutely not, and then there are others who are like, why would you not have alcohol at a 4-year-old's birthday?
He's not a strict parent like that. So I mean, it wasn't there. I mean, I had it in the car just in case we were able to drink, but no one else was drinking. So I was like, I'm not gonna be the only one with a beer. And it's a 1-year-old birthday party. I don't need to get buzzed for that.
I used to hand out beer on Halloween to the parents. To the parents.
Oh, okay.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Damn, I need to trick or treat in your neighborhood.
Kids come, ring the doorbell. Mom and dad are right there. Here you go.
Would you ID him?
The parent?
Yeah.
No.
So a big teenager,
fine.
Who just walked up to your door,
whatever.
I was like, "Hey, this is my kid." Boy, I bet so many people figured that out about your house and just started game.
Yeah, like, why am I having so many people come to the house?
Game knocks on the door, and then they come back around for another round with like a fake mustache on. Like, yeah, it's my kid again.
So you did bring your own out. So I keep a bottle. We keep a bottle generally in the trunk at all times, just in case.
Yeah, I had some beer in a cooler in my car, but I never brought it out because I was like, I'm not going to bring it if no one else is drinking because I don't want to be that guy. And then Saturday night I had oysters, raw oysters, and sushi.
You've had raw oysters before, right?
Yeah, I had them in Vegas when I was there last year. I think that was the first time I had.
That's right. I got to Vegas. I think of raw oysters.
Yeah.
Landlocked desert oasis.
They're expensive, but I slurp them down, man. I love them.
Why do you say the things you say, dude?
That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to slurp them.
Just stop talking. 2x4. Bad weekend. Dislocated rib at a rodeo, and my girlfriend popped 2 of my tires, but I start a new job today. Well, good luck on the new job, 2x4.
Hang on a second.
Did the girlfriend pop 2 of your tires on purpose?
Was this a knife involved, or did she run over a curb?
Man, if it's 2...
Well, no. So we were driving in the car with Sarah, and I told her to get out. I said, "Hey, quick, get out!" This is like we first started dating. I said, "Quick, get on the road, get on the highway." And she had missed the exit, so she skirts over, and she runs right over to the curb, and she pops both the tires to the right side. So we're just sitting there in the middle of, I think it was on Chisholm Trail. We just park on the side of the road, and we had to scale this wall to get up to where we were trying to go. It was terrible. And then we finally get an Uber home, and we get a tow truck. But yeah, so she popped 2 tires, but that was not on purpose. If this girl did it on purpose, that's a terrible weekend.
Yeah, 2 that either says to me you ran over something with the front, or something like that, and you popped both of them, or she was just mad.
Now,
but he said my girlfriend, which makes me think she probably popped him by accident. He didn't say my ex-girlfriend.
Because if she popped both your tires on purpose, I have a sneaking suspicion that rib is not dislocated from rodeo.
And you know what? He probably still had to apologize.
He probably
yes, because that's the way that it works.
Did. So you like the raw oysters? Okay, very good. Bobby.
917, great weekend here. My daughter Virginia Grace turned 5. She is a big Tolo when riding with me and has been to a few events. She listens. Would love a shout out. Also, alcohol for parents is okay at kid parties. So happy birthday, Virginia Grace, turning 5 years old. And it sounds like there was alcohol available at that party for Virginia Grace, according to the 917. My weekend was not a lot of good. It was just okay. It was a mid weekend, but there was some bad. So Friday night, I was shocker. Here's how bad this weekend went. I was doing laundry. Okay.
What? For the first time in 10 years?
I should be clear. I was not doing laundry. I was just moving something from the washer to the dryer because I wanted a certain hoodie to be dried.
Yeah. Did you? Okay. Did you put a dryer sheet in?
No, because I stepped over there and I was like, have these been sitting in the washer for a little bit?
They stunk.
Because it smells like a little mildewy over here. And I was like, this is weird. So I was like, all right, put some vinegar in the wash and did it over again. And I was like, let me see.
Is that what you do? I just rewash.
I mean, you can't. Vinegar's just it's an extra, maybe an old,
no,
and maybe an old wives' tale. I don't know. But it's supposed to be vinegar in there and it's supposed to help with the wash cycle.
Now, did the clothes smell like vinegar?
No, but I had told Kristen about it. I said, hey, were those sitting in there a while? And she's like, no. It's it smelled a little bit like mildew for some reason. She's like, that's weird. So she goes over the next day and she's like, oh, I smell it too. And there's not even a load in here.
Front loader?
No, top. Front loaders, I know you really got to watch out for.
You got to watch out.
Yeah, because it'll get on the inside of that little ring there. But she ended up like kind of looking around, and she saw top of the wall in the laundry room there. It's bubbled, and she's like, "Uh-oh, there's probably a leak above us." And so
you weren't smelling the mildew from the washer. It was from that.
It was from up there.
So it wasn't actually in your washer. Okay.
No, she called maintenance. Maintenance comes out there, and just looking at it, they kind of poke the ceiling, and just poke a hole straight through, and water starts dripping down. And it's like, oh, great. And so they went upstairs and checked. They didn't see an active leak from what they can look at, but they're supposed to call a plumber this morning, check it all out. And then I don't know, like I already this weekend, I was like, man, we might be, depending on how bad and extensive this is, we might be moving units again.
Again?
We might be. Dude, you can't. I can't.
Yeah, no,
like,
you can't.
If
there's mold.
Depending on how bad it is. And like at that point you start wondering, like, are you in your head? And are you hearing, like, are you hearing things or whatever? Or you're like getting things in your head or whatever. And, oh, do I smell mildew back here now? And back at, like, I start wondering, like, am I just like playing myself and I'm just expecting it? And so, but I felt like I was smelling mildew like back towards like the pantry, which is kind of connected near the back side. So I was like, man, is this really widespread and really screwing things up? So we'll hope that it gets better. But I mean, I don't have a lot of confidence that this is going to go well for me, Chop. I think I might be moving again.
Oh, no. Just buy a house. Can you at least just rent a house?
Have you seen this market?
Just rent a house then. How about that?
Dude, it's so expensive.
It is.
I would say, like, I'm not even kidding. I make probably...
Easy.
No, I'm not going to say that. I'm just saying I make probably 3 to 4 times more than I made 12 years ago, right? And
I have no idea.
No. I'm just giving you a time frame. I
have no idea.
No, I'm getting you to acknowledge the time frame I'm setting out.
Okay, so
10 to 12 years, I make about 3 to 4 times more than I did 10 to 12 years ago. Okay, all right. I'm living essentially like within the same means because everything's gotten so damn expensive.
Yeah, I know it is. It's expensive, man.
So, like, I mean, to me, it's a little bit like, oh shoot, like, I mean, yeah, if I was making what I make now 10 to 12 years ago, there'd already be in a house. Yeah. But like where everything costs now. Thanks, different people out there.
Let's see where you were going with that one. All right, there you go. Commercial-free expressway. Best of work of the worst of the weekend here on 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate you joining us on this Monday morning. Great 8 o'clock hour. I'm debuting a new segment at 8:20. But the worst team in sports strikes again, and another Ranger goes down. The bad luck continues. We get into that coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get some hair put on.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Ooh, good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Do we have a congratulations yet for Sean? We were on Baby Update.
We don't.
Baby Watch.
I don't know that we have a congratulations yet. I did. Ryan,
Do we have a name? Do we know a name?
He said it.
He said it. I forgot. We are terrible friends.
Yeah. It was, I think. It was not Mushmouth.
Is it? Let's see. It's not going to be Olivia.
Caitlin,
you can't have Oliver
I think it was
and
Caitlin.
Olivia.
He named her after his hero, Caitlin Clark.
It's not Caitlin.
Kyle Yeomans.
Is it Sophia?
It's
going to be Sophia,
like that.
Ava.
It's something like that.
Maria.
Ryan, I did send you a photo. I just emailed it to you. It is of Sean in those scrubs that Choppy was talking about, where he said he finally made his dad proud by wearing scrubs. But I did send you a picture if you want to throw that up on the fan cam at some point. But I don't know that we have a baby yet. I would imagine we're close, right? Like, I mean, if
I would think we are on. We are down to.
He's gonna be
down to the wire here.
He is going to radically change over the next year. I'm telling you.
I think it's going to take longer than that. There's the photo of the scrubs.
Look at him.
Look
and
at
I did blur the name tag.
He's never wore sleeves that short.
Look at him. Those are some short sleeves.
Baby. Very short sleeves.
Why are those so short?
This is the way it is.
Did they have to give him some lady scrubs?
Do you remember your scrubs? Do you still have your scrubs?
I didn't wear scrubs, I don't think. Was I supposed to? Maybe I did.
You were in the hospital.
Yeah, I don't remember wearing them.
I have them somewhere. I kept the scrubs somewhere.
I kept the bracelet, but I don't know, like the little like hospital bracelet.
Yeah.
Dude, when we talk about like spending when people, like somebody was saying the reason you're not in the house, Bobby, is because you spend too much on alcohol and tips. Which, yeah, I mean, my tip game is strong. Like, everybody knows that. Like, that's what I bring to the table. But I do remember when we had Laura, I was like, they had told us, they're like, now we do have like a mother suite if you want to have a lot of family stay with you or whatever else. I was like, sure, sign me up. I had no idea how expensive it was going to be. It ended up being like really expensive, but that was like an apartment, basically. They set you up in this like hospital apartment where there's like mom's side, then there's like a common living area. This is January of 2016. There's like this common living area, and then there's like a separate bedroom where like your kids can sleep and stay so that they can stay up there at the hospital with you. Was not worth what it ended up being, but I mean, it was like at least kind of cool. I can't remember what hospital we were at though. But no, I don't remember if I actually had scrubs or not. See, the other thing we got to watch out for today, Chop, is this tornado outbreak.
There's tornadoes all over the place.
So there's
north of town.
Yeah, I know that Dan Brunoff from our sister station KRLD 1080. I know he's been all on top of the weather alerts, and definitely stay tuned to the KRLD updates if you need to be weather aware today. But I know that he's talked about, like, we got a little bit of a severe threat today, but I mean, up in Oklahoma today, it's supposed to be bad. Like, there's I know there's a level 4 storm threat today in Oklahoma, and so I mean, they're talking about they expect multiple long track tornadoes, so those ones that hit the ground and stay on the ground for like miles. Though that's what they're expecting in Oklahoma today. So definitely be aware here in North Texas, but if you got family up in Oklahoma, family and friends, keep a good thought for them up there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing. You said long.
I mean, Mavericks should be heading to Oklahoma, I would imagine, today.
I would think so. Jason Kidd getting the extension.
Yes.
That was something that happened.
Breaking news last hour.
40 minutes ago. So Jason Kidd getting the contract extension to stay on as Mavs coach.
Are you surprised?
The game, no.
Deserving? Because I mean, did we think losing this series he was in jeopardy of getting fired?
That's a good question.
And what was he? Was this going to be the determining factor? Hey, you win the series, you get an extension, you lose, you're out.
Okay, here's a question. Does Kyrie and his relationship with Kidd, like, how much does that play into it? If Kyrie's like, dude, you're going to lose me. Because I do think Jason Kidd does play a major role in Kyrie's attitude here.
Yeah, I think that there's and I understand it can all be out of context, but did you see that viral video over the weekend of people showing clips of Kyrie just looking demoralized in Brooklyn and Cleveland and Boston, and then it like cuts to him in Dallas, and he's like
happy,
smiling and he's hugging people. And I this has been my theory the entire time with Kyrie. Like, whenever we've seen like the way he's progressing, I think that he is such an idealistic individual that I think it almost matters to him more that he's been embraced as the leader than as the number one option. Like, to me, I think if you told him he can be the one but not the leader, or he can be the two and he can be the guy that everybody looks to on the team as like their rock and their emotional core, I think he'd take being the number two and the leader.
I think being a leader is a massive.
I think it matters to him.
It's an ego boost. I think it really is. When people look to you as like the authority figure, it's like, yeah.
If he feels like he's been so misunderstood and so demonized, and if that's the way that he's felt about things, to go from that to, no, we're going to make you the guy that we make young players look to, then he would, I'm sure that's something that has made an easy transition. And part of that goes to credit to Jason Kidd for empowering him to be that and letting him be that voice and that kind of guy that they look to. So, in that sense, he's been a big part of Kyrie. I've been a big Jason Kidd critic, but he's been a big part of Kyrie being stable here. We all obviously have heard about how much he idolized Jason Kidd growing up. And I mean, honestly, he's done a good job with the defensive rotations and the minutes rotations outside of when he puts Tim Hardaway Jr. in there. He's done a good job with the minutes rotation that I think has kept guys fresh and is part of the reason why they're so good defensively, specifically in the second half of games.
Well, look, how much of a parallel is there between Kidd and Kyrie? Like, Kidd was the leader of every team he played on for the most part. Like, now, even in 2011, he wasn't necessarily the.
Ask Tony Braxton.
I think a lot of the players in 2011 had a mad respect for Jason Kidd. Now, he was like the third option at best, fourth option. Even in Jersey, though, when he was the best player on the team, he wasn't always the leading scorer. I mean, it was Kerry Kittles or Kenyon Martin,
Richard Jefferson.
Yeah, they were guys that were maybe taking the last shot. But Kidd was absolutely the leader of that team. And Kyrie is in a similar situation here. He may not be the number one option, but he certainly is the leader.
This is a little interesting, and I don't know what stipulations would prevent it from happening. But 425 asking, could the extension also be partly to keep the Lakers from trying to go get Jason Kidd?
Sure.
Because we know LeBron loves Jason Kidd.
Why not?
And I mean, if the Lakers are trying to keep LeBron in place, which Brian Windhorst, I know, last week said that he believes LeBron's opting out. And Windhorst generally has got a good beat on LeBron. So he believes that LeBron is.
He may opt out to resign, though.
Yeah, could be, but he does believe that LeBron opts out, and that ultimately there's a real opportunity that he could leave there. So if the Lakers believe that's a real concern, you say, okay, well let's do what we can. So I mean, that may have been it. You put the pressure on the Mavericks to handle Jason Kidd.
Stars win Game 7, 2-1. Wyatt Johnston with a goal. Radek Faksa with the game winner. As the Stars move on, and they will take on Colorado in the next round. There's no rest. No rest in Stars land. Colorado's flying in today, I bet. And they will get going tomorrow night, 8:30. Both games going on at 8:30. Both the Mavs, Thunder, Game 1. Stars, Avs, Game 1.
Go Stars, baby.
Let's go Stars, baby. You got to figure out how you're going to deal with the TV tomorrow night. I know Bobby's going to do picture-in-picture. I don't have that option.
Yeah, but you also have a house, and I have an apartment that's leaking. So,
yeah. So
who's really winning? You.
Well,
no, you know what's interesting? You mentioned the Fox go-ahead goal. I was reading the Dallas Morning News. You are more aware of this sort of thing with hockey than I would be. So I'm curious, and Peyton, for you as well, both of you guys to weigh in on this. I read in the Dallas Morning News, they were saying that they thought Faksa threw that backhanded shot just looking for a rebound. Like he was trying to set up a rebound shot, and he wasn't even trying to get it past Aiden Hill, and it happened to go in.
Maybe. Hill didn't even see it. I don't even think he saw it. There was the guy in front of the net was blocking him. But the announcer said this. They said that Vegas needed to start doing that very same thing. They're like, dude, just throw the pucks on net. Vegas was trying to get cute and throw them off net and try to get maybe a redirect. Just throw them on net. Something's going to happen. You get a bounce, you get a deflection, and that's what happened there. I mean, Fox just threw that thing on net, hoping for something to happen.
And it worked.
It did.
It worked out. He could have just been looking for, which, by the way, I know Radek Fox has gotten a lot of hate, too, from Stars fans for, his $3.5 million salary, whatever it is, and people feel like he hasn't carried his own weight. But, I mean, that was absolutely big time, that goal.
Yeah.
And, I mean, coming back after missing those several games, dropping in there, that's going to be one of the bigger moments we talk about in recent Stars history was that goal.
Yeah, so they get going tomorrow. It was a great win, great atmosphere at the American Airlines Center. They break the Natalie curse. Natalie right behind the bench.
Yeah, Favreau or whatever her name is. John Favreau. Gavreau.
Right behind the bench. Stars never win when she's behind the bench. There she was. In all her glory. Kenny Albert, I think, was
DD Natalie.
He was breathing into a paper bag.
I did see. I did see. They showed ESPN had the shot up of the Stars, like Pete DeBoer, like celebrating. Who's, by the way, 8-0 now in Game 7, which is ridiculous. Think about the run we're on historically here at DFW recently. Kyrie 13-0 in closeout games. The Rangers going undefeated on the road on the way to the postseason, and you've got Pete DeBoer who's 8-0 in Game 7s now for his career, which is absolutely absurd.
And then glass bang guy Tolo getting his win, getting his revenge.
Yes, exactly.
In Games 5 and 7.
When they showed Pete DeBoer up there celebrating after they won, they did it's the zoom in shot of him, and I don't know who he was talking to. He was talking to somebody, and when they part heads, you do see the crop shot.
Yeah, of course you do.
Of old Natalie, who was jumping up and down. She looked excited.
Yeah, she did.
A lot of people looked excited.
Yeah. So there's that. Hey, I want to touch on this real quick. The dumbest team in baseball strikes again.
Oh no.
The Marlins traded Louis Arise.
Yeah. So
to San Diego for a relief pitcher and a couple of minor leaguers. This is his only, what he does something. He is great at a skill set that has been completely devalued by Major League Baseball, and that is batting average. Mm-hmm. This guy's going to win 5 batting titles before his career is over. And I don't even know if he's going to make the Hall of Fame with 5 batting titles. He could win 5 batting titles and he might not make the Hall of Fame because they've just devalued what he does well. But this is one of the toughest outs of the sport. You're a team that can't get out of your own way, and you're going to trade him.
Okay. Which is dumber.
For nothing.
Which is dumber. Trading a Rise, which is just bad. Or is it what Jim Bowden said over the weekend about
I didn't see this. I can only imagine. What did this
Okay, he's a really good player, Arise. He said on SiriusXM, Arise reminds me of a combination of Tony Gwynn, Wade Boggs, and Rod Carew all rolled into one. That's a lot, dude.
That's a lot. It's a lot. I love Louis
It's
Rise,
we're 3 of the best contact hitters in the history of baseball. That's a Rise. All of them rolled into one, finally equal up to one Arise.
Yeah, I mean, how many rebuilds is this team doing? Weren't they the playoffs last year?
Dude, this is, I mean, honestly.
The wild card game.
Honestly, they need to contract or move.
Listen who they've traded away. 25-year-old Miguel Cabrera, 28-year-old Giancarlo Stanton, 26-year-old Christian Yelich, 22-year-old Edgar Renteria, 26-year-old Josh Beckett, 28-year-old Hanley Ramirez, and now 27-year-old infielder Louis Arise, who's won back-to-back batting titles. Cool. Now, they get... Yeah, the Padres had to give up a mix of prospects. Their first-round pick, Dylan Head from last year, a decent prospect, but he's still in single A. When's he going to be here? 2027? And then they'll probably trade him 3 years later. Just I don't know, man. I don't know. And then you had the Wyatt Langford injury news for the Rangers.
He's out potentially up to a month now with the hamstring injury.
That's tough.
Which, you said, though, this might be a good opportunity for him to kind of reset mentally. While, he's been up here at the majors, he has not hit at the level that you've wanted him to. So this could be an opportunity, like I said, just for him to kind of get a little bit of a mental reset and get back in a good headspace, too.
Yeah, that's what he needs. Mike Trout had the same thing. When Trout had his first year in the bigs, he played 40 games in 2011. He had the whole off season. He goes back home. Gets, recoups, figures things out, thinks about it, studies film, whatever, comes back, should have won the MVP, wins the Rookie of the Year, finishes second. Maybe Langford takes this 4 weeks and comes back and is ready to go. All right, I'm going to debut a new little segment here.
Woo!
Not daddy issues, but
zaddy issues?
Caddy issues.
Oh, I like it.
Yes. Little golf segment. Just little. I have some anger, and I want to save the Byron Nelson.
Do it.
The CJ Cup, which happened over the weekend. It's all coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you over to Own Well. That's right. You need to save money on those property taxes. If you have gotten that letter, and I know you have, everybody's got that letter.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Fan segment here brought to you by Window Nation Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, DFW. To Sean and RJ here on 105 to the Fan. Sean is out. It is baby day for him. We do not have an update. We are trying to find one. We will get that to you as soon
I've been
as
refreshing Ari Myrov's tweets for the last hour.
Yeah, he's going to repurpose that.
Yeah, don't have any updates yet.
Below the belt, coming up at 8:40. Reggie Atatula at 9 o'clock.
Got that, Reggie?
Set for the Mavs Thunder series. And, of course, a Caitlin Clark update as she was in town over the weekend taking on the Wings. And then
on the wings of love.
Yes, absolutely. I can't wait for 9:20. We are going to get into the Drake Kendrick Lamar beef,
girl,
with our foremost rap expert.
I'm Kendrick Lamar,
the redheaded Carter Freeman,
aka Benz's to me just a car. They were on that song together. Effing Problems, ASAP Rock.
Humor me for a moment here, as I debut a new segment I just thought of 20 minutes ago called Caddy Issues. I want to go off on golf.
Why wasn't this in your prep email?
I thought of it just now. The Byron Nelson, the CJ Cup, they call it the CJ Cup at the Byron Nelson or whatever now. They've changed the name a little bit. CJ Cup Byron Nelson was over the weekend at Craig Ranch in McKinney. And Taylor Pendrith wins at 23 under par. He wins $1.7 million. Congrats to him. He'll get his 500 FedEx points and move on to be able to go into some majors and cool. I'm going to read you the top 10. Pendrith.
The top 10 finishers at this year's Byron Nelson.
Ben Coles, Alex Noren, S.H. Kim, Aaron Ray, Byung-Hoon An, Matt Wallace, Jake Knapp, Rafael Campos, Kevin Tway, Bob's kid, Troy Merritt. You never heard any of those guys.
I'll be honest. If you would have told me that was the top 10 at the Nelson or the top 10 finishers from this weekend's NASCAR race, I would not have been able to guess.
Yeah, and this is the problem that golf created for themselves. All right, and Liv helped create this because Liv broke away and PGA Tour was like, all right, well, we're just going to make some premier events. And those events are paying you a $20 million purse. That's $20 million total to the field. That's the Memorial. That's, Wells Fargo, which is in the next couple of weeks. The Byron Nelson and the Colonial, Charles Schwab Challenge, have a total purse of $9 million, which means no one's showing up. No one. There's no Justin Thomas. He didn't play. There's no Scotty Scheffler. He didn't play. Scotty Scheffler, a local guy.
His hometown, man.
His hometown
just
did not
down
play.
The street from, what is it?
Now, he just had a baby, whatever, all the things.
Yeah, what's up with everybody taking time off because of babies?
Jordan Spieth missed the cut. Okay, he missed the cut. The only top 20 player to play was Spieth, and he was 20th.
Did you see Spieth hit the guy in the elbow with his fairway shot? He hits the guy with the elbow, and he goes over and gives him $20 and signs a ball. It says "Beers on me." That guy
Beers
had
on me.
That dude had big lump on his elbow.
Yeah, this is a tournament that everybody showed up to when Byron was alive. Everybody. The moment he passed, crickets. And it's got an elite name to head the list. It's a good golf course. It's a TPC course. It's a good one. The players score well there. I mean, if it's not windy, that course has no protection. If you want to go out there and you want to play around where you're going to shoot 20 under, Craig Ranch is kind of the spot for you, man. That's kind of the spot. And the players, like I said, they score really well, but they've got to change the schedule. The PGA did not put this in one of the premier events. Like I said, it's a $9 million purse, whereas in 2 weeks, they go to the Wells Fargo, and that's $20 million. Colonial, same situation, $9 million. And the week before Colonial is the PGA Championship. So the biggest draw you're going to get for the Colonial is if Michael Block, a pro, somehow makes the cut and finishes the top 5, and the Colonial gives him a sponsor's exemption. And that's a problem. That's a problem for the sport, and it's a shame because these are good tournaments, and I take special offense to these because I like both of them.
So it's the issue is the purse to you.
Well, the issue is the schedule and the purse. They're not big-time events.
So is this where...
I'd rather than
is this where Liv has a point?
Well, this is the PGA Tour trying to combat LIV by giving these main events, these premier events, and
but like LIV in general would argue that there needs to be big money on the line for everything,
for every
right?
tournament.
And so that's what I'm saying is that
LIV would say there needs to be less tournaments.
In part, it's a response to LIV because they try to put bigger purses on bigger events, and it ends up taking away from other spots. But is this ultimately what LIV is talking about, though? Of like anything that's being played should have big purses on it.
Yes.
So this is something where, like you would say, all right, to combat this, like somebody like Rory, who's big anti-LIV, well, then you need to show up to something like this.
He does.
Because if you're going to be Mr. Anti-LIV and fighting against what they put out there, then you especially need to be out here at this tournament.
Absolutely.
I should have showed up.
You should have. Tiger announced he'll play in the U.S. Open, and he'll play in the PGA Championship. That's good. And then I need to go off here on one more thing. Because you mentioned LIV, and the World of Golf was making fun of LIV last week when they announced that they are going to be playing their like end of year championship at a golf course that is a public municipal golf course in greater Chicago called Bolingbrook. Okay, and they're making fun of the fact that you could play this course for $60. And my first thought was, this is fantastic. The problem with golf is elitist.
I have no frame of reference. I mean, I'm great at golf, but I've never actually played.
$60 is cheap.
What would be expected normally at a course?
At a good golf course?
Yeah, just a general.
At least $100.
Really?
At least. At a good one.
Ugh.
At like a really, like you play Cowboys, it's $200.
Yeah, okay, so $100 to get on, just to play 18 holes, okay.
$60 is like your average golf
How much
course,
money
right?
is in your bag with your clubs? How much money is invested in that?
I would say I think if you're a beginner, that's one thing. But if you play golf a lot and you invest, it's at least $1,000.
And I know you guys have told me
more,
golf balls are super expensive.
$45, $50 a box for Pro V1s.
This is an expensive ass.
It's an expensive sport. All right, and LIV is going to play this golf course that everybody could play. They're not going to some private course that nobody can get on except the super rich. And people are dragging them for that. And I mean, you are the problem with golf. You dragging them are the problem here. Let them go play at a place we can all play. I think it's kind of cool. Now, they're going to chew it up. They're going to bury that golf course. It's going to be embarrassing. They're going to shoot 50 under par. But I think it's way cooler to do this than to go play Pebble Beach where I got to pay $2,500 just to stay for 2 nights at the course and then on property in order to get a tee time. I think this is cool.
Yeah, or Augusta, where like you're not allowed to even be around certain people when you're there because of their.
Look, golf does 3 things: alcohol, it promotes alcohol, gambling, and being away from your family. Every guy should love that, and nobody plays because it's so exclusionary and so expensive.
Here's a question for you, because this was over from the 432. Going back to the Byron question, they say that they took it out of Irving, and that's part of the problem. Is that part of the issue? Is moving the Byron out of Irving?
So interesting. The players did not love the courses there. The wives loved it. The wives
happy wife, happy life.
The wives loved going to the Four Seasons because it's a big time resort,
right?
You know, so the wives are like, all right, cool. We'll go to Dallas. You know, we're 10 minutes from downtown, and when you're whatever in Los Angeles, 15 minutes. And we're staying at the Four Seasons. It's a great hotel. You've got cabanas all on the 18th hole. Like, it's fantastic. The players didn't love the course. They had some problems with the course from like the greens they didn't love, but
you know they say shut up and dribble, shut up and swing. Get out there, just quit complaining about the elements. Play the old dimpled orb like you were made to do. That's what we call it in the sport.
So it didn't help, but they didn't go to Trinity Forest. That was in Dallas-ish. You know, like if they were to go to Preston Trail or Dallas National, I mean, it's one thing, but those courses aren't going to do that.
Did you see the video of like the last text we got from Sean before he disappeared into girl dadhood? Was he sent that Instagram video over of the guy who was honking at people in their backswings?
Yes.
I again love this bit.
I think it's great.
I think that's great. So this would not bug you as a golfer. Somebody just pulling up and videoing you going into your backswing and then laying on their car horn.
No, because I have no problem saying just drop it down on the ball and hitting again. Say, you screwed me up.
Say, doesn't count.
Yeah, I don't care. I have no problem doing that.
I don't
follow the rules.
Again, so your claim with the golf, because I look, we're gonna have to do this bet payoff soon.
Yeah, we got to eventually.
I mean, once Sean is out of the house again in 2 years or whatever it is, after baby's getting a little older. How do you know I haven't been practicing the whole time?
That's true. You could be.
Boy, how funny would it be if I am like some like
savant,
just like golf savant who's done it since childhood, and I just don't tell you guys about it. And then that way I've set this whole thing up like I've never golfed before, and then I show up and I crush it like I'm John Smoltz without Ranger hatred or something. Like that'd be pretty impressive. But to me, you've said that it's not the noise that's the problem. It's the calculated noise.
Yeah,
where you're dropping it. If it's constant noise, that's fine.
If it's constant, you're fine. If people are, I have no problem with people having conversations when I'm playing. But like if it's silent and all of a sudden, bam, like that jolts you. It's scary. You know, it just breaks your concentration.
So it's like the theory of like a steady white noise machine.
Yeah.
And then if your power goes out and it's all of a sudden quiet, the quiet wakes you up.
Quiet wakes you up.
Whereas if it's quiet and then something comes on, that wakes you up.
Absolutely.
That makes sense.
Will Chambers texted in. He's like,
oh gosh, there you want to talk about angry amateur golfer. There's that guy right there.
He said, RJ, all in your bag is definitely 2,500. Yeah, he's probably right.
Jeez.
At least. I mean, now I don't know. I only have one driver. I don't carry a bunch of
You want to grow the game, and look, I don't know how reasonable it is or how easy it is to expect this. I may be saying something that a bunch of people are going to go, Bobby, that's ignorant. You don't know what you're talking about. But I'm just saying, if you want to grow your game and make it more accessible, like financially. So yeah, to your point, $60 course, like playing at a $60 course, I think would be like something that's kind of cool. Like, oh, that's a course I've played before.
Very good. I think it's great what Liv's doing. I think they're getting dragged. I think they're getting dragged for the wrong reasons. But I think it's pretty cool. And there's little caddy issues for you. Hope you guys enjoyed that one.
Great job.
It's good. I like it. I like it. I think that should
for 2 more weeks.
I think that should become a regular segment.
I don't know how regular we can make that.
Okay.
I don't really
I like when it comes up and it gets you amped up.
Yeah, I was amped up. I was passionate.
Just like
about
diamond calves. We drop diamond calves whenever
every now and then when something really piques my interest and gets me upset and gets me going, we did that. So caddy issues on 105.3 The Fan. What's coming up next in Below the Belt? This is now Bobby didn't tell me what the tease is here.
No, you're going to find out with the rest of everybody else here. I angered the cartel last week. Let's anger Vladimir Putin. That's next in Below the Belt on The Fan. But first, I want to tell you guys about Kissable Dental. Look.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Fans segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. All right, Vladimir Putin, you are next.
What are you, Goldberg?
In my path of destruction. Who's Goldberg? The wrestler?
Yes, Bobby. It's a sports show. The
right,
wrestler.
so I had to ask. The wrestler?
The wrestler. It's a sports show.
Right. So we wouldn't talk about, like...
WWE, baby. It's sports entertainment.
Okay. All right, if you say so. Yeah. No, I actually do. I did enjoy wrestling as a kid. I just haven't kept up with it anymore. You know? But... yeah, I look, I don't want to anger any of the wrestling fans today. I will save those jokes for Kevin during Crosstalk, because that's what I do. All right, the Tom Brady roast, which we're going to... look, there's a lot of it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of audio, and some of it I'm still wrestling. And Chop, I think you'll be wrestling with this too. I'm wrestling with what we should actually play from there. Because there's some of it that we got...
yeah, now, I don't have Netflix. Is it on Netflix, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Some of it was...
relying on
you. Very aggressive.
Good.
Very aggressive. So we're gonna play just some of the ones that were not nearly as controversial. Definitely have their heat to them, but not nearly as controversial. It was a nice big reunion last night at the Tom Brady roast. A lot of freaking fantastic comedians were out there. You had the master of the roast, Jeff Ross, was out there. Tony Hinchcliffe, I know, did an incredible stand-up bit. You had Bert Kreischer, Tom Segura, just a bunch of really great stand-up comedians. Chappelle was in town for it. But also showing up to this roast, you got Tom Brady, Robert Kraft, and Bill Belichick all in the same room.
Oh, baby.
And the first, not just that, you also got Rob Gronkowski, Julian Edelman, but for tension purposes, Brady...
But a lot of football player, a lot of football.
Yes,
yeah.
Brady, Belichick, Kraft, that's... I don't know that we would have anticipated those three being in a room anytime soon. And so the fact that you get the Brady roast is pretty cool. Bill Belichick showed up and decided to take his first shot of the night at one Rob Gronkowski.
Gronk, I've been watching you on Fox NFL Sunday, and I'm begging you, please, stop doing your job.
It's pretty good.
Stop doing your job. It's a your job reference.
He's awful. He is bad on TV. Gronkowski.
Yeah.
He's just like he brings that same Magic Mike. No, he brings the same Magic Mike male stripper Mimbo energy.
Yeah, okay. So let me rephrase this.
By the way, Peyton was very funny last night too. I'll have some Peyton Manning cuts for you tomorrow at 7.
Oh, really? Oh, baby.
No, not you. You're never funny.
All right. So Gronk's football points may not be on point, but I do like. I do like he is the heir apparent to the Terry Bradshaw meathead component on that show.
Yeah, okay.
Right, so he's the future Terry Bradshaw meathead kind of thing.
Yeah, now different, right? Like Gronk is meathead. They're both Mimbos. Gronk is meathead Mimbo. Terry Bradshaw is the country bumpkin Mimbo.
Yeah, he's the country bumpkin. Like it's one of those things where like he will lull you into thinking that he's a moron, but he's really not.
Yeah, he's the.
Yeah. So there's that meathead Mimbo element to Terry, likable, and I think Gronk has the same thing. Like Gronk, think of it this way.
My favorite Gronk cut of all time is still when he scored the franchise record 68th touchdown. He's in his press conference and he goes, "One more touchdown. I have 69 touchdowns." Because you know what I mean. And he starts snickering, and some girl is in the front row, and he goes, "Only you know what I mean, baby."
Look, nobody else can get away with this.
He is such a wannabe adult film star.
Nobody else could get away with doing what he does and being so loved. Like, he is, seriously, like, what he does is like, come on, what are we doing here? But people like him. So, there you go.
Robert Kraft showed up, and he decided to get a little political. And he took aim at the foreigners, gather the foreigners, as Peyton Russell would say. He took aim at Vladimir Putin.
And one more thing. In case Vladimir Putin, you're watching, give me my ring back, will you?
Whoa.
Now, here's what's interesting. Robert Kraft, I was curious, okay, how aggressive is Kraft going to be towards Belichick? How aggressive is Belichick going to be towards Kraft? Because it is supposed to be a roast. You're supposed to have fun. There were some shots last night. Andrew Schultz.
Oh
my word.
He's so good.
We need to get Schultz on the show.
Yeah, let's just get Andrew Schultz on the show.
Andrew Schultz,
yeah, I would love to get Andrew Schultz on the show.
No. Andrew Schultz. So we're friends with Akash Singh, his co-host. Akash has been in studio before.
Yes.
And like Schultz follows me on Twitter. Like we need to. I'll reach out. We're gonna make this happen. Oh yeah, we're gonna make this happen. But Schultz was vicious last night, making divorce jokes on Tom Brady. And there was one, Jeff Ross made a joke about Robert Kraft and Brady, where Brady literally goes up to Jeff Ross and whispers in his ear, "Don't say that S again." It got a little awkward there. Jeff Ross was gloves off, but you wondered.
He is always gloves off.
You wondered, is Kraft going to get a little aggressive with any jokes towards Belichick? They decided to bury the hatchet and not in each other's backs.
I want to say this is the greatest coach in the history of the game that did what no one else has done. And having Tom Brady and him was the greatest honor the good Lord gave me. So, here.
How drunk is Robert Kraft in that moment? He is slurring.
He is slurring.
That sounds like me at Fan Bowl. That is like minus the F-bombs. Oh my gosh. I don't know. The most Gavin came on the air and talked about it, I think like the next week. The most tense I think I've ever seen spittle was me sitting on the fan table. We're broadcasting over here on the weekend, and I'm just every other word is an F-bomb while we're playing.
Going over this bleeding.
And Gavin is just Gavin's like, "You've got to lower your voice, dude. I don't have a dump button on you in real life."
That's true. Yeah.
So, but play it back here. Listen to the slurred,
There's a
slow
lot of
speech
slur in
on
there.
Kraft.
I want to say this is the greatest coach in the history of the game that did what no one else has done. And having Tom Brady and him was the greatest honor the good Lord gave me. So, here.
All right, so he is.
Did I say that kind of slurly?
People want to know why
Tito's.
Putin has Kraft's ring.
So what was the story behind that? It was that he was, I'm trying to remember. It was he gave him a Super Bowl ring at one point. Kraft did. Yeah.
Why?
So he gave it to him.
Does anybody else find that odd? Like, why would you give Vladimir Putin a Super Bowl ring?
It's definitely weird. It was revealed in the Dynasty, in the Apple TV thing. I couldn't remember if it was one of those things where he gave it to him or if it was auction, like he bought it at an auction, but no, he gave it to him. And it was apparently like given to him as like a good faith gesture or something like that when Kraft was visiting Russia. It was like viewed as like a diplomatic thing almost, but he wants the ring back now. He's going no holds barred. Here's
does Putin give Bob Kraft a KHL ring when one of the
he may have given him a KGB ring.
Teams wins the cup or whatever it is, the K Cup, the KHL Cup.
I don't know. Maybe he gave him like I imagine the KGB. Do they have rings? He may have given him one of those. Like just like here you go. You're in our fraternity now. Tom Brady had a strong joke last night, and look. Tom Brady is not writing his own material.
People are saying he let him try it out at a party and Putin walked away with it. That can't be true. That can't be true.
Here's the Tom Brady clip, which Tom Brady, to be clear, is not writing this material. Okay, it's written for him, but this is pretty good. This is Tom Brady making a Deflategate joke.
Remember Deflategate? The NFL spent $20 million and found that it was more probable than not, that I was generally aware that someone may have deflated my footballs. You could have just given me the $20 million, and I would just told you I did it.
That's great. What's he going to lose now? What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
I mean, he's an owner now. Or a governor. I don't know. Do they call them governors in the NFL?
No, they call them owners in the NFL.
Yeah, they're still owners in the NFL.
They're still owners.
Yeah, they're
governors in the NBA.
Yeah, there's a lot there. But pretty entertaining. We're going to go through 7:20 tomorrow, the Expressway. We're going to go through the darker bits of audio from this thing.
Yeah, we got to. Expressway tomorrow, 7:20.
There are decisions that need to be made of how dark do we want to get with these jokes? Because some of them are very aggressive.
7:20 tomorrow is going to be litty. You're going to have that and then Ask Reddit.
Yeah, exactly. Peyton might get 2 segments canceled in 1 hour. Look at that. All right, so RJ Choppy. I promised we would bring this up during the 840 segment because we had mentioned earlier. JJ Watt in the news now, not just because he and Matt Ryan are joining forces on the CBS pregame show, but JJ Watt, it sounds like, is maybe a little interested in coming back to play football.
I told D'Amico last year, I said, don't call unless you absolutely need it, but if you ever do call, I'll be there. And he knows not to call unless he absolutely needs it. This is the last year I'll tell him that because I'm not going to keep training the way I've been training, but he knows that if he ever truly does need it, I'll be there for him, but I don't anticipate that happening. They got a very good crew.
That's interesting. Like, he is basically saying, you have a free pass to tell me you need me to, and I will without question sign up, but you have to genuinely need my help.
Mm-hmm. I think the fact that he's staying in playing shape is amazing.
Yeah, because that is okay. So I saw Reddick. Reddick had talked about this on his pod a couple weeks ago. That, I mean, it's out there for anybody to take. You don't need Tim McMahon's permission to listen to it. So I was listening to Reddick's pod, and he was talking about, you don't understand the level of discipline and commitment it takes to like stay in that shape and stay in that mentality and stay in that mindset every day for 15 years.
You got to keep your diet on track.
Like,
you got to keep your workouts on track.
I remember Dirk's wife said she knew he was going to retire. He hadn't said he was going to, but she knew he had mentally checked out when, like, the week of his final game, he woke up and had a bowl of ice cream for breakfast, and she's like, oh, he's done.
He's done.
He's done.
He's done.
He's eating ice cream.
Yeah.
He doesn't eat ice cream ever, and he's eating ice cream for breakfast. He's out. He's tapped out. But that level of commitment and I know he had told Graham Bensinger one time, Sean Sharif's personal hero, Graham Bensinger, who does those interviews in depth with Graham Bensinger. He told Graham Bensinger, I think, that he eats 12,000 calories a day or something. Watt did, because he's like, gotta keep the machine fueled.
12,000. That's like Michael Phelps.
Yeah, because he's like, gotta feed the machine.
But like swimming, is like the ultimate of workouts. What is JJ Watt doing? I mean, it's 12,000 calories a day.
He's also okay. It was not 12,000, 8,000, but still, that's way up there. 8,000. His diet includes eating a carton of eggs every day. So you're talking about he's kept up that level in retirement. That dude's playing again. If he's genuinely done that, if he's not just talking to us, if he's genuinely done that, that dude is playing again. I bet he's coming out of retirement at some point.
What is his cholesterol?
Isn't there disagreements about if you're eating cholesterol, if that actually affects the amount that's in your blood?
Maybe. I don't know. A dozen eggs?
Maybe he just does egg whites.
If I have one egg, Sarah's like, dude, you're like, the eggs I can just smell the eggs coming out of you when you breathe.
And see,
his breath has to be awful.
You can still have eggs right now. And still look, you're still in shreds.
I love it. I love eggs. I have eggs every day if I can.
And thanks to sodaweightloss.com, you can still have the eggs and still look effing fantastic. Dude, okay, I'm not even kidding. When you did your video this weekend with the whiskey taste test, when you popped up on there, you did the choppy hair, I really saw it there.
The weight loss?
I was like, oh,
it's work. It works, man.
He's thinned out.
If y'all don't think soda weight loss works, soda weight loss absolutely works.
I went and found a video you did after a Tennessee game, like in October, and I wanted to compare. So this was you in October?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, it's starting.
Yeah, I had...
it's impressive.
I was
working for you.
242.
It's working for you.
Twisted Steel and Sex Appeal. Now I'm less. Under 220 now, about 215.
Look at that.
On the way to my playing weight of 210 pounds. Below
the belt
here on 105.3 The Fan. 9 o'clock hour. Coming up next, we got our guy Reggie Atatula in studio. Getting you set for Mavs Thunder. That is coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. But
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
17 offensive rebounds for the Dallas Mavericks. Irvin dancing, prancing, pulls up, three-pointer, bang! And a foul!
Oh, Mavs moving on. It is fist pump time in the 9 o'clock hour. We still don't have an update on Sean's baby, do we?
No.
No photo.
No.
Hope everything's okay.
By the way, Peyton again just slacking with Sean out by coming back with the Mavs highlight.
That's what RJ said.
No,
this is Sean and RJ.
No, this
not
is
Sean and Bobby.
This is supposed to. This is supposed to be a. That was supposed to be a Caitlin Clark highlight for the game that Reggie attended.
The great
on Friday night.
You know damn well I did not go to the Wings game.
You didn't. Shout out to one of our great Tolos, Lori Brown. Lori Brown had said, "Hey, I got some Caitlin Clark tickets tonight if you'd like to go." And I said, I'm not going to be able to. Let me hit up Reggie. And she's like, "Yeah, ask him if he wants to go." I asked Reggie, and Reggie, the fake ally, the fake WNBA ally, the true misogynist here at this station, said, "Nah, fam, I got to see these dudes play. They do it better."
Wow.
You think you're going to draw me off sides with that? Of all the people at this station that you think you could draw off sides, I am not the one.
I was
Bobby.
hoping. I've been laying it on thick for like 2 days, though. You've been expecting that bit.
That's right.
So that's the only
That's on
problem.
you. You didn't set it up.
That was poor setup for me. Damn it. That's what I lost. Thanks for joining us, Reg. Thanks for coming in. And,
man,
hanging out with
I
us.
had to be here anyway. So
yeah, but you didn't have to be here at 9 to talk on the air.
That's fair.
You didn't have to do that. So
yeah, but if you had tried to book me for like 8:20, it wouldn't have happened.
No, I know, and that's why I also knew like 8:40's below the belt. We're not blowing that out. Obviously. Not with Sean.
Right.
Sean blew it out enough while I was not like last week,
right?
And so with him here, that segment's getting done. Mavericks ultimately overcome the Clippers. There was no doubt. To me, anyway, it felt like Kawhi could have played in this series. I think Dallas was still the better team at this point.
I think that we get to a little sketchy place there because what are we talking about if Kawhi played? Are we talking about the Kawhi that we saw?
The Kawhi that we saw. I'm not talking about 100% healthy Kawhi. I'm saying like whether he just would have gutted it out or not. I think that they're not winning.
No, absolutely.
Like
I think
real Kawhi, the different story. Absolutely.
Exactly. And you're right. This was game 6 and probably earlier, but game 6 was and made it abundantly clear the Mavs were a better team than that Clippers team than we saw. And in various different ways, especially when you look at the age difference. Like this is one of the oldest teams the Clippers are in the league right now, if not the oldest. And I think the 5 oldest teams in the playoffs all unceremoniously bounced. And so I think that we're seeing some level of change in the guard. But this is a young Dallas team that physically is better than that team, that obviously like offensively outside of just like the 3-point shooting is better than that team. The Mavericks showed up and they did not even have to like break in case of emergency the supernova that is Luka Doncic. He gave you at most like average Luka play, which of course is something different than most players in the league. But you didn't get the highest forms of Luka Doncic, and it was not necessary to win this in 6.
Yeah, I mean, if I would have told you at the beginning of the series, you're going to get average to at times below average Luka.
Absolutely.
If I would have told you you're going to get that and yet still win a pretty convincing 6 games, because I mean the Clippers won game 4 and no disrespect to that, but I mean if you're going to shoot the lights out 70% on 30 free throw or 33 point attempts, that's going to be tough. But that feels like that's going to come back down to earth a little bit. So I mean outside of that game, it felt like in the 5 others, like it was Dallas pretty handily in 4 out of 5 of them. That you got beat down in game 1, but I mean it felt like there was just a little bit of hot shooting, unsustainably hot shooting in game 4 But if I would have told you it's a convincing 6-game series win with Luka playing average to below average at times, I think we all take that.
Take it.
And
Absolutely.
say that's a big victory.
Right, and I think also that's this series is probably like one of the biggest ones where you applaud Nico Harrison. This is a huge shift in this team. They didn't shoot the three particularly well in most of these games. You got an incredible performance, one of those like role player standouts from Maxi Kleber in Game 5, and like there's other instances of some standouts, but you didn't shoot the ball particularly well. They have fully shifted that identity to defense, and you could see the ways that they frustrated a Clippers team. The Clippers did not score well at the basket. And that's one of the things that you typically need in order to play. I mean, they shot the worst in these playoffs at the rim. The Clippers did, and that's a testament to just how good this Mavericks team has become with the size and the strength that they employ.
All right, Oklahoma City. Matchup perspective, A, and then B, like historically, we don't see teams like this make the playoffs for the first time out of nowhere and go beyond really the first round, let alone make it to the conference finals, right?
No, you're absolutely right. Matchup perspective, the size, as I was talking about with the Mavericks, this is where you really get to shine with size. This is a relatively small Oklahoma City Thunder team, and even though they have the height in Chet Holmgren, that's tall man, not big man. Like
that's
the
slender
waist,
man.
You're
That's
not going.
slender
That's
man.
right. That's right. Shout out to the Minecraft folks out there, what have you. But you're not going to have an Ivica Zubac Game 1 type performance where somebody is going through anybody's chest. Like this is going to show off very much the size and strength and physicality that your Mavericks have moved towards. But no, I think just like the overall arc of a developing team, you're right.
It's big boy time, right? It's grown man time.
Absolutely. And I'm interested in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a very good player that I'm not sure people have given enough credit because of like the MVP conversation and the ways in which various narratives come together, and then we all have to, like, if you're trying to put up your guy, you have to knock down other guys at times. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is an incredible player. I don't know that he's like his particular strengths are going to overlap well with what these Mavericks are doing. Like I said, getting downhill is going to be tough for any player on these Mavericks. That's one of the things that he does pretty well. He likes to work in the mid-range, but I think the Mavs are going to be able to sit in that place because this is not a very good shooting team, at least from the three-point shot from Oklahoma City Thunder. So, like, they're not going to have to concern themselves that much out there. I think that they can compact their defense in, and I'm interested to see if the young guys in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and then honestly, more importantly, these other players, right? Jalen Williams, I don't know that he's going to be able to get off what he typically does. In that game, the first one that Gafford and P.J. Washington played in after the trade deadline, where they lit up the AAC, that place was jumping. Jalen Williams tried to drive a lot, and you could tell he didn't have a lot of combos. And this is where we start talking about the youth and the way that you develop over time. He has that one place that he wants to get to, and very quickly the Mavs realize, we could just set up a post at the end point, funnel him there, and he's done. And so I'm real interested to see what they do against this Thunder team. It's a good Thunder team, but I think that this overlays nicely with your Mavs.
Chop kind of referenced it there a little bit, and I know this has generally been a line of thinking in the NBA for 40 years, roughly, it feels like. The idea of teams have to learn to lose before they can learn to win. Like, in terms of, you look at historically throughout the years, Isaiah struggled, overcame. Michael struggled, overcame. Right. Like, it's a continuous process. Like, I mean, even the Rockets had a little bit of that. The Mavericks lost for 10 years in big moments before they learned. And there was a little bit of that the last time the Mavericks and the Thunder met in the West Finals back the year that the Mavericks won the title, where it was like Oklahoma City at that time was a more talented basketball team. They were a young, dumb basketball team. They took awful shots. I remember the game 3 or 4, the one where the Mavericks trailed by 15 with like 5 minutes left and they came back and won. Like, Harden fouls out on a foul 80 feet from the basket. Westbrook takes dumb threes early in the shot clock. It's just, you got to almost like learn through those experiences. Do you think that applies to Oklahoma City? Because I think while they are a young team, they don't strike me as the same youthful ignorance that is applied to other young basketball teams. I watch them, I think they're a pretty smart, well-disciplined young basketball team.
No, absolutely. And this is why I try to move away from the idea of like smart versus dumb when it comes to that.
Yeah.
The experience of this is different. They're definitely a smart young team. Mark Daigneault wins Coach of the Year. He's a very good coach. However, I liken it to, and it's easy to always come back to, like 2015 on Golden State Warriors in that run of that dynastic run that they had. one thing that you can point to was the institutional knowledge that they built up, where if somebody threw something at them, because they had gone through so much, they've played so much basketball together as well, there was a slower load time on figuring out what the solution was, because, we've seen that before, and what we did to answer that back then was this, boom, we can apply it. I think that those are the things that then, for older teams or more experienced teams in the playoffs, you can go back to, we've seen this, we've applied this, we've known how to answer that question that you're going to ask us in the playoffs, and we can apply that. And as you know, the longer that you take to try and figure those things out, the more games that you'll lose or whatever, the quicker that you can make that, the better that it goes. And I think that might be the distinction where you'll see the veteran status of Kyrie Irving, those types of things. And then of course, like Jason Kidd, the way that he's gone through the league, both as a player and a coach, I think that will help this Mavs team over that Thunder team. And I think that's going to be the thing that they develop over years. The Thunder will, that will make them a really good contender over time.
Almost 2 hours ago, Jason Kidd got his extension. Mm-hmm. Were you surprised that happened?
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, this is the obvious part where we talk about the star management, the personality management that happens in the NBA that's almost bigger than some of the on-court things. Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving are unique stars, and they uniquely love that guy.
Yeah.
That matters a good amount. In addition to that, hey, man, look at the results that he has had when he has made the playoffs. Like, he has been able to do some significant things, including making teams that we looked at those rosters and we go, those are not defensive teams, and making them substantial defensively. Like, we cannot write those things off. Do I think that he's one of the 5 best coaches in the league? I do not. But we've seen him do enough, at least early on, in managing the personalities, managing the way that this team plays, getting them, like, establishing a play style amongst them and a system that works for them. And I think that that's sufficient enough, especially when you consider the way that the stability that he provides with your stars and with the rest of those guys. And there's not a single dude in that locker room that's quit on him ever.
Somebody told me not long after I got off the air from day 3 of NFL draft coverage, Reggie, somebody was saying, hey, sometimes vibes are more important than being right. And so would you say that's is that the Jason Kidd thought process that, hey, he's a curator of vibes and that's what's important. He keeps Kyrie stable, he keeps Luka stable. That's been a problem at times. That's more important than necessarily needing the X's and O's genius. Like, is that kind of what you're getting at, the idea that keeping personality management? People would say that about Phil Jackson a lot. Phil Jackson's personality management was almost as important as what he was with his triangle offense or whatever else.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely a part of it, but I don't want to fully discredit the X's and O's. Like, sure. I think that we get to that place where it becomes all or nothing, and it's somewhere in between.
Maybe
for
with
him
these
on
personalities, though, it might be important to have that as a big emphasis.
Absolutely.
Because it clearly was a problem with Carlisle at times, with 100%. Luka.
And I mean, one of the things that also consider is, what have we been talking about the stakes with these Mavericks in trying to win? The stakes were, you don't want Luka Doncic to go anywhere.
Yeah.
Part of that is having a coach that fits his style and that makes him comfortable. And you can see the way that he's comfortable. Then also that he's had some drive that's been driven by Jason Kidd. And I don't, the word isn't mind games, but it's the only word that comes to mind. But like, kind of the mind games and the psychology that he's employed to get these guys to the place, like, it's worked for them.
All right, well, let's go ahead.
Just one more quick one here, because we were talking about this, Chop and I, earlier. Do you think, obviously said you weren't surprised that he got the extension, but do you think that, like, his extension or his future here was dependent on what happened in this series with the Clippers? Because that would have been, like, I mean, obviously that would have been a third time the Mavericks fall short to the Clippers, and, you know, Kidd being here for everything else, for it to end in that kind of a disappointment without Kawhi Leonard, would that have been a thing where it's like, hey, you're being judged on, you're either out or you're here for the next few years if we get past this point?
I want to say no, but it's hard to deny the idea that he had not gotten that extension. He had just one more year on his contract. And then the timing of this happening right after that series, it's hard to deny that and make it seem like that's not a part of it. So I would have to say yes with that level of logic. But the other things that we've talked about, the ways in which this team reacts to him and those things, it feels like that was going to be the case regardless. However, again, the timing would point me to, I think you're right. Like, there is some level of getting it done against the Clippers mattered.
Yeah, the city doesn't generally fire coaches who are massive disappointments in a first-round playoff.
Wow.
Exit.
Okay. Wow.
I know that, even when they absolutely deserve it.
Dealer's choice here. We only have time for one. Is Denver in trouble or Caitlin Clark?
Well, because Bobby wants me to be an ally. Let's talk Caitlin Clark.
Tell us about Caitlin Clark. You said you were following along on Friday night, right?
Yes, I was.
Were you watching, or were you following Twitter updates?
See, now, I am
Like
a
that?
notoriously hard-headed man. And the Bally app, like I have direct TV stream, so I can usually watch games.
That's what I have. High
But
five.
But because this game, like you had so many sports on that Friday night, you had Mavs, you had Stars, you had Rangers. They relegated that game to Bally Sports app only. So you had to sign up for the login to get into Bally Sports, and I was not signing up for that.
What an ally.
Right.
It's okay.
Right.
You see this, Peyton?
But
you see what a real world misogynist this man is?
Shut up, Bobby.
That's right. Thank you. I appreciate that, Peyton. Stand up. But yeah, Caitlin Clark, I was fascinated in seeing some of the clips, and then obviously the box score. She's going to get to her shot, and like unless you are willing to dedicate your attention to her and open up whatever else around her, like the uptick on her in the WNBA, like it's not going to take that long, right? We thought that there was going to be a level of steepness to the curve that has been smoothed out very quickly. Now, I'm not saying that she won't have bumps, but the way that she can get to her shot, it's going to translate. It's very evident that's going to translate. Now, the Wings don't have all of the defensive personnel to handle her necessarily, but I can only imagine what it's going to take to guard her 94 feet all the time in order to slow her down. She's going to be able to get to her pull up. So I think that she's going to have a fascinating rookie year.
Thank you, man. Thanks for coming in.
Hey, man. Always a pleasure.
Reggie Atatula join us here on 105 through the Fan.
Got
Now,
that, Reggie?
the foremost expert on rap music at the radio station, on rap battles, is the redheaded Carter Freeman. And I just wanted to say that with the irony. He will join us next. I am fascinated with this beef that we have going on. That's all coming up next. The Fan, let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Sometimes you gotta pop out and show. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that.
I love irony. I love dealing in irony. It's Sean and RJ here on 105 to The Fan. Sean is out. It is baby day. He is having his baby girl sometime today. Amanda is, and she had it, I assume, already. But who knows? But Sean was in his scrubs, finally making dad happy and proud. But I love dealing in irony. And I have heard a lot about the rap beef and the battle, the diss tracks from Kendrick Lamar and the responses from Drake.
Yeah, like when he did Hit 'Em Up, and then Drake did The Bridge Is Over, and then what was it? Then like Kendrick came back with Ether.
I think you're trolling a little bit there.
Just a bit.
But
The Bridge Is
so
Over, The Bridge
like
Is
I've
Over.
always thought like girls have women have like they have the stuff that they love to do, and you could stereotype and say they're Bravo and everything.
Be careful.
Men have two things. We have sports and we have rap battles. That's what we have.
We love beef.
And I thought nobody screams hip hop expert.
Certainly nobody that's been in the building in the last 30 minutes.
More than our redheaded white dude, Carter Freeman.
The whitest dude in the building. I will own that title.
I was like, man, this is either going to be fall flat on its face or it's going to be genius, and I'm willing to take the chance for this guy just to nerd out.
You had to do this on a day we had a meeting.
I know, I really did. So, Carter, you are Future comes out with the new album. He's like, man, I listened to this thing. I told my girlfriend I'm going into the lab and I'm listening to this thing for 2 hours and just break it down. And I'm like, okay, this is the guy. This is the guy I want to bring in here and talk about this. So help me understand why and what happened.
So this goes back a decade. This started in like 2013. Kendrick had a verse on a Big Sean song called Control, where he took shots at Drake. He took shots at other rappers, just basically like, hey, I want to be the best. Like, I'm going to kill y'all. Like, I'm trying to be above all y'all. So the seeds were planted a long time ago. Fast forward to now, last year, Drake had a song with J. Cole, where J. Cole has a verse where he says, it's me, Kendrick, and Drake. We're the big three. Like the best rappers of this current time. And
was this first-person shooter?
This was first-person shooter on Drake's album last year, and I take issue with J. Cole saying that because I don't agree with that. But that's neither here nor there. In March,
so he said that they're the big three.
Yes, J. Cole, Kendrick, and Drake. J. Cole said they're the big three.
Okay.
In March, on a Future and Metro Boomin Album, Kendrick has a verse on there where he says it's not a big three, it's a big me. So he's disagreeing.
Ooh, rhymes.
Yes. That's the singers and rappers do. They rhyme.
Very good. It rhymes.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
That's probably why they released it, because it sounded good.
Okay.
So that kind of restarted this simmering beef. J. Cole releases his own diss track towards Kendrick.
What was that?
It was, oh my gosh. See, here's the thing. J. Cole was so embarrassed by it, he took it off of streaming services.
It was that bad?
Yes. It was, in my opinion, yes, it was that bad. But J. Cole was so ashamed of himself at a festival. He's saying, yeah, guys, like my heart wasn't in it. Like I shouldn't have done it. And he just removes it. So he tries to enter this beef that he kind of started, and then he just pulls back.
Yeah, J. Cole is very, that's not his role. Like J. Cole's not going to get in the middle of it like when he did. But like J. Cole's a better fit as like Dennis Smith's spiritual advisor or whatever it was he did when he was around here. Like that's J. Cole's like. J. Cole's lane is like, I got a crooked smile, but I keep the grill just to show the kids it's real. Like he's the inspiration, you know? There was some tweet the other day that was like, only one guy is above it all. They're like listed all these great attributes of J. Cole. They're like, just good, boring ass music.
Yeah, it's music. Right. You can say that about it.
Okay, so
I like J. Cole. J. Cole gets too much hate.
All right, so J. Cole removes that.
He removes
backs
himself
out everything.
Literally after like 24 hours.
All right, now next, what happens next?
So a couple weeks later, that's kind of at the beginning of April when J. Cole releases his mixtape.
So we're talking about a month ago.
About a month ago
okay.
is when this really started to heat up. Around April 18th, 19th, Drake releases not one, but two diss tracks. So the first one's called Push Ups. Yes, he did. He releases Push-Ups telling Kendrick, drop and give me 50, full diss track towards Kendrick. Then he goes a step further, releases Tailor-Made Freestyle, where he not only, raps himself to diss Kendrick, he uses AI, Tupac voice, and Snoop Dogg voice.
Okay, I remember this.
Yes.
Which was awful. It was so bad.
It was so bad. I think it's kind of clever. Drake has used, because Kendrick is a huge, oh my gosh, Tupac fan. I literally just forgot his name. Huge Tupac fan on To Pimp a Butterfly. Yeah. He's just a huge influence on Kendrick. In Drake's music in the past, he's used Michael Jackson, unreleased Michael Jackson tapes on his music. And Drake has compared himself to Michael Jackson with all the hits he's had on the Billboard. And Kendrick, in the Metro Boomin' and Future song that he was on, he compares himself to Prince, and he says Prince outlived Michael Jackson. So there's so many layers to
You're
this.
talking about literally outlived him?
Yes. So Drake releases these two songs, and that AI song, that had to get taken off of streaming services because of the Tupac estate was like, hey, this isn't cool. We're going to sue you.
Yeah, and I mean, it's whack to take Tupac's voice and put Drake's flow with it. It sounded really horrible. It was not good. I could have gone my entire life without ever hearing this. This is interesting though, this whole thing, because there have been so many big rappers that have taken subliminal disses at Drake for years. Big ones. Kanye West did it on Otis, where he said, because he said, what was it, Drake on Dreams Money Can Buy, say, I ain't seen the car you claim to drive, or S, I seen it, you just ain't inside. And then Kanye comes up and says, they ain't seen me because I pulled up in my other Benz. Last week I was in my other Benz. That was a reference to Drake. You've got Jay-Z that's taking shots at Drake subliminally. Eminem did it on Forever. Eminem was taking subliminal shots at everybody on that song on Forever.
Yeah, I don't ever get into the inner meaning of what happens. I just like the music. So for me, Drake just puts out hit after hit. Now whether they're great songs or not, whatever, they're catchy.
That's subjective. That's up to you to decide.
They're catchy, right? And I enjoy them, but I know people just don't like him.
But you're right. People have been taking shots at him for years, but Drake, in my mind, has been too big to fail. Because years ago, he was in a beef with Pusha T, where Pusha T exposes that you are hiding a child you had with a porn star.
Adonis is your son.
And you know what ends up coming from that? His kid draws the album artwork to his last album. And he's bringing Adonis with him to the sideline of NBA games. That is such a inflammatory, crazy thing you were trying to cover up, and he still came out and used it to his benefit, right?
Yep.
So I thought he was too big to fail, but now with this Kendrick beef, so about 2 weeks after those two Drake songs dropped, last Tuesday, Kendrick releases his response, Euphoria, which is the name of a show that Drake produces.
But wait a second, isn't that also where he got Haley Joel Osment wrong? That's the same song, right?
That was a 6.5 minute song. There was so much in there. I do not remember if it was in that song.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was in that song. Okay, so he released that. Is this was the response that just basically ended everything?
No, not even close. So this is last Tuesday, and this is when this comes out at 10:30 on a Tuesday morning, right? So Reggie and I are in the studio, in between segments, we're listening to it together, because this is, like I said, it's like a 6.5 minute song, and Kendrick just goes in. It's like, I hate the way you walk, I hate the way you talk, I hate the way you say certain things. It is, and he repeats himself multiple times saying this. You can just feel the venom dripping from Kendrick's words on this. He means this. This is legit disdain for Drake, and not on a level of oh, this is kind of a shot on a song. This is a full 6.5 minute track devoted to how much I hate you. So that was pretty intense when it came out. Drake waits until Friday to release his response, Family Matters, which is a 7.5 minute song. Where in the music video for it, he is crushing the car that is on the cover of Kendrick's Good Kid, Mad City, one of his album that really got him popular. He's compacting it, destroying it. And there are other references to some of the things that Kendrick said to Drake in Euphoria that he's doing in the video. And in this song, at the tail end of it, Drake accuses Kendrick of domestic abuse, of hiring a crisis management team to hide the fact that he beat up his girlfriend. These are, unverified claims, but that's pretty awful stuff to accuse somebody of. So and I think ultimately, this is a really, really entertaining, good song. This is as good as I've heard Drake personally in a long time, because he's focused. Not even an hour after Family Matters comes out, the Drake diss, Kendrick releases another diss track.
Oh, so he had one ready.
Oh, he had one locked and
ready.
loaded.
Yeah, it wasn't just, whatever happened to predictability, the milkman, the paperboy, the evening TV. Like those, when he dropped those bars, I was like, damn.
It's good stuff. Damn. I like that. With the
Damn,
Kendrick
see?
album.
With a period at the end.
Mm-hmm. So Meet the Grams comes out less than an hour after Drake's diss. This is 6 minutes or around 6 minutes of Kendrick addressing Drake's family, and he's calm and this is why I love it so much. He is addressing Drake's family in just the most calm, like, I'm so sorry I have to tell you that your son's a horrible person, that I wish he wasn't born, that I wish he would die, that I wish he would rot in hell with Harvey Weinstein. These are all things he says in the song. He addresses his son, tells him, I'm so sorry that he's your dad. He addresses Drake's mom, telling him you raised an awful, person. And then Kendrick accuses Drake of hiding another child. And after he hid the first one, I'm not giving Drake the benefit of the doubt that this isn't real. I'm 100% buying in on the fact that Drake has his image that he wants to keep.
Yeah.
And he couldn't keep it this time, but he could keep it with whatever other escapades he was up to. So these are just more wild accusations in addition to Kendrick saying he's addicted to, Percocet. He's paying for escorts in, the Caribbean. Like, it's more crazy inflammatory stuff along with all the just vitriolic hate that has fueled this entire thing. So this is all within an hour of each other on Friday night. I'm watching the Mavs game, like, Mavs are kicking ass. I'm like, oh, Drake released a new diss. Halfway through listening to it, it's like, oh, Kendrick followed up to it already. Then Saturday night, Kendrick releases another diss track where he has my favorite line on it, certified lover boy, certified pedophile, because that is something Drake has been accused of for years, is having a thing for underage girls. And there's I'm not going to get into the history of it here, but if you look that up, if you look into that, there's reason to believe it. So last night, Drake releases his response, which is called The Heart Part 6, which I think is really clever. Oh my gosh, there was another Kendrick diss. I forgot. There was another one on Friday morning. See, this has come rapid fire.
Rapid fire.
Because I was trying to listen to them all last night to just remember all of them. Kendrick releases one where it's titled 616 in Los Angeles, which is a riff on all of Drake's songs that are timestamped, like 8 a.m. in Charlotte, 5 p.m. in Toronto or whatever. 616 is also Father's Day. So that's a jab at Drake being a bad father to the son he was trying to hide. And maybe this, other daughter he might have too. So last night, Drake releases The Heart Part 6, which The Heart Part X, that's something Kendrick's been doing for years. And in this most recent one that came out last night, Drake is saying, well, actually, I fed you fake information and you fell for it. So everything you're saying, this isn't real.
Which seems like a bad out.
It's a little cheap. And I'm, like I said earlier, I'm not willing to give Drake the benefit of the doubt given the past and things he's tried to hide before.
Ultimately, what does Bobby Altoff think about all this? And who will she interview about it?
It's a good reference. Well, it's a really good reference.
Was it Drake in bed, right?
Yeah, it was in bed.
Yeah, Millie Bobby Altoff.
So she's got to interview Kendrick next, right?
Right. Yeah.
I feel like that's the next logical step in this beef.
You like that?
Yeah, underneath a Prince painting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Carter Freeman, rap, hip hop aficionado, our expert here at the Fan. Thank you.
You're welcome. I could go on about this forever. This is just
we have a clock. We can't do that.
This is as good as rap beef has been in a long time. I'll leave it at that.
Very nice. All right, it is KNC Masterpiece coming up next year on Sean and RJ 105 through the Fan.
Coming up Monday in the G-Bag.
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
His crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece.
South Lake defending our
I didn't know I was defending South Lake in the break, but whatever.
A lot of great listeners in South Lake.
There are.
There's that line of like, look, man, some houses very affordable in these areas. And, like Mike's always taking shots at Plano, and he's always like,
which is weird because he lives in like a really expensive house.
And so I'm always like, you know what? I'm just gonna eat it up. Yeah, the palatial estates of Plano. That's what's going on out there.
All right, KNC boys in. Where's Bassick's out all week, right? He's got he's on the road. He's on Oakland.
He's having a baby, right? Is
Bassick
having a baby?
Yes, he is.
Oh, gotcha.
We still have not seen an update.
No, I did see he posted like 10 minutes ago.
I'm going to stop you right there because I
didn't have time for that.
I ran into this problem when Noah was born. I got a passive aggressive text from my mother-in-law. They came up to the hospital because I was like supposed to be giving them updates and everything. And I was, because sometimes, especially when you induce labor, you have nothing but time for updates.
Yeah.
And then there's a time when you have no time for anything.
Yeah.
So like 2.5 hours passed, and I look at my phone and there's a text, hey, we're here. We were waiting for updates and just didn't get any, so we thought we'd come up. I was like, I was busy.
It's about a 3-hour window after or like right when around the baby's coming out.
Yeah,
and then
busy.
from there, you're like, they got to clean the baby.
Oh, yeah.
And they got to go run all the tests. And then if you're certain religions or whatever, they got to snip if it's a boy.
What?
They got to.
Sometimes not even religious.
Yeah.
Did you?
I think. Yeah, I mean, I was, and so I guess like Adrian was like, yeah, I mean, we're going to too. So it just felt like
off with their heads.
Yeah. So bam, move
I
on.
don't know if you totally understand that procedure.
Yeah, it's not the whole. Yeah. Anyway, so there's like a 3-hour window where I think that you kind of have a grace period.
Do you remember the Houston Super Bowl where I ran into the people who were like the circumcision? They were against circumcisions.
Have y'all ever seen these guys?
Man,
they have. They wear all white.
I took some pictures.
They were all white except for their crotch, where it's just they
blood splatter.
They have blood splatter there, and they're like, "You shouldn't do this."
So I went up to them when we were in Houston at the Super Bowl because I was like, "Oh man, this bit's gonna be amazing," because I thought they were doing a bit. And then I heard them talk, and then they were giving like scientific evidence and talking about how this was assault of someone's body and all this, and I was like, "Oh." So this is like,
it's for real.
We're real deal, serious as all get out, not doing a bit. And it was right out in front of the baseball stadium, which I thought was really weird.
Huh. Mm-hmm. I remember when both of my kids were circumcised. I took the
every one of
just
them.
Air out their business.
I took the leftover after it fell off, put it on my eyelids. I was all cockeyed for a day.
Oh my gosh.
Proud of you. Kevin, you got to admit.
It's 9:46 in the morning.
That was
for
fantastic.
the love of goodness.
we were talking about earlier.
I mean, I get it. Like, I get it.
You remember how?
So proud of
you remember how Tom Cruise allegedly went home and ate the placenta? That was one of the things that we heard about.
Oh.
You remember how that was the thing?
Yes.
He's a
We talked about that earlier today. Somebody on the fan text sent in and said Sean's already trying to figure out how to like marinate it in meat church seasoning.
Yes, I can totally see that.
Can I put the voodoo on this?
Maybe this will beat the orange magic.
Gotta keep that Blanco away. No, that's
Trying to do this, Gavin Dawson, and then he challenges him to have his own other kids so they can get into this weird placenta.
You ate it.
No,
because Mike and I were discussing that a lot while you were out. So how was it?
I would never eat the
I
placenta.
don't understand.
Because I just think it's gross.
Lots of vitamins.
Look, you don't understand? I think ranch dressing is gross. What part of you thinks like, here, would you like to eat some of the placenta?
Yeah, I don't like my food
So
touching it. That
bad.
touches
That's
everything.
so disgusting, man.
I definitely did not. Definitely did not.
So I do have a question though. With Mike out this week, we have been considering bringing in some guest hosts with us this week, just for fun. Maybe an hour, maybe a full show. Who would y'all like to hear on our show?
Danny Green.
All right, Danny Green will be on with us today.
120.
Wow.
120. So yeah.
I mean, I always love hearing Derek Holland.
Derek Holland.
Okay. All right.
And I need to double check with him. He gave me the most confusing answer ever when I asked him about that last week. He goes, "Oh yeah, dude, that would be awesome." He goes, I need to look at my schedule. I'm not really sure, but this sounds great. We should do it. I'll check. And I was just like, wait, what? So where did we end up? You'll get back to me? I haven't heard from him since.
I think that's
then,
a
so
yes.
I think I need to follow up.
Yeah, and so I think that's a yes. Yeah, bring in Will Chambers. If y'all ever talk Kentucky basketball for a whole hour,
Yes,
you should try it
off air.
It's
about
great.
Colby.
It's great.
Oh
Yeah, would you like to hear Colby hang out with us?
There we go.
All right. Okay. I'm trying to think of any other.
I have plenty of
old
answers
teammates
for
that
jokes.
They don't hate us, or something like that.
Oh.
The
don't hate
that's where you're
us.
going.
like our old producers, like Waddle,
Oh yeah, Waddle would come on.
Sean Hudgens.
He would only come on because Sharif's not here right now.
I don't think he's a fan. I don't think
get along.
I don't think he's a fan.
Those two do not get along.
We'll see how it goes though. I would if there's a chance, Colby, if you're listening out there and you want to come hang out.
What about like I know you guys have had a lot of interaction with just like various people on Twitter or whatever, like who have podcasts. Would you ever have them on?
Wow.
Yeah, I could be like, "Hey, you were remarkably wrong about all these things. Would you like to apologize?" No. Okay.
So yeah, we'll see.
Outside of Danny Green, what else on the show?
Man, that's it. That's pretty
Oh
much
my
it.
gosh, that's it.
4 hours of Danny Green.
2 hours.
No,
The whole show.
We get
Don't forget, we're just 2 hours away from Danny Green.
right out of the grate.
We got
Right
the
out of
Danny
the
Green
grate.
countdown clock going behind us.
We dive right into Stars right out of the gate, then Mavs
Yeah.
at 10:20, and then the original baseball segment, Baseball Buckets, at 10:40.
So Bobby had a question today. That was very interesting. Wish you would have saved it for tomorrow, but whatever.
Damn it.
You have to pick one. What's more likely, that both the Mavs and Stars advance or neither advance? What's more likely to happen?
both advance. This is easy.
I said both.
Yeah,
I think
easy.
both. I think neither, not neither. I think neither.
Yeah.
It's more
Did I
like
say neither?
I do
And
think
what
that
is
there's
it? Neither. Did I say neither?
You
And
said
which-
neither.
and which
I
one
say
is it?
neither.
See, but at least I can live with that when they say neither or neither. I have never met anyone in my life who's called it a tomato, or a potato. So where did that song?
just
It's
British.
probably English.
Yeah.
British.
It's like you say Roy, I say Wah.
That's
Yeah.
That's right.
I say RW3.
it was not Wa Campanella.
You say-
that was not.
You say Yuri Letton, and I say Jerry Letton.
That's wrong. That's just wrong.
That's not what I just said.
That's true. Appreciate that, Stephen. Thank you.
Listen
for
back to the tape, Stephen. I think it was.
But I do think that like I think I'm gonna pick both of them to win. But if you told me like one is more likely than the other, I still think ultimately that would be it.
Unfortunately, I would probably agree with you. Obviously,
At least one of them is getting to the conference finals. I feel like the Mavs maybe have a better shot.
Stars looked like the best team. Like last night, that's when I finally saw they are the best team.
But as a matchup,
Colorado's a tough matchup.
As a
for
matchup
them.
in the next round, I do think that the Mavs have a more advantageous matchup.
The Mavericks.
I would agree with that.
You agree on the Thunder? Like even though they had the best.
I'm not a fan. Like I think that the Thunder, they're a good team. Obviously,
They tried hard.
You just don't see teams come out of nowhere and win and advance to the conference finals the first time out.
Yeah, and I went back just looking at their season schedule. If you're gonna try to make season schedule shows that the Thunder were better. Looking at it, the first game they played, the Mavs were a mess anyway. The second game they played was the first time after the trade, right? That was the first time after the trade. Mavs blow their doors off. The next time they play, Luka's out, so it's a Luka-less team. And the last time they play, the whole Mavericks roster was out.
Well, and it was even the Luka-less game. Like it was competitive most of the game, like without Luka playing, and so
I feel pretty comfortable with it. There's going to be it's going to be fun to watch them match up and try and figure things out with each other. But I feel like both teams. I feel very confident in their progression to the next round.
And Colorado is a weird team on the other side because they score the most goals, but also give up the most goals.
Yeah.
So do you run with them and try and play their game, or do you try and keep it a low scoring game?
I mean, Otter he doesn't give up goals, man. Like I think you can run with them if you try to. I don't know that he's going to give up 4.
My concern is
You might be
though,
able to get 4 in
watching
there,
this
guy.
offense, are they going to run with them?
No, they're not going to. I don't think they are because the Stars got I have a buddy who's like a really big Vegas fan.
Well,
and he's like the Stars defense just mimics Vegas from last year.
Yeah.
And Vegas's defense this year was really good in this series. So, Kevin, I know that the goals were kind of hard to come by in this series, but I think that matchup was what it is. You just said it. If Colorado has a tendency to just leave it wide open like that, the Stars should take advantage of that.
What is the rest versus rust factor with Colorado versus Dallas, though?
It's really weird, right? Because it feels like both are completely valid as long as they fit. Not you, but like people in
narrative. Yeah,
exactly. Because when the Mavericks were starting slow, it's like, oh, because they had all that time off. And you're like, hold on, didn't the Clippers have that time off too? And so, like, whatever happens in game one will feed into, well, the Stars won because they were hot and they had to keep rolling, or, oh, the Avalanche only won because they had time to rest.
I don't know why. Naturally, this is where my head goes. I feel like in basketball, I would want to keep going, and in hockey, I would want rest.
What about football?
See, hockey though, I don't know if you want. I don't like goalie to get rest in hockey.
And they've been off. They are going to be off for what, 6 days by the time we get going.
Yeah, like I think I think you'd be able to get like maybe an easy goal like first period.
I don't mind
just a rusty goal.
I don't mind my goalie having some time off as long as he's continuing to work on his eyes. Because I think that's the hardest part is once
train your eyes.
If you had your rest as a goalie, and maybe Marty's a great person we could reach out to.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Or Frank. We could have Frank Provenzano, see if he's
you guys have Frank. I'll take Marty.
I love Frank. But that part of being able to just track the puck, pick it up, and then just getting back into that mode where you're just seeing everything. That's the thing I'm most concerned. Not the body so much, but just making sure that you're locked in with your head.
I don't know how you're going to make it this week, Choppy.
Why? What happened?
Well, you got 2 weeks of this, right?
I have 2 weeks
of it. Oh, my God. I don't know how you're going to make it for 2 weeks. Do not show that on the fan cam.
Why are we? It's quiet right now.
Yeah. Hey, what else is coming up on the show? Or lead us out of this, Corey.
All right, guys.
Gosh.
I told you.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, no. All right.
You're in trouble.
I'm in deep
You are in
trouble.
trouble.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
I don't even want to know now.
Here's the K&C masterpiece. Next to the fan. Good luck, boys.
Always a welcome sign. about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, Reginald Atatula. Mike Bassick is on assignment this week doing that TV thing for the Texas Rangers. If you guys have any suggestions for guests or perhaps guest co-hosts,
Mike Bassick.
You besides Mike Bassick.
Oh, my bad.
He has made his thoughts about that very clear. That you would like to have on at some point this week, let us know. FrankelFirm.com text line 877-881-1053. Gentlemen, it's the two greatest words in all of sports. Game 7. Let's go ahead and fire off that cut number 6. Because, well, by now you should probably know who won.
Here's Hannafin, far side, shot. Puck winds up behind the net, stole. Center catch, broken up, and that will do it. The Dallas Stars win Game 7 and will move on to face the Colorado Avalanche.
Now, quick question to start this off. Were you watching the clock, or were you watching the clock and also listening to hear the so you really knew that the game was over?
You mean right there at the end?
Yes.
So it felt like from seconds 45 to 36. Wasn't it around 36 when Otter made that stop? Something around there. I was
glove
like,
save?
It felt like an hour. That 15 seconds felt like forever. So Kevin,
did you get mad when the Stars called a timeout too? You're like, come on.
I'm pretty okay with everything that DeBoer does in Game 7. So
that's a good point.
But the next thing was like for the last 30 seconds, I just didn't look at the clock. I was like, I'm not going to look at the clock because that looked like it took too long. So I just kind of let it ride out, and yeah, like you said, waited for everybody to just stop playing. And when everybody stopped playing and they said it was over, I literally looked down and was like, oh, the time's off the clock. It was awesome, dude. It was awesome to not be constrained by a clock, Kevin. To not feel like every second I'm just looking and waiting for what time is about to happen.
I think I was just more excited that the Stars won as opposed to...
I'll see you later, Kevin.
Wait, what is happening there now? Oh my gosh. Corey is leaving because RJ came in. I'm not entirely sure what... Oh, because he's taken a bucket of food?
Yeah.
Can that wait till the commercial break, perhaps?
Let me ask the Twitch. We'll ask the Twitch and the Twolos out there and the Tolos. Do you want me to continue to do the show without food? Or do you want me to enjoy these amazing breakfast burritos that Tolo Timothy brought in?
I want you to enjoy one breakfast burrito so that the rest of us can also have breakfast burritos.
Ooh, and you would also like him to enjoy it in the break, right?
Absolutely.
I didn't hear what Reggie said. I didn't have my earbuds in, Kevin. I was not prepared.
He
My
said
apologies.
you can eat one of them.
All right. I just want one. That's
Okay.
all I want. I'm not going to eat more than one, Kevin.
All right.
Why are you cutting into the Stars' time right now?
Exactly.
Oh, my apologies.
That's a good point.
My apologies.
Man, Radek Fox makes his return to the lineup, and Ty Dellandrea is going to be out. Holy crap. What an impact. We'll probably play this again because it's awesome. Well, let's go ahead and go to number 5. Just in case you didn't know, here is one of the impacts that Foxa had.
Here's Frank Smith, back out for Foxer. Backhand shot, score!
Now, that made me feel a heck of a lot better because we've talked about this again and again and again throughout the postseason. First 2 minutes, last 2 minutes of a period. It feels like it gives you a different level of control, and especially when the game is tied, especially in Game 7, when you get that goal in the first minute, 45 seconds to take control of the game back. I thought, obviously, I'm not going to be like, oh, that was a huge goal. Well, duh. It was the game winner.
It was a big goal there.
But it definitely had a huge impact on, I felt like, momentum, the noise in the building, and on and on and on and on.
The Kevin, the beginning of the story on ESPN from the AP, Radek Foxa made a promise to his 2.5-year-old son when they were playing together before the Stars took the ice. Foxa indeed scored in his return. So he told this kid he was going to score, and then he does on something where...
Is that why he was so pumped?
Yeah.
Well,
obviously because,
Because he was being a good father, clearly.
Yeah, exactly.
This has been a weekend of great fathering. Shout out to Radek Foxa.
And so that was one of those moments, Kevin, where I was like, I was like, man, that's awesome. I screamed in the house and everything. But then whenever they went to show the replay, and you see that the dude didn't even look at the net, never saw the net, just flipped it behind him, and it goes in the only place that it could have gone to score that goal specifically. That was amazing, man. That was awesome.
Look, we talk about it sometimes, and I know the Stars at times default to, or have defaulted in the past to, how can we make this look like a pretty goal? When sometimes you're like, just fire crap up against the net. You never know what the hell could happen. And this was an example. Now, an update on the breakfast burrito situation from the 817. I think you should all do this segment while eating breakfast burritos.
Thank you.
I think everyone listening right now should try to get a breakfast burrito.
That's a wonderful. I'm a huge fan of breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos anyway. Like, this is when I wake up in the morning on Saturdays and Sundays, the first thing I'm thinking is, how do I get breakfast tacos?
Is that because the Stars won, or just because breakfast burritos are awesome?
Because they're awesome.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now, I have
a little pocket of amazing food.
I have a stat for you that I have complex feelings about.
Okay.
This is per Elias, or excuse me, per NHL stats. So, I'm going to take it as being valid. Dallas became the second team in NHL history to win a best-of-7 series against the reigning champions after losing each of the first 2 games at home. The only other time it happened was when Colorado defeated Detroit in 1999 in the conference semifinals. Now, here's why I have complicated feelings about that. Because in the very next round, Colorado Avalanche lost.
To whom?
That seems like it sets a bad precedent. But they lost to the eventual Stanley Cup champion Dallas Stars.
Oh.
And did you also know? We'll dive into this more and more tomorrow when we start talking about the Avalanche series. Did you know every time the Stars have made it to the Stanley Cup final, they've played the Avalanche in the playoffs?
Really? Every single time?
Every time. All 3 times. Well,
so we need
hopefully all 4 times.
But we've only won 1 cup.
Well, yeah, but we beat the Avalanche in all of these isolated 3 years I'm talking
1 and
about.
2, right? In the Stanley Cup final.
Stupid Lightning and Devils.
So yeah, Kevin, I don't want to always have to play Colorado.
Well, that's the situation you're in right now.
Yeah. I mean, we have to this year.
Here's the good news.
This is amazing, by the way.
If you can advance, okay, by the way, people from the 972 are my text going through. I just bought a breakfast burrito.
Nice.
Yes. From the, oh my God, that's a great idea. From the 951, I got a taquito with y'all. And from the 432, can this segment now be called Best Buds and Burritos?
Yes.
That is a fantastic idea that you have helped facilitate for us today.
Yes.
Now, I might have forgot the other point that I was going to make.
It's okay.
Oh, here we go.
Nice.
This series is clutch because you almost know for sure you're going to win in the conference finals, right? Because the conference finals, you're going to play a Canadian team. And what have we established?
They don't win the Stanley Cup.
They do not win the Stanley
Do they
Cup.
make it to the Stanley Cup
Occasionally they do.
Okay.
But they end up losing.
All right. How much of the season, Kevin, have the Stars looked like the best team? The season, not just the playoffs here.
Most of the second half of the season,
Okay.
I think they've looked like the best team in the NHL.
And then
or one of the best 2 or 3.
Adding Tanev was a fantastic piece. Like, the more I watch that, the more I go, man, that was a great addition.
How many times did you hear his name in the last even like 6 minutes? Now, one time, did you hear his name because they couldn't clear the puck out? And yes,
Yeah.
we talked about this before the show, Reggie. I don't know if you felt this way. Time feels like it inherently slows down when you're waiting for the result that you want to stay put, right?
That's a theory of relativity.
Exactly.
Yes.
And then on the flip side, the clock's going way too fast. You're like, I don't have enough time to come back. Corey said the Stars look like the better team yesterday. And I said, definitely, except for the 4 to 5 minute period. It was about 6 or 7 minutes left in the third period till about 2 minutes left in the third period, where it felt like you were in a perpetual shorthanded situation.
Yes.
Even though you weren't, even though Vegas had not taken their goalie out, the Stars had a really tough time clearing the puck out, and it felt like this is going to cost us. But I thought Tanev came up big a couple of different times in that run.
How much of that feels like just the mentality shift in the game when it feels like you go from playing like open ice hockey of just we're still trying to score to, okay, we're getting close enough to the time where we just got to batten down the hatches and try and make it through, and then you kind of invite more pressure upon yourself.
And that makes sense, right? Because if you see an opportunity, let's say a 50-50 puck is out there and you can make a break and you're like, man, if I can take this, especially if I can go, like, let's say on the right edge, depending on which way the puck was going, I can have a one-on-one versus the goalie. But what if you don't get that, and by the time you turn around, now they have an advantage going the other way, and you didn't even really need to score that goal. You just needed to keep the puck. So I understand you probably hesitate just a little bit where, like, your hockey instincts are like, go, 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 go. But then your game instincts are like, no, we gotta stay back here.
That's where, and that's another thing too. Somebody was messaged this morning, was like, "Hey man, was that not the loudest like you've ever heard the crowd in the American Airlines Center?" I was there for Game 5 of the NBA Finals when the Mavs won. That's the loudest I've personally ever heard it before. Okay, when the Mavs won the title, I was in there, and that place was going nuts. And even our boy Sean Heath, the Mavs PA guy, he was like, "This room is perfect. I don't have to do anything. They're doing it all for me." And so that's the loudest I've ever heard it. Friday night's crowd at the AAC seemed like it was pretty crazy too. Reggie can attest to that because he was there. But what I loved the most about the crowd, Kevin, in this game specifically, was they were smart loud. Like,
that's a great point.
Whenever guys poured it out there and then they had a shift and they did their job the right way, they were cheering the line change. And you're just like, hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. When big things happen, those fans knew what the right reaction. When big hits happen, they knew the right reaction. It was a smart Stars fan base in that AAC yesterday, and I loved it, man. That's the thing I loved the most, because after, like you just said, that 4 to 6 minute window, when that got done and they cleared it, and you could see them, they're exhausted and they're skating off the ice. That crowd's going nuts for them, and they're like, I can't wait to get back out there and do it again.
And you know what? The Stars have had an interesting, and you saw it play out exactly as it has throughout the rest of the series. Stars had a really interesting defensive philosophy throughout this series in terms of they really only played 5 defensemen. Now, I know realistically they played 6, but I saw this number going in, and you saw it replicated almost yesterday, is Nils Lundqvist had been playing less than 5 minutes a game. Yesterday, he played 3 minutes and 9 seconds. And what they've been doing is, obviously, you've seen an uptick in time for Tanev and Miro, which makes sense because you could make a very, very strong, probably factual argument that those are the 2 guys that you would want to lean on the most. And then I just saw this stat from the 469. I hope this is accurate. I have not seen this statistic, but I'm going to take the Tolo's word for it this morning. Tanev played 93 minutes against their top 2 lines in the series. The Stars had a 5-0 advantage with him on those lines.
I love it.
And
I love it.
That makes sense to me because you don't always see the fruits of your labor when it comes to the trade that you made. You saw this straight away. You saw it in the series. Like, I don't know, you might say Wyatt Johnston keeps scoring. You might say Jake Ottinger just keeps being badass, but this feels like a series that you could see the immediate impact of Chris Tanev and why you're moving on to the second round.
Yeah, man. And Kevin, I know you're a big fan of Wyatt's here in DFW.
Yes.
That kid is unbelievable.
That shot below the glove was, pinpoint. On the broadcast, they were calling it a dart, and I don't know that there's a better description of it because I found that to be incredible from distance, finding that spot, especially as we were complaining, or not necessarily complaining, but talking about all series, like just put shots on net. That wasn't just a shot on net. That was a very, very precise goal. And to do that at his age with this particular level of pressure, I thought was incredible.
I like the line. I always love the line. Yeah, Razor's amazing, by the way. I just want to point that out. If you're watching him and you hear him, like, he's fantastic. And just all the terms that he has, all the hockey terms that he has, but then he'll throw out the words like Macedonian effort. And you're just like, that dude's just amazing. But yeah, he used the line, he put that one on a wire. And that's what that shot, Reggie, that's what that looked like to me, was it looked like it just hung it on a wire and said, all right, send it right here. It was an entirely fun series. And Kevin, 2 things.
Oh, wait, can we stick on Wyatt for just one second? Yeah. Because Jake Ottinger has now given me my favorite quote of the postseason. And sorry, I didn't ask for this audio. I didn't think of it. When I was watching it, I was like, that is hilarious. Wyatt Johnston in the last 5 games, 4 goals, 6 total points, obviously huge. They asked Jake Ottinger after the game, does Wyatt Johnston ever get nervous? And of course they brought up like, oh, he can't even legally drink a beer. That's sweet. Does he ever get nervous? And Ottinger just quickly deadpans and he goes, Yeah, maybe a little bit on the golf course. And so I like that in that moment of, holy crap, we just finished game 7 as a 1-goal game. It was tied, big chunk of the game, and oh my gosh, they just barraged me with shots. He was like, yeah, you should see him on the golf course though. He gets a little wobbly there.
I'm glad you brought up Ottinger there too, Kevin, because my favorite moment of the night was he gets the penalty for the terrible call, which I thought was terrible, but he gets a penalty for interference, and he's kind of looking at the ref like, really? And he's talking to him as the conversation, and then as they finish out that power play or that shorthanded, there's a shot right on goal, and he snags it and then throws the puck at the referee and skates off the ice to go get some water. And I was just like, that was so cold. That was like, just the way he responded to that was just like, boom, gotcha. Now what? And he went on. And then just a few minutes later, you hear my favorite line of the night, which was, the Knights are trying, but there are too many Stars players in the way. They felt like they were a swarm defensively last night. I love it, man. It's great.
It really was awesome. And Corey, I know this has been one of your dream places to go, so I think you're going to love this text from the 318. Just moved over from Shreveport. My family has season tickets to LSU football games, so I've been in many intense environments. Yesterday was my first ever Stars game since moving here. That atmosphere rivaled many LSU football games in intensity.
Saturday night in Metairie, I've heard there's nothing better. Nothing better. Is it not Metairie? Is that not where their stadium is? Am I wrong about this?
What, LSU?
Yeah.
Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge, that's what I meant.
Yeah, you're just New Orleans down, aren't you? As he takes
of the
a
burrito.
giant
Yeah,
bite
it's because of the
This
burrito.
guy.
So good.
And now you get to play Colorado, who Lord knows you have a very lengthy playoff history with.
That was such a good burrito, Kevin. I mean,
An
it's
even better
amazing.
series, right?
I'm glad to
An
hear.
even better series. Thank you, Reggie.
You're welcome.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, the Mavs advance and Jason Kidd gets a contract extension. How we feeling on this busy morning? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Indeed.com. Tell them RJ Choppy for the fan sent you.
The upcoming segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Dairy Queen. That's what I like about Texas.
It's true. DQ serves up the best treats and eats in Texas. From our famous burgers and baskets to our blizzard treats, we help turn family meals into memories. Stop by your local DQ today. DQ, that's what I like about Texas.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, that's Soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
17 offensive rebounds for the Dallas Mavericks. Irvin dancing, prancing, pulls up, three-pointer, bang! And a foul!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Now, there's a lot going on with the Mavs. You love the bang.
I want to talk specifically about that play, if we can, real quick. Did you see Daniel Gafford in the background on that play? Watch the video.
Me neither.
It's the angle from, it would be the other side of the court down the side. And you first see him recognize, oh, he shook him once. And then he starts oh, no, not again. Don't do it to him again. You can see they did the still shots too. Somebody did 4 still shots of all the faces of Daniel Gafford during that play when he just shook PJ Tucker to his grave.
He had genuine concern for Pops Jr.
Oh my gosh, it was so. And just watching Daniel Gafford's face is the best part. And then, I mean, obviously the basket goes in and everything, but
so like Daniel Gafford was over there like, that's elder abuse. What are you doing?
It kind of was one of those really great moments. So, oh no, don't do it to him again. I could see it in his mind. It was great.
Man,
I don't know why that's Daniel Gafford's voice in my brain, but that was what
we've had him on the show. You have a decent idea of what he sounds like.
Yeah, my bad.
So the Mavericks win Game 6. They advance. They start tomorrow against Oklahoma City. By the way, at pretty much the exact same time as the Stars. We'll probably dive.
What the F is this all about?
Yeah, I don't like this. I think we need to go back to the every other night circumstance.
Yeah. We'll dive into that probably tomorrow because for the first 5 games, they play on the same night. But then if the series extends out to 6 and 7, it's game for 4 straight days. So if you
I don't know if my emotions can handle it.
I mean, especially if you get 2 7-game series. And so you would think like, hey, we're going to talk about Kyrie. Hey, we're going to talk about the Mavs closing it out. Let's start talking about OKC. But then over the weekend, and obviously we saw this come to fruition today. Over the weekend, Mark Stein, who, you know, feels like is just about as plugged into the Mavs as a human being can be. He reported on his Substack that Kidd had been linked to the head coaching job of the Lakers, partially because obviously they have history together, and that Kidd would likely receive a contract extension from the Mavericks in the, quote, near future. That near future is today, as it was announced that the Dallas Mavericks have signed Jason Kidd to a multi-year extension. And now this is one of the things where maybe it was going to happen anyway. They just advanced in the playoffs and it was like, hey, we feel like we got good momentum, especially now we gave you the pieces that you needed. But it's interesting how things that seem like they have nothing to do with you absolutely make an impact, because I realize it was a disaster of a season. But if the Lakers hadn't fired Darvin Ham, would we just be in the thing where the Mavericks would still continue to be talking with Jason Kidd? I don't think he would have announced a contract extension this morning. That's just me. I could be totally off base about that. I think he was going to stay either way. But now you get a multi-year contract extension. I know we need to talk about the Clippers game as well. But how do you guys feel? How do Mavs fans feel about Jason Kidd? Because Jason Kidd has become a polarizing figure around here in terms of some people are like, no, you watch some of the amazing in-game adjustments he makes and you see why he's valuable, or the way he communicates with Kyrie and Luka or whatever else. And then there's other people who think that the Mavericks win in spite of him.
So I don't know that. But we kind of also were told that coaches now have to be different than ever before, in that it's more management of personalities and all that stuff. And I think there's something to be said about the Phil Jacksons, who could draw up a good play, but also understood how to manage big time personalities. Pop for a long time had really good low key personalities that he managed, but he could call a good game. So everybody's different in that respect. But when it comes to the way that Jason Kidd's done it, they were abysmal in the first half of the season.
Agreed.
They couldn't stop anybody. And I guess that's just the nature of the game now, and that the regular season is what it is. We get tough during playoff time, or I guess after the All-Star break. But that part of, they were that bad. But maybe they had to be that bad in order to pull off the kind of trades that they pulled off, because they needed talent too. We were asking Jason Kidd to, look, you got 2 superstars. And I know your role players are not really like exceptional role players, but you have 2 superstars. You should be doing better. And then they get better players, and guess what happens? They're a better basketball team. They get guys who buy in defensively, and they look like one of the, a top team defensively that can put the clamps on you at any point. So Jason Kidd, he got the talent he needed, and now he's in a situation that puts him in a really good place for a long time, especially with Gafford, PJ Washington, and Luka, their contracts putting them here together for a bit. And Kyrie too. Yeah, and Lively.
Well, all being relatively young, outside of Kyrie.
Yeah.
But I think the tough thing about Jason Kidd is also he has kind of a laissez-faire approach to the regular season.
Fair.
And his bedside manner does not help that either, because the way that he talks to us generally, whether it's the fans or the media, is a place where he's like, I'm not concerned about what y'all think. Which, in a way he shouldn't be, but also absolutely you should, right? Like, you are the connector for us to this team. But the way that he handles this and approaches the regular season is, I'm going to let these guys figure things out. And then when we come to the playoffs, we'll get to this place. And that can be frustrating. However, there's been 2 out of 3 seasons where that approach has allowed his teams to be stronger once they get to the postseason and be able to manage these things. And so it's a results-oriented business. And right now the results look very good when it comes to his approach. It could just be a little frustrating to go through. And so I'm interested, just like I think you are, in how Mavs Nation feels about this, because there's a lot of times where Jason Kidd will say something or do something, or maybe more accurately not do something, and it can really upset the fan base. But ultimately you get to this time of year, and one of the things I talked about all through the Clipper series, the process felt like it was good. Now, ultimately it seems like you had the better team, but the process felt like it was good, which is a coaching benefit. And your players felt like they gave you everything that they could have, which is usually something that you attribute to the coach. So all things considered, I think this is a good place to be.
And here's the combination of the reactions that you were kind of talking about. And one of these quotes is going to stick around for probably the next, 10 years, maybe forever. From the 214, Jason Kidd's doing just fine. From another 214, I love Jason Kidd. He'll bring us another championship. From a 210, I was out on J Kidd at first, but getting this team to play defense similar to the 2011 team, I'm all on board now. And then from another 214, man, look at 214 showing out this morning. Nobody's dying. And that's the quote that I think is going to be associated anytime something goes bad, but it could have been worse, I guess.
What's the thing that we, and every player we've talked to that has played for Bochy, what's the thing that they say about him?
He's always calm,
steady.
Yeah.
Just like all those words are, he doesn't overreact to stupid things. And he doesn't overreact to a lot of things in general. The only time we saw him blow up last year, Kevin, was Will Smith and Jonah Heim didn't throw a pitch that they wanted to be thrown, and he got rocked, and he was ticked off because they weren't supposed to do that. And then he got texts, and people were like, "Are you okay?" And he was like, "Yeah, I guess so." But what did
he even referenced? I love that he brought that up. He goes, "I didn't know it was a problem until people started texting me."
But then you talk to him about it. I really wanted to hear. I loved his answer at spring training this year because I've been just so curious about this. And I was like, "Why are you the way you are?" And he said, "Well, I had a coach that would rip my butt a lot. And I didn't like it, and I didn't perform my best whenever I had that coach. I performed better with this other perspective, so I tried to be more like that, and it's worked out for me." And so, all his knowledge and everything. So maybe that is, whenever we freak out that Jason Kidd's not out there losing his mind about something, he understands. I mean, having played as long as he did, getting his championship, being as successful of a player as he was, maybe he sees something that us just regular people don't see.
Look, there's a lot of things at play, and I already see some people texting in saying they don't like the timing because what happens if you either lose in this series or maybe even get swept in this series?
You got a young team that's together and a coach that they're playing with.
And I think that's a question that's worth asking because I think we've established kind of the baseline benefit of Jason Kidd. I think one of the concerns for a lot of folks is, can he coach with the best of them? Because I think that's the place where your team is now going. You're no longer in the place where you're contending to make the playoffs. You want to be a contender that's trying to win championships now, especially with the stars and the timeline that Luka Doncic is on. I think that ends up being the question, and that could be frustrating if you get to a place where you're now amongst the contenders and not showing up in a big way.
Can I throw something out for you?
Please do.
If he can coach with the best of them, to be determined, right?
Sure.
Obviously, I'll have a better answer for you in a week and a half or 2 weeks. Maybe I'll have a great answer for you in about 5 or 6 weeks. But is he the guy who's going to get the best of the best out of Kyrie? Because I did see somebody text in and they said, admit that when he got here, y'all were skeptical about Kyrie working long term. And I absolutely was skeptical about Kyrie working long term just because you'd seen some of the flameouts he'd had at different places. Obviously, Boston immediately jumps to mind, but long term, he's had an issue in a couple of different places. But I wonder right now, and you might still argue, we haven't seen long term with Kyrie. I don't know what different people's definitions of that is, but right now, to Corey's point, it feels like the team is gelling at a time when you have time to continue to stay with this group. But I wonder, we'll see if he can coach among the best of the best. But has he already proven that he is the absolute best person or one of the absolute best people to get the most out of your second most valuable asset?
I think absolutely. Absolutely, 100%.
That's a big deal then.
Interesting.
Agree.
You do think he has?
Yeah, for sure.
I do too.
And it's not all Jason Kidd because some of it is Nico Harrison, some of it is just like the Dallas environment.
For sure.
But Jason Kidd in particular, there is, very personal ties there, right? Obviously, Jason Kidd was and probably still remains Kyrie's hero when it comes to playing basketball. There's a level of respect that is had there from him and also Luka Doncic. I don't want to lose that, but obviously we're focusing on the Kyrie aspect of it. Kyrie has stepped up into a role as leader guy that it seemed like he had been, kind of grasping at for a while, but he's really settled into that matters. There's a lot of ways in which Jason Kidd has also given him the right freedom, knowing that role, having played it, to be able to work with him on a very one-to-one level. It feels like that this is a hand-in-glove fit when it comes to your superstars. And coming back to what we talked about, building your teams and understanding how to accommodate your superstars almost might be the biggest part of being an NBA team in the modern era.
I also wonder too, and I don't know how much I've talked about this on air, but I know I've talked about it off air a lot. How much when Jason Kidd had discussions with Kyrie about the team and what his vision for it and everything was, hey, and this goes to the line, Kevin, that I tweeted about on Twitter on Sunday and on Saturday. We talked about it. Jason Kidd said Kyrie's teaching these guys how to be pros, and I think that's Luka too. His and Kyrie's relationship together. I think you recognize. Look, I'm the coach, and yes, I'm the coach. But that doesn't mean Luka respects me or any of that stuff. I'm still having to earn his trust. You're a teammate. You prove you belong out there with him. You're going to earn his trust. But along the way, I do kind of need you to help grow him to be a superstar professional. Not just a guy who's going to show up and do this and that. Now they're showing up at practices they don't belong at together. They're doing all these extra things, doing the extra work, and that's where I do wonder if Jason Kidd was like, recognize, look, I'm the coach, and I'm not going to be able to connect the same way. But Kyrie, I need you to help nurture this along, because there's a lot in this player. There's a lot of potential, even further than what he is right now, and we can really maximize with it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
Oh, man, John Gray just going out there and being the beast we know he is.
What if he came on our show?
Oh, he will. Yeah, next on The Fan.
Sean Sharif here for Better Help.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Peace on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Gotten a lot of great suggestions for guests or perhaps guest hosts.
Name one.
To have Jeff Kavanaugh.
All right. Name two.
Colby.
Colby's that's a good one too. Name three. We have Reggie. Can he
Marty
be a guest
Turco.
host?
No, I mean, Reggie is here.
Yeah.
He's on the show.
He's guest
not
host.
a guest.
He's guest host.
He's on the show, though. I guess if you want to qualify it like that.
I like when Reggie's on the show. I enjoy it.
I very much
877-881-1053. If you think that Reggie is a good fit with our show, let me know.
What's the number again?
877-881-1053. What are you going to text? Are you going to say yes or no?
No, I think Reggie's a great fit with her show.
Okay.
No, I know what he's doing because it's that one time. What was that last week when I sent him an email?
Oh, it was.
He's going to return the favor.
He said your opinions are trash.
Oh man, I remember that.
Right now, it's time for baseball buckets with Corey Majors.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with baseball buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets. Thank you very much, Chuck Morgan. The Rangers over
Wait a minute.
What?
You have to let the people know that Baseball Buckets is brought to you by Twin Peaks.
That's right.
Eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Thank you, Reggie.
You're welcome.
That's why you're good.
Well, actually, I didn't do anything. That was Twin Peaks that did.
That's a good point. I'm after a little bit.
Twin Peaks has good food. Has really good food. All right.
And drinks and scenic views.
What do they mean by scenic views?
Well, if you've ever been to the one at Mockingbird Station, it sits a little bit higher, in like on the second floor.
The scenic views, you're saying?
No, the restaurant itself
got you.
is on a second floor, and if you get to the patio, you can see the Mockingbird Station area. So I think that's a scenic view. The one out in Fort Worth, Kevin, we were out there right next to it the other day, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember being here for an event one night, and this is it's a great view. You got a good shot of the highway, but also like the way that it's laid out, the patio's real fun. So I think that's
Has that ever been said once? Like, oh man, great view of the highway here from this location.
I think of that at our building sometimes, but I understand why you would say that, like with the sarcasm built in. I get it.
Over the weekend, I was shocked because Kevin, Saturday, we'll talk more in the C block about what we did on Saturday. But on Saturday, I was very caught up in everything, so I didn't get to watch the game and pay attention to the game enough. And I had texted Mike, and I was like, hey, Mike, can you give me a breakdown on what happened? And he said Wyatt got hurt. And I was like, that was it. That's the only response I got from him. And I was like, thanks, man. So I figured, I better look into this just a little bit. But Kevin, they scored 15 runs without hitting a home run.
That's crazy.
And I don't know how that came about. Like, I don't know how. I'm so used to, if you're going to score that many runs, you're doing it with some home runs mixed into it. But man, they did have a triple and a couple doubles. When you're hitting doubles into the gaps and you have runners on, you're going to be okay. So Rangers get that win over the weekend, 15-4, and in a way that I just didn't anticipate would happen. So they can do it that way, and if that feels like it's small ball, or if it feels like it's generating runs, or what did you say, building innings?
Building innings.
If that's the case, man, then I'm perfectly fine with that. If you find out what your team's good at and do it, just like last year when Bochy said, "Why would I steal bases when I got guys who can crush?" If they get thrown out at second, then I'm losing a run there, a potential run. So whatever my team's good at, we'll be good at that.
Corey, can I hijack this segment for a short moment?
Oh, absolutely.
If you could only have one, just like a team that hits solo homers or a team that stacks base hits to the point of like building a 2-run or 3-run inning, which would you rather have? Because I feel like for me, it's absolutely the latter.
Redistribute what you just said?
Like the idea of just solo home runs, right? Just that power.
I want runners on base.
Yeah.
I
think I'm in the same way.
And Kevin, I've been adamant about this for a while. You get a runner on first base, the pitcher has to think about the runner on first base.
Sure.
And now the pitcher's not paying as much attention to home plate, and he's having to think about that guy over there. Is he going to steal? Man, how do I keep that run off there? And so you can even your entire approach at the plate can be adjusted to that. But it's more exciting when the ball's in play too. A home run is exciting for that moment. Whenever guys are on and things are happening, lots of more fun baseball gets played, in my opinion.
Is it odd to you, or I guess in this specific situation, I guess it's kind of good that the loss of Wyatt Langford isn't as crippling as like you would have guessed at the beginning of the season? Like, he's going to be out 3 to 4 weeks, and I'm just kind of like, man, that sucks. But at the beginning of the year, it felt like we were primed for, oh my God, no. Like you just lost another Corey Seager or something like that.
Yeah, and he hasn't turned out. If he had looked like Corey Seager, and if Corey Seager had looked like Corey Seager, we all might be sitting there going, oh my gosh. But I think we all feel like we're wounded ducks, just kind of figuring it all out right now. Is that the feeling? Like everybody feels hurt except for Marcus Semien. And like that feels like it's the only player that's healthy. And Jonah Heim, even Jonah Heim had to take some. It was a bereavement for about a couple days. So there's all this going on. I'm glad Nate Lowe's back, and he looks like he's back into a little bit of a groove early. I'm happy with that. So the injury part of it all is kind of terrifying. But yeah, Wyatt Langford being out, maybe it will be good for him. I feel like that's the first thing I thought was maybe this will be good for him to kind of reassess, reevaluate, tinker with his swing a little bit. But also, if you're dealing with hamstring, you have to do your rehab work there too. So don't overwork it, but also work hard enough to keep both things going on. So that's what we're looking at there. The other thing though, Kevin, is we've been terrified of pitching for a while now.
Yes.
And starting pitching in particular. And I'll be honest on this. I didn't see enough of Dane Dunning's outing to know, was he out after 4 2/3 because the score was already 7 to whatever, and they were like, all right, we're going to run away with this game, or was he out because...
I don't think it was that, because if you get one more out, then he qualifies for the win. I know wins and losses don't matter as much, but they matter.
Yeah, so maybe that's what's going on. But yesterday, a couple days ago, Lorenzen was out there, and Kevin, he gets out there and he told Kisner in the bullpen session, just set up middle for me. During his warm-up, he was like, I'm missing everything, and I don't want to spend too much time trying to hit my spots. The line was, I told him, if we go out there and you set up middle for me, I feel like in the 4th inning, I'll have like 35 pitches tonight. Otherwise, if we went out there and I'm trying to hit all my spots, we might be in the 4th inning with like 90 pitches. So it ended up working out, but that just comes with experience, knowing who he is.
Right.
And so he knew, I don't have it today, so set up middle, and that's going to give me, I'll pitch around that. It's going to give me a better opportunity. But if I'm trying to hit corners, we could have some walks on our hand and some things that don't work out the way I want. And that being said, he goes out there and has a productive night for you. And then the Rangers, they turn it on a little bit. And then yesterday, John Gray gets out there against the Royals. And John Gray, I love this line. After allowing, this is from Jackson Stone on MLB.com. After allowing his second run of the game in the third inning, John Gray made manager Bruce Bochy a promise. The quote, "That's it. They're not scoring anymore." He walks into the dugout and looks Bruce Bochy in the eye and says, "They're not scoring anymore," and then they don't. And it's like, oh, ho, ho, ho. Like, that's the John Gray we've been asking for, right? Like, that's the dude we've been sitting there going, be that guy. Be confident in everything you're doing. And over the last, 2 or 3 outings now, since he went into that bullpen, Kevin, he's come back out and he's like, I'm going to show you guys what's up. Giving up 1 and 2 earned runs in his last 3 outings.
In that moment, look, the track record right there that you just brought up probably helps believing what your pitcher's telling you. But if your pitcher straight up looks at you and says they're not going to score any more runs, do you feel like you kind of have to give them the benefit of the doubt?
Yes.
Or
yes.
Okay.
It's kind of it does remind me. There's that moment where Dirk, the line from Brendan Haywood was he saw the video on a tablet in the airplane of LeBron and Dwayne Wade. I think it was Brendan Haywood that told the story, and he just closed it and said, "That's okay, I'll take care of it," and then just went out there and did, and it's because that's who Dirk is. So, but the John Gray thing, like I'm very excited because Kevin, at a time where we're like, oh crap, we're losing this guy, we're losing Nate Eovaldi, we're losing this. John Gray's giving you good outings. Michael Lorenzen's giving you good outings. And so seeing that these guys are still coming along, and then from the 3-2-5, Dane was hot for 3 innings, then struggled in the 4th. So that's what that was there. And I appreciate that because like I said, we were very, very busy over the weekend. But here's a line, Kevin, at the very end of this from Jonah Heim. And I don't know how I feel about this because there's part of me that's like, I love hearing that because we just said with John Gray. But here's Heim. If we get shut out through 7, you better watch out the 8th because we're going to come out hot and give you some good at bats. There's never any panic. And I'm like, why don't you give good at bats in the 1st? You know, like, are you saying that you didn't? If 7 innings, you're like, we took it easy.
Does that kind of sound like the Nuggets coach a little bit when he was like, hey, what the crap in hell do we keep getting off to these rough starts at the beginning of the game? Do we not know what's going to happen?
Yeah, exactly. So I think he's just saying, look, man, we don't like being pinned down that long, so you just better be aware. And then to finish this all off, Kevin, guess who's pitching for the Kansas City Royals against the Brewers today?
Bobby Wood Jr.
Cole Reagans. Oh. So we did miss Cole Reagans.
He typically doesn't pitch, Kevin.
Yeah,
I don't know if you knew that.
I mean, if he really wants to be MVP in the American League, you look at recently.
Yeah.
History says.
To be able to pitch in addition to be able to hit.
And that is baseball nuggets, everybody.
Buckets?
Well, for Twin Peaks purposes.
Okay, yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some wanker of the weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend, and why was it AC joints? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You can hear.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
About to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. 877-881-1053. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? Why was it Carter's favorite football team? No, I'm just kidding. We'll get to them in a little bit. But it's got to be Franz Wagner, right? It's a tough weekend for him. He went 1 for 15 in Game 7 as the Magic lost to the Cavs. That was the worst field goal shooting percentage in a Game 7 in NBA history for people with 15 shot attempts or more.
Okay, all right. I was like, that's even
I'm sure
still.
some people shot like 0 for 2 or
Yeah.
whatever. 1 for 15.
Reggie, when do you stop shooting at that point? Like, at what point do you go, I'm not making them today?
Never. Shooters shoot.
Okay, all
That's
right.
right.
So there you go, Kevin.
I get that, but at 1 for 12.
But this is the thing. Like, obviously, I'm joking when I say shooter shoot, although I'm also not. You can interpret that how you will. But, I mean, look, Mike's not here. I got to say things that sometimes sound a little insane. But no, I ask you to turn the question back on you. Who else would you like shooting on the Orlando Magic? Because they don't.
Paolo, that's about it.
They really don't have offense. It's one of the tough things about that team. So the couple of hubs that they have for offense, y'all are who it is. Put the shots up, baby.
And he is a good player. Like, I'm not trying to say Wagner is a bad player. He is a good player. This is just.
It's a tough day. It's a tough day right there.
This was really bad day.
If we came in and Timmy was 1 for 15, wouldn't we all just destroy Tim? We'd be like, why did you keep shooting, dude? Like, why didn't you just go, you know what? Maybe I should let Kyrie have the ball instead. But
this almost feels more like, hey, Kyrie is shooting 1 for 15.
Yeah.
Yeah. What should we have done?
We still want you to shoot the basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Now, people keep asking. I haven't seen it yet. Like, I've heard the folks talking about it in the Sports Minute. I've seen clips of it. I've not seen the Tom Brady roast. The only thing I saw was the same clip you did, that Jeff Ross made a joke about Tom Brady in the massage parlors, and Tom Brady goes, hey, don't say that S anymore. But I don't know if he did it in a fun way.
Well,
or
he
like,
tried to whisper it in Jeff Ross's ear, but also
The mic caught it.
simultaneously said it basically into the microphone.
Oh.
It was a good moment.
So I didn't see, and I don't know if he did laugh at himself or not.
Have you seen the line? Here, I'll read a line for you, Kevin. This is from Tom Brady's mouth.
What?
The NFL spent $20 million and found it was more probable than not that I was generally aware that someone may have deflated my footballs. You could have just given me the $20 million and I told you I effing did it.
Oh.
Solid joke.
And then destroyed my phone.
I mean, exactly. It's like, hey, if you want my phone, you need to pay me $20 million.
Ooh, that's a lot. How much?
You're not a real legal entity.
How much would it take to buy your phone, Corey?
My phone?
Along with the passwords and everything.
How much you offering?
Oh, and all the information on the phone.
Yeah, I'll set that number really high, just because you're offering a really high number.
$2,000.
More, because I think I can get more out of you.
Okay, tell us.
Like really,
I'll have
this
to work on that.
I have no pressure to give you the phone. Like I just got to figure out how much money I want in this instance. There's nothing that really is forcing me
Ballpark, what's your number right now? Obviously, you don't have to have an exact number. What are you thinking?
$1.5 million.
Oh my gosh.
Huh, okay.
See,
I'm trying to get paid.
I knew this was going to come up, but I want everybody else to thank me for this.
We don't have to thank. No, nobody needs a thank you for this.
Wait, for what?
You're welcome. From the 817. Kevin is the wanker of the weekend for making us pick between the Mavs and the Stars with the Rangers losing. Own it, Kevin. It didn't need to happen.
It didn't.
It absolutely did not.
Did not need to happen.
But it did.
No.
That's not how you excuse things.
But it did need to happen.
No.
I'm going super villain mode here. I'm explaining my actions and why I think I'm
You
justified.
haven't maniacally laughed yet.
You just wait.
Oh, okay.
Game 5,
maniacal.
the Rangers had to lose for the Stars and the Mavericks to win. Game 6, admit it. When the Rangers lost and the Mavericks won, you all thought for sure the Stars were going to win.
Did not give a second thought.
You are a liar. And yet here we are. What have I What have I done that is so wrong? Let's examine the facts as they stand. Due to this motivation, did the Stars win their playoff series? Yes. Did the Mavericks win their playoff series? Yes. Did the Texas Rangers win 3 straight series for the first time this season? Yes. All of those things are happening right now, and they have all happened since I set the bargain in place. So I think y'all should ask me for forgiveness because I helped make this happen.
Never.
Yeah, I'm out on you.
Okay, let me ask you a question since somebody asked this from the 214. Is Kevin about to double down and say the Rangers have to lose the next 4 so the Stars and Mavs win their next series? Be honest.
Hold on, before you do this,
doing the thing
from the
again.
561, Kevin, stop trying to make deals with the sports devil. Nobody has to lose.
Yeah, what's happening with you?
Yeah, man.
Nobody has to lose? How long have you lived in this metro?
Nobody has to lose.
Our sports teams lose all the time in the most spectacular fashion.
So you're willing to talk to sports devil? Because if there's a sports gods, then there's got to be
It's not
sports
sports
devils.
devil.
Okay.
It's a sports agnostic.
What?
I don't know.
I was like, you didn't even believe that.
I don't. You're right. Would you accept, you need to be honest, would you accept the Rangers losing 4 straight if it meant both the Mavs and Stars sweep in the second round?
Well, you'd ask Bochy that.
Sweep?
Sweep.
Why do you need a sweep?
Look
at you being greedy.
Irrelevant. Why I need the sweep is irrelevant.
So he did give us 8 wins for 4 losses.
What? Now you're doing
Just
the
like in the
conversion
regular
rate?
deal, I gave you 2 wins for
You
1
said,
loss.
why are you being greedy? That doesn't feel greedy. We got a sweep. But you know what?
I personally like basketball.
I'll take my chances. Yeah. I
want to see more basketball.
More game 7s. All our coaches are really good at game 7s.
Oh my God.
The hockey is stressing me out. I'm not gonna lie, but
Double game 7
see
would
that.
really stress me
At
out.
the same those
would be 2 different days.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's right. 3, 2, 1. Kevin hates the Rangers.
Yeah, man. He got his World Series and then was just
He's
like,
just
you know what?
looking
I'm
for
fat
reasons for
happy
the
with
Rangers
it.
to lose.
Yeah. No, that is not okay, Kevin. You can't just be like, I finally got my World Series and I'm okay with losses.
This is a good point for the 817. Technically saying I don't know to sports agnostic is a perfect answer. I'm not saying there's not a sports devil. I'm not
just saying I
there's
just don't
not.
know.
I'm saying
I will wait to confirm.
I'm still waiting for
God.
the evidence either way. Just when it comes to sports, though. From the okay. All right. What do you think about this? The Toronto Maple Leafs. This is amazing. Because we always talk about how they're the hockey version of the Cowboys. They're much, much worse than the Cowboys, though. This is the 35th straight playoff appearance where the Toronto Maple Leafs haven't made the Stanley Cup final. And I know what you're thinking.
Well, they're in Toronto.
So, of course they don't.
Feels like, yeah.
Makes sense. That the Cowboys haven't made it to a Super Bowl in going on 29 years. But I didn't say 29 years. I said 35 playoff appearances. Toronto has been in the playoffs 35 straight times without making it to the Cup. Now, obviously,
That's gotta be
not
brutal.
over 35 seasons. The last time they made the Stanley Cup final was 1967.
All right.
If they relocated to America, they might have a shot.
But they're in the playoffs every year.
Almost, they're in the playoffs a lot, but they always lose.
35 times a lot, okay?
35 times in the last
Wouldn't you
57 years?
I would love to just be in the playoffs. all
Hell
the time.
no. Look at you. Okay,
Like
Corey
it's like
Jones.
Mac Brown. Mac Brown won 10 games a year for you. Always had a good bowl game. Were you going to lose most of the time? Yeah, you got a championship eventually. But Mac Brown was always there, and they fired him.
But that was the difference, because as an A&M fan, I desperately hope for my football team to be relevant.
I understand that.
As a Cowboys fan, I got to see them be relevant. For Maple Leafs fans, I get it. Like, Mike Myers has never seen them be good at anything. And he's like, oh, this is the year.
This is the year.
But you know what that is? Consistency.
That is true. So they're even worse than the Dallas Cowboys. But other than that, there are a lot of parallels. They probably have the biggest fan bases. They are worth a ton of money. They always get hyped up, and they always let you down in the playoffs.
Yeah, they are very similar in their soccer team. Is it
Arsenal?
Is it Man City? That's the same?
No. Man City is winning championships.
You're gonna make me say it, aren't you? You jerk. Manchester United.
Man United. That's the one.
I hate you so much. They're playing at 2 p.m. today, and I'm not even feeling good about it. Thanks for nothing, Corey.
Sorry,
Hey.
my bad.
We can both cheer for City to lose or draw at some point so Arsenal can take it home. That's right. I know stuff about soccer now. All right.
Oh, because your son's a big soccer fan, so you're paying attention to his team.
Arsenal.
That's also going to be a disappointment for him.
Oh, sure.
Making that known.
We've already got that established with being a Cowboys fan.
All right.
Do AC joints or injuries in general, were they the wankers of the weekend? Because Maxi Kleba is out indefinitely for the Mavericks. Word is, per Tim McMahon, they'll be reevaluated in 3 weeks. Not he'll be ready to go.
Right.
He will be reevaluated in 3 weeks, which means at the minimum, you would miss the first half of the Western Conference Final if you make it that far. But realistically, you probably got to think best case scenario, he would come back for the NBA Finals. And that's if he comes back at all, coming off of his hottest run of the playoffs.
Yeah, I wanted to be mad at a player for the injury.
Oh, the fall was nasty.
And I mean, it's very clear he went up to the basket anticipating more contact and anticipating like his body was going to be able to use that contact to fall. And then that contact moves out of the way completely. And then he falls. It's like when you go stage diving, Kevin. And then everybody's like, no, I don't want to catch that guy.
Ooh.
And then bam, you hit. That's what it looked like with Maxi. And I felt so terrible for him in that moment. And then he gets out. The dude tried to tough it out.
He did.
He goes back out there and he's like, give me the ball. Oh, nope, never mind, can't. I got it. I'm going straight to the locker room.
Yeah, and I think in that instance, the rule is if you don't take those free throws, you can't return the game. So I think he was like, try and take the free throws. We'll go figure out what's happening, and hopefully I can come back. And now you find out that, no, you cannot come back for a good long time. I'm super interested to see what this puts in Jason Kidd's hand, because it's become abundantly clear. Kidd really trusts Maxi Kleba, particularly in big-time situations.
Defensively, too,
and to not have that, plus also to not have that opportunity to have some spacing while still having some size. When you look at like Kleba and PJ Washington in the front court at times, I'm interested to see how he manages that, how he navigates that, and if they're able to go small at all.
How would you, like, just looking at their roster overall, and I'm not sure what Tim Hardaway Jr.'s status is. I feel like he had the setback, and I don't really know exactly where we stand on that. But what would your adjustment be for not roster replacement, but how would you approach that?
Well, it feels like one of the things that's nice about playing against Oklahoma City Thunder is they're most of the time going to have a non-shooter out there. So it feels like you're going to be able to have your bigs out there fairly consistently. You might see some small ball PJ Washington at the 5 minutes as well during the course of this series.
Interesting. Yeah, because somebody was like, I believe in Markieff Morris. I'm like, I don't.
But do you believe in this? Do they really need AC joints because it's not over 100 degrees yet? Your thoughts?
Kevin, it does not mean air conditioning whenever it has to do with your body.
I'll call that bluff. What does it mean then?
Not air conditioning. That's what I just told you.
What does it stand for?
Nobody knows the answer. Anterior cruciate joint.
Is that?
That was a good try. I don't think that it's.
Yeah.
It might be. You never know.
It could be.
You don't know?
No, I have no idea.
Now I got to go find out.
I'm going to do some Googles.
I was really hoping you would give me an answer and then it would just be like so faint. Does it just mean AC joint?
Acromyoclavicular.
Called it.
Acromyoclavicular.
Nice.
Are the Oklahoma City Thunder, or perhaps Ticketmaster, the wankers of the weekend for restricting Mavs fans from buying playoff tickets to the Thunder's home game? Now, to be fair, lots of teams do this. The Carolina Hurricanes just did this to the New York Rangers fans, where there's a note that if you live in Oklahoma, Kansas, Arkansas, Missouri, Nebraska, you can buy tickets. But if you live in Texas, they're going to restrict you, or they did restrict you from buying tickets to those Thunder home games. You got a problem with that, or is this just good gamesmanship?
It's petty.
But you love it.
And I can be petty. And so I'm perfectly okay with petty in this situation. Like, I'm okay with the pettiness that Oklahoma City is doing right now. But I've always felt like they've always had pretty good crowds.
Yeah.
For their teams. I feel like they've shown up and been very loud, even going back to the history of having New Orleans show up there during Katrina. Whenever they took that team on, they were like, we love having y'all here. So I feel like they didn't need to do this, but the show of aggression and the show of pettiness, I'm perfectly okay with. And it makes it even sweeter to go into there and silence that crowd, right? Like you're looking around going, almost all of you are against us today. Got them.
Oh, and there are certain players that seem to thrive.
Yeah. I think Luka's one of them.
Environment.
I think Luka loves stuff like that.
Well, yeah, because remember, we're not that far removed from, were they playing Detroit? When they were like, you suck, Luka. And afterwards, he went off and he was like, I mean, obviously that's not true. And I just love like the matter-of-fact way that he said that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, MLB's biggest surprises, biggest disappointments, and a breakdown of the AL West. Just how terrible are the Astros? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And again, the 1-2. And there's a drive out into right field. It falls for the base hit. In to score is Tavares. Seager scoots up to second. RBI knock for Nathaniel Lowe to give Texas a 3-2 lead.
And I bet they won by that exact same score. We're going to talk a little bit more baseball right here because I was flipping through a couple things on MLB.com and they were polling some of the executives.
All right.
It's always good to poll the electorate to determine their thoughts this early. Don't look at me like that. This early in the season. Now, do you want to go with biggest surprises, biggest disappointments, or the Houston Astros to start?
Surprise, surprise, surprise. That's where I want to go. I want to start there.
The biggest surprise of the Major League Baseball season. It is an individual player. If you have been listening to this show, you definitely know who this player is. Would you guys like to take a guess?
I listen to this show.
You do.
And I feel like I have a little idea, but I'm not really sure if I'm right here. So I'm going to go with the Tigers pitcher, Tarek Skubal.
Unfortunately, he did get a vote.
Okay.
No player got more than 3 votes per an MLB executive, with the exception of closer for the Oakland Athletics.
Oh, yeah, Mason Miller.
Mason Miller.
Dude.
Who got...
What a surprise that guy is. He's probably the biggest surprise.
Yes. 6 votes. No other player got more than 3. And again, one AL executive. I knew he had good arm and stuff, but he's dominating the 9th as well as anyone could. An NL executive said, I loved his promise, but he's been ridiculous to this point and in a high leverage role. So somebody that Mike is willing to trade out of pretty much our entire farm system.
He said if you can give Seager, Simeon, DeGrom, sure. He's like, just give everything for that guy. We'll basically just be a closer.
There's no way Oakland could afford one of those players, let alone we would have to offset
that is valid.
Much salary if that was the case. All right.
Can you please eat about $600 million of this?
Yeah, no
sure.
problem.
I think Mike would do it. I think Mike's like, yes, please, just bring that guy on.
At that point, you're just loaning them players.
Oh, yeah. I want a 50% stake in their new ballpark in Las Vegas, if that's the case. Now, who has been the biggest disappointment this season? And when I tell you the answer, I'm going to tell you why this poll is a farce.
Team or player? Altuve. Even though he's still been pretty good.
Jose Abreu.
Okay.
Here's my issue with this.
Didn't he stink last year too?
Yeah, he did stink last
now we're on to something.
But a lot of people were having this question, Kevin. Is it that he's finally at that age where he's going to start declining, or will he have a bounce back year after his first year with the Astros? And I think they were willing to give him the chance to prove that it was just it was a bad year.
And that disappointment's on them, because MLB.com says this marks the 2nd straight year that Abreu has earned the most votes in this category. No. If you're the most disappointing this year, I hear what you're saying,
You can
Corey.
still be the most disappointing the next year. No. This is the feud that might divide the show forever.
Forever?
I know we talked about
More
this
than
the other day.
Super Bowl defenses and stuff.
Oh yeah, that was like an hour.
Do I need to get to making beats? Is that what I do here?
They put out a lot of songs. What is the song
Stick the
count out
drums
now?
up there.
Like 7, 8, or the track
Total?
count? Yeah.
8?
I think this. All right,
7.
I'll be back.
There's a lot of songs between Drake and Kendrick.
Also, who's winning? That's my question.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to know.
FrankelFirm.com.
Kind of depends on where your
winning?
allegiances lie.
877-881-1053.
All right, so you disagree because you think you can't be the most disappointing the previous year and then disappoint even more the next year.
And that's on the voters. They set their expectations too high. If you write down...
He set their expectations too high.
No, he reset their expectations.
2 years ago, Kevin, with Chicago, he hit 304. He had 15 home runs. He had 75 RSBI. He had an 824 OPS. In his career, he's had up to a 906, 987 OPS.
How old is he?
37 now.
All right.
At 35, he was hitting 304 with an 824 OPS. He was tied for 17th with MVP voting.
But then, okay.
He also once won Rookie of the Year, and he has an MVP under his belt.
That is at 35. At 36, he disappoints. And you're like, ooh, I don't know. And then he disappoints again.
He's going to get better at 37, Kevin.
Yeah,
a lot of players do get better
like
at 37.
that always happens. You just magically get better again at 37. I think the voters should have voted for themselves for being disappointing in the way they vote.
Maybe they're just even more disappointed this year that he didn't turn it around. They were like, that is not the Jose Abreu I knew.
Let me ask you this then. If next year they vote for Jose Abreu again as the most disappointing player, will you strip this person of their vote for good?
How many voters are there?
Well, they're executives, so they can keep being executives. They just don't get to vote in this anymore.
I will consider them experts because some experts are also executives. Some executives are experts on what they do. Some aren't. Some stink at it.
That's true.
But yeah, Kevin, for a third year in a row, I will place the blame on you. Fooled me once. Shame on.
Can't get fooled again.
Can't get fooled again. Not gonna fool me again.
How long ago was that? Like 20 years ago?
Not long enough.
15 years? I mean,
still hilarious.
It is still hilarious.
Did you ever hear the song, This Is My United States of Whatever?
Yes.
And then the line was,
and I was just like, whatever.
I'm George W. Bush. You know what the W stands for? Yet. And I was just like, that is hilarious. I don't know why. I love
politics?
I don't know. It wasn't politics. It was just
all right.
Things, popular culture.
I have another question about the vote here. Who has been the most impressive rookie? Now, Corey, in this poll, 24 executives voted. 12 voted for Colton Cowser with the Orioles. Great. Good for you. Let's move on down the list. One person voted for Wyatt Langford.
Why? Why would they vote for him?
I thought he was impressive when we met him, and he was super nice, and he autographed a bunch of stuff for Piece of Time.
Yes.
On the field,
when we interviewed him that day,
it's not
it
that
was an amazing interview.
I don't know about that part. He has not been impressive on the field as of yet. Do you find that vote objectionable?
So it's our fault. It's our fault that he hasn't been as impressive as we expected him to be. Now, Kevin, this was also, I will go with this. Our expectations were way too high of Wyatt Langford.
True.
Like what Gunnar Henderson's doing right now, oh boy. With what Jackson Holiday did, you're like, oh, okay. So that, like, it's not normal to just walk into the league and be that. How many people voted for Evan Carter here? Has he been an impressive rookie?
0.
All right.
0 people.
Okay, so I guess, has Wyatt Langford been a disappointment?
Yes.
Yes. I still think I'm very happy with the player, and I'm looking forward to the future with him. So that's where I am.
Now,
but he did not turn out to be Mike Trout immediately.
This part is interesting to me. Where will the Houston Astros finish in the AL West? Again, this is executives. Got 21 votes right here. By the way, and this is where I have a tough time, because from the 903, Drake is winning, but everyone wants to pretend that Kendrick is. Now, that's tough, because then do you want to go with the side that's really winning and people are going to dunk on you? Or do you want to go with the crowd that's like, no, Kendrick Lamar's winning, and just have your safe space in there?
I see. I've listened to every one of them, and I've
9
been
tracks.
What's that? 9? Okay.
Yeah.
Then maybe I haven't.
Including Like That, which kind of got this stuff going.
Okay. And I've enjoyed like being like, I guess I'm on Kendrick's side, like wanting to see him do his thing. And so maybe I'm just biased in my who's winning at the moment. But when you asked Reggie this morning, and Reggie, your answer was, I don't have a clue.
I don't know what is the grading rubric? What is the metric by which we decide this?
And that's, I guess, why we don't have a consensus, because everyone's got their own. Although I do see multiple people saying that Kendrick Lamar put Drake on blast for maybe liking younger folks.
Some things. I will also add this. If we've ever learned anything, it is that court of public opinion usually is right. So just let the public go with this, and we'll figure it all out.
Congratulations, Kendrick Lamar, then.
Where will the Astros finish in the AL West? First, second, third, fourth, or fifth, per the executives?
Fifth.
Third.
Right now, they are tied for last.
Oh.
But nobody picked them to
win
finish fifth.
Oh.
One person picked them to finish first out of 21 executives.
Is that Dana Brown?
I don't know.
That'd be smart. I also would pick my team to be the best.
Yeah, he's the GM for the Astros. So I figure like that. He's like, I can't vote for me.
I don't know which executive said it, but here's the.
You said nobody picked him to be last?
Correct.
But there were votes for fifth?
No votes for fifth.
Okay, gotcha.
There's people looking around like, are the A's really?
Well, I mean, look.
Valid.
They're tied for last right now, but the A's are in third place.
It's mid-season when we'll probably start to see, like, if they start trading off pieces.
Kevin, I don't know if you've heard this before. It's a marathon and not a sprint.
Yes, I'm definitely familiar with that. Here's the key part. 3 people voted fourth, 3 people voted second. 14 voted third. So 2/3 of the executives said they'll finish third. And here's the reasoning why. An NL executive said Seattle and Texas are both for real. I think this hole that Houston has dug itself in is simply too big to overcome when they try to chase down 2 good teams. So Texas is part of that. An AL executive, nothing against them, just other teams have youth and have passed them. They have aged and don't have the pitching. So while we've talked about the struggles that the Astros have had to start the season, now you have multiple executives from both leagues saying, I don't think they can dig themselves out of this hole, and only 4 out of the 21 so they can still finish first or second. Everybody else is like middle to lower half of this division.
I got a question about the Rangers and where fans are right now, if you don't mind me kind of diving in on this. You just said that the executive said those 2 teams are for real.
Yep.
The Rangers are not out to like a very fast start, and there's a lot of like tribulation they're having to deal with at the moment. Do you does that take away from you feeling like they're still for real? And you're like, no, there's just realities that they have to deal with at the moment.
I think oddly, I have dug in that they're even better than I thought they would be, because Corey Seager has been hurt. Wyatt Langford's now hurt. Josh Young has got hurt. Cody Bradford has got hurt. Like, I realize injuries are part of all sport at all times, but man, this feels like a lot of injury. Nathan Eovaldi's hurt. Golly. Like, there is a ton of injury problems that the Rangers have run into, and they're half a game out of first. They're 3 games above 500, and they've already put a lot of distance between themselves and the Astros and the Angels. So if you don't think the A's are going to stick around, which I'll admit I do not, then this has turned into early on a 2-team race, and you're one of the 2 teams, and you're right there despite all of this. So I honestly think I feel more positive about the Rangers than I might have otherwise, which that could be a weird take for some, but that's where I'm sitting.
That was a great take.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, I love some of this feedback. Sorry, I got a little bit more rap battle feedback for you from the 469. Also, Kendrick is actually battling Drake's 20 Ghostwriters, and Drake's just acting like he's on Degrassi, still reading a script to a beat.
Dude, and it feels like Kendrick's taking out each one of his ghostwriters one at a time, too. But then they're also like, hey, that guy's on my side, and that guy's on my side, too, and that guy's working for me. It's just too entertaining. Thank you.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Now, this is an off-season workout that could pay off for the Cowboys. We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Up to a 30% upfront bonus and 12%.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Right now, time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Now, we need to have a quick discussion about this, and at one point, does this become hugely problematic?
You about to take shots at Joe Pavelski?
No, that's tomorrow.
All right.
Seriously, Joe Pavelski and Rope. Hey.
Don't worry.
Let's see you do something when there's actually a goalie in the net.
Don't worry. Pete DeBoer has something for you.
Rope and Robo almost had a really cool one, too. That was fun.
That's great. That's great, Rich.
Kevin, this is gridiron gravy.
That's a good point. That is a very good point. The Arlington Renegades lost again. They lost 28-27. Bob Stoops said after the game, we had a lot of positive games. But in the
Are you
end,
going for Bob Stoops right now?
you've got to make these plays in the fourth quarter, Reggie. And that's where we have failed. See, Bob Stoops is not he's not in the game of coulda, shoulda, woulda anyway. I know I did that in the wrong order. Don't worry about that. They are
Shoulda,
now,
woulda, coulda.
I know.
I don't think that's the way to...
And woulda, shoulda, coulda? Woulda, shoulda, coulda.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Shut up.
Wow. We just got the mic treatment.
I just tell you what, it didn't matter what got said next. That was probably going to be my response. If it had any of the words in it,
You could have told him. You could have told him meeting of life, and he'd have been like, "Shut up."
Yeah, they're 0-6. Corey, what are you going to do about this? Because Carter is trying his best. It's just not working this year. He sacrificed it all for the championship next year.
I really need Colby here. I mean,
we can make that
because
happen.
here. This is why, Kevin. You when we did gridiron gravy at nights, you would always try and slip in some sort of college football thing. This is an NFL topic.
This is professional football.
XFL is not NFL.
If it's professional football,
Two different things.
Fine, I'm going to change it to FL gravy. And so if
Football
that
league?
no, as long as it has an FL on the end of it,
that sounds terrible.
and it's not even the XFL anymore. They changed it
Oh yeah,
to the
AFL.
UFL.
My
And
bad.
next year it'll be the YFL. Then in a couple of years it'll be the ZFL.
And then it'll start back over AFL.
I enjoyed
God
the
help us.
AFL.
I'm sorry, Kevin. I don't know the answer to the question that you
What was
asked.
the question exactly?
How am I going to fix the fourth quarter woes
There you
that
go.
have them at 0-6? Kevin, I will say this. Bob Stoops, I always trusted in him, though.
So you're not looking for a new coach?
Nope. He'll be all right.
All right.
He won a championship, the Orange Bowl. I
That was
watched
like
it.
25 years ago.
It was amazing. I'll live off that forever.
Do you think, or do you care when the NFL schedule comes out? Do you think it's a humongous deal, or are you like...
I like to see it.
Okay.
And I like to look at... my biggest thing that I like to look for is a couple games, like where in the season they are, and if I think those are going to be important at that point in the season. I like to see where the big matchups are. So yeah, it's not... the one thing that I think is ridiculous is spending 2 to 3 segments going through each... like 4 games at a time and being like, all right.
The win-loss?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
No.
I guarantee you we will do that the next day. This is the laziest, most fun segment in sports.
The laziest, most fun? No, it's not.
Well, if you do Battle of the Beast, it's fun.
Yeah. It's not a real science, though. And that's
Whoa, how dare you? How dare you? Not a real. How dare you?
I feel like we're building a lot of steam for Colby's return.
From the 254.
Probably reach out to him before we tease this any further.
LFL is my favorite FL.
Are they still going with that?
I don't have a clue what LFL is. Lingerie. I like lingerie.
Just in general?
Yeah.
Good for you.
By the way, Jalen Guyton, Kevin, the Raiders have signed former Chargers receiver and Mean Green receiver.
Oh, there's
Jalen Guyton.
Bias.
That's an NFL story.
I was like, which Guyton are we really concerned about? It's Tyler.
Tyler Guyton.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, because the NFL has said, hey, the schedule's going to come out this month. But it's usually not until like the week of that you find out like it's probably going to come out this Thursday night. And Florio is saying, hey, it looks like it's going to come out next week.
Do you enjoy... the one thing I do enjoy is the very good creative schedule releases.
Absolutely.
Because there are some that are really funny.
That's true.
Quality, like the teams do a really good job. That year that the Cowboys were like ASMR, I was like, what is happening? But I understood it, but I didn't love it. But I do like the creative.
If you had to rank the Cowboys schedule release, I don't know, MO amongst the league, about where in the league? Top third, middle third, bottom third?
Just above middle of the pack.
That sucks.
Dang.
Can't even win that.
Well, here's what they are going to be able to win. I'm now convinced. I know we've kind of joked about this a little bit in the past. I'm now convinced Micah Parsons is ready to take his game up to another level because he's been going one-on-one with sumo wrestlers. Now, as you recall,
that's awesome.
It is awesome. You should definitely check this out. As you recall, a couple weeks ago when we talked with Stephen Jones, we asked him what he thought about Micah getting punched by the boxer and not being at their workouts. And he said, we're aware of everything that Mike is doing this offseason. But no, I have not seen that video of him getting punched by the boxer, that was a little confusing. Now, he's getting after it in one-on-one drills versus a sumo wrestler. First time, I'm just going off the video that I saw posted. He gets embarrassed the first time. As he should, but he's out there with
CJ Stroud's in there too, yeah.
I did
this
not.
This is wild.
I did not see CJ Stroud locking up with the sumo wrestlers. I'm sure that video
I haven't seen video of it either. I'm just seeing CJ Stroud standing in there high-fiving and everything.
How do you think the Texans and D'Amico Ryans feel about that?
Probably less good, but the sumo wrestler, after he defeats Micah the first go-round, does the little baby cradling and the "you're too small."
He too little.
And Micah immediately says, "Run it back, run it back, run it back," and he eventually knocks the sumo wrestler
with a little rip through
out of the circle. It was a really impressive engagement, and you're talking about people who that's their life.
CJ Stroud's talking so much trash in here, dude. This is great.
I would definitely watch or listen to more of a show with CJ Stroud and Micah Parsons because I heard them talking about offensive defensive matchups and how they're going to lay out their perfect offense versus their perfect defense, and it was really captivating. And now that you see CJ Stroud and how much fun he's having while Micah Parsons is locking up with a sumo wrestler, I know it sounds like I just threw a whole bunch of unrelated words together, but that's an actual thing that's happening.
Do you guys love their friendship? Because it seems to be really fun.
I do.
Oh, you don't like their friendship?
No.
Well, okay.
You just want animosity. You just want Kendrick Drake beef everywhere, don't you?
No, but I mean, this goes to, hey, Micah, that contingent that's stop doing it for content. Stop. Don't be friends with people. Go out there and win games. Then you can have fun. That's what it kind of gets into. I think they do very creative stuff. I enjoy listening to both of them talk. I find out more about CJ Stroud and the way he thinks, and that dude's just a killer. I love it.
Does it make it easier for y'all to see why he had so much success in his first year?
Yeah,
I realize you have to have a lot of physical tools as well, but listening to him talk is pretty impressive.
And then on top of that, you can just see how Micah's connected with him. His team with CJ Stroud specifically, that team's got to love him, playing for a quarterback like that. So, but watching this, I kind of want Micah to do more of this now. I'm because I'm not sure how much technique is, but for conditioning purposes and just having to beat up against big guys, that's something he struggled with last year. If we're being very honest, Micah struggled when they ran the ball at him. last year. So if this can be something that helps, I'm all about it, dude. Do more sumo wrestling.
It's always a line you love to hear. Do more sumo wrestling. The Panthers are planning to sign Rashad Penny. If you were curious if he was still in the league, apparently so. Now, let's go to Andrew Berry. Andrew Berry is the general manager of the Cleveland Browns. And I always love these quotes because there's going to be a day when you're going to hear the opposite. I don't know who they're going to say it about. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it is going to happen. He said on Pat McAfee, the Browns have, quote, high expectations for Deshaun Watson in the offense in 2024. I get it. That's what you're supposed to say. But aren't you just excited for the day when, like, I would love it if it was Jerry or Steven, and he was like, hey, not feeling too sharp about this team. Have you seen all the players we've lost? Like, that would just be amazing if they just came out and, like, really told you what they thought unfiltered.
You know what? Here's the problem, too. The Cowboys, they lead with the positive.
Of course.
Because they do get to, look, we understand this. They've told us that. But they always lead with all in, or they always lead with the positive part of it.
I'm still all
before they get to the reality of it. And I think that's what frustrates people even more, because then they stop listening because they're like, no, you're just trying to feed me BS. And, you know, but they have admitted multiple times that they've failed in the playoffs and that their philosophy isn't going to be loved unless they're successful there, and that they've also got work to do. I mean, Will McClay came on and was like, this, hey, look, just because we drafted doesn't mean we're finished by any means. We still have stuff to do. So they do, Kevin. It's just the first thing you heard is the thing that ticked you off so much.
Yeah, me and thousands and hundreds of thousands and probably millions of other people. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's get back into baseball. Back to the Rangers. What grade do you give the Rangers for the first 5 weeks of the season? 877-881-1053. Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers have won 3 straight series for the first time this season. We're about 5 weeks into the year, give or take, into the baseball season, that is. What grade do you give the Rangers for the first 5 weeks of the season? And I realize...
A++. They won the World Series. Everything's fine.
Okay, I'm glad that you said that because the very first grade I saw was 7 out of 10. We're going on a letter-based grade system for this.
So 7 out of 10
That's
is...
a C, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well...
Hold on, are there 10 letters?
Is it? Or is it a C minus?
How many letters are there?
26.
A.
Sure.
B.
Go ahead and count them out. I'm proud of you.
C.
That's correct.
D.
Okay, this is taking a little while.
And F. But I guess there's A plus, A minus. So now you gotta. So that was 5 times. It's 15. So there's 15 letters. So that should be 7 out of 15.
What?
I don't.
Or 11 out of 15.
Not entirely sure how we got there. So we don't need stars. We don't need a numerical grade. Give me a letter-based grade. And from the 254, C+. Thank you very much.
Kevin, I'm going to give him a pentagon.
Ooh, that's good. He went with shapes.
I don't even know what to do with that.
You're welcome.
Okay, well, which point on the pentagon? Because if there's 5 letter grades, I guess I'll go A. Never mind. I'm not doing that.
You almost did, though.
Yeah, I did. You're right. The MLB.com gave the Rangers, ESPN, gave the Rangers, I guess, kind of a lower grade than I would have guessed that they wouldn't have gotten. Now, this was a couple of days ago. This is before they broke off their little winning streak. And this is when they were 15-14, but they got a C minus. And I thought that was a little harsh, at least partially because of what I was just throwing out there with all the injuries. I think they've done pretty well dealing with that, but perhaps I'm in the minority, and maybe folks do think a C minus is about where the Rangers should be.
I wonder, because you said this from ESPN, correct?
Correct.
I wonder how much of that is like, we have been comparing this Rangers team to their division, which makes sense, right? That is where you try to win your division, and that is the first goal, and then you move that further on to other things. I wonder if that national perspective compares them across the league, where the record does not necessarily compare as favorably across the entirety of the league. And if you look, I mean, even across the AL and look at the teams that are doing well, as of right now, understanding the circumstances, all of that, you're still not looking like some of the best in the AL. And I wonder if that's what brings your grade down to a C.
They're tied for 7th best record in the American League. And I say best, even knowing at that point you're like exactly in the middle. And 13th best in Major League Baseball. But as Reggie pointed out, this was a couple days ago. So this is before they won a few games in a row. And so you were lower on that, and you were very much stuck in the middle. And maybe the argument is still that you're stuck in the middle. I think I would go more B minus. So I think I feel a lot better just because maybe you didn't expect Cody Bradford to be as good as he was to start. And then he was, and then you lost him.
No, he's not.
So what happened in his stead?
Well, because he's hurt.
You did pick up Michael Lorenzen, and he's been doing a good job. Yeah, but he's been doing a solid job so far. We were hoping that all of a sudden Max Scherzer was going to flout all medical science and get back quicker than we thought, and maybe he still will, but he had a setback. In the meantime, what have you seen from John Gray? He's been freaking outstanding. Wyatt Langford hasn't lived up to the hype. Let's be honest, Evan Carter hasn't lived up to our expectations or hype either. And what's happened in his stead? Josh Smith has actually been a really go-to guy for the Rangers. Nathaniel Lowe, he gets hurt. What happens? As soon as he comes back, he makes an impact again. Josh Young looks like he's going to be our best bat, at least to start the season. I realize long-term, probably not. But then he gets hurt almost immediately. Corey Seager looks like he's still not 100%. It has been struggling by Corey Seager standards. And yet, you still find yourself 3 games above 500, half game out of the division lead, and not too bad.
It is kind of weird. Somebody did say trapezoid for sure. That's
Good
Adam in
call.
Arlington.
Good
Appreciate
call.
that one.
Yeah.
Kevin seems upset. Are you making a list of people? Is that what you're doing over
No,
here?
I'm not Richard Nixon.
Okay. Well, I mean, there was a wrestler.
Does trapezoid have 4 sides always? Is that a stupid question? I feel like that's
It is a stupid question, and thank you for asking.
What was the answer?
Yes.
All right.
He doesn't.
I was hoping he would be like, I
What?
don't have the answer, but I appreciate the fact that he was so confident. So this is the part of being a fan for a team more than 1 year. Because last year
That's a
I did
good
feel
point.
like the excitement of Jacob deGrom's here and Corey Seager, like this is their chance, Bruce Bochy. I felt like every game during the regular season was must watch, must win. Like all these emotions were riding throughout baseball season. And Kevin, I'll be very honest too, the new rules, I was having more fun watching baseball last year.
Agreed.
Than I've had in decades. And but then this year, after winning a championship, I'm like, let's come out of the gate hot. Let's go on a 700 game winning streak and it'll never end. But this is a reality. This is the reality of being a fan for a team over decades and also multiple years in a row. This team now is going through what teams go through. They're having, like last year, they were not injury prone as much, but they were able to withstand it pretty easier, except for when Josh Young was out. And then they lost 14 games or something without him. It was miserable. They lost more games without him, and then they went on and won like 14 of something when he came back.
You
Anyway,
making this number up?
yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why I keep going with 14 either. I feel like that's a weird, obscure number that I'm throwing out. But to get to my point, B- is where I am, and I feel like that's safe because again, all the things you just listed off, and they're right there in the mix. So I can't be too mad at them because they're not losing what makes them them, and that's the spirit in that clubhouse that goes out there and keeps battling.
Can I ask you guys something then? How much, if at all, have you gotten more positive in the last 2 days? And the reason why I bring up specifically the last 2 days is because you were going up against Kansas City. We talked about this going into the series. Bobby Witt Jr. has been playing phenomenal. Obviously, I know he didn't pitch there, but we're all familiar with how well Cole Reagans has been doing. They had an excellent record, and then you got worked in game 1. And it's like, oh man, that is not what you want to see. But then Saturday, you whip the bejesus out of them. And if we can go and fire off cut number 4, because for most of the day, yesterday looked like it was going to end up being a loss with the offense struggling again for so long. But then you get a run in the 8th, 9th, 10th. You end up winning this thing in extra innings.
And the pitch is hit high into the air, right field. To his right, Adolis Garcia. He's there. He's got it. And this ball game is over. The Rangers rally for single runs in the 8th, 9th, and 10th to register a come-from-behind 3-2 win in 10.
And so I'm curious if that changed anyone's opinion just for 2 games, but you did go on the road and pick up a series that, at least after the series started on Friday, I was not feeling super jazzed about.
Why not?
Because like I said, you got worked and they look like they've been the better team than you this year. So I was concerned. So
everything's changed.
I'm not saying everything has changed, but I feel a lot better after those last 2 days. And I think it feeds into, this is a heck of a resilient team, man. They showed to be resilient last year, and this year, whether it's in game, in season, they look resilient again.
I appreciate the resilience, but I have a question. Am I entitled? Because this has not felt as fun to start as I was expecting coming in with a championship team with the capabilities that we knew that this offense was supposed to have and all these things. It feels like it's been less fun baseball to watch by and large for me.
Let me ask you a question specifically about that. I'm really glad that you brought that up.
Okay.
Let's say the Rangers are still 19-16 and Kirby Yates looks and Jonathan Hernandez, I know he just came back, but he looks meh. Some of your other acquisitions look meh, and your bullpen looks meh again. But Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford are smashing the ball and are clearly the two favorites for Rookie of the Year. But you're in the exact same spot record-wise. Do you think you'd feel like it was more fun?
Having a blast.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Which is weird, right? Because it makes no actual difference in terms of where you are.
But it's less sexy that way.
No, you're right. Because who have been the two showouts we were hoping for that are new to the club or newer to the club? Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter.
Yes.
Who has it actually been? Kirby Yates and David Robertson. Boring.
Yeah.
Unless you saw this team last year.
I need sexy. I need the sexy things to happen.
Do you need it back?
No, I mean, because I feel like there is still some sexy already.
Okay.
Now, it's not like sexy just left, but I feel like I just need these sexy things in order to be more happy with the way things are going.
I mean, who amongst us, right?
That's a good point. That is a very good point. I'm going to go back to some of these grades, but I'm also now stumped by this person from the 214. When I said we're not doing number grades, we're doing letter grades. They said 7 of 10, and then they changed it and said, fine, B-.
That's a letter grade.
It is, but 7 out of 10 would not be a B-.
I feel like it's pretty close.
It's not. It's a 70.
But again, if you're like comparing it to the number system, there's only 5, so there's not 10. So I guess it would still be
what? All right, from the 254, you're just trying to confuse me. C+ from the 682, C+. They were failing, but they turned their assignments in right on time. So I gotta do a C+. Man, that sounds like my kid.
Resilience, the word that Bochy used all year last year.
Yes.
And I felt like early in the season, I don't know if they slacked on the resiliency or maybe they were just kind of a little stunned by the fact that they got hit with some things that the Josh Young thing I think was an immediate like, dadgum, man. Because that team has a lot of energy. I love whenever he or Adolis hits a home run and then him and Josh Young are doing their thing. So yeah, Kevin, that part of the resiliency, maybe sometimes it just took them to kind of get to a point where you're like, oh, we do need to start fighting back a little bit, understanding how long the season really is, because it's a grind, and you got to be there for it all.
And that's an interesting dynamic when comparing these two texts from the 254. Injury bug is good to have now rather than later. We're going to get back to that in a second. From the 817, B+ until all the injuries come back. And that's where I think I struggle with it. If you could tell me that in each season for each team there was going to be a finite amount of players missed or games missed, I'd be like, hell yeah, knock it all out right now. But then that goes off the assumption that like Josh Young won't come back and have another freak thing and he'll get hurt again, or Max Scherzer won't be ready to go and have another setback that's going to put him back on the DL. Like, I hope those people are right and you've knocked out the bulk of your injury problems now. But you just can't guarantee that, especially since, and I realize it's for different reasons, but Josh Young has shown that he will go on the injured list. Max Scherzer has struggled to stay healthy since he got here. Like the players we're talking about sometimes, Nathan Eovaldi, with the exception of 2021, he's been on the injured list at least once every single year. The players that we're talking about, they go on the injured list as of late.
But Kevin, if there's anything college football has taught me,
What are you doing?
You want to lose your big game early in the season, not late in the season.
Wait, do you think there's a poll that's dictating these things?
I mean, there's a very real understanding that if you lose early in the season in college football, you can make it back up.
We do power rankings every week. He might have a point
late
there.
in the season, everybody's like, oh, hold on. So if you're going to lose injuries, Kevin, you want to lose them early in the season so that the voting committee will not hold that against you later in the year.
Which voting committee?
From
Exactly.
the I guess us.
Angel Hernandez.
Oh no. From the 9-7. He would give someone an E and think it was legit grade. From the 979, B-. Same for the 817. Same from the 214. But they said B- in a C- division. From the 214, I give them a C+. And so you've seen a lot of these grades have kind of circulated in that C- to B- range. And so I think that's probably fair to Reggie's original point in terms of, are you having as much fun? And maybe this team is not as good as you would think. And I get that on the surface, but just seeing all the problems they've already had, 19 and 16 is better than I would have guessed. If you would have told me like the wins of all of these injuries, I think I might have said 16 and 19.
I think, though, the other thing to add to it is more than ever in my history of being a Rangers fan, do I think they can come out of it? Whatever funk, if any funk ever happens. I feel like because of Bochy and what they've built now, I feel like they can get. I don't feel like you're just going to be in a lull where it goes into kind of even what we saw late in the season last year and you can never get it back. I feel like because of Bochy and the expectations he has, the demand, he doesn't demand in the wrong way. He demands in the right way. But because of that demand, I feel like even in the down times, you're closer to the good times than you are in the dumps. Does that make sense?
I think so. And one of the things I guess I didn't ask you guys to factor in, this is fair from the 817, I don't get positive about the Rangers because Kevin wants them to lose all the time.
That's true.
Do you factor in that I clearly forced them to lose last Wednesday and Friday to make the playoff fates go our way?
No, you didn't force anything. Look, the Rangers lost on Friday. Guess what happened? The Stars lost. And so you tried to force us. Bobby Corral is on our show, and he's like, you know what, Kevin, I guess you got a point. I'm like, no, Bobby. And he's like, well, I guess you guys do need something to talk about, kind of like Will McClay said. And I was like, what? But then he was like, let's go kick some ass,
Yeah,
man.
because Kevin, if you had the ability to make them win, wouldn't you just have them win all the time?
Yeah. Why wouldn't you? Do you really love them?
You jerk.
That's too much to ask. You have to be reasonable.
Who says?
The sports agnostic. I feel like we set this up already.
Joe Montana, undefeated in Super Bowls.
Ooh.
But you're like, here you are, like, oh, it would be too, whatever word you use.
I hear what you're saying, Corey.
Agnostic.
But allow me to present one more thing for your consideration real quick.
I feel like I'm about to be more mad at you.
That's correct.
That's fine. You can be whatever you want to be. Just be prepared.
Oh,
when
that's
it happens.
oddly uplifting.
Tuesday,
I became a radio host because my grandma told me that.
April the 23rd, the Texas Rangers lose 4-0 to the Seattle Mariners. The Dallas Mavericks are victorious for the first time this postseason. Friday, April 26th.
1992. There was a riot on. Oh, never mind.
Don't worry about it. The Rangers actually won that time. But then they lost the other two. So the Rangers are 1-3 on days where the Mavericks win playoff games. Just want you to think about what is important to you and how this is all going to work.
For everybody out there, are you hearing this BS from him right now?
What? I didn't make it happen.
Pure nonsense.
You're saying you made it happen.
No. I just said I know it's going to happen. I can't control the
So now you're a
outcome.
soothsayer?
You control the outcome.
What?
I just dictate it to you. Like I provide you the information.
You love being the dictator.
Poor potato.
All right.
We're the KNC masterpiece. So stupid. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, do Kyrie and DeBoer give DFW the two most clutch figures in playoff sports? That and buy or sell next on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I love it because people are wanting to see if we can find correlation between like the 2011 championship series for the Mavs, and we're going all the way back. It is astonishing the way some of these Rangers results tie into the Stars and Mavs, even if Reggie disputes that that's the case whatsoever.
It's not how any of this works.
I can present facts to try to go against that if you would like at some
Can
point.
you?
Yes, I can.
Name one.
On March the 21st, April the 21st, Rangers win.
You don't even know the month.
Mavericks lose. April the 23rd, Rangers lose, so the Mavs win. Just saying, there's something to this. But in the meantime, this is something that there is much more correlation to. Let's talk about Kyrie and Coach DeBoer.
Those are different sports, Kevin.
That is true. But we're going to tie them in together because both of the Stars and the Mavs were victorious in their series. Do these two give DFW the two most clutch figures in playoff sports? Consider this. Kyrie Irving in closeout games in the playoffs is 13-0. Consider this. Coach DeBoer is 8-0 in Game 7s. That is tied for the most Game 7 wins by a coach in NHL history, and also by far the most wins without a defeat. I believe the next closest person has 3 or 4.
I believe Jason Kidd, Kevin, is now 2-0 or 3-0 in Game 7s?
3-0 in closeout games. So they did not play a Game 7 this one. So I know he's 3-0 in closeout games.
Okay, closeouts. I like that. And how's Bruce Bochy?
He's won 4 World Series.
In your face, everybody that doesn't have Bruce Bochy on your team.
That's good enough for me. But I got into this conversation
really nice
with Brandon before Game 7.
Who's Brandon?
My older son.
All right. Well, new listeners all the time.
True.
You never know. So I wanted to let everybody know Kevin has a son named Brandon, who is 19 years older than his other kid.
No.
18 years older than his other kid.
That's true.
Noah.
That is true.
Who's adorable.
He asked me, Brandon, that is. He asked me, he goes, hey, is DeBoer's record in Game 7 really that good? And I was like, never loses.
And I asked you that too Saturday night. You know, we were sitting there and I was like, dude, because it was Wolchuk that brought that up on Friday, I believe. And I was like, do we really have that much trust in him in Game 7s? And I think here's my reason for questioning it before. DeBoer has a history of starting hot with the team and then fading as things go along and then getting fired.
Fair.
And so I was always kind of concerned about that. And I didn't take into consideration this. Now, again, Kevin, he could lose in round 2 and that changes nothing. But for Game 7 specifically, I heard a line last night, maybe it was from Razor. And the line was something along, something like, he has such an amazing ability to, in big game situations, make things seem completely normal. And
I like that.
And that's a very difficult thing because everybody's a little on edge. You know, they're all kind of tight a little bit from everything because it's a big game. This is a closeout, so you might press things. And last night, did the Stars look like they pressed anything except for when asked to go be offensive?
Honestly, I really don't think so.
Maybe early in the game, they had a bad power play. Their power play was bad. But other than that, they looked very calm and natural. I don't know if I just really jumped all over this.
No,
but that's what I'm feeling.
Not at all.
Also got a coffee from Whataburger, Kevin. And
so are you jacked up already on caffeine? I am a little
jacked up on caffeine at the moment. So
now, DeBoer, he's one of 11 coaches in NHL history to have at least 5 wins in Game 7. All of them have at least 1 loss. Now, he is 8-0 in Game 7.
The only one.
He's the only one.
How many of those coaches have Stanley Cup titles?
Ooh, I'm going to have to check on that.
All right.
I would be willing to bet quite a few of them do. But let me see what I can do on that. And then Joe Pavelski also tied the Skaters for the most Game 7 wins with 8. He, however, has lost 3 of them, which is not a record. But you've got DeBoer, doesn't lose in Game 7. You've got Kyrie, who really doesn't lose in these closeout games. Do you look at these numbers, 13-0, and you're like, that's great? Well, every season, every series is a new series, irrelevant statistics. Or do you look at it and go, I don't know, man. This is a coach for the Stars and a player for the Mavs that they just don't lose in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, they've been there 21 times.
Yeah.
So that makes
that's crazy.
Yeah. Go ahead. Did you want to elaborate more on how crazy that is?
So combined in Game 7s for the Stars and closeout games for Kyrie, those two are 21-0.
Yeah.
8-0 for DeBoer, 13-0 for Kyrie. That's amazing.
So, did you hear Kyrie talk about it afterwards when he was asked about his game, like his closeout games record and how good he is there? And he just, it was really great to hear.
Do you want me to read you the quote?
Oh, yeah, if you want to, yeah.
I think this is the quote you're talking about.
He's wearing his black suit, by the way. So, again, it goes back to the line that Jason Kidd said about being a professional. He came to that game focused that night.
There's a specific line that he uses in here, too, that's so good. When I think about 13-0 and closeout games in general, I just know you've got to get there to that point to be able to be ready to have the other team submit. It's one of the hardest things to do as a competitor is to have your opponent concede or submit. Well, what has Kyrie done specifically in these games to make it happen? Just look at the breakdown between his first half and second half production. First half, 7.5 points. Second half, 20 points. Shooting percentage, first half, 49% from the field, which that'll work all day. 31% from 3. Second half, 60% from the field, 53% from 3.
Yeah.
So when we talk about closeout, it's not just the closeout game. It's the closeout of each one of these games where Kyrie's been incredible in these second half.
And that was the line from Luka heading into the series too, right, Reggie? Where they said, "What's the difference, going up against the Clippers?" And he said, "We got caught."
Yeah, I mean and it shows up in a big way. It's the style of play that he has that is really a closing style, right? We talk about the fact that he's a difficult shot maker, probably the best in the league over the last decade, even. And when it gets late and when it gets tough, those are the shots that are going to be available to you. A lot of times are difficult shots, and knowing that he feels not just that he is confident in that, but comfortable in those situations is huge. Plus, how many times did you see in the course of that series, you get transition and he goes and he knocks down shots that create the environment and the energy in the building that then puts you in a different place and a different mindset,
Yes.
rev the engine up for your team. Like, in addition to also being like that calming veteran voice on the court. Like, I think the things that he does particularly well all put this team in the place where they are set to knock down their opponent. Either whether it's, things are getting heated and he's able to get his guys to lock back in so you don't lose the rope, or he's able to get the energy in the building. I think two of the biggest pops that I've heard at the AAC during the course of this series.
And you've been at all these games too.
As much as I can, absolutely. All the home games that they've had during this series with the Clippers, I was there, and the two biggest pops were Kyrie and Deuce. I think that is not something to be missed. And so I think that all those things factor in greatly into, I guess, the clutch factor that he's helped bring to this team. Now, of course, that's not the same thing that you could say with Pete DeBoer because he's not on the ice, but that goes back to, Corey, what you were talking about is the way that you can keep people comfortable. I thought that was the connecting thread, I thought, between these two guys, is it seems like they keep their teams confident and comfortable in the moment so that they're able to play their best.
Yeah, and to add to that, you talk about your team, the belief in you, that's a big factor. This goes back to Kevin. I've been talking about, if Ottinger is pitching shutouts every night, everybody's like, we got Otter. We're good.
True.
Everybody starts to get a little more cocky because they know they have that guy. Everybody on the Chiefs is more cocky because they have Patrick Mahomes, right?
I would be too.
Everybody that played on Tom Brady teams, except for against the Giants, they were very cocky because they knew they had Tom Brady to save their butts, and they had faith that Tom Brady would save their butts. They have faith that Mahomes will save their butts. During our World Series run, how cocky were we when we knew Nate Eovaldi was about to be on the mound, or Jordan Montgomery, but also, don't worry, Corey Seager or Adolis is coming to the plate. You had two closeout hitters. So when you have that on your side, you start to feel more comfortable that you can get out of any situation. No matter where we are in this, we're going to be able to either come back or continue to hold this lead because we have something we can go to. DeBoer is fascinating to me because, as Reggie said, he can't control it. All he can do is set his guys up and hope he has all the right pieces.
All right, question for you guys then. We talked about the clutch elements that exist for both the Mavs and the Stars, and I know tomorrow we'll get further in on the deep dive about the breakdown between these two series. Do you think Dallas is favored in both these series, either of these series, or neither of these series?
Like by Vegas?
Yes.
Not just by me?
They wouldn't be very happy because
Yeah.
we just beat, the Golden Knights. So
They're
the Stars, Vegas is not going to look kindly on the Stars.
Do you think Vegas as a corporate entity is
That's right.
really mad?
Big Vegas. Big Vegas is very down on the Stars right now.
That is an interesting way to look at it.
No, I
I'm
see
an interesting dude.
I will
That is
say,
very true.
I will say that I think the Stars are favored.
Okay.
I think the Mavericks are not. And that's for the series, correct?
Yes, correct.
Am I
That
wrong?
is correct.
Ooh.
And the numbers are exactly the same, just flipped for either side. So in the basketball one, the Oklahoma City Thunder, they're minus 125 favorite.
I was going to say 125.
And the Mavericks are plus 105.
I could see it. He definitely was going to say 125.
Thank you.
I was thinking that too.
I was going to say plus 125, but I don't know.
They don't do
I don't know
it.
how it works.
They don't do it even because that's the inherent built-in. Like we're gonna profit off of this no matter what. So the Mavericks are plus 105 in that. So you see the series numbers are really, really close. For the Stars are minus 125, and then Colorado is plus 105. So you take a look at it. The Mavericks are very slight underdogs for the series against Oklahoma City, and then the Stars are very slight favorites against the Avalanche. So all the stuff that we're talking about in terms of clutch and whatever, it feels like you're going to have to find some little things that tip it one way or another because Vegas is looking at both of these series and being like, it's pretty dang close.
I will add something not related as much as you want it to be, but it also related, Kevin. After the Stars lost on Friday night, which was kind of your fault, or Saturday night, Friday night.
Don't give him that power.
Friday night. It was kind of his fault.
I really thought they
with
were
his
gonna
God
win.
suit.
I really thought they were going to win, and it was going to be 2 straight days that the Rangers lost and both teams. Just for bit purposes, that would have been fantastic.
Well, anyway, I tweeted out, good luck with the gems, Vegas. And a lot of people probably don't understand that. But if you watch Shorzy, that is a line that he frequently uses because he has dudes on his team named the Gems, and they will beat your ass. All right?
Oh, my
Yeah,
gosh.
they will. They will beat the crap out of you. And so that's what I was like, man, I have complete faith that Stars are going into Game 7, and the Gems, I don't know how many of them are named Jim, but I was calling the
Hold
Gems.
on, the Gyms aren't even named
The
Jim?
Gyms are guys that those guys are named Gyms, but the Gyms on the Stars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like Tanev is not a Gym. It's
We got
Chris.
Jim Nill.
Yeah, Jim Nill. And so that was my mindset, though, is like, I know those guys are coming. Those guys are showing up. That group, the Gyms, they're going to show up and they're going to do, and then you're not going to have anything to deal with. So I had a lot of faith that the Stars are going to be there. Kevin, Reggie, you too, y'all need to watch Shorzy during this playoff run so that you're going to start catching on to some of the things that
Is
I've
that
been
the one
saying.
that's like 14 seasons? Or
No,
is this
it's
the
only
spin-off?
2. It's a spin-off, but you don't even need the other one to see this
Okay.
one. It's only 2, and it's all hockey fun, so it's a blast.
Okay, real quick, we're going to get to buy or sell. I want to see if we can fire off cut number 8. Did you watch the Kentucky Derby?
It is Mystic Dan down toward the inside with the lead in the final 16. Forever Young, Sierra Leone is coming. These 3 coming down to the wire. Who's it going to be? Oh, it's a photo of the Derby. Oh, it's a photo. Was it Mystic Dan or was it Sierra Leone? Forever Young was between them, catching freedom. Finished 4th. A photo finish to decide the 150th Kentucky Derby.
Did you hear the air go out of that stadium?
Is it a stadium?
I guess.
It's a racetrack.
Okay, at the fair. That's fair. At the racetrack, when they didn't know who won straight away, you could hear an audible, oh.
They've been waiting for hours for that.
I know. And it was a 3-way finish at the line by a nose. It was the closest finish since 1947 to have 3 horses involved. Now, to go along with this, I have to admit, I had no idea so many people watched the Kentucky Derby.
Dude, I think Broadus went 4 catching freedom, 7 honor Marie, and 8 just a touch. So that was what I saw this morning.
What are the words that you just said?
I don't know.
He did not say, he did not say Mystic Dan. But
they said what 3 horses should be looking out for today. And
he
that's
looks
what he
disappointed,
threw out there.
though.
My apologies to Broadus.
Yeah, poor ticket, I'd say, for the Derby. Mystic Dan was an interesting horse because there's really cool things you could do with horse racing with metrics and stuff like that and workout speeds and things like that. And so Mystic Dan was one of those. Gavin Spittle and I were talking this morning, and because I mentioned to him about Mystic Dan and talking about, trying to find a way to get him involved. It was a really very tightly contested field when you looked at the metrics of all the horses there, not making excuses because it was a hell of a race. But I just knew that the favorite, that was such a far trip for that horse to have to make. No one had ever won out of the 17 hole. Wow. And so, I kept seeing people, and sometimes you're betting against, like you're thinking, well, here's a horse that has the metrics. That horse didn't have the best speed. Mystic Dan had the best speed of all the horses. And, sometimes about that, when they have that many horses running, the clean trip is the most important thing. And Mystic Dan had a very clean trip there.
And the
Broadus guy, he's an analytic guy now.
Absolutely. The viewership was outstanding.
Yeah.
16.7 million viewers, the highest viewership total in North America since 1989.
Yes.
Woo! Do you remember who won in 1989?
No, give it to me.
Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence. It was a Bob Baffert horse, I believe.
Oh, well, he didn't have any horses in this one for.
No, Bob's not allowed to run.
For reasons.
Yeah.
He's been doing some not so great
What's he
things
been doing, Kevin?
behind the scenes at the horse track. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
good
guys.
sir.
Enjoy the day.
Brian Broadus giving you the insight on the metrics, but also what his ticket looked like. Do you wish we would have done that more?
I wish we would have hired our trumpet player to come back in. I mean, every year we hire a trumpet player and he comes in here and stands in the corner, and every time we say Kentucky, he does it. But this year, because Mike wasn't.
Can you imagine if Will Chambers was hosting with our trumpet player?
Oh, boy.
Man, we'd get a lot of use out of that trumpet player. All right. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike is off doing TV this week. In his stead, it's time to fire up Buy or Sell.
Buy or sell.
All right, fellas. Buy or sell is a very simple game. These gentlemen don't know any of the questions ahead of time, but I got some questions for them. And they just tell me whether they buy or sell the question that I asked them.
Sell.
But you have to wait until I ask.
Those are the rules of the game.
Excellent.
Buy.
Very good, very good. You can get involved too. Text in on the Franco Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. And I guess, you know what? Let's go ahead and begin with that Kentucky Derby. Because obviously there's a lot of pomp and circumstance when it comes to Kentucky Derby. Big hats, big dresses, mint juleps, fancy colors. All that.
$1,000 mint juleps.
Nah, you lying.
No, because I watched Kay Adams videos and she was like $1,000 mint julep from Woodford Reserve, and I was like, what? Back to you.
Buy or sell, gentlemen, that the Kentucky Derby is the most overrated event in sports.
Buy.
Sell.
What? It's 2 minutes.
What are you? What was that? What was that?
Well, I was laughing.
Which can be a long time.
First of all, if you think those hats are fancy, man, they are nice, but you should come out to church sometimes. You see some fancy
on Easter, absolutely.
You used to see some fancy ass
Your
hats
church?
out there. Sometimes at my church, absolutely.
Why'd you say that so doubtingly? Is it because you see the way that Kevin dresses?
I didn't say I dressed up fancy.
I like the idea that like Kevin dresses like this, but then when he gets to church, he just like does it up to the nines.
Purple suit, yeah.
Pocket squares matching my tie and everything. Yeah. The most overrated event in sports, I felt this way for a long time, and I'm sure people will get mad, is the Masters. I
That's a 4-day event.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, there's a little bit of bang for your buck there.
Yeah.
There's something happening all the time.
But that's why it's overrated. Because if you don't like the Masters, too bad. You have to deal with it for 4 days. And they're like, hey, we've got a par 3 the day before. You can eat a sandwich for $1.50. That's great. But if you don't care about the Kentucky Derby, like you said, it's over in 2 minutes. Even if the whole day is taken up, it's just that one day. The Masters, they're still trying to get you the next day, the day before, the day before, kind of the day before.
Are there other races going on the day of?
I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, they have
can't be
races
that they
all
only
day.
go for the one race.
Yeah, no, they have races of lesser all day.
All right, I just wanted to make sure. Because
But
that
all
day
those people aren't there for all those other races, are they, for real?
No, they're not even there for that race.
I think they're, yeah, that's probably true. They're just there because they're like, this will help pass the time.
Yeah.
But they're there to be seen.
I will say this. The day that we got to go out to the track out here with Broadus, that was an absolute blast. I still don't know anything about horses, and I'm deathly allergic to them, so I can't go too close to them. But it was an absolute blast because you kind of get some tips here and there from some people, and you're like, oh, I can win some. And I can totally see how people would say, is that the granddaddy of them all when it comes to the gambling?
It's WrestleMania.
For horse racing?
Yes.
Is that the one that
$210
more
million
casual?
were wagered just on that race. That's not even factoring in the rest of the day. Somebody said I thought hats were forbidden in church.
Not at the churches I be at.
And not like a ball cap. If it's like a fashion hat, I think you're good.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're just wearing like your Rangers hat, even though they did win the World Series, I think that would be
If I'm a
frowned upon.
gentleman, can I wear a top hat?
For sure.
Or do I need to remove that as I enter the building?
That depends on a human by human, church by church basis. I think you'd be okay.
Do you think who's the first person in a church to point out you can't wear that in the church?
Usher.
Okay.
Oh.
And Usher. Maybe not Usher Raymond. I don't know.
Usher was just like, yeah. No.
Buy or sell number 2, gentlemen. And I wanted to use some audio here because audio is good. Just people going.
It is good. I agree with that, Reggie.
Thank you for your support. This comes courtesy of Sportsnet LA. Kirsten Watson is their reporter, their equivalent of Emily Jones McCoy here locally. And she had a little bit of insight as this weekend, Cinco de Mayo. She was asking some of the players their favorite margaritas, and she gave us Shohei Ohtani's answer.
But my favorite answer was Shohei Ohtani. I said, Shohei, what's your favorite margarita? And he said pizza, guys.
Hey, yeah, I'm not mad at that answer.
Yeah, this is a dumb question.
So, gentlemen, buy or sell margarita pizza being the best margarita?
Oh, I didn't. Yes, margarita pizza.
Because I was thinking there was a pizza margarita. No. Sell.
Hold on. The margarita pizza
is the best. Best pizza. It depends on where you go. I get that.
But she asked, what's your favorite margarita? And he said
margarita pizza.
So I get that because he's saying maybe he doesn't drink. Maybe Shohei doesn't drink. He gambles and drinks. I don't know. I don't know what his
do you think
life's
of the
like.
odds on that?
I don't know.
What are you doing right now?
But I sell too. Margarita pizza is not any better than just a regular frozen margarita. Meltdown, add some more liquor to it. Yes, that's even better.
Margarita is the one with tequila?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm proud of you for knowing. I honestly thought I was setting you up for a big buy there because you were gonna be like, pizza, love it.
No.
Alcohol, you don't love it. So I thought that's where you would go.
Sell.
Well, okay.
So do you need meat on the pizza?
That's preferable.
Are you a fan of just a regular cheese pizza?
It's okay. But
I think it tastes terrible.
I like it tricked up a little bit.
I need a really good. I need to find somebody who has a really good cheese pizza because I'm always like, this is missing something. Probably pepperoni.
But usually what they say is our cheese pizza is really good because it's infused with honey or whatever. And you're like, but then it's not really a cheese pizza, right?
Yeah.
Like a 3 cheese or 4 cheese pizza. You gotta have like some variety there. Okay, I feel you. All right, buy or sell number 3, gentlemen. This weekend I spent some time with the folks. So was out of town. However, it was a really busy sports weekend, and we got to keep up with our sports. So the phone was busy, active, trying to watch various things. Had to make sure I was in front of a TV at certain times. And one of the times in watching the Rangers game, where they put up a whole bunch of runs, I was sitting in a booth at a restaurant. And that brought me to this idea, gentlemen. Buy or sell, baseball is the sport that is easiest to follow on the go.
To kind of navigate as like to pick up pieces throughout the day. I agree. Because I feel like with hockey, if you don't watch, you miss the goals. There are going to be few goals anyway, and all the action's going on. There's a lot that builds up to it. Basketball, actually,
I was wondering if it might be basketball.
Because basketball, the most important part of the game, if it's not a blowout, is the last few minutes of the game. And so I could probably watch the last few minutes and get my fill. But I do agree that baseball, you can kind of, it's one on Saturdays. Turn it on, leave it on, go around the house, do your stuff.
That's the fan, dude.
Yeah.
Turn it on, leave it on is the fan.
We have baseball games on the fan.
That is true.
So you can turn it on, leave it on.
Kevin, I stand corrected.
Including tonight.
Yeah. So I would say I feel like basketball and baseball are very close together.
Yeah,
that was a long answer.
I'm going to go basketball on this one because I think hockey, you could be paying really close attention, but if you miss the goal, then you might be like, hey, and then they scored. Yeah, what did you think about that goal? It was cool. I think basketball is easier to follow.
Okay. All right, one more for you fine gentlemen here. Buy or sell.
On that too.
I appreciate that. Buy or sell number 4 here. We'll also bring into account some basketball because this weekend we also had a lot of close finishes. You mentioned the photo finish at the Kentucky Derby. And then also, if you guys tapped into NASCAR a little bit this weekend, yes, there was some racing at Kansas Motor Speedway, Kansas City, Kansas. Kyle Larson won a photo finish with 0.001 second.
What?
Yeah, it was. I don't even know how they were able to get that one done, but he won there. And then of course the end of the Stars game, got pretty pressure filled as they were counting down the seconds to hold on and win Game 7. But all of that be damned, I'm here to tell you that basketball has the best end game situation, like buzzer beater type, photo finish type ending in all sports. Buy or sell?
Buy. Hockey you're right. Hockey gets very high pressure.
It was tense. I nearly fell out of my seat one time.
Yeah. but I mean, drawing up the play, you got to, if you have 7 seconds, there's a lot of back and forth that you're trying to figure out, what you do. I have 7 seconds left. That's still enough time for maybe 3 shots. You have time for something to go back and forth. The wild swings at a basketball game very late they're dramatic. And we even saw it with the Lakers in Denver when Jamal Murray was like, I'm eating the world right now because I can make all these shots at the end of the game.
See, and I think I'm going to buy this one as well because I like the idea that the game could sort of be over, but the ball can still be in the air and you're actually not sure who won. Like with the photo finishes, like you might not know who won, but it's over. It's decided. And in basketball, we are just waiting. Like maybe the ball goes in, maybe it doesn't, but the game is going to be over one way or another right here. I think I'm going to buy that.
Very, very small, brief moment of everybody collectively holding their breath.
Yes.
And then the air just either deflates out of a room like the whole. I love. Or
you forget what happens for the next 5 minutes because you've been running around like a crazy person, high-fiving people and everything.
I agree with you on that, Reggie.
Also, real quick, buy or sell. 817 said cheese pizza is not a pizza.
But
it's
in the title.
It's a pizza.
It's in the title.
It's not just the title?
Yeah, well, I mean, it says cheese. You don't order just cheese.
Don't let titles dictate what is real or not because Mike's going to come back with a different title. And he's going to be like, I'm now the emperor of all media. And you're going to have to abide by it because of the title.
Because of titles. Well, what do you order if you don't order? If you're ordering a cheese pizza, what are you ordering?
Pepperoni pizza, hold the pepperoni.
What?
So you agree. You don't think that a cheese pizza is considered a pizza?
I don't order cheese pizzas.
It's a child's dish, is what you're saying.
I mean, kind of.
You can make that argument about a lot of pizza. I do. I'll concede that. Stuffed crust, who's that for?
Me.
I mean, it's for me.
I love stuffed crust.
But also kids.
Yeah, and I like the pepperoni stuffed crust too. And then you also, now that you got the garlic parmesans.
We're the KNC Masterpiece
Good
right
job,
here on 105.3 The Fan. Excellent job, Reginald. We'll hear that all week long. Coming up next, Time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, we got to do something very fun over the weekend, so we'll dive into that next on The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. It's time to say the quiet part out loud in the NBA playoffs. Anthony Edwards looks a whole lot like Michael Jordan. No one's saying that Ant is going to be the next Mike or the GOAT, but for sheer greatness in the playoffs, for the weird echo of what Jordan used to do this time of year, and for the love of the game under duress pressure when that kind of excellence steps up, look no further than Ant. I'm Bill Ryder.
When it's time for a brake job, go with a solution that delivers one of the smoothest and most quiet rides on the road. Napa Silent Guard Brakes. Made with fiber-reinforced shims that eliminate noise for the life of the pad. Rubber-coated hardware for a better fit on 99.5% of vehicles. And quality design that meets and exceeds OE performance. Napa Silent Guard Brakes deliver the stopping power and performance drivers demand in their vehicles. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate, or going to the grocery store for milk instead of buying your own cow. You know there's an easier and better way. Save up to 25% when you bundle home and auto with Allstate.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
If you're looking for the most epic place on earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy?
Totalmente.
And you get unlimited 5G data, $25 a line for 4 lines on the unlimited plan at an amazing price with no contracts. Should you switch to Total by Verizon? Definitely.
Totalmente.
Find a store or switch suavemente at totalbyverizon.com. Monthly rate when you activate without a pay plus taxes and fees. Discount begins the month after you enroll. Additional terms apply. See website for data management practices.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for the best Ford dealership on the east side of the Metroplex. In Terrell, it's Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist, GM Adam Vinci. They're both Tolos. Taking care of the Tolos each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford truck or SUV. Adam's got everything from Super Duties on the ground to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. All you need to do is get over to Terrell to see him right between I-20 and Highway 80. You can start the process online at PlatinumFord.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
You've reached the holdovers. Leave a message at the beep. Unless it's you, Judy, trying to get us to switch to that Champion Energy again. Oh, she wouldn't. She said she just wants to save us money. Well, Judy, if you're getting such low rates with Champion Energy, why not air condition the whole neighborhood? Honey, seriously, that could help us out because we're next door and our bills are really high.
His sports, our personalities are second. I feel. I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. 877-881-1053. You tell us. Is the foundation sports or the personalities? This is really going to help in contract negotiations later down the road.
Oh my gosh.
I said later. It's much later down the road. Trust me.
A lot later.
I've seen the contract. But J.J. Watt said this to D'Amico Ryans about playing for the Houston Texans again. Oh, J.J. Watt here.
I mean, I told D'Amico last year, I said, don't call unless you absolutely need it, but if you ever do call, I'll be there. And he knows not to call unless he absolutely needs it. This is the last year I'll tell him that because I'm not going to keep training the way I've been training, but he knows that if he ever truly does need it, I'll be there for him, but I don't anticipate that happening. They got a very good crew.
You know what this kind of reminds me of, Corey? This would be a weird comparison, but there's an Undertaker documentary that's really great where he essentially announces his retirement, and at the very end he goes, but there might always be a break in case of Undertaker if you really need me. And so it very much reminded
break glass,
me. Break glass in case of Undertaker needed. And it very much reminded me of this. He's like, hey, don't need me. But if you do need me, okay, I'll be there.
When it comes to J.J. Watt, I think for a lot of his career, we were like, dude, you've done enough. Not a lot of his career. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Towards the end. Because he wasn't healthy. He couldn't stay healthy.
Yeah.
And I think he understands that, right? Like, he understands where he was. And I think that's one of the reasons he's saying, look, I got a play or two left in me, but I can't make it a full season. But also, I like that. I don't know who reached out to whom. Did I say that right, Reggie?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, you could have put it all together.
I don't know who's reached out to whom's.
I don't know about that.
Was that what you meant?
Nope.
All right. Like, I don't know if JJ just like messaged him one day. I was like, hey, man, you need me? Let me know. Or
it feels like a JJ Watt thing to do because you think D'Amico Ryans is like, let me go and probe all of the, the roster of retired players to see who would want to come back and play.
So that's where my question on this came to play. How much ego does it take to be like, I've told the coach that if he needs me, I will be there for him in case of emergency. That's how good I am, is that I can show up in case of emergency and be that guy.
I think he's just getting ahead of the game because whenever we had Eric Dickerson on,
how many plays you got?
We asked a similar type question. Whenever we've had several players that are in like the 55 range that we've asked, and they're like,
but Eric Dickerson
for one time.
But Eric Dickerson is never going to say, I reached out to the coach and told him that I'm ready for you. He's not going to do that.
So I think J.J. Watt is just more honest with us than most.
You know what I think J.J. Watt is and has always been? Like, he is golden boy in branding, and he wants that to be the case. And don't forget, like, that's a dude who enjoyed the city of Houston, but then eventually moved on with and played in Arizona. I wonder if this is like, hey, still love you, Houston. Want you to know that. And so I'd play for Houston in a minute. Like, I wonder if that's still kind of the sense he's giving off.
You got to nail that down, right? Like, how many former Cowboys players, even guys that were here for short periods, are like, man, attach me to that star right now in my post-career. Look at the Mavericks right now. Tyson Chandler. We still love Tyson Chandler. We'll always love Tyson Chandler. Yeah, he won us a championship. And J.J. Watt was, and that is a fascinating thing when it comes to, I spent most of my career with you guys. And so, and yes, D'Amico Ryans being a former teammate of his, that makes a lot of sense too. I guess I would reach out to Mike, and be like, Mike, do you remember me? And he'd be like, nope.
Were you Kevin? He'd be like, I told you it was Corey.
He was like, and he'd be like, hey, is Reggie still around? Yeah, Reggie's still around. You've only been gone for 2 days, Mike.
That might happen today if I text him. He's like, who's this?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, that definitely is the thing.
I've lost your number. Who's this?
But that whole experiment, Jason Witten didn't work, right? He comes back and he wasn't great.
Correct.
Do you go back to the well in a situation like here we are with Zeke, who's still under 30 years old?
If it's not my team, I definitely want to see it. When it is my team, why are we doing this?
Okay, all right.
Because like if you told me J.J. Watt's coming out for Houston, I'm like, man, I kind of want to see that. But if you tell me like, Actually, I kind of think Randy White could still do it. I was going to say Randy White, but I still kind of think he could do it. All right, if he wants to come back, that's fine. But there are other people that I'm like, hey, maybe don't.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. With Romo late in his career, we were kind of like, hey, dude, it's probably time to hang it up before something really bad happens. But that competitor in them won't let them. There's contracts involved. There's money involved. I'm chasing this championship. Romo wanted that. Romo's entire career, he was trying to legitimize him being there. I belong here because I'm good enough to do this. I think there were plenty of times he was trying to be the hero in games because he wanted to prove to people that he belonged. I don't know if he ever felt comfortable. He never felt like a Peyton Manning. He never felt like, I'm an undrafted free agent. Nobody expected anything of me. And so I think he always felt like he had that, and that drove him maybe to a point where he could have retired physically and been a lot better. But I have no clue how he feels now. Maybe that's why he's getting the money he gets with CBS so that he can take care of any potential other stuff down the road. Because we've seen that with those players too. NFL players have suffered a lot beyond that. That being said, what sport is the most difficult to take a few years off or a year or two off and then come back and play? I feel like it's football.
See, and that's what I was going to say too, because on the one hand,
you got to be strong.
I get that people are like, no, it gives you a chance to rest your body. You don't have as much wear on it. I'm like, I guess, but also you're probably not used to the smash mouth nature of what's going to happen once you get out there.
Yeah. And I mean, JJ Watt did say, I'm not training. This is the last year. I'm not training like I have been for the last couple of years. And and players will tell you, you can train all you want, but you still need 3 football games to be in football shape.
Sure.
And Jesse Holly's told us that many times. You can train as much as you want and try and feel like you're healthy enough to do it. But once you get out there, basketball, do you think you could take a couple years off basketball and then step foot back in the NBA?
Depending on your age, yeah. I do think now, what style of gameplay do you have obviously matters in, right? Like if you're a shooter, we can get you up to speed a lot quicker.
Yeah.
As opposed to depending on if you're a slasher or if you made your bones off of defense, that's going to be a problem for you. But yeah, now it's in a similar way, getting up to game speed takes some time, right? There's a reason why we see these guys come off of injury and it's like, yeah, they're going to need to ramp themselves up. But I'd lean the way that you guys have as well, that football thing. And I also wonder the psychological effect of, hey, I'm going to get in here and I'm going to take these hits again. I think that you get enough distance from that. I do wonder if you dissociate yourself back to the way that us normal people think as opposed to the crazy people thoughts of football players, and I mean that with respect. If you get a couple years away from that, how do you get yourself back into that place where I'm going to run into the car crash sport?
I mean, Emmett has told us that, right? He's like, no, I don't want to get hit anymore. I am done with that. He said, you saw that commercial. I'm taking naps. Some people saying boxing.
I saw multiple people saying golf.
Golf's just tough in general, man.
That's interesting because clearly you have to have the physical skill, but you also compete a lot against yourself.
Yeah.
Out on the course, so that's interesting.
The training to be a pro golfer again, though, at the highest level. I mean, even Tiger Woods, he's still competitive, but he can't get back to what he was when he was in his prime. And I think that's got to be the more frustrating thing as an athlete, is knowing more. And we talk about this a lot. I know everything. My body just won't let me do it.
Man, I can't even imagine being out there on the course, or this could be in a game if you want to look at a different sport and be like, man, in my prime, I would have smoked this dude and he's going to win the tournament.
Yeah.
Or they're going to win the game.
Yeah. And I don't know, when it comes to tennis, have you seen any tennis players come back and still be great?
Didn't Andy Murray basically do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good one. Andre Agassi had a humongous comeback after he disappeared, although he was still younger and maybe disappeared for other reasons for a while.
Why?
He had some things he had to straighten up. Serena Williams is another good example that I know she wasn't gone for years and years and years.
She had a baby?
Yeah. And then she came back and wow, good job.
Iga just did that as well, right?
That's true.
That's also because women are far more adaptable than us.
True.
Fair.
We're stuck in our ways. Women are like, look, we have to adapt to things to survive. From the 432, I bet Steve DeBerg could come back.
That's right.
Damn right.
Have him run my option quarterback any day.
Michael Jordan did leave and come back.
Also true.
But he was also the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
And was he...
Many are saying.
Was he considered that? Even Anthony Edwards was like, hey, stop talking about me in comparison to him. He's the greatest of all time. Please stop.
That's a fair-ass point because...
You know I'm an Anthony Edwards fan. I understand what's going on right now.
Man,
but I'm not looking... I'm looking at him at being that on his way.
But it's tough because you can go like, oh, he's playing as good as Reggie Lewis. And then people are going to be like, huh? That's your comp?
Mm-hmm.
And so I get why it happens.
All right, so...
I got a fun segment for you guys tomorrow about that.
That's tomorrow, Kevin.
Fair.
About Reggie Lewis?
I know.
Richard Lewis?
No, I'm Reggie Lewis.
Richard Lewis?
No.
Lennox Lewis.
Oh, my God.
Lewis Hamilton.
I'm glad you're saying Lewis right now because, Kevin, over the weekend, you and I got to do something very special. Second year in a row we were invited back, and the fact that we were invited back is kind of wild to me.
That is wild.
But my possibilities brought us down to Reunion Tower yet again to host the Hipster Ball. Now, the Hipster Ball is the hipsters. It started out as a prom-style gala, depends on what you want to say. And it was basically a prom for the hipsters. They go to my possibilities. It was a chance for them to party and have some fun. But the community liked it so much, it's grown into, man, there were almost 1,000 people there, I believe. And that was a small number this year, but it was really impactful. And we got to be on stage, and it was May 4th. Kevin shows up in a Yoda mask with a lightsaber.
And a cape. And
he wore 3 or 4 different masks throughout the night. It was kind of a funny bit we were having. When we got done, though, actually, not when we got done. While we were standing on the side waiting to go back up, a parent of a hipster came up to us, and he said, hey, my son Daniel is over there. If you guys don't mind, he listens to y'all every single day. And so he was like, if you don't mind saying hi. So Kevin and I swing by, and we're like, hey, how's it going, man? And he's like, you could just see he was so excited. And then we got up on stage, Kevin.
By the way, just in that is tougher for him to express than most people.
Yes.
Like if we're just really talking about the stuff and he's confined to a wheelchair,
yes.
it was tougher for him to express that, but you could see it.
You definitely could.
It was really cool.
And so we get up on stage, and I was like, look, man, I know hipsters, hugely important people. We have Tolos, T-O-L-O, turn it on, leave it on. We got Daniel over here who's both. Shout out to him. So that's awesome. His mom comes up afterwards and talks to both of us, and she's like, well, so he started listening to you guys, and because he was listening, I started listening because we're just driving around. I'm driving him to drop off and stuff. And she said, and now I find myself listening to y'all's show during the day whenever he's not even around, and I'm sitting here telling like him things that y'all said on the show during the day. And I was like, that is awesome. Thank you. Like the appreciation was amazing. And then a little bit later, I met Angel's parents, and they had listened to other stations and have found us. And we're like, you guys are the perfect combination. Really appreciated that. Had great talks with them, and they were very curious about Lucy because I talked about Lucy on stage.
Yep.
And so I got to kind of explain all that. They volunteer and everything. But Kevin, I was standing there and I saw this guy and his wife walking towards me. And his wife had this huge smile on her face. And I was like, are they smiling at us? Like me right now? Because Adrian was standing next to me. Adrian just walked off and left me in this situation, by the way. She later said,
story of the night.
She later said, I saw that you had some fans and you didn't need me around. And I was like, that's not okay. That being said, this guy's name is Lewis. And my apologies, I forgot his wife's name. But she was amazing. She's a registered nurse who does some amazing work too. But I was standing there, they walked up and were talking, and she's like, I can't believe we're talking to you right now. This is so amazing. And I was like, what?
Cool.
And so I said, I was like, hey, y'all welcome to come up to the station. Just let me know. And took a picture with him and everything. The next morning, a buddy of mine reaches out and he's like, hey, dude, that's my brother that you took a picture with last night. And he was like, he loves the fan. So it was really great because there were some people that we've never met before that we got an opportunity to see and say hi to. And I just wish we had more opportunities like that to be out and have more people be around us so that we can have those conversations. I love asking what do you like about the station? What do you hate about the station? We can learn from that. And I just really, I'm hoping we can find some more opportunities to go do some fun stuff.
Well, I know we got something coming up with Revolver Brewery. So there's an opportunity right there. I'm gonna get you more details.
All right.
But we're trying our best to get out there in the community. We've been having a lot more remotes, and thanks to My Possibilities for having us back out there. It really is cool when it's the songs that get me every freaking time, because those kids are just rocking out and having the most fun in the world, and the dancing is...
Dude, shout out to the Manhattan Band, too. They've done... That's at least the third year I think
they are excellent.
And when she sings, I Want to Dance with Somebody, like, I have to go watch and be around. I love that song, for one, and she does a phenomenal job of it. Manhattan Band crushed it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with NBA champion and our Odyssey NBA insider, Danny Green, next on The Fan.
You can hear.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. You can donate today at carsforkids.org, and is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now on the line is our Odyssey NBA Insider, Danny Green. Insider Calls brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello?
Good afternoon, sir. We got you now.
How you doing?
We're doing good. We're doing good.
Heck yeah, man. What's up?
Want to give you a lot of credit because last week we were sitting here 2-2 with the Clippers, and you repeatedly told us y'all are sitting in a good spot. Mavericks fans, you're sitting in a good spot. Did the rest of that series play out pretty much how you thought it would?
Yeah, can't give me too much credit because obviously it's a risk, it's a gamble, it's a prediction. Not everybody's always right. I got lucky, I guess. I wouldn't say I got lucky. It's more of an educated guess. But yeah, with the way Kawhi wasn't healthy and just knowing the history of how certain players play, I knew Luka wouldn't play as bad, Kyrie would play better, or your team would play better, and that it would be hard for James and PG to carry that load for the next 4 games. That you guys were in favor, so it was just an educated guess. But yeah, it was good to see good basketball in the last 2 or 3 games or so. So a lot of fun to watch as a fan, as a player. But yeah, guys came to play and they played well, and you guys are advancing. So it sucks that you guys have another injury, but
no kidding.
I think you'll be able to make up for it.
Yeah, it's going to be a kind of a mad scramble trying to figure out how to change those minutes around just a little bit and reallocate that.
Yeah,
but that's what we got Jason Kidd
coming
for.
back at all? Like, what's going on with him?
We're still working on that.
I saw today he was in shoot around.
Yeah.
And so we're trying. I don't know what that means to you, Danny. Does that mean like he's just shooting the basketball, or what are you feeling?
It depends on what he was doing at shoot around.
Yeah, it just looked like he was shooting and walking.
Was he moving? Okay, I mean that's a better sign, but it's still not good enough. But Kleber being out, he played well for y'all, stepped up big. There's always gonna be somebody that needs to be an X factor to step up, and he was that guy. So without him, without Tim Hardaway, you're gonna find maybe Dante Exum. You got to find somebody else that's gonna step up and be that X factor that they don't expect to score, because it can't just be Kai and Luka. So it's gonna be interesting.
The when it comes to the Mavs defense, are they a scary defensive team? Respectable? Like where would you put what they're throwing out there right now?
I would say they're respectable. I think it's going to be more consistent, but they also need help with the scoring load. With having Luka and Kai, carrying, but they need other guys to get involved. So defensively, they picked it up. I'm really impressed with how, for the first front of the half of the series, how Luka defensively was what he was doing. Taking upon himself, being very prideful on that end and making it tougher on people. Also getting in pass lanes and getting steals, making them turn the ball over, and him playing at a different pace. So defensively, they're respected. And luckily, I said your matchup was OKC.
Yep.
So you guys have got a young team. You have the advantage. They're inexperienced. I think the size is where you guys have the advantage. They're not a great rebounding team. So this is a situation for Gafford, Washington, all those guys to come in and get on the board heavy, because that's where you guys need to hurt them.
What do you think about Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren? Because obviously we focus a lot about the Mavericks around here. People are familiar. Shea's going to finish top 3 for MVP, one would assume. But Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren are 2 other dangerous options for OKC. What's the thoughts on them?
They're very good, man. They're probably him and Jalen and SJ are probably the next best duo in the West. They're probably the most dangerous scoring-wise. They're very good, and Chet is very good as well as a rookie his first year. But he's kind of by himself in that paint, protecting it and trying to rebound. And that's where the weakness is. He's just learning. It's his first year playing, so it's tough for him to, on the fly, be in the playoffs, be in a situation, a scenario. But they played extremely well. Those kids have rose to the occasion. Said very impressive. And I got SGA as my number 1 for MVP. I know everybody likes Jokic, but him to take a team that was not a playoff team to be number 1 seed in the West is unbelievable, man. And nobody expected that. So I like Jalen. He's very good. I like Chet, very good as well. And they're just, the future is bright for that group. So I can't wait to see that. I'm excited for basketball, the future of basketball anyway, with the groups that they have, with Minnesota, with them, New Orleans, if they get healthy, Memphis, they get healthy. Like, there's a lot of good young cores out there that are impressive and be fun to watch.
I know there were some folks who were surprised by the outcome of Game 1 with the Timberwolves and the Nuggets, but then there are other people who think the Timberwolves might be the perfectly built team to take down the Nuggets. I know where you saw Game 1, but where do you see that series headed?
Yeah, I was surprised by it too. That still doesn't waver my decision of thinking that Denver's going to come out on top in about 6 or 7 games. It's a wake-up call. It took them by surprise. They have the pieces. They have the depth. Nazi Reed stepped up big in that fourth quarter. Was crazy, unbelievable. But even with that, Cat was in foul trouble. They continue to do that. Minnesota is not a fourth quarter team, so that's where I think Denver's always a second half team and more mature. So if Minnesota keep that up, cool. I just don't see it happening. I think Nazi Reed came out of the woodwork, but he came to the rescue in that fourth quarter, because usually in the fourth quarter they get kind of stagnant, and in crunch time that they don't execute or as efficient as they are throughout the 3 quarters. So for them, if I'm them, I'm saying we have to get up big enough to be able to have, like, you can say mishaps, but have a good enough lead, comfortable enough to know that our fourth quarters aren't great. But if I'm Denver, I'm saying let's stay close enough to where we're in the fourth quarter, because we know that some things, they're inexperienced and just how inefficient they are in the fourth quarter in crunch time, they have an advantage. So it's going to be a hell of a series, but I still think Game 1 was a shock. I didn't expect Denver to lose Game 1, especially on the road. But I still give the edge to Denver, and this might go 7 games now that they lost Game 1.
By the way, since we've been talking, we have now heard from Jason Kidd, who said Hardaway will be available for this series.
Okay, congratulations.
I know, like,
you guys need that.
Yeah, we're going to start bringing you on more and more if we can just have them. They're going to be like, Maxi's back now, and if we get all these players back while we're talking to you, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, man, never know, but so that's a big plus, especially with Cleveland being out. So, and Hardaway, he brings off the bench, another help shooter, another scorer. So that'll be huge for y'all. But so either way, I think your advantage is inside. They're a really good team. They like to get up and down. So do y'all. But you guys have bigger bigs, better bigs, more inside presence, protecting the rim and rebounding. And rebounding and defense wins championships. So if you guys continue to do that, you'll give yourselves a chance every night, to win the ball game.
I'm glad you said that too, because I did want to stick back with Minnesota real quick. And I know Jokic is what he is, but Rudy Gobert's gotten like kind of this rap of being, he falls apart whenever playoff time comes. He's not quite the same player. It's all the matchup.
Okay. It depends on the matchup.
And I was kind of curious too, does it not look like he's playing more confidently in this Minnesota defense right now?
No, that group has got all of those guys playing well, especially him. Like, I won't say resurgence, but they got him at a different level of confidence. You see me on the break making plays, and that's not the most perfect Euro step, but he's getting a step there, getting some layups, getting some and ones. But I think it's tough for him when he plays against teams that play 5 out.
Okay.
And Denver's never going to do that, because Jokic is always on the floor, and if not, they always have another big out there, which is to his advantage. Now, certain matchups, Minnesota said they have a great build because they can play Cat at the 5, and they can go 5 small and 5 out, and Cat can play on the perimeter. But it's tougher for Rudy to play 5 out when there's 5 smalls. So that's a disadvantage for him. But luckily for him, this matchup is the perfect matchup for him. And teams that play a 5-man where he can stay and protect the paint, or be a weak side, or even just body the guy. You have those 2 7-footers in there, man, and then Nazi Reed come off the bench. It's a hell of a crew, man. So the only thing is just them executing and staying locked in and being experienced enough and mature enough to do it for 48 minutes or for longer. And that fourth quarter is where we're going to see them make the growth or not make the growth.
The Game 7 yesterday, I want to get your breakdown between the Cavs and the Magic, because it was wild. Like, Cleveland completes one of the biggest, if not the biggest, since at least 97 Game 7 comeback in NBA history, and then Paolo still becomes the youngest player to score 35 points plus in Game 7, but they lose. What were you thinking as that game went along?
When I was watching it, I thought the game was over. Cleveland thought they'd get embarrassed at home. They got kind of lucky because they weren't playing well, and they didn't really play well the rest of the game. Orlando got cold. They were shooting well. They got cold, and they kind of got erratic, and then inexperience showed up. If they were a more experienced team, they should have won that game easily because they were up damn near 20 points, 18 points or so, 17, 18 points. But Cleveland fought, man, and Donovan Mitchell, he's gonna will you to a win, and that's exactly what he did. He continued to keep shooting, keep attacking. And things started going right for them with Orlando going cold and not making shots. And then Don just kept attacking, man, got his group going. especially with the injury. No Jared Allen, that hurt them a lot. But it was a well-fought series, man. 7 games, a lot of fun to watch, and I'm sure for them to be a part of. And it came down to a chess match of coaching and adjustments. And looks like they kind of went back and forth for JB and Mose, them being the younger, less experienced head coaches for a playoff series anyway. I think it was the first or second for JB, and I don't know how many for Mosley. But yeah, it was a hell of a matchup, man, and it was fun to watch. And they went back and forth. And Orlando had a great season, unbelievable season. You got to give a lot of those guys credit for how well they played and gotten in position in the playoffs, and also be able to possibly make it to the next round almost.
Danny Green here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and NBA playoffs have been an absolute blast. Like you're talking about, all these series have been a lot of fun. There is another series, though, that Kevin's been kind of curious about who's leading right now. Is it Kendrick Lamar or is it Drake? Who's leading in this battle right now?
Oh, man, it's a tough one for me, man, because I'm a big Drake fan. And remember, I'm a Kendrick Lamar fan, too, but I probably listen to Drake's music a lot more. It's more my vibe. Kendrick is more of you have to be in a certain mode or mood to listen to him, but lyrically, he's so gifted, and you have to respect him as one of the top MCs. I love the fact that Drake even put himself out there, because this is something that he had nothing to gain from. Everything to lose, nothing to gain, because he's already at the top, and for him to battle anybody, it makes no sense. So he stayed in there. He sparred. They both did some amazing records. I have to give the edge to K-Dot a little bit more, even though some of the stuff was false information. But Drake did a great, they both had some great records, man. I'm loving to hear new music or hip-hop music the way this is. So I'm excited about it, but I'd have to give the edge to Kendrick by a landslide. I think he's got the culture, the movement, the internet. He's got everybody kind of going off with the last couple records, especially that last one.
Four of his songs are in the top 10 on Spotify and Apple Music right now. So he's
crazy.
He's getting the love.
And the way he released them, Drake kind of put them on a timer, and he released like 4 songs in like 2 days, which was kind of crazy.
Sick, man.
And then it was like, damn, I couldn't even keep up. I went to dinner, next it was like 4 songs. I'm like 2 songs, please. I'm like, Drake dropped. I'm like, damn, what happened? I haven't get a chance to eat dinner yet. And it's like, I'm still trying to decipher this last one. So yeah, it's kind of crazy, but it's exciting, man, for the culture, especially basketball world. It's how tied in the athletes are with hip hop and music, and listening to our shoot arounds and stuff like that. So it's great to see, man. It's great to have these artists, kind of sparring with each other in the ring.
Have we called a ceasefire, or by the time we talk with you again next week, will we have more to digest and decompress from?
Yeah, hopefully. So we'll see what happens, man. But it'll be an interesting second round for you guys. I'm looking forward to watching it and chopping it up with you guys next week. So yeah, man, good luck. Hopefully you guys get some more guys back healthy.
As long as we keep talking to you, we will. Yeah.
yeah. I hope to see you guys next week, man. We'll talk again.
There you go. Danny Green right here on 105.3 The Fan. Insider Calls brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. I think that very last question, he thought I was asking about the Mavs, but I was actually asking about Kendrick Lamar and Drake, and if we've hit the ceasefire there.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question. Reggie, do you happen to have an answer? Has anything else dropped today that I need to be aware of during our show?
I actually am not even sure, because Lucius came in and he was talking about something. I was like, did I miss that? So I'll have to go and parse it. We got a lot of business to handle, and then also podcasting and stuff. So yeah.
And Tim Hardaway is going to come back, and so there's a whole lot.
Is that on the same exact level, or where are we ranking that?
I guess maybe for our point of view, maybe I care just in this moment about the Tim Hardaway being back, maybe more, but also like the Ravens turned down 8 different trade offers in the first round of the NFL draft. So there's stuff happening.
What? 8?
Right. That's what their general manager said. He said, we wanted Nate Wiggins. And so at different points throughout the draft, they ended up turning down 8 different trade offers.
They must have been bad offers.
Maybe. I can't dispute that. Coming up next, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing pretty solid. Thank you for asking. Now, what I wanted to throw out there is, I know we've talked about some NASCAR, some F1 stuff in the past and brought us This Is Your World. I have to admit, this is the first time I'd seen some of the prices for the food at the F1 event. Somebody sent this to us.
God. I'm wondering if we're getting ball sacked on this menu.
Yeah, it's
Do you think they went in and changed it?
I don't know. Have you seen the clientele at some of these events when it comes to Formula One, like the Monaco race? I mean, these people are literally backing up their yachts.
Who's the interviewer guy who tries to track down all the fancy people?
Martin Brundle.
Martin Brundle, that's right.
He was a former driver.
He thought Mahomes or Paolo Banchero was Patrick Mahomes.
Yes. Yeah. But Maine lobster rolls, $280.
They better cure cancer.
These are sweet prices.
That's the sides. The sides cured cancer.
I believe that is the case.
That's a tray of them.
Prices in the suite?
Yeah, this is probably what it costs probably for your suite costs. Is what these are.
That I can live with a little bit more.
Because I can't pay $180 for nachos.
Yeah, you could get a suite at the Vegas race at the end of the year. Last year, I think it was like $5-6 million.
Ooh.
For a suite, just for the day.
That's it, huh?
Just for the day.
Sounds worth it.
How much were the Frito pies? That should come with the nachos.
Yeah. They will eject you for having a Frito pie. I'm surprised you can get the nachos.
No, you have people more than willing to spend these prices for this stuff. Yeah, especially corporations and stuff like that.
Because this is the fancier, like richer racing than compared to
this is
NASCAR.
this is much more.
So is this separate to the Wolfgang Puck catering menu? Because I also saw that floating around.
Ooh. What did Wolfgang Puck have going on?
He had some fancy chicken salad. What is chinois?
Never heard of chinois.
Never heard of this. Chinois.
I'm sure you pronounced it correctly.
No idea what that is. Short rib grilled cheese.
That sounds good.
Shake ramen.
For the small price of?
Toro Birria tacos. See, this doesn't have the prices on
$4,000.
If you have to ask for the price, you can't afford it. Right?
Yeah.
Pulled barbecued jackfruit tater tots.
It was an a la carte concession menu.
He's doing bits with this. Like, what the hell is a jackfruit tater tot?
I don't know. You're not fancy enough, and neither am I.
Yeah.
I would have put fruit on a tater tot.
I don't know.
Who's the fanciest person at this station?
Ooh,
Sean.
Yeah.
Sean is the most high end.
Sean's fancy. And I respect it.
Sean's not going to slum it, though. camping to Sean, like if you had to stay at a Holiday Inn, Sean would be like, that's slumming it to him probably.
Anytime we've gotten to eat with Sean,
Bassick
it's been
too
awesome.
then? Because man,
I think Bassick could be a little high end too.
Yeah. Well, he's high maintenance for sure.
The hotels he talks about, I always think, I was like, our hotel was fine. And he's like, oh, I can't believe they don't let the bums in here at night. And I'm like, I don't know. It's pretty okay. Like,
I feel like Sean though, he's gonna go camping, he's taking an RV.
Yeah, if Sean was, Sean's going to camp in the RV. He is not going to sleep on the ground.
Yeah,
unless he just passes out. But which
is possible.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that to me that if you went on a trip with Sean, you do not want to be the one responsible for organizing the accommodations. Because Sean, as soon as Sean showed up at the front door, he would be in bitch mode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he would not let it. He would not let it.
And you're not hearing the end of it until he's gotten his bite of your flesh.
It's a hell of a mode.
Where did you get this? What? Where? Who gave you this idea? You stay here before? You know, he giving that kind of crap.
I will say though, Reggie has great fine taste. Because
Reggie came to mind there when I was going through the Rolodex of highfalutin individuals up in here.
I don't have the money to really live it out though.
But if you did, would you flaunt it in front of everybody?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
shameless in that way.
He's walking in with his caviar for lunch every day.
I remember giving him one of those steaks that I was pitching for a while, and he cooked
Did he like the marbling content on it?
He loved it, and he sent me the picture of it, and he made the steak, and then he had some fancy like fruity wine beer with it, and it was like all this amazing
cider. The lambic beer.
Yeah, the lambic. I was like, dude, all that stuff's amazing.
Broadus didn't like it.
Oh, he doesn't.
No,
I bet Reggie had it plated perfectly. All the utensils. There was a great presentation involved. You eat with your
white
eyes,
napkin.
First.
That's an important part of it. The presentation is an important part.
And it wasn't silverware that was rolled up into the silverware bunch. It was definitely laid on the white napkin. Yeah, with a
2.5 inches apart from
fork
each other
across the top somewhere for some salad.
Candle was off in the background somewhere, lit, of course.
Brian's by far though the most sophisticated and high end when it comes to knowing your way around that menu, like in that world where you could be having like roasted Peking duck and the different sauces.
I take pride. I take pride in that. So I'm with Reggie though. If I had the funds, I wouldn't see any of you bums. Seriously, I'd be out there like, I'd invite you guys. I'd invite you to lunch. I'd say make sure you pack a jacket too while you're at it.
Oh, it's a jacket on situation.
Yeah, jacket on.
Are there any to-go boxes at this lunch we're going to? There's no, everything's not to go.
I hate you sometimes.
Okay, so that actually
you're not going to get the jacket with me.
Let's mark that, I guess. That actually feeds, oddly enough, into what I was going to ask you
by
next.
the way. If those are the parameters, I'm out.
Did you guys watch any of the roast of Tom Brady?
Whole damn thing, baby.
All 300 hours of it.
Wasn't there Game 7 going on somewhere?
Afterwards.
Yes. It was a late night party, man.
Did not watch it live, but did start it right after the Stars game ended.
So we can go either way with this. Which athlete do you want to see get roasted next? Or, in honor of this conversation, who do you think we should hold a roast for at the station that would be enjoyable?
Oh, goodness.
Dude, Bobby, Broadus, Bassick, I think would be a fun one. I think Bassick
would be a good one.
Bassick would be perfect.
I feel like Mike would get personally offended by everything we said.
Shut up!
Yeah, and then be upset and not show up for like a week. But it would be, you couldn't wait till he took the mic to start roasting everybody else. Like, you're like, okay, this has been a lot of fun. What's he about to do now?
I'm sorry that I learned that I have good taste, and that bothers you guys so much. That would be one of the first things that he said.
Yeah. Choppy'd be good too, boy, if you dug back about 7-8 years.
Do you think he would be too accepting of the criticism?
Yes,
like, it wouldn't really bother him. He's like,
he'd be the best.
That's true. The bigger the better. That is true.
Choppy be thanking everybody afterwards. Thank you for doing this.
You gave me some new ideas for what to try out in the personal life and everything like that.
Like what?
I mean, he'll have to tell you that. Is there an athlete that you would like to see get taken down with the roast?
I think that the one that just kind of writes itself is Tiger.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Like Tiger would be pretty golden.
That's perfect. Dude.
Would Aaron Rodgers?
Rodgers would not. He would not be a good sport about it.
No.
Rodgers would get
Michael
salty.
Jordan, would he be mean too?
See, Jordan couldn't handle it either. There's no way Jordan can. Like,
could Tiger?
I don't know. That's a question.
Who's the best local to get roasted, maybe? Would that be Romo?
Romo would be fun.
Yeah.
Would he be a good sport about it?
No, hell no.
Dirk would be a good sport.
Dirk would be.
But what are you going to roast Dirk for? Just being a badass?
Yeah. There's really nothing.
I guess like bringing his own paper plate, dinner every night, make some jokes about that.
Which I think people still appreciate too.
There's the girlfriend incident.
See, for the Romo thing, you could be like, hey, when you gave your retirement speech / poem, everyone liked it because it was the most you talked to any of your teammates in a year and a half.
Yeah.
Like something like
good.
that.
That's good.
To start it off.
The Dirk one.
Kevin Hagelin.
Everybody
lead
would
us off today.
A lot of the material for Dirk would be.
Oh, yeah, crap. They're already on their bad list.
Did he have Cuban on his back with the cowboy hats, or or was it Steve Nash?
Yes,
was on his back.
Yeah,
he was doing some piggyback riding.
I remember those.
The playmaker could be really good.
Ooh,
I could see him being
and he'd be a good
better
sport.
Hopefully a better sport.
I think Michael would be a good sport about it.
And then he gets up there to give his speech,
Yeah.
and it's just you're inspired, and you want to go play a game afterwards.
He shuts it down, drops the mic.
Yeah,
Jerry roast.
How about Jerry Jones?
Ooh, the Jerry roast would be fantastic.
Yeah,
That's
Jerry
a great
roast.
call.
You just let fan by fan come up to the microphone. You're like, I don't even know if this is a
Lucius
roast.
always plays those city council meetings for us. That would be kind of fun if they did it that way for Jerry.
Hi, I'm from Wiley. Here's my complaint. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks so much for asking. It's time for the Cy Young Show at 420.
Woo! Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow as we steal a guest from the G-Bag Nation and just might have John Gray. We'll be on 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
And they're off.
You can hear Kevin. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's our number one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and welcome in as the Mavs and Stars are both now headed for the second round, one of the most glorious DFW sports weekends we've ever experienced. And welcome in, gentlemen. General at your service. There's Brian Bros, former Cowboy Scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control back there at 75 and Fitzhugh. Wolchuk and Chiafalo. And Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Went exactly as I expected over the weekend, guys.
You called it, brother.
I did. Took the Stars 7.
On it from the jump.
Mavs and 6. Very impressive on Friday night for the basketball team. You guys want to start there?
Yeah, my gosh. What in the world is Kyrie? He is an alien. He is not from this planet.
Second half man, fourth quarter beast.
Watching Kyrie Irving, I think, might be the height of pleasure for me as a basketball fan. Like the artistry in which he performs that pull-up three, his ability to contort and weave his way and hang at the rim. It's absolutely beautiful to watch Kyrie work.
Yeah.
And, hey, Luka was not at his best. I think that's what makes this even more exciting. I don't know that the Mavericks even played their best basketball yet, and they're moving on, and they took care of the Clippers. I mean, this team kind of rolled over and played dead games 5 and 6. It was just smooth sailing, and in Kyrie we trust right now, bro.
Yeah, dude, that's a great way to say it. I feel like what we saw in that Game 6 victory was dominance on both ends and a very comfortable victory that should make you, even more optimistic. Now, OKC is going to be a challenge, and you're going to have to get that done without Maxi Kleber. So we'll have to see how those matchups settle out.
Yeah, Maxi lost.
That sucks, man. That hurts.
That was violent the way he hit. I mean, when he went up, you're like, oh no, this is going to end badly. And then the way he came down, and then for him to even stay in the game, and once he tried that, he went for a ball and tried to get the rebound, and then a couple of dribbles, you could just see the pain. I mean, he just crumpled right there. So
it looked a super hard fall.
That's a tough loss. Talking to some guys afterwards. Afterwards in the game.
But now you get THJ back for game 1, and you got to hope at least, some spot-up three-point shooting from him. Maybe he can fill what you're missing from Maxi. But the defense and the matchup abilities that you have with Maxi, that is a really, really tough loss.
Yeah, going to be a tough thing to replace on both ends here. With the way he was shooting the ball in those last couple of games, ever since Broadus put in the call, it was like, oh my gosh, is he about to go on one of these super heaters right now? This is just what you need. You need somebody like that, especially for a team like the Mavericks that don't really, as a team, shoot the three ball well. He was the guy rising to the occasion, knocking down these shots. Who's going to be that guy? Outside of Kyrie, outside of Luka, who's going to be the knockdown dude? Looking at you, PJ Washington.
Yeah, maybe, we'll have to see how Lively steps up. I think the call in playoff basketball is going to be for the more mobile perimeter defender who can also rim protect. I'm looking at Lively. We'll have to see how his matchup goes, though. But the ability to defend a guy on the move in Chet Holmgren is massive, and I was really liking what Kleber was going to be able to bring in that department.
That's what they were talking about post, and I asked a couple of guys there, and I said, with Kleber being out, and he goes, nah, it's just that ability to have him, he can knock down the shots, but also that defense that he's able to provide for. He goes, hey, it's not always perfect, but at least he knows how to stay out of foul trouble, and he knows how to defend, and so that's something that they're really, really going to miss.
Okay, Jason Kidd multi-year extension is a story. Massive congrats to him. Yeah. 2 of the last 3 years have been outstanding in the coaching department. Last year, 2023, I think can be explained by he knew the team was critically flawed in its construction, and he had some flippant comments about that, probably from a frustrated coach who was just, punching the clock until there was a chance to rebuild the roster. And now the roster is better than ever. They look better than ever. And I'm not surprised the Lakers were interested. I'm not surprised Jason Kidd wants to stay here. This team has more potential over the next 3 to 5 years than the Lakers. I mean, the Lakers are just dying off, and then we'll have to go through a big rebuild. So I don't think that was a tough decision for Jason Kidd, but I feel like he's a tremendous asset. Just like Rick Carlisle was, where you're like, man, this guy is helping you win. What Jason Kidd has given you with stability and some of the adjustments that they've made and instilled a defense culture And the way that he did it 2 years ago was shocking. Now he has better pieces for it. I think you're starting to see it perform on a championship level kind of consistently.
And with the Lakers rumors that started to heat up, the relationship with him and LeBron, this is something you needed to get done. But yeah, you got to give Jason Kidd a lot of credit. He's made the postseason twice, and he's won a series every time. Let's even go back to the conference finals like he did the first go around.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to consider, if they lose this series, is he actually, let go from his job? But they win the series, and now you're getting extended. I think there was it was a fine line there on what could end up happening here. But the proof is in the pudding with what he's been able to do, turning around 2 defenses over the course of his tenure here that were pretty out of left field. This one maybe less so because you brought in some reinforcements at the deadline, took a little while to get going. But now you have a backbone on this team is the same that you had a couple of years ago. This is a better team now, so you hope they can go even further than what they did. But he's frustrating at times for sure, but overall and especially with what he's able to do with Luka and Kyrie, and now when you start considering what you need in a coach in today's day and age, especially when you have superstars like this, being a guy who can manage personalities like that might be the most important thing, if not maybe the second most important thing any coach has, and he's got that for sure.
Yeah. And I think like I said, I don't think a coach that you really want to let go. I would have been surprised if they would have, because of the relationship factor. That's huge, and your 2 main guys love them. It was interesting to see that it was the Mavs governor, Patrick Dumont, with the statement. Is that how I say it? We're excited to have Coach Kidd continue to lead our team.
It's his job now. It's his team.
Throughout the coming years, and this well-earned contract extension. It was just so long with Mark Cuban that it's just a little surreal to watch that officially.
Nope, that's it. Mark's no longer the governor. Mark is a high-paid fan right now. Is really what he is.
Yeah, and that happened sooner than I even thought it would be when the sale was announced. What was that, just 6 months ago?
Yeah.
7 months ago?
Yeah, they flipped all that stuff. So Mark keeps his seats. Mark's hanging out and doing things, going to games and stuff, but it's a clear ownership, a new ownership there.
What stood out to you guys from the Stars game yesterday?
How well the fourth line played.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sam
you need
Steele,
heroes. You need heroes.
Smith.
You need heroes in Game 7.
Yeah, and what Fox did.
Fox,
that was awesome.
Very, very reminiscent, though. We saw the shot that went in for the Vegas Knights in Game 6.
Mm-hmm.
Similar type, right in front of the cage, and deflecting off people. But what you get out of that fourth line, and Pete DeBoer puts them out there to start periods. He puts them out there at kind of some crucial times. You need guys like that. You know what, Steele, Smith to me he harasses people the way that he plays, the physical style that he's able to the forecheck.
He's not afraid to shoot.
Not afraid to shoot. He gets in front of puck. I mean, there's so many things to like about what this fourth line has done for the Stars, and having Fox back on it. He was talking about it post. He said, "Listen, it's tough sitting up in the stands and watching this thing. You get nervous." He goes, "You get nervous down, but on the ice you can have something to do with it." And I tell you what, that fourth line last year at this time, Vegas's fourth line outplayed you.
Sure did.
And won and got to the Cup final. You now outplayed them and their fourth line, and now you get to go on and they're going home.
It's reminiscent of their Bubble Cup run where they had Fox, Cogliano, and Como, the FCC line.
Yep.
And now they're out there peppering people. What Steele did on the penalty kill was absolutely outstanding. They brought it, man. But you could tell, the puck battles, the energy, the way they were skating, they were covering every single sheet of the ice yesterday. They wanted it just a little bit more. But Pete DeBoer now 8-0 in Game 7s. He continues that streak. He makes the move to bring Fox down. I thought Otter was brilliant again.
Yep.
And Wyatt Johnston continues to be an absolute savage.
It was clinically defensively how they played. I mean, if you go back and say, okay, how do you play defensive hockey? It just seemed like that every time in front when you felt like. Now, let's be honest though too. Vegas had some shots. Vegas had some opportunities right before the end of the second. They had a chance to go put that thing up 2-1 and going into the third, and they missed the open cage. But that's hockey. I mean, that's really shots hitting posts, and then all of a sudden you getting them and taking them the other way and scoring. That's the great thing and the beauty of this game.
They scored just 7 goals in the final 5 games of the series. The defense really, really came to play. And Otter now playing the way he is. When you have the pillars of Johnston and Otter, and then you mention all the depth where your fourth line is doing the winning for you at the end. all of that right there. It's all the makings of exactly what you want this time of year in a postseason run.
Yeah, Ryan Suter's playing really well. Thomas Harley, I thought, was an unsung hero in this series defensively. They really only have 5 defensemen. I mean, they can't play Niles Lundqvist. He's put on the ice there for a moment. He loses a man. Vegas ends up getting their 1 goal. Right. Niles Lundqvist is a liability out there. They need to try and get Yanni Hakanpää back. I don't know what his status is, if he's even able to return possibly for the series for Colorado. But right now, you've only got 5 defensemen that you feel any good about playing.
And now they move on to Colorado. So a couple of massive second-round series here for the Mavs and Stars. You know, it's historic that they're both in the second round at the same time, guys. Before we continue with the show, I know it's been a minute, but I'm itching to go clubbing a little bit, and I was wondering if maybe you could help us get beyond the velvet ropes.
I thought you had that look in your eye.
I thought you'd never ask, baby.
A double second-round postseason run, potentially for the ages here on the heels of a Rangers championship. We are on the come-up here as a Metroplex. The sports are on fire. We're putting the D in DFW. Both our teams bringing it strong. Superstars across the board. Let's do this thing.
Yeah, baby! For the first time since 2003, you got the Mavs and you got the Stars moving on to the second round of the playoffs.
We're here.
Luka, I'm hurt. I'm sick. Don't worry. Kyrie, I got you, buddy. I got your back. Derek Lively,
got your back.
The rookie sensation. Daniel Gafford, was I disappointing the first couple games of the series? Yeah, I was. Yeah. Guess what, boys? Games 5 and 6, I'm showing up, and I'm kicking the Clippers' ass on to vacation.
The landlord is here. The landlord is here. We got a double dose.
Are you kidding me? The
Stars are out tonight.
Western Conference Final, Vegas. You're going to get bullied. You know what we're going to do this year? We're going to send your ass packing. You go back to the sin bin back there in Vegas. Pavs, we didn't even need you. We're going to need you against Colorado. But Otter, he was a little shaky early.
But what happened?
But he ends up being amazing between the pipes yet again.
Yeah.
1 goal allowed. It wasn't even his fault. It's the bleeping jerk off. That is Niles Lundqvist. It's his fault. I don't want to see you on the ice anymore, Niles. Don't bleep yourself.
Get him out of here.
The rest of the defense, are you kidding me? Miro, we love you. Miro, you're the man. Miro. What about the young guns?
Talk to me.
Wyatt Johnston.
Bang.
Oh my gosh, Wyatt. You filthy, brilliant hero,
Yeah, we got to go in the club. Wyatt Johnston, he's on his way, boy.
Hey, I didn't know we allowed animals, but we're going to do it for you, Wyatt.
Anything you want, Wyatt Johnston. You right now are a superstar, my friend, and all you do is continue to rise to the occasion. You get up in here and you have yourself a night. And celebrate with fellow studs.
How about the captain, Jamie Benn, with the C on his chest?
Oh, the physicality.
Oh,
Jamie Benn's bringing physicality in the club today,
no
baby.
doubt. You want to try and take shots on Stanky? Nobody takes shots on Stanky.
Nobody takes shots on Stanky.
The captain comes over, says, McNabb, why don't you go ahead and eat some ice, baby? Let's go, Jamie Benn.
The captain bringing it strong exactly how you want it. Jason Kidd, you were right. Nobody's dying. I've never felt more alive in my entire life.
Never. I've never been more alive.
Kleba, we miss you. We miss you, Kleba.
We love you.
PJ's in the club. Dante Exum needs to find his way into the club, and it's good to see Dwight Powell over there in the corner with the pom-poms, exactly where he deserves to be in the club.
Gosh, isn't it so nice, Dwight? You keep being a cheerleader, all right? We love you, buddy. Keep doing your thing over there in the corner.
A historic journey into the club. Thank you, gentlemen. That might have been...
Foxa!
Wow, what a shot. Fate it was for it to go back posted in. Yes.
Backhander. Yeah.
I love the storybook nature of you were backhanding by way of penalty my guy Sagan in the face. Here comes Foxa backhanding, sending you to Cancun.
This is poetic. Okay, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Some more hockey coming up next. Hey, Wolchuk, you have some facts to know?
Let's do it. We got things to know about the Stars-Avs series in round 2. What's your prediction? 877-881-1053. Let's do that next on The Fan.
Quality sports takes with laughs along the way.
Sounds like a show.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a good one. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in about 9 minutes. Segment here is brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for contract wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's Zach with some quick puck action.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to former Stars head coach Rick Bowness on an outstanding career in the NHL. Finalist for Coach of the Year with the job he did with Winnipeg. Man. But he announced his retirement from coaching today after 38 seasons in the NHL, 17 playoff appearances, including trips to the finals as, of course, the Stars head coach in 2020. As an assistant with the Lightning in 2015 and an associate coach with the Vancouver Canucks in 2011. So, Bones, the last time the Stars made it to the Cup final, they had to play the Colorado Avalanche. They did so in the second round. They won it with a Yoel Kiviranta game winner in Game 7 in the bubble. And Bones was the coach. And it's kind of fitting that he goes ahead and retires, and we're acknowledging him, because every single time the Stars have made it to the Cup final, they've had to go through their next opponent, the Colorado Avalanche. In 5 postseason meetings, Stars are 3-2 overall against the Avs. In the 98-99 season, of course, where they won the Cup. They beat them in that historic 7-game series in the conference final. 99-2000, they went to the Cup final. They lose to New Jersey. And then in that bubble Cup run, they're able to beat them in 7 games. All 3 times they've defeated Colorado, it's gone to a 7-game series.
Mm-hmm.
I think this one will be the same. I think this goes to 7 games. The Stars will get home ice in Game 7. Pete DeBoer is looking for 9-0 in Game 7s, which is unbelievable. And afterwards, he was acknowledging, I'm going to ride this thing until eventually, hey, maybe it ends up not working out my way. But he's making all the decisions.
Impossible.
Foxa going back to the 4th line. It ends up working out. Who gets the game winner? It's Radek Foxa. But this just is so fitting. 2 of the most fun teams in the NHL. You could look at Colorado, and you could say maybe they've got 2 of the best players, just statistically, on paper in the series. With Cale Makar, who's incredible, Nathan McKinnon. They've got a lot of firepower.
Feels like a conference finals matchup.
It does. It really, really does.
And here we are in round 2.
This is going to be epic. I can't wait for it. I'm going to go Stars in 7. Hopefully we don't have any Debbie Downers in the room.
Mm-hmm.
But if we do, I understand it, because Colorado is very, very good. When you look at this, division opponents, Stars and Avs met 4 times in the regular season. Colorado did win the series 3-1. And I did say during the regular season, for me, the one matchup that I didn't like for the Stars was Colorado. But they've showcased their depth. They do have a goalie advantage. Now, Winnipeg thought they had a goalie advantage with Hallebuck in net. That didn't work out. This is going to be a much different series than what you just had against Vegas, where there was just did not seem to be a lot of open ice. It was very defensive. It was very physical. This is going to be high tempo, free flowing, up and down the ice, and probably goals galore.
Yeah, that was I'm wondering, because the Stars are giving up like less than 3 goals per game, and on the flip side, Colorado's scoring almost 6 goals per game. Yeah. So, like, what gives here? And so the defense here for the Stars that was just so impressive versus Vegas is going to be tested in a huge way.
Now, when you go back and look at this, Colorado won the first 3 meetings, 2 of which were blowouts. Dallas came away with arguably best win of the season. You look back at April 7th, 7-4. They get a win there. Now, the Stars faced the Avs this season. Dallas's 2 road games were second night of back-to-backs. Second home game on January 4th was when Miro ends up colliding with Scott Wedgwood. He gets injured in the 3rd period. So now the Stars are shorthanded. So if you just go back and look at those, I mean, you can make some excuses for why the Stars ended up losing those games. I don't think it really bears out how evenly matched this is going to be. But the Avs, now you could have the debate. Rest versus rust.
Yeah.
I mean, they took care of Winnipeg pretty handedly.
They sure did.
They led the NHL postseason with the whopping, you mentioned, 5.6 goals per game, Eric. And they did it against maybe the guy who's going to win the Vezina this year in Hellebuyck there with Edmonton. They're led by Nathan MacKinnon. He finished second in the Art Ross Trophy race last year. He's already got 9 postseason points, 2 goals, 7 assists in just 5 games. They've got Mikko Rantanen, who's incredible. I mentioned Cale Makar. The one guy Stars fans, and maybe you still have an affinity for him, I don't. Anytime Val Nichushkin touches the puck,
you're booing?
I'm booing the hell out of him.
Okay.
You can go bleep yourself, Val Nichushkin. This dude had such high expectations for the Dallas Stars. Big dude, could skate really well. I thought he was going to be awesome. He's like, no, I'm going to go back to Russia. He didn't want to be here. He goes to Colorado. Now he's one of the better players in the NHL. So I'm booing the hell out of Val Nichushkin, but I got to say, shout out to the crowds, the American Airlines Center.
Dude, my wife.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm in the living room. My wife, throughout the game, is texting me like every 10 minutes or so, like, please turn it down some more. And I'm like doing it like 1 or 2 at a time. Please turn it down some more. And then she walked out. She physically got out of the bed and walked into the living room and at like the 10-minute mark in the third period. And I believe that place was on fire.
Insane. I mean, everyone was standing on their feet. It was a ruckus crowd. And you got to be there for Game 6 with the Mavs game, Brian.
I did.
But all of them have been awesome. Like the Mavs home crowds have been incredible.
Yes.
The Stars home ice has been certainly an advantage. They were feeding from it last night against Vegas. Everybody that's gone out there to represent DFW Sports, I love you. Thank you. Keep bringing that energy because they're going to need it against Oklahoma City and Colorado.
Yeah, it's big, and I think it's just gotten better and better over the years. I think for part of it, it's the playoffs is huge, but inside that building, it is definitely a massive hockey town.
Yeah.
And those Mavs fans have made it a point of pride to be absolutely lit and try to give their team an advantage. And I think at times we as North Texas sports fans get a reputation for being a little docile. That's accurate. But when the games mean something, we're just as good as anybody else.
And I love this 682 because this is going to bring back memories like Colorado, Dallas. I mean, growing up as a young hockey fan on the Stars Cup run there in 99 and 2000, like these were absolute wars. 682. I remember back in the day, Peter Forsberg.
Oh, yeah.
Did not stand that guy. Didn't understand how good he was. Took him down. Yeah. Joe Sakic.
Yeah.
Adam Foote.
Yeah.
I mean, there were some, Hall of Famers in those series. Now
Patrick Waugh.
It was a Sack and a
Patrick Waugh,
Foote.
Yeah.
100%. Eddie Belfour, Eddie the Eagle. Now we've got
taking down the Kobe and Shaq Lakers.
Yeah, it was.
Historic.
I mean, those teams were just amazing. All the lineups were so deep, just much like these are now. There's a lot of crossover. Matt Duchene started his career with Colorado. Of course, he's now with the Dallas Stars. I mentioned Yoel Kiviranta, who won the series the last time these two played in the bubble. He is now a member of the Colorado Avalanche.
Yes.
Valerie Nichushkin, you can go bleep yourself. And then Andrew Cogliano, who was part of that FCC line that I brought up earlier. Cogliano is a member of Colorado, and he's a guy that just does all the dirty work for you. Just a gritty type of player, but he was in Dallas for 3 seasons. So these teams know each other well, very familiar. You got to hope you get the goalie advantage with Otter. You're going to need him to be very, very big in this series. Only play 5 defensemen unless Yanni Hakanpää can come back. I don't want to see Niles Lundqvist on the ice. If he is, you can bet something bad's going to happen. It's a terrible, terrible first-round trade. That's one Jim Nill's got to live with. He's made so many great other additions.
Yeah.
This one's not aging well. The Rangers, honestly, if you want to take him back, you can go ahead and have him back. I don't want Niles Lundqvist anywhere near this series. But otherwise, I love the depth that the Stars are showing. And I think that's going to show up in this one as well. Colorado is deep as well. And they might have, as I mentioned, top heavy. You can maybe say that they're a little bit better. I can see a lot of people taking Colorado. I'm going Stars in 7. I don't know what you guys think.
Oh, that many games?
Yeah, I think this is going 7.
I
just think history dictates it.
Yeah.
Right, Colorado, Dallas in the postseason, it's going 7.
And I don't know if since this one just went 7, they got the break. Like, you want to get this series over with as quickly as you possibly can. The longer it goes, I mean, to some extent, it's advantageous because DeBoer in Game 7, he himself is going to be standing on his head. But the physicality of the series that they were just in, how exhausting it was, it going 7 is a little bit scary. You'd love to see them get it done or sooner than that, but I would guess it goes 7 as well.
About 3 weeks ago, in anticipation of this run, I said the Stars will sweep the Avalanche when they face them in the playoffs. I think that might have been a little bit too much.
No, you said F the Lanch.
I'll say 5 games, Brian. I feel strong, and they just showed you they can win ugly as well and totally lock it down.
As we go to the G-Bag of the day, Lanch in 6.
Lanch in what? You're doing Avalanche in 6, Brian?
Lanch in 6.
Holy cow.
We're going to give him the Nichushkin
We're going to have to revisit this shortly. Let's go into the Pimp Cup, though, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Kendrick just dropped another one.
No way.
Kendrick just dropped another one right now.
No way.
You're kidding.
Kendrick just dropped another one. Now I'm playing. But they were coming at you so fast that you could believe that for a second.
Yes, dude.
You could believe that. Kendrick just dropped another one, man. So many bars over the weekend. Fire ass weekend. But let's get into this G-Bag of the Day situation right here, where we go to the Mid-Atlantic Sports Network, home of the Baltimore Orioles. Baltimore, stand up. The announcer and former pitcher Jim Palmer rips into the home plate umpire. He wants him out of here.
Henderson coming off a leadoff home run yesterday in an 0-2 hole quickly. Cortez.
The hell's going on?
Here you go. CB Buckner strike zone. Full effect.
Well, you kind of wonder how bad he's going to be, and he's shown us already in the first inning. This ball's a grounder.
Can you
all you want is a guy that understands what the strike zone. That's on the ground.
Yep.
Shouldn't be umpiring, and he is. They know he is. Been around a long time doesn't mean it's kind of like pitching. When I couldn't get people out, I became a broadcaster.
Became a broadcaster.
Just so matter of fact, it's like we know he sucks.
He sucks. We all know it, man.
Yeah.
We all know it.
I'll sign up for a Jim Palmer umpire roast.
Speaking of roast, Ron Burgundy showed up to the roast last night, ladies and gentlemen. He sure did show up to the Tom Brady roast. And he endorses TB12 supplements, apparently.
I don't know if you know this, Tom has a whole line of plant-based nutrition called TB12. Look it up. Yeah.
Look it up.
It's good stuff. I lost 15 pounds from this stuff. Those shakes work. I only had to drink 1 glass, and for the next 2 weeks, I was on the can with the worst case of diarrhea I've ever had. I recommend the cookies and cream.
Yeah.
There's nothing like shooting out cookies and cream as you race to the toilet. Cookies and cream. All over the floor of the LaGuardia Airport bathroom.
Cookies and cream.
So good last night. Hey! Let's go! I like the filter on that voice. The filter is amazing. All right. Let's stick with that roast. Nikki Glazer, she's a standout. I
think she was the best last night, dude.
I 100% believe she's the best. I think the female shined the most last night. Woo! They was on fire. Nikki right here, damn near with the joke of the night. Frying up Gronk. Just fried him up.
Tom also lost $30 million in crypto. Tom, how did you fall for that? I mean, even Gronk was like, me know that not real money. Like,
you're not like us.
Right? You know. Gronk actually does Bitcoin, which is where he just chews on a handful of nickels. But
Well, they was cooking last night. I tell you what.
Gronk was getting it.
Yeah, he was getting it. That was the theme of the night. Gronk is a moron is the theme of the night. Tom, why'd you let your girl creep off? And Gronk is a moron.
That's right.
That was the theme of the night there. Hey! Yesterday was a church day. I hope you got your blessing and all that good stuff. Shout out to my doctor, Pastor Freddie Haynes, and Reverend Ike. Yeah, I'll be on that Reverend Ike stuff. I sure do. You can hate me now. I don't care. I don't care. This pastor right here said he's been through some things.
Because the truth of the matter is I had a car and still went through some shit. I had a house and still went through some shit. I had dreams and still went through some shit. I had visions and still went through some shit. The truth of the matter is, you can say how you want to say, but I've been real and honest
The S I go through now is different S.
More money, more problems.
Somebody was feeling him. Hold up. Somebody was feeling that. Somebody was feeling that. Yes, testify in church. That's where you're supposed to do it, man. If the spirit hits you, the spirit hits you. But in some church, you just can't do it, apparently. Let's go to Pastor Keon Henderson. Tells the lady to hush while I'm trying to sing to the church. She's feeling it. Oh.
Hey. Stop her. Hush, hush.
Hush is wild.
Silence in the name of Jesus. I lift my hands.
Silence in the name of Jesus.
Whoa.
Actually, start hollering again.
The only voice I want heard is his.
Oh, man.
His meaning his.
Yeah.
Come on now. Man, she was feeling it. You don't know what that woman was going through.
Yeah, might have interrupted a spiritual experience.
Yeah, come on, man. You can't be out here preaching and expect not the word to hit her. I don't know. All right, that's it. Hey, you're not like us.
It is time to vote. Is it our champ?
Not like us.
James Palmer getting it done. Orioles telecast. Ron Burgundy at the Rose talking TB12. Nikki Glazer with the Gronk Bitcoin jokes.
It. Yo, she did she said she did that set 30 different times this weekend before Sunday.
Right on.
At like several different clubs, you know what I'm saying? Just trying to get which one works and what not, which one I need to throw away, which one I can keep. She worked on that, but she said she treated this one like her Super Bowl, and it showed.
Nice,
It
dude.
showed. She's standing out, bro.
Yep. Is it the pastor that's been through some things, or the pastor that hushed the patron, Pastor Keon? I'll go with Nikki Glazer. How about you, Chief?
I'm gonna go with Ron Burgundy.
I'm giving honor to Pastor, God, and First Lady. Yes, I am. I sure am.
Pastor Combo Platter?
Yeah.
Full Chuck?
I'll go with Nikki Glazer.
Brian?
I'm going to make them vote for the winner here, Ron Burgundy.
Okay, we have a tie at 2. Is it Nikki Glazer or is it Ron Burgundy there? We could just combo those up.
Okay.
You know, they have 4 votes in between the two of them. Want to do that?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, your G-Bag of the Day. Is that what you intended? With the G-Bag of the Day champion, Ron Burgundy and Nikki Glazer getting it done there at TB12. Okay, it's time now for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've got some questions for my guys. We'll do those next.
Coming up Tuesday.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Stephen Jones was on Mad Dog Radio, Brian. I have a quote here for you.
Yeah, please do.
Said it's a priority to get a new contract with Dak. They just take time. He said, absolutely. I mean, I totally think Dak can lead us to a championship. He does everything the right way. When he was asked if Dak can win a Super Bowl in Dallas, certainly the leader of this football team. He keeps everybody motivated in the offseason. He's got everybody working out and doing all the right things that it takes to put in the work to give yourself every opportunity. It just so happens that sometimes the old oblong football doesn't bounce your way, and we've had some tough breaks and tough games in the postseason, but we won 12-3 in a row. I think that's right at the top in terms of what teams have done over a 3-year period, and we're hanging around the rim. We've just got to go up there and grab it, to use a basketball term, and dunk it in. We're hanging around the rim. We just got to get the job done.
That's been the thing that's been so tough about this offseason is you just feel like you were just a bounce of that odd-shaped ball away from beating those Packers.
Yeah, dude.
It's just right there.
I mean, when it was in Aaron Jones' control dozens of times, if it had just gone out at least 4 or 5 times, they might have had the opportunity. Those dang footballs, they just stay being held.
It's just right there for them.
Are you guys as tired as the fans?
Yes.
I mean,
when they say stuff like that, you're like, "What are you talking about?"
Is it hard to even just accept it anymore? I mean, accept what they're saying.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you want to get super angry about because that's where it used to go. Like it would just anger you. Now it's just like it's in one ear, out the other.
Yeah. Yeah, the tough thing is I feel like they'll open themselves up another great opportunity, like because of how well they scout and draft.
Yeah, that's where I always feel like that. I don't think they'll ever be bad. Like you're going to need to be bad to maybe grab one of these top quarterbacks. But they will always be able. He's right,
but they're still a good mile away, and they think they're an inch.
No question. But he said it perfectly. They're always hanging around the rim.
They are, but you don't have a quarterback. All of a sudden, you're not hanging around the rim.
Well. They think that they think if they had to play with Trey Lance, that they could be all right.
Wouldn't mind seeing how Trey Lance looks.
I mean,
well, then they should let Dak go and save all that money.
See, this is the part I don't understand is because if you do let Dak go and all it is a 3rd-round pick coming back to you, then that's
bad asset management.
Very bad.
Yeah,
very bad.
I don't think they'll let him go. I think everything he said about Dak is true, and that's great. The leadership, keeping these guys together. I think Dak is totally doing his part, playing his hardest, and playing good enough to win a Super Bowl. The front office needs to realize next time we draft it up that well, we need to jump into free agency and trades and make sure our team is dominant. That's what's getting it done.
I think they're going to use one of these compensatory picks or a 5th-round pick to go get a running back. I think they're going to come in and they're probably going to say, you know what, I know Pittsburgh's a team that we've.
Yeah, I was seeing over the weekend, there was some report out of Pittsburgh. Najee Harris, we know they didn't pick up the option.
They didn't pick up the option at all.
And if there was a team that they were to trade, the Cowboys would be the number 1 priority. So maybe Najee Harris is another name we could throw out there as a possible trade candidate.
See, that's where I think that Dallas, this might be their wide receiver by committee thing. The running backs. Remember when they did that whole thing?
When you heard Will McClay say it with KNC last week, like now they ask him about Zeke, and he's like, he starts with Zeke, but then he's like, and now we have this, by committee situation a little bit. So
they like their guys, but we'll see how much they really like their guys.
Do you think that's a before the season starts trade or a deadline trade?
I think this is going to be one of those times that they get to training camp and we're standing there in Oxnard, and it doesn't look too pretty when we're doing 3 live mics.
Mm-hmm.
And we start to say, oh, wow, they're doing the goal line period here. Oh, they just got stuffed 3 times in a row because they can't get the ball in or something. We're going to see something. Or the running backs are not hitting the hole well enough. Looks like there are holes there, but they're not hitting them. Or they're not catching the ball very well when the one-on-one drills are against the linebackers and safeties here. I think we're going to be able to see that. I think we're going to see it in the preseason, and it's going to turn into like we've got to do something before this starts. I don't think you want to get into the season and halfway or, trade deadline, you're sitting there and all of a sudden you're trying to get a new back incorporated into your offense. I think that's something you definitely want to do while you have training camp reps and time to get ready for the season. So.
Yeah, and I hope they are a great running back performance away from having the best team in the NFC.
I think the line can improve. I think the line can improve with the additions that they've made. I think that line can improve. Now, will the backs be good enough to help the line do what they need to do? So you have bad backs. That's a hard thing to do. You could block all day and never get guys to and through the hole. They got to figure that out, though. So
Dak's going to give you a passing game. If you get a running game going and have balanced offense, maybe they could have more postseason success.
Chief.
Yes, sir.
Is John Gray the second best pitcher on this staff?
I mean, right now,
could he even be the first?
I don't think that you're talking about consistently like a healthy Evaldi. I'm trusting over a John Gray. Like at any moment, that you can drop on John Gray and he can have one of those outings where he's standing around there in the second inning and we're all just looking around going, oh my gosh, he just doesn't have it today. Now he's absolutely dialed right now. It's great to see.
Yeah.
And he's a huge asset for this rotation. And even at times we've seen in the postseason in the bullpen. So I would still say Evaldi, surefire number one when healthy. And then John Gray right now absolutely is your number two. And a lot of this has to do with how many injuries they have. I mean, my goodness.
I thought John Gray was going to lose another game. He lost the game against Oakland the other day, 1-0. And I thought he was going to lose another game where he got no run support yesterday. I mean, they got him off the hook.
You feel for those guys.
I feel for him, but I feel like that he's kind of like the guy that we maybe thought he was going to be. Maybe.
Well, this is outstanding what he's doing. And it's great that it's the timing right now.
You're not buying it
desperately.
Are you?
No,
you're not buying it at all.
No, I think he's a guy that goes up and down. And when it's down, it stays bad for a while usually. So we'll see. Maybe at midseason, if he keeps going like this, he's going to be an all-star, and that would be awesome for him.
Wooly?
Yeah, I think that at this point in the season, he's been your best pitcher. That includes Evaldi when he's been pitching. I do think big picture, like you're going into a postseason series, of course, like Evo would be your top guy. If you ever got a DeGrom back, he'd be ahead of a John Gray. But I mean, Jared put out yesterday's last 7 outings, a 1.5 ERA and 36 innings pitched, 40 Ks to 8 walks. He's been unbelievable what John Gray's been doing. And honestly, we've been kind of sleeping on it. We haven't been talking about it enough. Yeah. So right now, I think he is your best guy. But to Gavin's point, we have seen a lot of highs and lows. And, hopefully he's able to maintain this and stay healthy because he's been fantastic.
Gavin.
Yeah.
Did you ever feel comfortable in Game 6 or Game 7 of these series that we just went through? Did you ever feel comfortable?
Yeah, I did. I felt good watching the Mavs. For the majority of the time, they were up double digits. For the Stars, very uneasy. But yesterday, I got a feeling of confidence that eventually it was going to come together for them, and I would be shocked. I thought it would have been not a robbery, but very unfortunate to lose that game, considering how you figured out a play style to totally stifle Las Vegas and to get enough quality chances. Like, how you started that series compared to how they finished it strategically was massive, and you locked them down. You had them in checkmate. So I was confident, but I don't think you can ever be comfortable in a game like hockey or soccer where the goals can be really tough to count on.
Ricochets and stuff like that. How about you, Wooly Boy? Did you ever feel confident in Game 6 or comfortable, Game 6 or Game 7?
Yeah, it was weird. I mean, like the whole time I've been very comfortable and confident in the Mavericks, but the Stars, it was like nail biting. I mean, even towards the end there, you're watching the clock tick away 2-1, and the defense had been absolutely so brilliant, but you're just like, man, dig that puck in the corner. Can you lift it and get this thing out? Dump and chase. So no, I mean, with the way Vegas had made this thing so nail biting the entire way, Stars, I was clinched the entire time. Mavs though, I really felt good the entire time, even when they fell down 1-0.
How about you there, Chieftain?
I agree. Those were high stress hockey games right there, and you never underestimate the heart of a champion. And you've seen in some of those games early on, like they just one simple small detail of a mistake, and boom, they can make you pay for it. And it wasn't like you're up 3 goals throughout and you're just trying to ice out victory. It was always one play away from this thing getting away from you. So that was as high stress as it gets for me.
The Knights had some epic misses, though.
Oh, God.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was
Eichel, man.
Oh, my gosh.
He's never going to forget that.
Real quick, on my final one for you, Gavin. You mentioned this, and I had it written down. Did Jason Kidd get the extension due to a relationship or his coaching ability?
Oh, his coaching ability. I don't think they would have kept him around if things, had stayed as bad as they were last year or in that 7-game stretch right after the All-Star break. I don't think they would have kept him around if, the results hadn't been there. As good as those relationships were, they would have tried to find somebody else who could recreate that. But I love that this has happened for Jason Kidd, because now I feel like it has saved you what is a tremendous asset to have this guy who has taken two totally different rosters, made great defense out of it. He's inspired Luka to play great defense. He's getting the absolute best out of Kyrie Irving. Kyrie's happy, like the culture that you've built around it. It's checking all the boxes right now with Jason Kidd.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I think that the number one thing is the relationship that he's cultivated with Kyrie and Luka, and what that does, the trickle effect of the buy-in across the board. And so a lot of it has to do with the things that he's tangibly done. But I do think the number one most important reason why he is here is because of Kyrie and Luka and being happy and playing great basketball.
So you're saying it was because of relationships over at coaching?
I would say that, yes.
But
not to diminish the coaching, but I do think the relationship was much more important.
Well, I think you kind of said relationships allowed the coaching to take.
Right. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you.
Like that's I think
he went after the relationship. Go ahead.
Someone screen record it and tag him, please.
No, yeah, exactly. Don't try and save him, Dawson. He made us bad.
I think it would be. I mean, I hate both would be a bad answer. So if I had to go with one or the other, I think relationships would have saved him from getting fired. So I think relationships over the coaching.
How about that, Gavin?
I guess I'm overruled.
You got overruled on that one. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate
Thank you, sir. Krusty's Corner every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. NFL news of the daytime. We'll check what you got.
We got an all-pro giving his honest opinion on Romo, the broadcaster. Wanye Thomas talking the new defense and another potential NFL return. That's next.
It is Window Nation's
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We have Chris Young coming up at 4:20. We'll talk with the Rangers GM about, the Langford injury, winning another series, and what's coming up this week and on the horizon. But right now, it's time for your NFL news of the day, and here's Zach Wolchuk to deliver.
Thank you very much. We did get some news regarding the Broncos over the weekend. This was pretty good. Albert Breer, who's very plugged in with Denver, he said that one of the big reasons Kirk Cousins decided to leave Minnesota this offseason was that the Vikings told him they were drafting a quarterback of the future high in the draft.
Dude, you can't write it any better.
It's amazing. It's so good.
This is it's a parody skit.
And of course they did. They took J.J. McCarthy, but then the team in which he signed with, the Atlanta Falcons, took Michael Penix Jr. even higher than what the Vikings took J.J. McCarthy. We also had from Albert Breer that to keep their quarterback preferences secret, the Broncos draft board in the draft room was totally random and not in order of preference. Sean Payton, George Patton, and Greg Penner were among the few who knew the actual order. Have you heard of teams doing this before? Like, just in case somebody gets a peek of this, maybe there's
the entire board was.
I think it was just the quarterbacks.
Oh, okay.
The quarterbacks, they just ordered in a random order.
I was a part of a draft where they asked the scouts to leave the room pre-draft to evaluate a quarterback. Quincy Carter.
Because they knew the scouts were going to say we don't like him?
Well, they didn't want to hear from the scouts. And they asked us all to leave the room, and we came back, and his tag was where it was, and we just went on to the next player. That happens, you know? I mean, that just, people get locked in. They get locked in.
You do.
Get locked in on, but Sean's a little weird that way, Maybe he was worried about the order getting out, and maybe, they have a situation, too, where after the fact, they had Trey Lance as great as a 1-2-0, and maybe Sean didn't want people to know how they had the quarterbacks ranked. Yeah.
That's fair. The Panthers have signed veteran running back Rashad Penny, who's now just a journeyman. He was with Philly last year. Now he's going to Carolina, so we'll see how that goes for him. I wish him the best of luck. There's another running back that's off the board in case you were wondering, hey, Rashad Penny, think he's going to be a Dallas Cowboy? Well, I wouldn't personally want him, but he's off the board. He's going to Carolina. We'll get to the roast of Tom Brady coming up at 6:20 with the hodgepodge. I mean, that was just absolutely fantastic. If you missed it, I didn't realize how long this was going to be. Like, it's going on live during the Stars game, so I'm seeing some updates about it. So immediately after the Stars win, I go to Netflix, and it's still live, and it had been going on for 2.5 hours.
It was the same thing. It was the same thing for me. I was like, what is happening here? It's still on. And there was, it was overall, it was great. And I'm probably going to throw some in best of the weekend as well.
Perfect.
But it was probably, they could have cut out at least 30 minutes of that.
They could have. Yeah, I mean, like Bert Kreischer, who I like a lot, but his whole bit was just not really necessary.
Oh, him and Segura up there trying to pull something off.
It just didn't land for me.
No, it did not.
I thought Nikki Glaser was great. I did think Kevin Hart was fantastic. Gronk and Edelman both pretty funny. And I thought Bill Belichick, he did pretty well.
Bill held his own.
Bill held his
he
own,
absolutely
man.
did.
He did. He held his own. Even Ben Affleck, I didn't think was that great.
No, Affleck was not good.
Like, we didn't need you. Now, Tom was funny.
Oh, yeah.
Tom closed it down. It was pretty good.
Tom's going to kill it. Bill's going to kill it. These guys have been in the public eye. Belichick's a comedian with a lot of his stuff, man. You can tell.
And he was a good sport because I think Gronk and Edelman got him pretty good with a couple of ones. Like one of the, I think it was Gronk saying, yeah, you always brought up like Foxborough High. No wonder, because you were going over there scouting for your next girlfriend. It's like, that's a pretty good punchline right there.
That's pretty good.
Now, Eli Manning, not at the roast, but he did take to Twitter, and he said, I thought about attending the roast of Tom Brady last night, but I did not want to roast him for a third time.
Ooh, it was good. That was a noticeable omission. I was waiting for him because Peyton Manning kind of came out at the end. He was basically the one that set up for Brady to then put the hammer down at the end. But I was waiting for an Eli situation that never happened.
Too.
But he was a part of plenty of jokes along the way.
Yeah. Now, there was one joke that Brady did get offended by. Are you going to hit on this one?
I will play that one. Yes, perfect. You can say it.
No, we can talk. It was like it was a Robert Kraft reference from Mr. Ross, who I thought was pretty funny, and he of course is. But yeah, I don't know. We can discuss that. Like, Was Brady actually offended, or was this a bit? I think there's some people talking about that on social media. But
it was not even close to the most offensive joke that was said.
Not at all. It was just a massage reference to Kraft, which
Yes.
you would assume somebody's going to make a joke about that.
Oh, my goodness. Human trafficking. I can't believe we're joking about these things, Woodchuck.
My gosh, you might not want to watch this thing tomorrow when you get home.
Just wait till I play the sound at 3:40.
You're going to love it. Earmuffs, kids. Earmuffs. Now, J.J. Watt, speaking about Brady and maybe leaving the door open to come back, J.J. Watt's leaving that door open too. He said, I've had 12 great years in this league, and I'm very thankful to have walked away healthy and playing great. But I told D'Amico last year, don't call unless you absolutely need it. But if you ever do call, I'll be there. And he knows not to call unless he absolutely needs it. This is the year, and this is the last year I'll tell him that, because I'm not going to keep training the way I've been training. But he knows that if he ever truly does need it, I'll be there for him. So J.J. Watt leaving the door open for a return to Houston.
He just got a big job on CBS.
He did.
He got that table that two guys lost their gigs because of a guy like him.
And Houston just signed Danielle Hunter this offseason. They drafted Will Anderson last year. I think this would be like, okay, you have a catastrophic injury to one of those starters. But I don't know. Would you even want to see, like when we talk about Brady returning or an Aaron Donald, I get it. You just retired. So we talked about last week coming back for the playoffs. But at J.J. Watt, like 2 years you've been out of the game. At some point, you just don't come back and tarnish your reputation.
You know what? That's what Kendrick Perkins says LeBron's doing right now. He's tarnishing his legacy by continuing to play. I love watching the old guys try to get it done. I love the drama of you've been out of the game. Are you still going to be that dominant? And I think guys miss the game. I would always want to play more. I'm still trying to figure out a way to get in old man games. I'm coming up on 50. That opens me for 50 in over leagues. Now I might be able to start competing again.
Let's go.
Everybody has slowed down to my level once again. So I'm looking forward to that. But
that's recreation, though, right? I mean, see, you're playing for recreation. He's playing. He's going to play a game. How many?
I'm not playing any games, Brian.
Well,
I'm not getting a cardio session.
He's looking for victory.
I'm out there getting buckets.
To me,
staring a man down.
No, the thing about it is, though, like I said, he just got a pretty prominent gig.
He'll be waiting. Which shows he has demand.
They shouldn't pick these guys if they want to keep going back. They shouldn't be taking spots and giving guys prominent roles in the media stuff that they're doing if they want to keep going back and playing football. Go back and play football. Don't it's I just listen, if you're retired, you're retired. Just be retired.
You're either all in or all out.
Retired. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't need you to keep telling me, but this
it's hard to make up your mind. Sometimes you think you've had enough, but then you miss it as soon as you're gone. It's been like 15 years since you weren't a player.
Well, see, this is the thing about it, though, with J.J. Watt. We all know what J.J. Watt, he likes to be in the limelight of things.
No question.
He wants everybody to keep talking about it.
Oh, yeah, I like this angle.
Yeah. This is, and so yeah.
This is right up my alley.
No.
Those damn Kelsey bros, too.
Am I not wrong? Am I not wrong?
No, you're not wrong at all.
You're spot on.
I mean, he goes on McAfee every week still.
And see, that's why. But he's building his media career.
Yes, and I think it's pretty good.
But if you keep talking about playing when you're no longer playing,
it's good for business.
But for him, that's what he lives for. He lives to be in that spotlight and stuff. Listen, I appreciate the guy.
Houston's finally good though.
And they were good when he was there too.
He didn't want to leave. He wanted a Super Bowl. He's like, I'm never going to win here, so he's like, I'll just retire. Or after going to Arizona.
Quickly found out he wasn't going to win there either.
That probably wasn't a great move there. Now, shout out to Brock Hoffman, man. That's Cowboys' potential starting center. He's going to compete for the job. We know he's got some sponsors. There's no doubt when it comes to Brock Hoffman.
Yeah, mainly the line coach.
Yeah, it's a good one to have. So he's actually got a new podcast out called The Eighth Round, and he had Wanye Thomas, who also is a safety under Mike Zimmer, I'm hoping can blossom. So Wanye was talking about some of the new defensive coaches and defensive players that have been taking some strides this offseason. Here was his interaction with Brock Hoffman.
We're going to move on. Now we're into OTAs, right? We got a new staff. I know a lot of people. I've seen. I don't know if you have. I'm assuming a lot of people have seen that clip of Coach Zimmer just absolutely ripping the Bengals. Like,
I'm not having this bull. Better get your minds right, or I'll get them right for you.
Fans, bro. You know what I'm talking about? Like, absolutely ripping them. So, like, what are your thoughts on the new staff coming in? Because I feel like him being an old school kind of hard-nosed coach is going to be good for our defense. So what are your thoughts on that? And just all the new staff members in general.
Just to speak on the new staff, man, they are great people. They're also serious, you know what I'm saying? And honestly, with the profession we play, we gotta have people that's serious. But to touch on Coach Zim, man, that man likes what he likes, man, and he likes it his way, man. So it's either you get it right, man, or next person up for real. So he's a great coach, though, especially the couple weeks I've been around him. Everybody's been around him, man. He coaches to the way that where he wants everybody to get it. And then so when we go out there, he wants us to play fast. But like I said, man, he likes it his way. So you know what I'm saying? You got to get it right.
So they're out there working out. They've already got a little taste of Mike Zimmer, and that's perfect. I mean, that's exactly what we talked about, like the accountability, some of the things that maybe was lacking from. And no disrespect to Dan Quinn, DQ did an excellent job
Absolutely
here, but sometimes you need to get a new voice, different perspective. It's good, and I'm hoping that that's going to translate onto the field for this defense.
They just might got better with Mike Zimmer in the building.
Damn right.
And I'll say this in a way that I know that a lot of people, if there's anybody that could save Mike McCarthy's job, it's that guy they brought in as a defensive coordinator. I have that much faith in that man.
With limited contact, it's fascinating to me that Osa's already had that impression from him, Brian.
Oh, yeah. Well, the thing with Mike is that when Mike he is going to, on that field, when we stand out there and watch him coach in Oxnard, you're going to hear words that, Dan Quinn is a very encouraging guy. Mike is not the most encouraging guy. Mike will let you know exactly where you stand. Yeah. And that's why you almost have to have guys on the staff that are like, hey, man, it's cool. That's why he's got this linebacker here.
Yeah, with Kendricks, sure.
He's got all these young linebackers, and now like Zimmer will just go in on him. And Kendricks will be able to say, bro, just don't worry. This is what he does. You'll handle it. Hey, just get in.
It's going to be okay.
Yeah.
He's going to make you better.
Mike is all about, you got to know what you're doing. Mike, I don't think Mike will let you, what happened in that Green Bay game where you're busting coverages and guys are running wide ass open. That's not a Mike Zimmer thing.
Yeah, it sounds like if you're missing that assignment, you're sitting on the bench.
He ain't playing
I'm replacing you.
He is not playing you if you do not know what you're doing. He's just not going to do it.
So, and he can tell that to Jerry, like, I ain't playing this guy.
Yep, absolutely.
I love it.
See, that's the thing, and Mike McCarthy might have gotten lucky again with a defensive coordinator hire. I mean,
show him how to handle the boss.
Me personally, I hope that McCarthy keeps his job now because I don't want to see Mike Zimmer get fired. I really do.
Yeah, Mike does that good of a job.
I'm now cheering. I am now cheering for Mike McCarthy because I want him to keep his job because I want Mike Zimmer to keep his job.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at right now.
You fix the running game with the draft and a trade. You fix your defense with Zimmer. Let's ride, baby. Did that give you goosebumps at all, Wolf?
Let's ride. Don't try to reel me back in like this.
Did
Gavin.
something else to his body. I can see it over here.
Stop. You know me. You know how to work my heartstrings over here. You're tugging at them. Let's get to Devontae
I want to believe,
Adams.
too. I do.
I always want to believe.
I have faith in the DC for sure.
I love the Cowboys so much, but gosh,
that's me.
The heartbreak year after year after year.
We're burnt out on belief.
I'm burnt out.
Oh, you should be. The hopium is out the window now. It really is.
It is. Okay, we've talked a lot about Tony Romo and the broadcasting. Devontae Adams gives his honest opinion. This was on the Max Crosby podcast. I played a cut of him a week ago, but here's his honest thoughts on Tony Romo's commentary.
I love Tony Romo. He's a great dude. But I seen him one time. This is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Yeah. And he's like damn near like psychic half the time. Yep. But he'll do some shit like this. I'm watching the Chargers game. They're playing. Can't remember who they were playing, but they had like two people showing blitz off the right side, right? And it was like supposed to be like a strong dog or like a storm blitz or something like that. The safety, he goes, watch the safety here. He's gonna blitz off the edge. The safety drops on the snap, drops and runs to the middle of the field, and they just rock the other way. They run the ball. It was like a short yardage situation. Run the ball at him, and they get like 4 yards or whatever. Get the first down. He goes, that's on him. He's got a blitz there. How the do you know what their scheme is? How do you gonna say that? Now you got people probably tweeting this man like blitz, you dumbass. What are you basing that off of? That you know he has to come here. Mind you, the middle open, so certainly he was doing the right thing.
It's true though. I mean, you don't know.
It's so tough to make judgment calls.
It's really tough. Like it is.
It's tough. It's tough when you're breaking down games. You don't know. I mean, there's a lot of times you can physically. The best thing about watching games is you can physically see guys either making the play or not making the play. But when you start to, because I'll never forget, we drafted Jason Witten. Jason Witten and I are friends. Jason Witten pulled me aside, and he almost said it.
Woo!
He MF'd me.
You caught it.
Did he?
Pro's pro. He did. He caught it mid.
Yeah. He MF'd me.
Freaking.
I'm sorry. I almost said that. But
Good catch, apparently.
But he did. And it was violent the way he came after me. And it happened to be with him and Des Bryant ran a combination route against Seattle that got an interception. And I thought, well, okay, Des did this. Jason, the route carried to the interception, blah, blah, blah. And Jason goes, when have you ever known me to run the wrong route? And he was going, literally he was inches from my face. I thought, this man's going to hit me right square in the face, But that's what you don't know. That's you have to be very mindful of, okay, is this whose error is? You could ask somebody, and they could say, well, man, you got to think of it this way.
Especially coverages. It is so tough to know.
But when guys are running scot-free in the secondary and you have an idea of two guys, I'm like, somebody busted something here. But man, you have to be careful with that. And I can understand why Adam said what he said.
Did he flinch at all?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I saw my life before my eyes.
Yeah.
I really did.
That is a big, strong man.
This man is going to rear back with that white glove, cowboy star fit palm, the gloves he wears. He had them on still. He is going to slug me right square in the jaw.
Close fist to the face.
And drop.
Hey, you'd be on the lake right now, though. Think about it. Big picture, that would have probably been the best thing that could ever happen to you, man. It'd have been good for the pockets.
But that's the closest I've ever felt to somebody completely losing it on me in that locker room.
So that was scarier because you had to run it. Was it Jason Hatcher?
Jason Hatcher came in my office one time. Jason Hatcher walked upstairs with Orlando Skandrick, and I looked at Orlando Skandrick and said, you got no business being here, so you can haul your little ass out. I told him that. I said, it's between him and I.
Kevin Hart
It's him and I. And Hatcher hated, and Hatcher might be driving around there. He lives here.
Big Tolo.
And so he got in my face like, I said there was somebody on the staff or his own teammates were saying that he was going through all that contract stuff, that he was a little too selfish right now. He was playing a little too selfish. I said, listen, bro, you shouldn't have a problem with me. There's people in that locker room you should have a problem with. And he goes, well, and he started going in on me, and I'm like, I ain't here for it, man. I know who I talk to, and you could just go right on out of here. I know, but the one with Witten,
scary.
I thought, man, he is about to break my jaw.
More or less intimidated by the goose than Witten.
Oh, the goose is scary now.
Yeah, dude, I'll take Witten all day before I go toe-to-toe
I
that
let
goose.
Witten hit me before I let that goose jump up on me and get me like that.
We got to run more Cowboys with you after some impromptu stories from Brian. That was great. What anonymous scouts say about your new left tackle, and more Cowboys headlines coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat D&M Leasing before we get there, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, all you have to do is call D&M Leasing and tell them what it is. Any make, any model, foreign, domestic, car, truck, SUV. You're going to see why I love them and why thousands of Tolos have loved and trust D&M Leasing over the years for all their new vehicle acquisitions. Yeah, what do you want? Car, truck, SUV, and anything. And if you're not sure on which one it is, D&M Leasing can walk you through all the options like in a body style and find the vehicle that perfectly meets your family's needs. And
Doctor can install new insulated glass in existing frames for less than you might think. Visit glassdoctor.com today.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. We'll potentially shop for some future Cowboys here, as there's lists coming together, the best remaining free agents following the draft, some very interesting linebacker names, defensive lineman names. Segment here is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable, accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. One of our favorite things to do, Brian, is listen to Anonymous Scouts and what they have to say about juicy topics.
Yes, Anonymous Scouts, Gang of Seveners and all that, Scouts will love to talk on the record as long as you don't mention their names. It's kind of a cowardly way of doing things, but you know what? You get a lot of good information that way.
So with that, we open up this C-Note, Wolchuk, and we start with Scouts talking about the Cowboys' first-round pick, Guyton.
Yeah, so, I mean, this was an article from ESPN. They talked about a variety of the players that were selected. We got one scout that was talking, Tyler Guyton. He said, quote, never played at TCU. He was not an every-down player at Oklahoma last year, and he's drafted in the first round. That's because he's long. It really is crazy. People think if you're long and athletic, they can coach the rest.
Wait a minute. Did he didn't play at Oklahoma?
TCU.
Oh, at TCU.
And then he was a part-time player, they said, at Oklahoma. So they basically...
I feel like I watched a lot of film of him playing at Oklahoma.
Yeah, he did.
Did he get pulled out of a Texas game or something?
Texas game, I think he got replaced. But I also saw him blocking 30 yards down the field in that Texas game, hustling his rear off. So, it's one of those things where...
Let me tell you what.
They're prospects for a reason.
Yeah.
The things that... Did I see a tweet? I think I did this weekend with Duke. He was working with Duke.
Yes.
See, and he was working on what? His feet and his hands.
Yep.
Those are the things when you watch him play, if you said, hey, what's the one thing that he has to work on? He's got size, he's got length, he's got athletic ability. What does he need to work on? Hands and feet.
Mm-hmm.
What's the first thing Duke's working with him on?
The hands and the feet.
Hands and the feet.
Yep.
So anything to do to try and improve those a little bit. This guy, I had far more problems with Tyler Smith's hands than I had with this guy's hands.
That's a take right there.
And Duke fixed it.
See, the problem with Tyler is, and he was leading the nation in holding that one time.
Yeah.
Hands outside the framework of the body. High hand on the outside. You get on, they call that. What happens? Duke got him dialed in, got the hands inside, able to, he's a strong guy. He can battle when his hands are inside. Duke knew exactly what he was doing when he got Guyton, from what I saw in the clips. Feet, hands. All that all day with this guy.
Absolutely. And I think it's fun because you also have Zach Martin, Brock Hoffman. I'm not sure, maybe TJ Bass has been there, but there's a lot of Cowboy offensive linemen that are all there. Tyler, we already know, works with Duke.
Yeah.
So they're all out there together, just getting trained up and coached up. So that's what one Big 12 coach said in regards to Tyler Guyton.
I love that. I love Brian's response to it more. Why don't they have guys at the college level teaching them that technique?
Well, what happens is, and this goes now to the era that we live in. And I wanted to ask Mike Solari this question, the line coach from the Cowboys. How do you teach when they don't let you practice all the time? Yeah. In college football, and I'm not saying a get off my yard guy, they didn't care. They used all hours of the day. Football for, I had a coach one time say, hey, you here to go to school or play football? I had a coach say that.
So this is back in your day.
Back in my day.
They were working you.
Well, yeah, but see, that's the thing about what today is. There's certain amount of, you only have so many hours that you can work with these kids. And, hey, we have a lot more probably have a lot more college grads than my era when it comes to playing football and then going on and getting a degree. But the time that they have nowadays is not nearly long enough to be able to completely work with them on techniques and things like that they need to improve on. There's some really natural players, corners, safeties, receivers that don't get coached. They just go play. They're a naturally gifted route runner. They're a naturally gifted bail corner. They're a naturally gifted safety that plays with range. These coaches don't have nearly enough time to work with these kids.
No, that's a great point.
Wow. That's a shame.
The supreme athlete's like a Tyler Guyton, he can get away for the most part with that and beat the opponent.
That's why you take a chance on a guy with tools like that.
See, that's why all these rush ins too. We see all these guys that are screaming off the edges now. You know, if some of these guys really knew how to rush the passer, how to set guys up, you'd see like it would be. You'd be amazed. It would be like we were all amazed to see Micah Parsons rush the passer. That's just natural God-given ability right there. Once he figured out, like, oh man, you could throw pass rush moves at these guys. You could set them up. Whether you could go to a corner, you could take them inside, like how Tank plays. That's
becoming a professional at the craft.
Yes,
and that's the difference.
Yes, there's Dallas Turner. He got drafted from Alabama.
Yeah,
the kid on the other side, Braswell, was like a better rusher. Was a much better. The guy played opposite of him.
Much more consistent.
Much more consistent. More pressures. The more talented player was Dallas Turner on the other side. You know, but he didn't know really how to rush the passer. But everybody's like, oh, well, he's a freak athlete. Freak athlete. We're going to draft this guy. Teach him how to rush the passer, and he's going to be one of these guys. That's why some of these guys bust.
I mean, in almost every other sport, the learning part is so difficult that if you haven't picked that up after playing organized football since 8th grade, there's just not a good chance that you're going to make it. But in football, you're almost looking for the measurables at these positions.
Yeah, look at all the sports that have guys that bust or gals that bust in their sport, because it's now all of a sudden they get to another level and they have to have that ability to play with. You can't just go on God-given talent. No. You got to be able to find a way to, okay, I'm going to set this rush up. Or like the guy does, Rosengard, my guy from Washington, the tackle that just got selected, he varies his drop on his pass set. He knows he's not strong enough to handle guys. So what does he do? I'm going to short set you. I'm short set, boom, I'm going to hit you in the line of scrimmage, throw you off. Then the next time I'm going to drop a little bit. Then I'm going to drop a little bit.
He's setting up the defensive ends.
That's what I'm saying. He's playing a game of, wow, this psycho, I don't know how he's going to set me.
Yeah.
You know, so
the mental warfare.
When you don't have the ability to physically handle somebody, you have to come up with creative ways of doing it. And the really good ones are able to do that.
Okay, elsewhere here in the C note, I got players here that are still free agents with interesting names. Blogging the Boys has Patrick Peterson, Calais Campbell, David Bakhtiari. Are all these guys totally washed? Is there anything in there?
I think the thing with Bakhtiari is he just cannot stay healthy. No. It's just he's got to the point where even practicing is hard for him.
If he really wanted to play and be a Cowboy, though, and you have your starters.
You could put him on the Tyron Smith plan.
Yeah.
You could just say,
listen.
Have him
be your backup swing tackle?
No. If you wanted to, you could. But you could also say, let's see if he could battle. But I don't know if he could battle to stay healthy enough. But if you wanted him not to practice the whole week and then show up on Sunday, that might be the best route that you can to maybe get something out of him.
I mean, show up week 5 or bye week, whenever that happens to be. We'll see how things are going with our rookie. That's an interesting thing maybe for teams to consider if Bakhtiari does want to keep playing. And then there's this other list where we have Cam Akers, Kareem Hunt at running back, probably washed up. I'm thinking more like young guy we've almost never heard of unless you're a college football fanatic. But interior defensive lineman Linval Joseph and Lawrence Guy, who's Patriots all 2010s, a couple of guys who are longer in the tooth. But, I mean, I don't want to – if you're serious about winning, and that's your plan, then I think you need a veteran defensive tackle, don't you?
I think so.
I thought so too.
Because, and Linval Joseph, to me, I don't know what the Gang of 7 would say. Maybe he just can't play anymore.
I'll ask about some of these.
But you got the tie-in with Zimmer, knows the defense, he can help the defensive line group, much like we talked about Kendricks. And you need some depth at one tech.
I kind of feel like though, with the way they were struggling to find a defensive tackle that won, and they had to draft one late. I kind of feel like if Linval Joseph was there, and he is there, that Mike would have moved by now, and maybe Mike is the one. I need to reach out to Mike and just.
When he is 30, he's going to turn 36 during the season.
Maybe Mike would just tell me, man, the guy can't play anymore.
Okay, the plan for 420. We appreciate that. The plan for 420. Chris Young, 4:00 rim session. So we have Mavs basketball. We have Rangers baseball coming up here. What do you want to do next, though, Chief?
Best of the weekend. Let's play some highlights from the Brady roast and get your takeaways at 877-881-1053. That's next here in the nation.
I want to chat Men's Tea Clinic with you before we do anything else, though, because if you want to get your edge back, if you want to feel like a younger, more alpha version of yourself, it could be just one phone call away. Men's T Clinic, 5 minutes, you can get in, get out, get back to being you just like that. Now, I love Men's T Clinic, very busy, added a basketball team and another soccer team. And, after work, I'm still working maybe 4 or 5 hours into the night after the G-Bag Nation is over. Then we're back up early, 6:30 to get the kids off to school and make them breakfast and all that. And I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it can be exhausting. I mean, at one point this week, and my kids were asking me to do more stuff, and I was like, no, I'm going to need at least a couple of hours just here on the couch to relax. So, that's a very common story out here. There's more demands on our lives. So how do I get the energy to keep on going, to get off that couch and dominate whatever part of my life needs it? Men's T Clinic. Their testosterone replacement therapy is second to none. It will leave you feeling supercharged. Nothing to be ashamed of. We get older. Our bodies produce testosterone naturally less and less. The next thing you know, you can feel stuck on empty, for days and weeks on end. Snap out of that. It starts with a quick phone call. menstclinic.com, 972-GO-MENS-T or menstclinic.com. Salute.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, we preview Stars Mavs Game 1. We've got Todd Archer at 8 o'clock. Ask Reddit, and of course, a Dierks Bentley ticket giveaway in the Expressway. It's a Tuesday morning, The Fan.
Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your card today to Junk for Joy. Hooray! Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your card today to Junk for Joy.
Donate your card today at junkforjoy.org. You'll get a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
Donate your card today to Junk for Joy.
Donate today and your car will be picked up by tomorrow.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
Are you one of the many people with credit card payments coming out your wazoo? That's not good because your friends are looking at your wazoo and they see credit card payments coming out. You need TexasLending.com. You need to get a cash out refinance or home equity line of credit today. 972-387-4600, TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Say hola to T-Mobile's Go 5G Plus plan and stay connected with los tuyos. Plus, get the new Samsung Galaxy S24 on us when you switch. And now, it's easier than ever to join T-Mobile with your eligible matrícula consular. With 24 monthly bill credits and new Go 5G Plus line for well-qualified customers plus tax. Contact us before canceling account to continue bill credits or credit stop and balance on required finance agreement due. $35 per line connection charge applies. See T-Mobile.com.
You get the most for your lease with an Autoflex lease, yeah.
If you want a new car for less, listen up. Leasing your new car is the best way to get your new car, any new car. That's right. When you lease, you can get a new car every few years. You can always be in warranty, and you'll save money. Autoflex Leasing is the leasing leader and is the #1 place to go to lease your car. Autoflex compares the top 50 lease programs in America, not just one or two like the others, so you can be sure you're getting the best lease. They call it the Flex Lease. Autoflex pays less for the cars you lease. They get the best rates, and they pass the savings and all incentives and rebates on to you. And do you know the best part? You can do it all over the phone. Don't waste another day spending too much for too long. Call Autoflex Leasing at 972-234-1234 or visit them online at autoflex.com.
Autoflex lease, oh yeah.
Find sweet savings at Whole Foods Market. Get 16 ounces of organic strawberries for $3.99 each with Prime through May 7th. Bake a strawberry shortcake to enjoy in the sunny spring weather. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Mike Bassick here, and I've had AT&T fiber internet for years, and we need the best internet with a family of 5. AT&T internet is extremely fast and highly reliable. My wife's a doctor, and she likes going outside on her computer and doing her charting. That's no problem with AT&T fiber internet. If you're tired of internet dead zones, add some Wi-Fi square footage to your new home or your existing home. AT&T fiber internet with All-Fi is now available. Now you can stream from the little bedroom that never used to get a signal or even from the attic if you want. With straightforward pricing, there's no data caps and no price increases at 12 months, so you won't have to switch providers every year to get the best deal. Don't settle for spotty internet. Live like a gigillionaire. Get AT&T Fiber with All-Fi now and unlock new possibilities for your home. Limited availability. Go to att.com/Allfi to check eligibility.
I lock up my Old Spice Fiji aluminum-free dry spray to keep that 24/7 lasting freshness safe for myself. Fresh coconuts, palm trees in the wind. It's like catching waves in Fiji. Actually, I just talked myself into a refreshing spritz of Fiji. My Old Spice is missing! No!
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go, shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath, here with Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Nick Namath.
We hear from clients often that they like to put things off. Expense reports tomorrow. The dentist, your teeth are fine. Neglected lawn, mow it next weekend.
The longer you delay resolving your IRS problems, the worse those problems become. Frozen bank accounts, garnished paychecks, seized passports.
They can even put you behind bars.
That's right, Jamie. When the IRS comes knocking, you need to have an answer. For over 20 years, we've helped thousands of people just like you resolve their IRS problems. If you've received a letter from the IRS, don't try to handle them on your own. IRS problems are legal problems and deserve the attention of an experienced lawyer.
A meeting with us is free and confidential, so don't procrastinate on this one. Call Nick Namath, the DFW tax attorney, at 972-484-0TAX. That's 972-484-0829, or visit myiRSteam.com.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2024 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
The Rangers and A's open up a 4-game series at the Coliseum in Oakland tonight. Hello there, everybody. This is Eric Nadel with Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler. Our broadcast begins at 8 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We're talking hoop coming up at 4 o'clock. Here's Eric Chiafalo with some content.
Man, I laughed as much and as hard this weekend as I can remember. That roast last night was all that I hoped it would be. I know me and Walchuk, Lucius, we all consumed it. What would we give it out of 10? I mean, did it hit all the right notes? Because I think for the most part, some of it could have been cut out. I mean, it was 3 hours and it probably could have been 2. The Segura and Kreischer stuff, I thought Affleck, whatever, some of that, but it was live and it was awesome in my mind.
Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. I thought of you with one of the Kevin Hart jokes though when he's talking about like white person humor and a bunch of the D jokes.
Oh, there was. You
know what? That's
that
actually spot on there, Kevin.
There was.
Yeah, I was like, somebody felt me.
Yeah. We do make a lot of D jokes, man.
Yeah,
holy crap,
that resonated. They know.
Everyone knows.
There was plenty of that. I was surprised to some extent just how next level it went with some of these jokes. And I've pulled a handful of them here. I got like 13 of them. So we'll get to some here, and then I'll throw some in the hodgepodge. But, I mean, the comedians I all thought, showed up and showed out in a big way. Yeah. And then all of the amateurs that were doing their best, for the most part, did a nice job.
Actually, Bledsoe, I thought,
Bledsoe was great.
I mean, he kept doing this weird thing with his tongue, and I don't know if he's always done that or it was just nerves.
I think that he was definitely nervous. How could you not be? And he was drinking the red wine, and he was talking about the winery that he owns, and that dries you out.
That's true.
I don't think that's a good
point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't think think sipping on red wine and trying to give a toast or a roast is necessarily the best thing.
No.
So you could see
It'll
him
stain your
fighting
teeth
through.
too. Yeah. There's a lot of bad that can
But to lead it off, I mean, I thought Drew really did for not being a comedian. He handled himself very well.
Yeah. I wonder how Brady feels today, because they were not holding back when it came to the Giselle jokes, all the family stuff. You know, like how do you when you have kids in the public eye, like that's what I'm wondering. Like, do your kids see this? Like, how do your kids take this?
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Like that's a tough deal to balance right there. But this was obviously a huge win for Brady, because this is all out there. Everybody knows the stuff. So leaning into it, being able to laugh at yourself and the self-deprecation factor, I think was all smart for him. But when you get into like having the family and your kids see this, and now it's everywhere. You know, your kids are at school right now, and this is all they're hearing and seeing.
I guess you try to make some life lesson about it, like you got to be able to laugh at yourself and accept your imperfections.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry what they said about your mom time and time and time again.
Even his other child that he has with his first, I don't think they were married.
No.
Bridget Moynihan,
yes.
There were some shots fired there too. I think Nikki Glazer had a good one.
She did. She had a great one there. And that one was where my wife starts asking questions like, wait, what? And I'm like, yeah, you're going kind of way back there. Yeah,
until she brought it up.
Early in the Brady Patriot days, probably around Super Bowl #2 when all that was going down. When
it was a real thing for the ladies to hate him for the cheating.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that got brought up. I mean, it was a no holds bar situation. And big shout out to Kevin Hart, who was hosting the thing and did a fantastic job and really set the tone. I got the first 3 jokes here are Kevin Hart jokes.
Nice.
And he was very adamant, like, hey, this is a roast and this is what it's going to be. Get comfortable being uncomfortable over the next 30 hours of what this is going to be. He was like laying the foundation.
Kentucky Derby coverage
like,
over here.
Any questions you guys have on just like how much we are going to dig here, we're going to dispel those very quickly. Here was Kevin Hart right out of the gates.
By the way, single life is what you deserve because you had no choice. Giselle gave you an ultimatum. Giselle said, you retire or we're done. That's what she said to you, Tom. You retire or we're done. And let me tell you something. When you got a chance to go 8 and 9 and all it will cost you is your wife and your kids, you got to do what the you got to do. Do you understand me? You got to do it. You got to do it. You know what that's called, Tom? You know what that's called? That's called real That's what that's called, Tom. Yeah, Tom. Them kids.
So he was. I mean, the Giselle jokes immediately. Okay, and that was fantastic. And we will see here. I did my best. Plenty of cursing. I hope I bleeped it all out. Here's Kevin Hart.
Fingers crossed.
I'm going to set the over/under on that at 2.5. I think things that should have been bleeped.
Yeah, there was a lot of F-bombs. And Kevin Hart would just randomly just be like, F you, Tom.
Yeah, I loved that.
He was great. And honestly, he laughs the hardest when people are making fun of him, which is even makes Kevin more likable.
For sure.
Like all the short jokes that he's getting, like he just leans into it and loves it.
CT ESPN got a shout out last night.
This is also a good time to say, man, I love the fact that you and Giselle are finding the way to co-parent and still keep it together, man. Giselle is actually here supporting you tonight, but just in full transparency, she came as Antonio Brown's +1. How does that? What?
Quality.
What did I say? What did I say? I'm just here to have a good time.
Let him know.
That came out a little bit of a left field there. I didn't when you started thinking about all the jiu-jitsu jokes and the Giselle. I forgot about the AB situation there. Yeah. So he was the only one I believe who made the Antonio Brown joke. But here's the final Kevin Hart joke before he teed up the roast master Jeff Ross.
The world knows that you left Bill Belichick high and dry, man. You left him, and then you went to Tampa and you won a championship. Holy shit. Holy shit. You left Bill Belichick with Mac Jones. Damn. Oh, you f***ed him. You f***ed him good. You did. You did, Tom. You f***ed your coach. But let me tell you something, people. Let me tell you something. That's what you got to do to maintain your happiness. You understand? You sometimes got to f*** your coach. You know who else f***ed their coach? Giselle. She f***ed that karate man. No, listen. What?
Maintain your happiness.
I mean, Tom, one of the smartest quarterbacks ever played a game. How did you not see this coming? 8 karate classes a day. 8 karate classes a day. 8 karate classes a day. And she's still a white belt. She's still a white belt.
Still a white belt.
Tom?
He kept saying karate as well, which I thought was just funny because the fact that, hey, he's a high-level jiu-jitsu man, and they were doing all sorts of different mannerisms that a karate guy might be doing. But that was Kevin Hart setting the stage right there. So you're like, okay,
gold.
We're in for it. Like, that was the perfect start to be like, all right, this is about to get wild over the course of the next couple hours here. Then in comes the roast master himself, Jeff Ross. He came out doing an O.J. Simpson bit where he was wearing, it was like Roast J. Simpson was the jersey. There was blood all over it. It was kind of one of those deals, a very nice entry. And then he started with the Brady and the Kevin Hart, all the TB12 jokes.
Look at you. You look like a vampire that only drinks almond blood.
Blood.
Tom looks like he bleaches his asshole just in case. There hasn't been a roast in years because everyone's chicken. But not you, Tom. You're not chicken. No way. I read your book. You're mostly nuts, berries, and avocados. The TB12 method, that's your book. Very helpful. In fact, Kevin Hart's been sitting on it all night. What an opening. I love you, Kevin. What an opening. You're amazing. I really wanted Kevin to host because he already looks like a deflated football. Kevin Hart is the biggest Eagles fan. In fact, one snatched him up in his backyard and dropped him off here this afternoon.
The little jokes to Kevin Hart were there. It was the Giselle jokes, and then it was Kevin Hart being very, very small, and it was Gronk being very, very dumb.
Yeah.
And the Gronk dumb jokes are just amazing, and we will get to those. But here was the Jeff Ross moment where, now tell me if you think, and if you had the video, it might help a little bit more. Like, was this contrived? Was this planned? Or was Brady actually, think about all the things you've already heard leading up to this point. I'm going chronologically here.
Thank you.
Like, you've cut pretty deep already. Then we get the Kraft joke from Ross, and Brady, chimes in.
Sat there for days waiting, and then you were finally picked in the 6th round when Bill Belichick's dog stepped on the keyboard by accident.
That was
so Tom became a Patriot, moved up to New England, and on the first day of training camp, that scrawny rookie famously walked into the owner, Robert Kraft's office, and said, "I'm the best decision your organization has ever made." Would you like a massage? I love Robert Kraft. I love it again. Okay. He's having fun. Look at him. I love what you do for the Jews, Robert Kraft. You're incredible.
Look at
Shalom, my brother.
Shalom, my brother.
So I don't know. I didn't think that was real, but Twitter was robust with like, oh my gosh, Brady got upset. I just don't think that was real. I don't think it was.
I mean, maybe he just did it to save face with Robert Kraft. I don't know.
Robert Kraft did a nice job on the mic at some point, and then Kevin Hart was mending fences, or at least trying to, with Robert Kraft and Brady and Belichick. They all take a shot together at one point during the ceremonies. So it was off to a great start. We'll pick it up later in the hodgepodge.
Man, I love it. This is fantastic wall-to-wall coverage of the Brady roast here throughout 5 hours of the G-Bag Nation. I mean, the show started off with, for the first time, a double club, I believe, Stars and Mavericks celebration, and it just gets better and better. 2 down, 3 to go, and we have some basketball for you. A little rim sesh?
Let's get you set for Mavs and Thunder next year in the Nation.
Okay, I want to chat Window Nation with you before we do anything else, though. It's Window Nation's semi-annual sale with 50% off all window styles plus 0%.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
JTex.com or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you had a great weekend. I certainly did. It was a big yard work weekend for me. Got a lot of stuff done in the flower beds out front, and that's always a feeling of satisfaction. But woke up in the middle of the night believing poison ivy had broken out. I had the worst itch, and I was like, oh my God. I played defense against it all afternoon. I was in long sleeves. I was like, how did it get through? And woke up about 8 o'clock this morning looking for signs of it. It was gone. It was a false alarm. But I swear, this thing had me up for about 45 minutes in the middle of the night thinking, what the crap?
Scratching away.
Yeah.
Where's the calamine lotion when you need it?
I don't know what it was. Maybe a spider bite, something like that. But it was gone. And I considered that my biggest dub of the weekend. And I needed that after we got totally destroyed in basketball twice.
I thought your biggest dub was going to be completing a day of yard work without having a hobbled back or hip to be limping into the studio
that's
with.
Also a victory.
I haven't been working
out. Toradol, maybe?
I don't know what it was, but I held up good for 3 hours or so, dominated it too. It was to the point that the grass had like woven into the flower beds. You ever had to do work like that? Probably not, Brian.
No.
They didn't mow until he was 30.
Yeah. So you gotta get down there and like pull the roots out.
Sounds just horrifying.
Digging down into it.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something great about it.
That's
I
I
enjoyed myself.
Skyrockets. Night, get with itchy skin, sure.
The poison ivy has my name on it, dude. If there's any in a flower bed, so I figured, man, it got me again.
That was a problem though when you were a kid, right? Didn't you have that all the time? Like you could even just say the name and you'd start getting itchy.
I've had some horrible bouts with it. Recently, actually, almost every year I get it.
You've had plenty of rash in your time.
That is right. Here's Eric Chiafalo. Speaking of rash, with a little rim sesh.
Yeah, that's right. Dawson might have to bow out of this particular sesh here until he gets back on the mend. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out and put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around the rim.
All right. Rain dance.
Rain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Luka finally,
my goodness,
defeats the old man Clippers and now gets to look ahead in round number 2 to the Young Bucks in the division. Same neck of the woods, just up the street. It's time to go dominate these Thunder. And Jason Kidd.
Got driving up there
with the extension. Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Broadus going to make a trip into OKC land, dude?
I'm thinking I might do this. I really am thinking I might do this.
You should wear something bright, like they do those whiteout deals, and it looks really cool. Like to their credit, the whiteout situation looks cool. But if you're sitting there wearing like one of those like City Edition Mavs from a couple years ago, where it's like that, no, like something bright, like that neon green, like where everybody can see you. You're kind of like Marlins man sitting around out there.
Yeah.
Get some good seats and just be pointing the finger, mother bleeping everybody.
I'm seriously thinking about driving up there for one of these games.
As a media member?
No.
Okay.
Going to the crowd.
If you go as a fan, let me know.
The general population, then you have to wear something obscure because everybody will be whited out in that building.
I just don't know where the Mavs tickets might be. You know what I'm saying? They might not.
Dude, okay, they're locking you out like zip code wise.
Oh yeah,
you're trying to go.
Do that.
They can't lock the team out. If you have
if you got sources,
you got team, you got connection with the team.
All right,
you can maybe get some tickets, huh?
I think you go tomorrow. We have a short show after Rangers, no show Wednesday with the doubleheader.
Tomorrow's the day, dude.
Tomorrow could work.
I was honestly thinking when they really needed me at the end. I think this thing is going to go back and forth.
For a Game 7?
Yeah, I think I'm going to. If I have to go to OKC to make sure they win a Game 7, I'll be there.
Maybe give the pregame speech, locker room speech, channel that
tomorrow.
Any given Sunday, Al Pacino.
No, I can't. You could. Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm going to go.
Let's take the show on the Let's Caravan, bro.
Let's do this, man. I'm down.
Because it's going to be a ruckus environment. I mean, credit to OKC and the Thunder fans. They're legit. I know that Dawson will have a forever bone to pick with them because he feels like they're his Supersonics disguised as Thunder.
Oh, yeah.
But they've carried the tradition of good fandom and loud ruckus arenas when their team is good. And their team is good. And so this is going to be an interesting challenge. What's y'all's confidence meter here? How thankful are you after watching Saturday night and I'm at a wedding trying to figure out the scores because it's game 1. It's Nuggets-Timberwolves, which is an epic series. And, of course, the Timberwolves go in there and get game 1, and they look fantastic. So I'm thankful. As weird as it is to say, you're playing the 1 seed, but I'd rather play OKC than Minnesota or Denver right now.
I would too. I'd much rather be playing OKC.
We got a good draw.
And it's funny because they're going to have 2 games in to their series already before the Mavs play theirs. And we've got Mavs and Stars at the same time, which that one hurts.
That's
Luckily,
tough.
I've got the dual screen set up.
Dual? You got the trifecta, bro. You got the 3-headed monster in there.
You guys are welcome to come join. Might just have to deal with the poopy diaper.
I'm probably going to have to do that.
You can.
I'm probably going to have to.
Bring the girls over.
No, that's
be us and all the girls.
We're putting the kids to bed, brother.
This is perfect. They're well rested. I feel very confident about the Mavs, and maybe I'm going to end up eating crow on this one, but I just don't like the Thunder's play style. I think it's going to be easy for the Mavs to frustrate their offense.
Well, and I liked the PJ Washington matchup on Victor Wembanyama. You can do that with Chet Holmgren. I think Lively did a good job with Holmgren as well during the regular season. So I think Mavs in 6. I think they take care of it in 6 games again.
I agree.
I 6.
I do appreciate that.
But I think it might be. But take that back. I think I'm going to have to go to OKC for a Game 7.
You're kind of hoping for Game 7 a little bit?
No, I'm not hoping for any Game 7.
You're just prepared to will your team to victory if necessary.
If I have to be there, I will be there for a Game 7.
817 does want to know, would you leave early, though?
Would I leave early from the show?
Yeah, would you leave the game early?
If they're down double digits in the 4th quarter.
Oh, that's a good point. No, I
like
learned
if they're trailing.
No, I'll stay. I'll stay.
I believe it.
I would just say by any means necessary. Let's not get selfish about this.
Reggie,
just because I got to stay in the building, I stay the whole time.
Reggie and I were at a game when the Rockets were up like 30, and Dallas came back and won. So basketball, no, you need to hang around.
Heck, the Clippers game they almost did.
Yeah, exactly.
I am really, really glad that
person's just jealous I get to go to games.
It's quite the flex.
That is very flex.
I think you're looking at insiders.
I think you're looking at next Wednesday.
Okay.
For Game 5.
Okay.
And then Saturday for Game 6. That would be the following Monday. So like 2 weeks from tonight would be Game 7.
So I'd be in OKC for Game 7. I could do that.
I think it's hugely important.
If it's a Game 7.
If. Is it hell?
If it looks like we could clinch and Game 6 would be at home here, of course.
Maybe 5. What if they're up 3-1? Game 5.
If they're up 3-1 and I need to be there for a clincher game, because we were gonna be there for that Arizona, Texas one.
Run it back for OKC.
Yep, we're gonna do that.
We'll check your schedule on the break.
I'm going.
Oh, you shut up! I watch more basketball than you.
I think it's very important that the Mavericks are able to close out that series on Friday night and get a few days of extra rest here. I mean, the Thunder, they're young, they're spry, they're energetic, they're going to be rested.
No, it's going to full tilt probably.
They're about to get hit in the face.
Not having to play another 48 minutes for Luka and things and being able to that was very, very important.
Gives you a chance to steal game one.
Yeah, definitely. And the Thunder have been able to capitalize on being a very healthy team this year. That's been one of the reasons why they were able to secure the 1 seed in the West. Like, are they really actually the 1 seed? I think it's fair to question, but you had a lot of teams dealing with injuries, the Mavs included. And even in the 4 game, like they just beat the Pelicans with no Zion. And they mopped the floor of them, to their credit, outside of game 1. But beating the Pelicans without Zion, that's not a real playoff test. Like this is going to be kind of an eye-opening moment, I would imagine, for these guys, because the Mavs are coming in ready to rock and roll. And in the 4 games against the Mavericks this year, they only played 1 game against what would be considered a remotely healthy Mavericks team. And even in that game, there was no Derek Lively, there was no Dante Exum. And honestly, there might not be any Dante Exum in this series based on the way he played in round 1. But the Mavs beat the brakes off him. That was the 146-111 victory. So hopefully Luka is a healthy version of himself. Getting the extra days off, I think, is very important. THJ is going to be physically able. So
they're going to miss Maxey.
They're going to miss Maxey huge. There's no doubt. You can't really replace the versatility on both ends of the court and the way he was shooting the basketball ever since Brady saw him in the pregame a few games ago in round 1. It was like, oh man, this guy is knocking him down, and that's exactly what he's been doing. So pressure's on for some of these role players. Like you're confident in what you're going to get by and large from Luka and Kyrie, but who's going to be able to knock down some shots is going to be very, very important. And I saw a stat. We're going to have Nick Engstad.
The Mavs have not gone well in the playoffs unless Kleber's going well. This is a potentially trajectory-changing injury that I'm concerned with, Chief. I cannot wait to see how this series gets underway and how they're going to be able to match up.
Well, we got to talk with Bobby Corella yesterday. I was with Will doing BetQL, and Bobby did say, among all the different lineups that Jason Kidd's putting out there and he was testing out, the one consistent piece amongst all the bigs was Maxey.
Yeah.
Like Maxey fits into every single lineup that Jason Kidd wants to utilize. So it's definitely something as a chess piece, they're going to miss him.
Yeah, I'm glad it didn't happen in the middle of the series where you're trying to, in a day, figure out what the plan is. Like you've had a fair amount of time now to try and consider all your options, and it'll be a little guess and check for sure, see who's working. But I did see this from Nick Engstad, Locked On Mavs, who will join us at 6 o'clock today. Oklahoma City allowed opponents to shoot 13% of their shots from the corner 3 in the regular season. That's the best shot in basketball. And that was 30th, the highest percentage allowed in the NBA. So they're going to give you the best possible shot other than Luka getting a good look or Kyrie, any role player taking a corner 3, an open look, and that's what Maxey was knocking down. And so you're going to have that shot, and whoever can be the guy or guys knocking it down, you're going to get your opportunities. That's going to be huge. So maybe Dante Exum can get going here, but Derek Jones Jr. going to need that 3-ball working.
Yeah,
and PJ Washington, and then we'll see, Tim Hardaway Jr. Can't totally get your hopes up, but can you get 1 or 2 vintage shooting nights out of THJ?
Absolutely.
That would be very much welcomed. There's no question about that. And their head coach of the year, Oklahoma City Thunder coach Mark Denault. Hope I said that correctly. One of the weirdest names, Dagnault maybe. On preparing to defend Luka, he says, just make sure Lou Dort is on time for the game.
Oh yes,
yeah. They
Dort's
like
a menace.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, you talk about strong, fast, long players. We just saw one with the Clippers, and it's going to be, another one of those where I do expect a couple of games where you have frustrated Luka, and it's a huge test for him, especially considering how last series went. Can you take that step and become a little bit more unflappable this time through?
ESPN and Kevin Pelton went inside each series here to preview them in round 2 of the NBA playoffs, and they're doing like your strength and your weakness. And for Oklahoma City, it was elite balance. That's their strength because it's top 5 offense, top 5 defense. And, obviously Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he's the man, but he's not their only scoring threat. Like Jalen Williams is one of the league's best shooters when it comes to clutch time, so that'll be something to monitor. Like Jalen Williams, Kyrie Irving in clutch time going back and forth will be probably a fun show, but he's one of the better NBA ISO players as well. Chet Holmgren, you know what he can do, kind of a catch-22. He can pressure you at the rim, also can hit you from three. So, and then they're second in the NBA when it comes to deflections and loose balls, and they're just very active defensively.
And they're still being long. My gosh, they're a pain in the butt.
Yes, but they don't have the brute strength. So like Gafford and the physicality inside, I think, will be important. You saw how much Zubac was able to affect the Mavericks with his size. The size of the Thunder is it doesn't equate that way. It's just length for the most part. Their weakness is the rebounding. So they're betting offensively that they're going to be consistent enough to overcome the issue, but it doesn't change the fact that one of their biggest weaknesses is just lack of experience, but more so just the rebounding. Tied for third worst in the league in rebound rate, fourth worst in defensive rebounding rate. So this is going to present a pretty big challenge for them, for the Mavericks and any other team if they get past the Mavericks going up against the Timberwolves or the Nuggets. Will be it'll be tough.
Very hard to win a championship like that. You're giving up second chances because what happens, a lot of these games are tight. And in the final minute, if you already are having a hard time rebounding, if the opposing team needs this offensive rebound to stay alive in the game, they send everybody. And now you're in a 50-50 mad scramble for the ball. But that's right. It's not 50-50 because you're a bad rebounding team.
Yeah.
And it becomes very difficult to get stops when you're trying to hold a 1 or 2 possession lead late in these playoff games. So I love that. And that should hopefully give Gafford a heck of an opportunity to impact the game in a big way.
No doubt. Big advantage, Gafford Lively there, no question. And we saw in the games the Mavericks struggled against the Clippers. There's the second chance opportunities with what Zubac was able to do inside. And you're not going to hopefully not have that issue with OKC.
Mavericks' strength is the isolation offense, obviously, between Luka and Kyrie. You're talking about the best in the game when it comes to just going one-on-one and generating scoring opportunities for the offense. So that is the Mavericks' big strength.
How about playoff experience?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say
I mean, when you start talking about Luka and then Kyrie, my gosh, I mean, who can match what those guys have been through?
I mean, there's definitely been a changing of the guard when it comes to the old and the young, because right now there's only 6 starters that remain in the NBA playoffs older than 30 years old. Kyrie obviously being one of them.
Yeah.
If you guys got the balls to throw other names out there and make a guess on who the other players are, but for the most part, you're talking about young dudes across the board. And Kyrie lent voice to that after the game the other night. He's like, "Hey, I'm the veteran here, and so I'm taking this on myself to be the man and show everybody how this is done a little bit."
I mean, there's one MVP left in the entire playoffs. Like, no other player's got an MVP other than Jokic. There's no Steph Curry. There's no LeBron. Like, Tatum doesn't have one. It's a massive changing of the guard right now.
It's a lot of fun to watch some of these teams, and salute to Minnesota going up 1-0, and the comps of Edwards and Jordan. So much fun right now.
Yeah, you get 106-99 game 1 victory for the Timberwolves over the Nuggets, and it's Anthony Edwards just being ridiculous, 43 points, doing it efficiently. Second player 22 years old or younger to score 40-plus in back-to-back playoff games. So he joins Kobe Bryant in that particular lore. But yeah, he's playing his rear end off right now. The weakness for the Mavericks, they say, is the free throw shooting outside of Luka and Kyrie. So
that's true.
And that's something that you kind of forget about a little bit, but then all of a sudden that could be vitally important. Yeah. I mean, the key rotation players that they point out: PJ Washington, Derek Jones, Derek Lively, and Daniel Gafford, all well below the league average of 78.5%. And as a whole, the team ranked 27th in the NBA in free throw percentage. So that is just something that you don't want to see come bite you in a game or a series for sure.
No, it got you in game 4 in a big way. Along with turnovers, that comeback that was on and would have been completed, I felt like, if they'd either made their free throws or stopped turning it over so much. So they already got away with that once. But great stuff. Eric Chiafalo in a rim session most afternoons here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're about an hour away from the Expressway. Every afternoon in the 5 o'clock hour, we go commercial free to the top. We're looking forward to that. But Chris Young, the Rangers GM, is set to join you. Woolchuck's Top 10's coming up at 4:40, and we're back with more sports right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on The Fan.
Take your turn it on, leave it on fan experience everywhere you go with our Odyssey app. Proudly presented by...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 in his epic Kansas State offensive lineman hat. He's set to deliver. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Brian?
Our GM?
Yeah.
Is our GM not with us today at 420?
Oh, geez, yes. That's coming up at 440. CY is joining us now right here. It is time now for the Cy Young Show right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. The segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. And a good afternoon, Chris. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
Doing wonderful. Thank you. Some big names we have to ask you for with the injury updates. This news is coming in pretty heavy these days, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a long week. Certainly with Evo going down and then Langford behind him, you never want to see anybody get hurt, but two important pieces of our team. And so, I think overall we've gotten relatively good news with their injury reports. And as we've gotten the extensive testing done on both of them, I think we're going to be, we dodged major bullets, but nonetheless, they're both going to miss, at least a couple weeks at a minimum for Nate and, probably longer for Wyatt. So just another opportunity for other guys to step up. It's why we need a deep roster, and I think we have the right guys to do that. And I think we showed that in Kansas City this weekend.
How are things coming along with Max Scherzer?
Max is doing all right. He had a little bit of a setback out of his first rehab outing with some soreness in his thumb. Kind of where it attaches to the wrist, right in that area. And we wanted to let that calm down before sending him back out. We've kept him from picking up a baseball for a couple days as it calms down. And then I think in the next day or so, he'll resume throwing. Our hope is that it will have completely dissipated and then we'll resume his rehab. And, hopeful that he can make maybe 2 more rehab outings and then rejoin the team.
The Chris Young Show brought to you by PlayScore and by Anheuser-Busch. What's your take on how the Wyatt Langford career has gotten underway here? It's sort of an opportunity to evaluate how things went up to his injury.
Yeah, I think what Wyatt did is he performed so well in spring training that I think he really put unfair expectations on himself with how great he did. But I think that, as I've said before, and I said this when Josh Young was called up in September 2 years ago, that all good players go through struggles. And what we want to see is progress. We want to see their ability to handle it. We want to see their ability to show up the next day with a focus, a purpose, and a commitment to improving. And Wyatt has passed those tests. And we know the physical talent is there. We know what he's capable of doing. We all saw what he can do when he's going well. But going through these moments is part of being a big league player. And this is probably the first time in his life where he struggled to this extent. And by struggling, I consider him to be holding his head above water right now, which is, I think, an admirable thing for a young player, his first go in the big leagues with very little minor league experience. But my expectation is that he continues to get better and better as the season progresses. And at some point, we will see the player that we saw this spring and last year when he signed.
Well, someone who does not seem to be struggling as of late is John Gray. CY, what have you seen from him? My goodness, our buddy Jared Sandler put out his last 7 games, 1.5 ERA, but he just seems like he is dialed in.
John's been awesome. He's really picked up our pitching staff. He's stepped up, and yesterday's game I thought was one of the best games he's pitched. I know he gave up a couple runs there, mainly because Bobby Witt doubled and tripled off of him, but John's been such a competitor. And I think what John did for us in the playoffs last year, especially the World Series, the game where Max went down and John came in and threw 3 scoreless, I think it built some confidence. I can't say you'd have to ask John that specifically, but what I'm seeing is a guy who's out there. He's competing. He's making pitch after pitch. He's not getting rattled, and and his stuff is really good. And my hope is that he continues this because when he's on, he's as good as anybody, and he's certainly been on the last, I don't know how many starts, 5 or 6 starts, and then gave us a relief appearance in Atlanta too, which was huge.
Hey, CY, my background, as you know, is in scouting and stuff, and I'm curious with your question. The question I have for you is, we're always looking for younger guys, but here you are with Yates and Robertson. What goes into evaluating the older player and the fit?
Well, you evaluate you evaluate younger players differently than older players. One, because of the experience factor. And when a veteran player has a track record, you're looking really from a medical standpoint, first and foremost, to make sure that they can continue their accustomed level of play, so to speak, that they can continue to perform at a high level. There are no medical issues that may prevent that player from performing up to their potential or capabilities. Obviously, Robertson and Yates have great track records. They've both been extremely successful. And we felt like with both those guys when we signed them that they were in a great spot from a physical standpoint. The stuff is still there. We know they've got the intangibles and the mental side of the game. They've proven that. They've been successful for a long period of time at the big league level. So if you put the physical with the mental, you often get very good players. With younger players, a little more challenging because you recognize the physical talent, but you also know, similar to what Wyatt's going through, that there are going to be bumps in the road, and you're going to need continued development at the big league level for the player to really come into their own and become a real solid major league player. So, I think what you're banking on there is also some of the intangibles in the person. It's less of a sure thing when you have a younger player because you've just never seen them struggle before. But veteran players have struggled. They've been through it. They know what it takes. And as long as they're physically still pretty good and their stuff remains the same, you would expect them to persevere through those trying times.
When it comes to some of those older veteran arms in the bullpen, like a Kirby Yates and a Robertson, do you almost have to protect them a little bit to make sure they make it through the full season, not run out of gas in the marathon that is a 162, or is there no conversation about that? Terrible question.
Well, this is no, it's a great question because this is the give and take of a manager and a general manager. And, Boch's job is to win every day, and he does a great job with that. And my job is to look at the big picture and make sure that I'm providing him with enough alternative options so that we don't have to use our main guys every day to win. And I think, there've been a couple moments this year, I think yesterday even, where Yates had to go 2 innings and then Robertson came in the game for the 10th and we were able to win. And that was what it took to win that game, win that series. But ideally, we're not leaning on them for multiple innings too often or for too many back-to-back outings or 3 out of 4 games. I mean, these guys are veterans. They're important pieces to our team. They're going to hit a spell where they're physically not at their best, and we're going to have to protect them in those moments. So I think the more alternatives and the more good options I can give Boch and Maddox to do their jobs, I think that these guys are masterful in managing a bullpen, and they'll be able to protect Kirby and David.
Rangers GM Chris Young with us here in the G-Bag Nation. With the Langford injury, he's out. Who are the guys that get the call up, and how does that manifest itself in the lineup?
Well, I think Ezekiel Duran will probably be the recipient of the most opportunity. He was being squeezed a little bit with Wyatt getting regular DH at bats and playing left field, and obviously Josh Smith has played so well versus lefties and righties in lieu of Josh Young. So Zeke is now going to get an opportunity, which is going to be great for him. I think this is exactly what he needs. He needs some runway. He needs the opportunity to get regular at bats and regular playing time. So Zeke will probably benefit the most. We are calling up Jonathan Ornelas today, who's on the roster, middle infielder, who can come up and provide some additional versatility, some defense and base running, bench bat, perhaps here and there if we face a left-handed pitcher. But and we're going to continue to explore both internal and external options for the best way to kind of fill this roster out while Wyatt's down. So, but I think we're excited to see what Zeke can do. He deserves this. He was such a big part of our team last year. And if he can get hot here, he's capable of carrying us for a while.
The Chris Young Show brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch. Could we have a trade then, CY?
You tell me. Do we, anybody on the block right now?
I don't know. You just mentioned you're looking at external options. I guess that just means the minors.
Well, waivers, minors. I mean, there's a lot of different ways. Guys have outs. There's a lot of different ways, but it is early in the season. San Diego made a trade and got a very good hitter. But normally it takes a little bit longer for trades to materialize or bigger trades to materialize. But that said, we stay in constant contact with other teams, and it's part of the job.
How tough is this 4 games in 3 days with this built-in doubleheader that you guys have coming up against Oakland?
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's not ideal, and I don't know the exact reasons why it was a scheduled doubleheader. We'd like to avoid those. That said, we do get the off day before we go into Colorado, so it should be a day for our pitchers to regroup before going into a challenging pitching environment. But yeah, when you're in the middle of a road trip, doesn't matter who you're playing, and you have 4 games in 3 days, especially with a couple starters down right now, or Evo down right now, and needing a second starter for the doubleheader. It makes it a little challenging, but again, this is a great opportunity. Nobody feels sorry for us. We got to go out and just create our own luck and make the most of it. So, and I think that's what good teams do, and that's what I expect our guys to do.
CY, I don't believe you're with the club when the A's drafted Mason Miller out of Gardner-Webb and what he's been able to do for them coming in. Did you go back and look at his scouting report? And can you tell me something about? I mean, I watched him pitch here late, and it's just like it's just 100 miles every time I look up. He's getting people out, for the A's here, and I'm just like totally impressed with his ability to get people out with his fastball.
It's an electric fastball, so it's not a huge surprise that he's able to get guys out with it because it's a dominant fastball, and it's gotten better since he was drafted. But there's stories like this all over baseball where you really can't put a limit on players and what they're capable of, and so you do the best you can. You think that you're a pretty good scout, but at the end of the day, I always say the players tell us what their ceiling is going to be.
Yeah.
And Mason Miller is unbelievable. It's really fun watching him pitch. My hope is we don't have to watch him in the series, but it is fun watching him. And when he came in and closed that game against us, throwing 104 mile an hour pitches, I mean, it is a special fastball. And so, you hope that guys like him, they continue to stay healthy and they continue to perform at the level that they're capable. But it's a great story. I think it's a great story for any baseball player out there that if you are good, there are scouts everywhere and they will find you. And Mason Miller's no different than anybody in terms of that.
You're the man, CY. Give him hell out there. We'll be pulling for you.
Awesome, guys. Have a great week, and we'll talk to you next week.
Yes, sir. There he goes, the great Chris Young, World Series champion, general manager of your Texas Rangers, every Monday at 4:20 here on The Fan. So good. Okay, well, Chuck, where are you taking us in the top 10?
Happy National Beverage Day. The top 10 most popular beverages in America. What's the drink you consume the most of? That's next.
Okay, I want to chat Diamonds.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on the Fan. LA Live with Lucius coming up in less than 1 hour now, 5:40 every night. Wow, what a big day in sport. Let's get over here to Woolchuck for his top 10, and salute to CY for joining us. Here he is, the Woolly Bully, Zach with an H.
Thank you very much. It is National Beverage Day. What a fantastic day that is, because I think we all love a nice, good, ice-cold beverage. Maybe a warm beverage when it's a little chilly outside. Some tea, some coffee, some cold beer. Absolutely. 877-881-1053. What is your favorite beverage of choice? Had some people hit us up on the social medias. I know our buddy Brad Sham. He said tea, some iced tea. Probably the one that he drinks the most.
Is that sweet or unsweet for Brad?
I think he goes with the sweetened version.
Sometimes you got to lighten that up a little bit.
Sometimes it can be too sweet.
Cut it in half. Combo.
A little half and half. Yeah. I do love the half and half. I absolutely do. We've also got a lot of coffee drinkers. Unsweet tea, that is, for Brad. So water and unsweet tea, he goes with the top two. We got coffee, Dr. Pepper, and water. Mountain Dew got a lot of love as well. But how about the juices? Or some water with lemon. Put a little cucumber water as well if you want to do that. If you don't want to just do plain water. But I know you do that, Brian. You don't like the plain water. You got to put that little flavoring in there.
I do. Drops.
But if you had to say, what's the thing you drink the most, it would be tea, right? You're a big iced tea guy.
I like iced tea unsweetened, but my favorite drink of all time is ginger ale.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
What do you like about it?
Ginger ale.
Is it the ginger or the ale?
Oh, we got a ginger ale hater over here.
You're not a ginger ale fan?
I don't even know what it tastes like, to be honest with you. I was hoping you could
an upset tummy.
You could try to sell me.
I'll bring you some. I'll bring you a little, and you can try it. But yeah, it's my favorite. I love iced tea, and I had to stop drinking sweetened iced tea to unsweetened. But if you said hey, what's your favorite? If you had to say, give me one drink I could have, ginger ale all day.
Give me one margarita.
Yeah.
I always thought of that as like a Golden Girls type of beverage.
Probably so.
Yeah.
Probably a little bit of that. But yeah, it's a good mixer too, because I've done it with those transfusions now. Those drinks, those with Tito's vodka, grape juice, ginger ale, crushed ice.
Oh,
that thing is
quite the cocktail.
That is a glorious drink right now. The transfusion. Hey, when we do Mardi Gras Brian, that's what we're going to make out there on the road.
Okay.
We're outside. We're going to drink transfusions.
I'm in.
Oh, those transfusions sound so good.
I do have a couple of Diet Cokes every day, and at times I enjoy it, especially cracking a frosty can out of the fridge.
Yeah. See, that's the last thing I would drink.
First thing in the morning. But I think my favorite beverage is just ice water. It refreshes me in a way that other beverages just don't.
Yeah, I think most likely water is probably the most consumed beverage, I would assume. But there are people out there that just don't like water.
Yeah. My dad basically refuses to drink it. I don't know how he's still living.
If you need
water, how
healthy.
are you still alive?
No doubt. Lucius, where are we going with the beverages?
Let's see. Corlejo, Reposado, tequila, chilled. Brother said ginger ale. I love ginger ale too, but not like the store brand stuff you can get. I think it's like Spectre or something like that. It's German. Real ginger ale is what I'm saying.
All right.
Real ginger ale.
Damn.
Yeah. Water, but no ice, please. Make it just room temperature water so I can get it down.
Yes, you can drink it faster.
Yeah, get it in. Nice squoze fresh juice.
Dude.
Right after workout.
The juice?
Pineapple juice, preferably.
Okay, are you drinking that Dole?
What is
pineapple
that?
Juice?
No, this is pineapples.
That's
and they
Dole,
squeeze.
isn't
Is it Dole?
It's Dole.
I don't know what the hell it is, but it's going to be number one. On this
Put a little
Get that
flair on
Target.
there.
Dole Target.
Dole.
Some Dole.
Yeah, but the fresh squeezed juices,
No, it's fire.
an orange juice, a pineapple juice,
Yes.
a watermelon juice.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, watermelon juice is so good,
It's
man.
delicious.
Like
Hydrate you.
ice cold watermelon juice, bro.
Yes, sir.
Oh man.
The juices are crushing it in this top
I would drink
10 list.
Dr. Pepper if I could for the rest of my life if it doesn't make me sick or anything. I would. I love the taste of Dr.
Dr.
Pepper.
Pepper's so
Prunes
good.
in that thing,
Yeah,
right?
that's how I'd be with root beer.
There's prunes in Dr. Pepper.
Don't tell me that.
There are prunes.
Keep you regular.
Well, there's 23 flavors. Maybe there's a little bit of prune in
P
it.
and pepper
prunes in
stands
there,
for
yeah.
prunes.
Added value.
Sneaky little son of a gun.
The honorable mentions on the most popular beverages currently in America.
Dos Equis involved in this, though? That could be
No,
another
there
one for me.
aren't any liquors
Oh,
or
no
beers.
Milkshakes.
Or milkshakes.
What about just chocolate milk?
Chocolate milk's fantastic. I love chocolate milk. That would be in my top 10 beverages. I would absolutely go for some chocolate milk. Dr. Pepper's honorable mention. Mug root beer. Coca-Cola. Sunkissed. and 7-Up are your honorable mentions.
Coca-Cola, huh?
7-Up is a mixer all day.
I feel like all the soda pop should be in one. They're just one.
Just go with soft drinks.
Yeah.
Kind of lump it in there. Yeah, this is a little bit more specified. Number 10, the juices, man. The juices are crushing this. Number 10 is Simply Orange, the orange juice.
Simply
no
Orange.
pulp?
Specifically Simply Orange.
No Sonny D make this list?
Sonny D didn't make it. Sonny didn't make the top 10.
Hawaiian Punch.
Number 9 is Canada Dry.
That's a ginger ale. There you go.
Yep. 8, we've got the Sprite. Nice lemon lime there.
Good beverage.
It's ahead of 7-Up.
It's ahead of, and it should be. Sprite is better than 7-Up, I think.
I think 7-Up's better.
Really? Yeah. I just never drink 7-Up. Maybe I'm just a 7. I mean, I didn't give 7-Up
I'm
another
60 years
chance.
old, so I've had a lot of 7-Ups in my day.
I used to play Heads Up 7-Up as a kid. That was always fun. Number 7 is A&W root beer.
Yeah, bro.
A&W is pretty damn delicious. I think it's the king of the root beers.
Barks. I do like Barks.
Eric, our guy Greg, has the great Ranger seats.
Yeah.
He says, give me his drink is the Tito's cranberry with lime.
Tito's cranberry with lime, Greg. You can't go wrong. I usually just go with the double Tito's.
Greg's
and
our
soda.
guy at the stadium.
Yeah, Greg's awesome. I'll never forget watching that ALDS clincher with you, Greg.
Big shout out to the Johnny Black that was provided at the wedding that I was attending over the weekend. That
You go
was
straight up or with water.
they force you to put a little water in there, which was fine.
You can just let the ice melt.
Yeah. I mean, it was over ice with a little bit of water in there. They wouldn't let you just go like super straight, but it was fine. I guess it was great for
Were
me.
you at a wedding, you
They
said?
do have
I was at a wedding. Yeah, it was my cousin's.
Did you tip for a bigger glass?
No, they were already providing the bigger glasses.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. That's, to me, if I can give advice, go tip your waiter or waitress and buy a bigger
Tall boy.
glass. Yeah, and just keep drinking out of that all night.
And actually, you're right. IBC, root beer antifreeze soda, is delicious. I love the cream soda IBC, too. Number 6. You don't like cream soda?
No.
Oh, cream soda's delicious. No. Come on. That IBC cream soda's good.
No, it's not.
Come on. This is, God, the food
I don't know
takes.
what you're going there.
I don't know what you're doing over there, Mr. Ginger Ale.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, we've got Gatorade at number 6.
Don't home me.
I thought Broadus was going to be a big like warm milk guy at this age.
Right
Maybe he
before
hasn't quite cracked that age yet, but there's a level up in when you get to a certain level of senile. It's warm milk before you go to sleep. You're knocking on the door.
I'm surprised he doesn't have like tea with crumpets. You know, it seems like something you do.
Just highfalutin.
Hey, if we could have tea at 4:00 around here, I'd do that.
I'd be in on that too, man. I love a good tea.
That'd be a fun bit.
Hot
Sandwiches and stuff like that. You guys would go.
Hell yeah.
You could fulfill your life dream to be a butler.
Yeah, you know what? I do want to be a butler.
Yeah, you can serve that up for
I
us.
wanted to be a butler one day in my life. I really did.
Okay, I like this bet payoff
Bruce
idea for a show. Brian dresses up like a butler, full on setup, and he just serves us the whole show.
Is a bet payoff?
That can be a bet payoff.
That can
With a
definitely.
remote mic?
That could definitely
Wireless
be.
mics?
Yes.
Sure.
That'd be a good bet payoff.
As he's spitting in our food before he delivers it to
You've
us.
got to like treat
I would
us
never do that.
well. You know, you've got to be like,
shut up.
That's
I'll
the
treat
bet
you well.
payoff.
I bring lunch every Friday, you jerk.
And typically, I'm not able to enjoy that
I'm
lunch.
just kidding you, man.
But I would like to start enjoying the lunch.
Oh yeah.
I think a really rich Cowboys fan would see that and want to hire Brian as his personal chef / butler.
Yes, I think you'd be
giving
a badass.
giving
I think,
draft takes every time he delivers a plate.
I think to me that if I had a choice now, I would rather go and be a chef than I would the butler.
I think
I've learned I've this appreciation for cooking now. So if you let me be the chef, I would do that.
You would be a fantastic.
So okay, I have to dress up and be a butler and serve you guys food and stuff or drinks.
Drinks,
All
you know,
right,
whatever
we
it
can do
might
that.
be.
I got a tux.
You can plug our headsets in for us.
Yeah.
Make sure our computers are nicely charged.
Maybe do this 420 segment for you.
You can do the 420 segment if you want.
Yeah.
The list will be way worse. 5 is the Tropicana orange juice.
See, what are you doing here?
That's a classic staple.
The juices are going to crush it here.
Tropicana.
4 is Minute Maid.
It's good beverage.
3 is Welch's grape juice.
Yeah, with a transfusion, really good.
I like a nice Crystal Light too.
Ooh, Crystal Light is pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, jazzercise man. Your mom over there.
There you go.
Number 2 is
good.
Lipton tea.
Richard Simmons we work with here.
Give me that Arizona tea, bro.
Like the Arizona tea.
My mom loved Crystal Light and Richard Simmons.
So did my mom too. That's why I said it.
Man, we did have a lot of Crystal Light growing up in my
I'm glad you
grandparents'
picked it
house.
up, Dawson, man. I really appreciate you now.
But number 1, continuing the fruit juices, is the Dole.
Yeah, Dole.
I think Dole, it adds a little bit of a nice twist
I
to
wish
it.
They've
I
been
wouldn't
doling
have-
out great taste for years.
I wish I wouldn't have corrected him. I wish
Dole.
Yeah, the dough.
just let him roll.
Dole,
Dole.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Zach with an H, your woolly bully every afternoon delivering his top 10. Okay, it's time now for an edition of the finest. Chief, what do you got?
Sumo Bros, Horse S, and the Cowboys must improve in this area. Next in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're now 20 minutes away from the Expressway. We'll go commercial-free to the top. A lot of interesting things happening in the world of sports, and including a big extension for Jason Kidd, news on Tim Hardaway Jr., and Stephen Jones on Dak. Those stories and more coming up in 20 minutes. Right now, it is time for Eric Chiafalo's edition of The Finest. Here he is, the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Walchuk mentioned this earlier, but I just have to reiterate the funniest story in football today is Albert Breer reporting that one of the big reasons Kirk Cousins decided to leave Minnesota this offseason was that the Vikings had told him that they were going to be drafting a quarterback of the future high in the draft. So he's like, all right, I'll just go to Atlanta. It'll be fine. And then boom, 8 overall.
Michael Penix.
It really is phenomenal. Happy for Kirk Cousins. And, he's getting his bag. He's doing what he does, collecting checks in a huge way. So he's going to be all right. But that is just phenomenal.
I mean, should have been drafted by the Cowboys. He would have been rewarded and appreciated for being slightly better than average for a long time now.
That's true.
Guy can't catch a break.
Nobody appreciates this guy, man.
No.
All he does is lose when it matters, and nobody can just wrap their arms around it and say, you're mine forever.
I mean, remember how he rose to fame in Washington and then stormed off because at one point they suggested that he might not be their long-term franchise quarterback. That was enough for him right there. And a tough spot to be in, but accept reality for what it is. You're not good enough for them to not look elsewhere, bro.
All right, speaking of looking elsewhere, I need you guys to look at the fan cam, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam, YouTube, and 1053thefan.com, because we have some footage here of Micah Parsons going one-on-one versus some sumo wrestlers.
Saw this.
He is in Tokyo, or at least was over the course of the last week or so, and he's been hanging out with CJ Stroud. I don't know if we have a budding friendship that ultimately these guys are going to be trying to play with each other at some point down the line, but they seem like they're really, really good friends. So CJ Stroud of the Texans and our very own Micah Parsons take a trip to Tokyo, having a good time, and part of that good time was getting a little sumo wrestling training. And this video, now you wouldn't know by looking at this guy, this sumo wrestler, but he's 17 years old.
He was like a junior one.
Yeah, he was a junior one. But I think we need to start
training.
We need to
Micah
get
just got him out.
sumo pro days, in my opinion. I think we need to get the sumo wrestlers into the NFL.
Yeah, let's get this guy over here.
What's the deal with that? I mean, have we ever? I mean, I know that you guys will scour and you'll bring a kicker from soccer.
Australian rules football guy. Yeah,
punters, a lot of them now.
Punters and stuff like that.
But sumo wrestlers, man, I think there might be a place for them. Talk about dancing bears.
Yes,
I mean, it seems like that's exactly what they're breeding, is just dancing bear after dancing bear.
I'm in on this.
I used to love watching the sumo wrestlers. They'd be on TV. Remember that back in the day?
ABC Wide World of Sports. Yeah.
You catch sumo wrestling somewhat regularly. Brian, do you think their skill set has any chance?
Oh, man, but it's that quick, just that burst.
Yeah.
With the girth.
With the explosive power, but like little sustained. It's just trying to just kind of drive the guy, but I don't know how much other than straight ahead power they have.
That's exactly it. Yeah. I mean they're good at standing their ground. Maybe center.
It's
the movement skills. I see what you're saying.
It's the balance. It's balance and straight ahead power. I mean, that's the one thing you're trying to grab onto the guy's cloth there and kind of hoist him out of the ring.
Yeah.
But it's just that initial burst, and can you drive the guy? But I don't know about the lateral ability here. I just think it's all straight ahead power right now.
Well, I'm wondering. I was wondering, like, the general sumo wrestler, would he fit better as a defensive lineman stopping the run, or would he be better as the offensive lineman? I don't know, but I think there's a place for him. There's got to be at least one of these guys that can step in and get some coaching and all of a sudden be a savage.
I would say the defensive tackle.
Trash can full of dirt.
I would say the guy, because what they do is when they come together, it is about bending your knees and just sitting down and then trying to play with leverage. So I would say defensive tackle.
Yeah, they're very difficult to move.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 817 pointing out, this is great. We actually have precedent for this in the replacements. There was the sumo wrestler who was eating all the hard-boiled eggs.
Yes.
In the locker room. I believe that was like a pregame meal. He might have been consuming them at halftime as well while the kicker was just pounding through heaters.
He had them in his pocket during the game.
Yeah,
he was pulling them out of the line of scrimmage.
The pocket egg is it's a veteran move, and when you get to that level of sheer and utter dominance, then yeah, you can be an offensive lineman for my team.
I think this might be a TV show or something. Like Micah's going around the world, working out with the greatest fighting people. There was a boxer last week, right, where they were trading belly shots. Did you see that video?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
This is a theme that's going on right now.
And Micah tapped out after the first one, right? He gets hit in the stomach one time, and then he hits the guy back, and he's like, "Yeah, we're done here." Now, here's also some footage. I've actually had this stored up for a little while, and Carter didn't believe me that I was actually going to get to it today, but I am, because CJ Stroud is a part of this Tokyo trip that Micah Parsons is on, and I guess a couple of weeks ago, CJ Stroud threw out the opening, the first pitch for an Astros game, and so there's footage of him throwing baseballs, and I don't have the actual pitch, but I have the pregame sort of warm-ups of him throwing a baseball. Look at this video and tell me how surprised you are that stud quarterback, CJ Stroud,
bad throwing balls.
Throwing a baseball.
They do.
It looks like he's never thrown anything in his entire life trying to just throw a baseball.
So he has the turquoise mitt right over there?
Yeah, CJ Stroud's on the opposite side of Micah right now. He's got the turquoise mitt. Now, the actual opening first pitch that they both threw, both of them didn't look very good.
Look at that. Look at that throwing motion.
It's like he's never thrown a baseball in his life.
Very awkward.
It's totally different. Football's here. Baseball's way out here. Yeah. Somebody needs to tell you if you're not a baseball thrower, somebody needs to pull you aside and say, "Hey, I saw you're getting ready to go throw out the first pitch. I can take care of you. Let's go throw." And if they do this, then you're like, "Bro, there's not enough time."
Yeah.
You're canceling plans immediately.
Yeah, like we're going to have to reschedule this thing for maybe we'll get you to August or something.
Yeah.
Hopefully they get to the postseason, bro. We're going to need till October to get you right.
Like your Gronk can just spike the ball. Don't even throw it.
There you go.
Just spike it in the ground.
Dude, he spiked a shot glass.
I heard he injured some people doing that.
Did he? I'm not surprised.
Somebody got hurt in the front row.
Front row got hit. Glass.
Everybody's telling him how dumb he is the entire time, and then he does the dumbest thing where there's like front row tables very close, and he's spiking a shot glass, and it's just shattering everywhere. Yeah, there had to have been shards stuck in somebody's face somewhere.
And I think he saw it because he gets up to like go and clean it up, and Kevin Hart's like, no, just sit down. Just sit. We'll get it cleaned up, Gronk. You just sit down and look dumb.
Where's your babysitter, Gronk? My dear God.
Zookeeper.
We'll call the insurance company.
Well, I didn't know. Like, if you're a
That's
Texans,
not real money.
If you're a Texans fan and you see CJ Stroud throwing a baseball like that before you've drafted him,
it doesn't matter.
Before you've drafted him, like, are you gosh, or is this like, hey, he's such a football guy that he doesn't have time for any other balls?
There's very few of those football players. I think that Colin Kaepernick threw one in there about 95.
He ripped one.
Oh yeah, he ripped one in there. I think Russ Wilson ripped one in there.
But Russ was a Ranger. Jameis Winston played at Florida State. So you have some of them that did play.
Mahomes obviously could rip a baseball.
See, but he probably wasn't a baseball dude.
No, he wasn't a baseball dude.
And
no.
There's
no way you could throw a ball like that and be a baseball dude.
In that situation, you say, yes, I'll throw out the first pitch. It's going to be a football. Okay, I'm going to drop back and I'm going to zip one into your catcher. That sound good?
Nice, dude. Yeah, let's get this.
Let's put a football in my hands.
Let's bring out like Andre Johnson. Maybe
I'll bring Tank Dell. Andre Johnson,
Houston legend. Yeah, we'll put some gloves on him and he'll catch my football throw. But if I was a Texans fan and I saw that before I know what I know about him now in the NFL being a stud, I'd be questioning things. But now knowing what I know, I'm like, maybe this is actually just a tip of the cap that he's such a football guy. Because clearly it hasn't affected him on the football field. Now, another quarterback, last week we saw that Jaylen Warren, running back of the Steelers, had mentioned the idea of the new quarterback there in Pittsburgh, or one of the new quarterbacks in Pittsburgh, Justin Fields, being a return man in the kickoff game with the new rules and whatever. Even though they've signed the all-pro kick returner Cordero Patterson to a 2-year contract earlier in the offseason. So
they're starting running back, so they want to get rid of Najee.
Don't really need this, but we've done some reporting on this now because everybody's questioning, like, what? Is this actually serious? And according to Steel Curtain Network's Jeff Hartman, a source inside Pittsburgh's building, called the idea of Fields returning kickoffs, quote, preposterous. He said it would never happen. And another quote is, they went on to say it's complete bleeping horse crap. So I guess we can put to rest the idea that Justin Fields could be an awesome kick returner. Maybe he won't get that opportunity.
Week 1 when he's back there doing it.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to pull a fast one on us, man.
I love it.
Maybe somebody said it in the coaching staff.
It was probably just Jaylen Warren screwing around.
Yeah, I'm sure this was a tongue-in-cheek situation. Like, man, Justin Fields could probably return for us.
And then it goes viral. Now people are like, wait a second.
And the thing about it is, he absolutely could.
Yeah.
It's preposterous, of course, because it's a quarterback, but he could be a stud returning the football. I mean, that dude's a beast. Now, I saw this from Warren Sharp, and we know this, but like when you get the real context of it, it just shows just how important it is. The Cowboys have to remedy multiple things, of course. But one of the aspects about their team last year that was just a real aggravation was their inability to score touchdowns in goal-to-go situations. It's, hey, man, it's first and goal from the 9-yard line. It's second and goal from the 5-yard line. Can you score the touchdown? And I was interested to see that the best in the sport at doing this, the touchdown rate in goal-to-go situations for the Green Bay Packers, best in the sport, 95%.
That's absurd.
These dudes, I mean,
it was better than the Eagles?
It's better than the Eagles, yeah. Well, because this isn't necessarily goal line per se.
We're not pushing from the 9.
Yeah.
Oh, this is just goal to goal.
This is goal to go. So anywhere from basically 9 yards and in, or 10, into the end zone. So Green Bay was actually number 1. And so huge tip of the cap to Jordan Love, Matt LaFleur, and the rest of those guys offensively, understanding exactly what they want to get done and executing it to perfection. They were number 1 by a mile because they're at 95% touchdown rate in goal-to-go situations. The second best was 83%, and that's a multi-team tie between teams like San Francisco.
Okay.
So that's sort of the hierarchy, but just like dominating is Green Bay at the top there. But you got to go all the way down to 64% to get to the Dallas Cowboys. So the Green Bay Packers, the team that slaughtered you in the playoffs, 95%. When they get inside, it's first and goal. They're going to score a touchdown 95% of the time. The Cowboys are going to score 64% of the time.
Yeah, baby.
And there's only 4 teams. Only 4 teams in the sport were worse. That's Minnesota, Denver, the Jets, and the Falcons. All of which are not offenses you want to be associated with.
2 of them didn't have a running back. One of them had an idiot head coach. And then,
bad quarterbers.
Did you call an idiot head coach
Arthur Smith?
I thought you said maybe Sean Payton.
No. No, there's something he could have really, and they didn't really, Javonte Williams, how healthy has he been for them? And so that's why they went ahead and they drafted Audric Estime to help with that problem. Cowboys signed Ezekiel Elliott to help with this problem.
Certainly to help, yes. Like 903, that's why they got Zeke. Yes, to an extent, but Zeke's not helping you on 1st and 10 or 1st and 9 from the goal line.
Speak for yourself.
Like he in the very short yardage, yes, he will help you, and I understand the idea that is going to hopefully be something. Having a guy back there with more of a nose for the end zone is going to help you. But it's bigger than just that. Your entire offense, like your game plan, the plays that you're running down there, the designs, your quarterback, like everybody being on the same page, being able to do this, that is going to be one of the most paramount things when we get to Oxnard. Are these guys converting when they do their specialty stuff? And they're like, okay, we're just doing goal line situation or red zone situation. Can they punch it in? Because there's giant flaws across the board here when you're sitting with bottom 5 in the sport.
And I think Zeke can help in some of those situations, but you're looking at, you better have a great coach, you better have the offensive line, and the quarterback is huge here. As that field gets shorter, your coaching staff then needs to go and research every possible way to create more space. And I'm not surprised at all that the Packers and the 49ers are basically 1-2 in this ordeal. It's not a report card on your running back. It's not really that much on your quarterback. It's how good are you at creating space in very confined parts of the field. And it gets no worse than when you're goal to go.
Yeah, because you got confusion on your face.
No, I just real quick, I saw Casey Rapp on. Did we try the chicken and waffle taco when we were there at the game?
Yeah, they brought it over.
It was incredible.
Why did I not get a bite of that?
Yeah, because Eric just took it.
Did you take both of them?
No, there was Ruben and there was DJ. So they shared one. They shared half of one, and I ate the other one.
I'm sorry. The look on my face because I saw Casey up there talking about it. I'm thinking, did he bring us one of those?
Yeah, it was awesome. It was a perfect mixture of crunch with the chicken.
Yeah.
You had the sweet. There's like a little bit of a kick to whatever it is sauce-wise they got going on in there.
Trust me,
I can't believe you missed out on that.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Can't believe you passed that plate, Broadus.
No, Dawson, did you?
I didn't.
Okay.
No. I don't think any of us got a chance at it.
Can't believe you guys punted on that.
We'll be back in a couple weeks over there, so make sure.
You guys are idiots, man.
Do you have quesadilla news, though, coming up, Wolchuk?
Oh, yeah, we do have the Berea quesadilla, which is going to be at Hurtado.
There you go. All right. Sorry, Eric. I didn't mean to interrupt you, though. I just wondered why I didn't get a chance to eat the chicken waffle.
I'm wondering too, man.
Yeah.
I've never seen you
sure.
pass a plate like that.
Sure. Okay.
There it is. An edition of The Finest with Eric Chiafala most every afternoon at 5 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation. As the Wooly Bully mentioned, there is Berea Quesadilla news. I'm not even sure what that means, but I love it. We'll do a proper round tripper coming up at 5:30. We'll be talking basketball at 6, and then Chief will be back with a sports hodgepodge coming up in about an hour. Of course, you are now just 22 and a half minutes from LA Live with Lucius Alexander, when we're back to kick off that expressway next in the nation. Let's chat D&M leasing.